Chapter 1. The Breakup. Let's part ways. My love for you is fated. I possess an abundance of wealth. I cannot forsake a vast garden for a single blossom. I am destined to embrace a life of carefree indulgence. Forget me. Liu Qin's voice resembled the icy shards of winter, each utterance striking against Liu Ruyan's heart, devoid of warmth, leaving only a piercing chill. For this meticulously premeditated breakup, Liu Qin had subjected Liu Ruyan to 3 months of silent torment. Each word, each phrase, as if rehearsed countless times, cold and resolute. There existed no other reason, merely the profound depth of their feelings, akin to a colossal tree rooted deep within the soul, unyielding. Their childhood friendship blossomed from playful moments in the mud during their tentative first steps to donning youthful school uniforms, walking side by side through countless dawns and dusks, from the innocent early romance in high school, discovered by their parents, to the heartache of a long-distance relationship during university, and ultimately to the sweet, warm coexistence following graduation. Liu Qin had penned countless love songs for Liu Ruyan. Those notes mirrored the affection he lavished upon her, elevating her to the throne of the Chinese music scene. To friends, relatives, and classmates, they were a match made in heaven, a destined pair, their love story a fairy tale envied by all. Yet, fate, in its indifference, never considers the happiness of individuals. Just as Liu Qin believed he and Liu Ruyan would live out a fairy tale existence, fate dealt him a cruel blow. Was diagnosed with terminal cancer, in the advanced stage of bone cancer. The malignant cells had spread throughout his body, and the doctor's chilling pronouncement left him with merely 2 years to live. To avoid burdening Liu Ruyan and to ensure she could lead a better life, Liu Qin felt compelled to orchestrate this breakup. However, the roots of their connection ran too deep despite his meticulous planning and the cold methods he employed over 3 long months. Liu Ruyan remained unconvinced, unable to fathom that the tender, caring Liu Qin she adored could transform into this heartless specter before her. Liu Qin, what are you hiding from me? Liu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice hoarse and trembling. She knew Liu Qin as intimately as she knew herself, and she fixed her gaze on his eyes, once filled with love, seeking any hint of truth. Have you been diagnosed with cancer, leading you to end things with me to spare my heartache? You've been reading too many novels, Liu Qin replied, his expression unreadable, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as if mocking Liu Ruyan's naivety. He gestured dismissively, signaling the actress who had been waiting nearby to step forward. But a stunning young influencer, with a captivating figure, fair skin, and flowing black hair, sauntered over to Liu Qin. While undeniably enchanting, she lacked the ethereal elegance of Liu Ruyan, who resembled a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley. This is Amy, my personal maid, Liu Qin said, with a casual flick, playfully patting Amy's pert backside as if flaunting his trophy. With women like Amy, as long as I possess wealth, I can have as many as I desire. And she is merely 19, youthful and radiant, while you, Liu Ruyan, have reached the age of 27, a beauty in her twilight years. Do you understand? He continued, moreover, regarding your physique. To be frank, I have grown weary of it, devoid of novelty. Liu Qin scoffed, his laughter laced with derision and disdain. And do you know why I initially wrote songs for you? It was merely the thrill of training and nurturing, witnessing your gradual ascent. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of your career, it holds no challenge for me anymore. I seek another to mentor, to relive that experience. Give up, Liu Ruyan, Liu Qin declared, encircling Amy's slender waist and leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek, his actions intimate and suggestive. Without a backward glance, he turned and departed, leaving Liu Ruyan with a resolute silhouette. Liu Ruyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly in the direction Liu Qin had taken. Her mind was a void, piecing together the fragments of the past few months when she had inadvertently discovered Liu Qin's communications with other streamers, writing songs for them. Perhaps what he said was indeed true. Though reluctant to accept it, Liu Qin's words planted tiny seeds of doubt within her heart. As time passed, their shared memories began to sour, seemingly validating Liu Qin's claims that all he did was for her career, that he genuinely cared deeply for her success. In truth, Liu Qin loved Liu Ruyan profoundly, to the extent of sacrificing everything for her. He had woven a benevolent lie, one potent enough to earn her eternal resentment. A year later, in the capital, at the first hospital, beep, beeped, beeped, the monotonous, cold rhythm of the heart monitor echoed within the silent ward, the air thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, oppressive and stifling. Liu Chun lay feebly on the hospital bed, clad in an oversized blue and white striped gown, his once luxurious dark hair entirely gone, leaving a bald scalp marred by bluish veins, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, devoid of vitality. Numerous cold tubes extended from his frail body, connected to intricate medical devices sustaining his fragile existence. Pain clung to him like a relentless parasite, gnawing at his body day and night, ruthlessly tormenting his spirit. This was the reality of latest-stage bone cancer for Liu Chun. Living had transformed into an endless torment. He had contemplated ending this agonizing life countless times, yearning for euthanasia to attain complete liberation. However, upon hearing of Liu Ruyan's impending political marriage, a sacrifice for her career, and receiving multiple wedding invitations from her through various numbers, he hesitated. He longed for one last glimpse of Liu Ruyan in her wedding gown. Even if it were from afar, he wished to endure until the day of her marriage, after which he could depart this world with a sense of peace. At this thought, Liu Chen's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, aching to the point of suffocation. How he wished to be the one to walk hand in hand with Liu Ruyan into the sacred halls of matrimony, rather than anyone else. Yet, he was powerless. He lacked the right. Rage consumed him, despised this wretched fate. Why must destiny be so cruel? He resented the injustice of it all, yet his love for Liu Ruyan only deepened, a love so profound that he would willingly sacrifice everything to ensure her happiness. Thus, Liu Chun stubbornly clung to the decision he had made, determined that Liu Ruyan should continue to harbor her resentment towards him. Only in this way could she truly release him and pursue her own happiness without distraction. He understood Liu Ruyan all too well. Should she discover that he was afflicted with cancer and on the brink of death, she would undoubtedly cast aside all else to return to his side, even at the cost of her own life. Their bond, forged in childhood, transcended mere love, entwining their souls and becoming an indispensable part of their existence. Now, Liu Chun found himself awake for less than half an hour each day, the remainder consumed by unconsciousness and excruciating pain. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids and strained to turn his gaze toward the snowflakes drifting outside his window. Outside, the snow fell in a flurry, delicate as willow catkins, cloaking the world in a blanket of white. If only we could share the snowfall in days to come. Then this life would be a shared eternity. Liu Chen's voice was raw and hoarse, as if torn, barely managing to utter a few indistinct words, each syllable squeezed from the depths of his throat, laden with pain and despair. Alas, I cannot even step outside to feel the snow. The romantic vows exchanged during his passionate romance with Liu Ruyan echoed painfully in his mind, each word a dagger, piercing his heart and filling him with anguish. Blurring his vision with tears, as consciousness began to fade, the scenery before him twisted and warped. The swirling snowflakes seemed to penetrate the hospital room's window, becoming increasingly vivid, as if they were just within reach, even falling before Liu Chen's eyes. Just as he thought he was succumbing to hallucination, a faint blue light screen abruptly materialized before him, radiating a gentle glow. Songwriting Life Extension System. Host, Liu Chun. Health status, 1100 imminent demise. If health value decreases to 0, the host will perish within an hour. Description. The host may extend life by composing songs. The system will grant additional days of life based on the popularity of the songs within 7 days. Newbie gift. Pack activated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Hall of Fame level composing skills, Hall of Fame level lyric writing skills. Please compose a new song promptly to extend your life. Liu Chun wearily blinked his parched eyes, straining to discern the reality before him. He was certain he was not hallucinating. Could it truly be the legendary system? The Songwriting Life Extension System. Could it be that he could indeed heal his body through the art of songwriting? If this were the case, he could finally reveal the truth to Liu Ruyan, liberating himself from the torment of suffering and preventing her from harboring any further resentment towards him. With this thought, Liu Chen's once lifeless heart seemed to rekindle a flicker of hope. Stirring his emotions, he yearned to leap from his bed and rush to Liu Ruyan, divulging every truth: his cancer diagnosis, the rationale behind all his actions, all for her sake. Yet, he quickly realized that his physical condition had deteriorated to an alarming extent. Time was running out. Each day, he only experienced a fleeting 30 minutes of lucidity, and perhaps in the next moment, he would succumb to a deep unconsciousness from which he might never awake. He needed to seize the moment to write songs for his survival. Moreover, the songs must achieve immense popularity. Only then could he gain sufficient time to extend his life and truly continue living. Phone. Liu Ruyan exerted all his strength, weakly uttering a few words, his voice barely audible. The patient is awake. The patient is awake. The little nurse on duty in the ward, upon hearing Liu Ruyan's feeble voice, rushed over in delight. She bent down, straining to listen, and after much effort, finally discerned what Liu Ruyan was trying to convey. She quickly picked up the phone that lay nearby and handed it to him. Due to Liu Ruyan's extreme weakness, he could hardly manipulate the device, and thus, the phone had no lock screen set. Open. WeChat. Call. Qin Yuan, Liu Ruyan said in a halting, faint manner, each word seemingly draining him of the last remnants of his strength. All right, okay, the nurse replied, not daring to delay. She swiftly took the phone from Liu Ruyan and cautiously began to operate it. When she noticed the name Liu Ruyan at the top of his contacts list, she paused slightly, casting a complex glance at Liu Ruyan. However, she did not dwell on it, as saving a life was of utmost priority. She hurriedly located the contact, labeled Qin Yuan, and tapped on the voice call button. As the familiar ringing tone echoed from the phone, Liu Ruyan's taut nerves relaxed just a fraction, silently praying that this rascal Qin Yuan had not removed him from his contacts. Following his breakup with Liu Ruyan, Liu Ruyan had become the target of widespread criticism online, with many former friends severing ties and deleting him from their lists. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had refrained from such actions, perhaps due to the gratitude Liu Ruyan owed him for once writing the song Be Happy for Me for free, which had propelled Qin Yuan into the limelight of the music industry. The ringing finally ceased as call was answered. A voice, tinged with curiosity, emanated from the receiver. Liu Ruyan. Qin Yuan, unconcerned with Liu Ruyan's reputation as a scoundrel, remembered the past kindness Liu Ruyan had shown him. However, he was quite surprised, as Liu Ruyan had not contacted in ages, and his WeChat messages had gone unanswered. Why was he reaching out now? Qin Yuan. Call me. To the first hospital of the capital. To see me, Liu Ruyan rasped, summoning the last of his energy to shout into the phone. What? Liu Ruyan, have you gotten into trouble? All right, just wait for me. They'll be there right away. Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's frail voice, Qin Yuan immediately sensed that something was amiss, his tone shifting to one of urgency, without a hint of hesitation. They'll wait for you. Hanging up now. After Liu Ruyan uttered those words, it was as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. The little nurse, witnessing this, promptly ended the call. Bring paper and a pen, Liu Ruyan weakly requested. Chapter 2. Paper and pen. A delicate figure abruptly froze, her almond-shaped eyes widening with confusion. Paper and pen? The young nurse reiterated her inquiry, her refined brows knitting slightly in perplexity over Liu Ruyan's sudden request. However, upon catching sight of the resolute flame burning deep within Liu Ruyan's gaze, a fierce determination akin to a desperate grasp for the last flicker of life, the nurse felt a chill run through her heart, and all questions evaporated in an instant. Daring not to delay, she swiftly turned on her heel, her footsteps light yet hurried as she made her way to the nurse's station. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease began to entwine itself within her, spreading like creeping vines. Could it be? Could Liu Ruyan be preparing to make arrangements for his final affairs? Write a will. Once this thought emerged, it clung to her mind like an inescapable shadow, weighing down her previously buoyant stride. The young nurse, unwilling to linger a moment longer, hurriedly exited the ward to report Liu Ruyan's unusual behavior to the attending physician. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved paper and pen. Returning with several doctors clad in pristine white coats, their expressions grave and hurried. It is essential to note that Liu Ruyan received the pinnacle of medical care at the first hospital of the imperial capital. Every subtle change in his condition sent ripples through the entire medical team. The doctors swiftly entered the room, a solemn atmosphere enveloping them. Their first task was to closely monitor Liu Ruyan's vital signs, meticulously observing the fluctuating data on the monitor. Only after confirming that the indicators on the screen remained stable, and that Liu Ruyan was not in immediate danger, did the tightly wound nerves of the medical team begin to ease, their furrowed brows slightly unfurling. Paper and pen. Liu Ruyan's voice resonated once more, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency, weak yet resolute in its insistence. He understood that time was slipping away from him. With only 30 minutes of consciousness each day, every moment was invaluable, necessitating an urgent race against time. The nurse, not daring to delay further, gently placed the paper and pen into Liu Qin's hands. As he trembled while accepting the items, the moment his fingertips brushed against the cold surface of the pen, a jolt of excruciating pain surged through his body, as if his very marrow were being crushed. Yet, his fierce will to survive propelled him forward, to live. He must seize the opportunity granted by the system. He must compose a song. Only through its ignition could he endure, allowing him to confess everything to Liu Ruyan and reclaim his life. Indescribable agony washed over him in relentless waves. Merely attempting to prop himself up in bed, a task that would be effortless for most, felt akin to scaling an insurmountable mountain for Liu Qin. Each movement akin to a torturous ordeal. It took him a full 5 minutes to laboriously sit upright, his forehead beaded with sweat, while his lips, pallid from the intensity of his suffering, resembled parchment. The nurse, quick-witted and agile, fetched a portable table with great care, casting a cautious glance at the chief physician. She awaited his silent approval before gently placing the table before Liu Qin, meticulously laying a pristine sheet of paper upon it. The quiet ward was punctuated by the faint sound of the pen gliding over the paper, each scratch resonating with unnerving clarity. Liu Qin gritted his teeth. Resembling a wounded soldier on the battlefield, summoning every ounce of strength to painstakingly inscribe the melody and lyrics of a song upon the paper. Each stroke, every letter, each leaping note seemed to emerge from the depths of his soul, accompanied by heart-wrenching agony, a dual torment of body and mind. Like two heavy mountains pressing down upon his chest, suffocating him. Veins protruded from his forehead, grotesque and fearsome, while his already pallid lips appeared even more ghostly, devoid of color, resembling those of the deceased. Chief. The young nurse could no longer bear the suffocating scene before her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cast a helpless glance at the chief physician, her voice trembling. Do not mind me. Liu Qin's voice was weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet it carried an undeniable firmness that interrupted the nurse's plea. Observing this, the chief physician subtly shook his head, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, ultimately giving way to a resigned sigh. He comprehended Liu Qin's current sentiments and recognized that his time was fleeting. For one facing death, perhaps the most one could do at this moment was to strive to fulfill his final wishes, ensuring that his life bore no regrets, even if such desires seemed incredulous to others. The ward fell into an eerie silence, every sound dissipating until only the soft scratching of the pencil against the paper remained. Alongside Liu Qin's feeble, strained breath, reminiscent of an old bellows desperately stifling its pain, the lyrics and melody of the new song gradually materialized on the immaculate paper, like drops of blood seeping forth. The intertwining of psychological and physical anguish reached its zenith, threatening to tear Liu Qin apart completely. Guest. The first winter after our breakup. What day is it today? Occasionally, I think of you. Your sudden message caught me off guard, leaving me standing in a daze. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. I constantly remind myself not to evade. The young nurse and the chief physician found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the lyrics on the paper, as they discerned the content Liu Qin was inscribing. An indescribable astonishment surged within them. Is the patient writing a song? The nurse exclaimed, her clear eyes brimming with disbelief. The chief physician, equally taken aback, exchanged a glance with the nurse, both recognizing the profound shock mirrored in each other's eyes. As he teetered on the brink of death, he resolutely continued to compose songs. Merely gazing at the lyrics on the page, an overwhelming wave of anguish, sorrow, and confusion washed over him, each word imbued with a stifling sense of oppression, as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his chest, rendering him breathless. The sight of the snowflakes swirling outside the hospital room, coupled with Liu Qin's lips, pale as snow, instigated an indescribable flicker of emotion that quietly blossomed between the two. I have exhausted all my memories to celebrate your wedding. Yet I have never mustered the courage to bless you. At least I can still be the guest who bears witness to your love. How fortunate he is to have met you. May he love you more than I ever could. Lyrics by Liu Qin, composed by Liu Qin. Clenching the pen tightly in his hand, Liu Qin found himself on the precipice of collapse. Every inch of his skin and every nerve cried out in agony. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, and with remarkable tenacity, he trembled as he inscribed the final line of the song, Qin Yuan, within 7 days, make this song a hit. As the last word fell, Liu Qin felt as if all strength had been siphoned from him. The taut string that had held him together finally snapped. The pen slipped from his fingers, and he collapsed upon the hospital bed, resembling a tattered puppet, utterly drained. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he lost consciousness. Quick! Check the patient's vital signs. The chief physician snapped back to reality, issuing orders with urgency. The young nurse promptly sprang into action, and the two worked in perfect harmony. Skillfully managing the array of cold medical tubes and instruments connected to Liu Qin, their movements tense as they closely monitored the fluctuations on the monitor. It was only when the monitor indicated that Liu Qin's vital signs had stabilized temporarily, showing no further signs of deterioration, that their anxious hearts could finally ease. Releasing a long sigh of relief. This should be given to the patient's friend. After the flurry of activity, the young nurse pointed to the sheet of paper filled with lyrics on the table, speaking softly. Yes, you take it for now. When the patient's friend arrives, hand it to him, the chief physician replied wearily, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. His tone grew grave as he continued, the patient's condition is not optimistic. He likely has no more than a month left to live. In these final days, we will do our utmost to accommodate any reasonable request he may have. I will check the pharmacy. If any emergencies arise, summon me immediately. Understood, Chief. The young nurse nodded solemnly. For Liu Qin's condition, the hospital had assembled a medical team comprising 17 or 18 top experts, who took turns day and night, vigilantly monitoring the evolution of his illness. In order to avoid causing a sense of oppression for the patients, the ward is typically not crowded, usually. Only a single nurse is on duty while other specialists remain on standby in the adjacent observation room, continuously analyzing Liu Qin's vital signs through various sophisticated instruments, ready to respond to any potential emergencies that might arise. 5 hours later, as dusk enveloped the sky and the snowstorm intensified, Qin Yuan, clad in a long black coat, braved the biting cold and swirling snowflakes, hastily making his way to the first hospital of the imperial capital. He anxiously inquired about Liu Qin's ward and ultimately arrived at the designated floor. After verifying his identity with the attending physician, Qin Yuan was led briskly toward Liu Qin's room. Please refrain from disturbing the patient. Maintain silence, if you will, the attending physician advised, slowing his pace and speaking softly. Yes, of course, Qin Yuan replied, hastening to follow the physician, his brow furrowed and his tone laced with urgency. Doctor, what has happened to Liu Qin? Is his condition severe? The physician raised an eyebrow in slight confusion and retorted, You are not a family member, are you? Well, not a family member. I suppose I am. A colleague, Qin Yuan responded, his heart growing heavier. Bone cancer, the physician sighed, his voice heavy with regret. It is late-stage bone cancer. At just 27, he is in the prime of his life. Yet, alas, fate is cruel. He likely has no more than a month left. Currently, he is only about half an hour of consciousness each day. If you have anything you wish to convey to him, you may write it down as a message, and we will deliver it once he awakens. The physician's words struck Qin Yuan like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind and leaving him in a state of shock. Bone cancer. Liu Qin has been afflicted with bone cancer. When did this happen? What is going on? Qin Yuan felt as if all strength had been drained from his body, his voice trembling as he pressed for answers. He has been hospitalized in this institution for over a year, the physician replied, shaking his head, his tone somber. We have watched helplessly as he first struggled to get out of bed, then succumbed to being bedridden, and now, he only has fleeting moments of awareness each day. Alas, this wretched fate is truly a tragedy for such a promising young man. Qin Yuan's eyes instantly reddened, an overwhelming wave of sorrow surging within him. As if a tempest raged in his chest, a tumult of emotions swirling. A year. An entire year. Wasn't it just a year ago that Liu Qin had parted ways with Liu Ruyan? Could it be that? Liu Qin, the man who has been mercilessly vilified across the internet, the scoundrel despised by countless individuals, the unfaithful wretch loathed to the core by Liu Ruyan. In truth, everything he has done was for. Qin Yuan could not bring himself to ponder further. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a profound sense of desolation and guilt that washed over him like a tidal wave. He was led to the threshold of the hospital room by the chief physician, and through the bright glass window, Qin Yuan beheld Liu Qin, lying quietly on the hospital bed, clad in an oversized blue and white striped patient gown, appearing exceptionally frail. In stark contrast to the spirited, talented, and charismatic musical prodigy he once remembered, the Liu Qin before him now looked emaciated and haggard, as gaunt as a skeleton. His once lustrous hair had completely fallen out, leaving his bald crown glaringly exposed, and his lips were so pale they bore no trace of color, enveloped in an aura of illness and despair. Would you like to go in and see the patient? The chief physician inquired softly. And no, I cannot go in, Qin Yuan stammered, his lips quivering as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. He feared that he might lose control of his emotions, terrified of the prospect of breaking down. Well, It's perhaps for the best that you don't go in. The chief physician nodded in understanding, shaking his head gently. His tone soothing as he added, by the way, the patient left you a note. It appears to be a song. You might want to take a look. All right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Qin Yuan replied, grasping at this lifeline with fervent appreciation, nodding vigorously, his voice choked with emotion. A moment later, the chief physician emerged from the room, holding the sheet of music Liu Ruyan had pinned, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he presented it to Qin Yuan. With trembling hands, Qin Yuan accepted the thin piece of paper, carefully unfolding it. Upon reading the title of the song, Guest, his eyes brimmed with tears anew, flowing like pearls liberated from a broken string, as an indescribable sorrow surged within his chest. Damn it, God above. At that moment, as he finished reading the entire lyrics, Qin Yuan was unequivocally convinced that the reason Liu Ruyan chose to break up with Liu Ruyan, the reason he bore the infamous label of a scoundrel, was singular. Liu Ruyan, in a bid to spare Liu Ruyan from the burden of his terminal illness, chose to conceal his affliction, resolutely departing from her life under the guise of a heartless man, all in pursuit of her happiness. Chapter 3. The masked singer. Qin Yuan's fingertips caressed the lyrics pinned by Liu Ruyan, each word seemingly imbued with a silent sigh, resounding heavily against his heart. The hospital corridor lay shrouded in silence, save for his soft humming, akin to a wandering spirit drifting through the air. Your sudden message caught me off guard. Each note resembled blood trickling from Liu Ruyan's broken heart, drip, drip, falling into the lake of Qin Yuan's heart, instantly saturating it with boundless sorrow. With tightly shut eyes, Qin Yuan envisioned Liu Ruyan's pale, haggard face, sensing the despair and anguish concealed beneath his song. Just days prior, a deluge of entertainment news heralded the impending marriage of the pop diva, Liu Ruyan, to the third young master of the Li family. Qin Yuan could almost see that gilded invitation, piercing Liu Ruyan like a dagger, inflicting profound pain. What excruciating heartache that must be. Merely imagining it, Qin Yuan felt as though a boulder had settled in his chest, rendering his breath labored and suffocating him with anguish. Today you appear exceptionally beautiful. A beauty once held close. Alas, this is your wedding with him, while I remain merely a guest. Qin Yuan drew a sharp breath, hot tears bursting forth uncontrollably. He envisioned Liu Ruyan's solitary figure in the depths of darkness, summoning his last ounce of strength to sketch Liu Ruyan's exquisite form in a wedding gown. That was the final obsession of a dying man, the most profound yearning for this world. Perhaps it was that desire to witness Liu Ruyan's happiness that sustained Liu Ruyan through his struggles. Qin Yuan tightly closed his eyes, the empathic anguish engulfing him like a tidal wave. He too had once been a jester, cruelly toyed with in matters of the heart. The taste of betrayal and the trampling of dignity was a memory forever etched in his soul. It was Liu Ruyan who, in his darkest hour, recognized the faint glimmer of light within him and crafted the song for my happiness. With that one song, Qin Yuan's name began to shimmer in the music industry, eventually establishing him as a prominent figure in the contemporary music scene. Now, this song The Guest bore an even deeper, soul-wrenching pain compared to For My Happiness, a love unfulfilled, a silent guardianship, a self-sacrificing fulfillment. The final lines of the lyrics came into focus, revealing Liu Ruyan's strong yet trembling handwriting. Qin Yuan, make this song a hit within 7 days. The letters, slightly distorted, seemed to pierce through the paper, echoing Liu Ruyan's final cry for life. Qin Yuan could only imagine the torment Liu Ruyan endured while writing those words. Fear not, brother Liu. Qin Yuan solemnly vowed to the empty corridor, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with undeniable strength. He would make this song resonate through every street and alley, echoing across the entire Chinese music scene. He would ensure that everyone heard Liu Ruyan's cry and felt the depth of his love. With determination, Qin Yuan retrieved his phone, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen until they settled on the name of Director Lin in his contacts. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the familiar number. Director Lin? A slightly noisy voice came from the other end, indicating that he was preoccupied. Qin Yuan? Teacher Qin? What a surprise to hear from you. How may I assist you? Director Lin's tone conveyed a hint of confusion, but predominantly, it was laced with delight. For someone of Qin Yuan's stature in the music industry was not easily persuaded to engage. Qin Yuan's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. I will be participating in the latest season of Masked Singer. The line fell into an abrupt silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving only the sound of Director Lin's heavy breathing. What? Teacher Qin, did you just say you were going to join Masked Singer? Director Lin's voice rose sharply, brimming with incredulous excitement, almost losing his composure. It was well known that he had tirelessly campaigned to invite Qin Yuan to the show, wearing down his own resolve in the process, yet to no avail. On one hand, Qin Yuan was a colossal figure, reluctant to partake in variety shows, on the other. He was deeply devoted to music, possessing a reserved and humble demeanor that shunned the limelight. Even with the pre-launch live streaming of Masked Singer creating a sensation online, garnering tens of millions of views, director Lin had never dared to hope for the presence of such a legend. Yet now, happiness had arrived so suddenly and unexpectedly that he questioned if he was dreaming. Teacher Qin, is this truly happening? Please, voice any conditions you have. We shall offer you the highest remuneration, and everything is negotiable. Director Lin's voice trembled with palpable excitement, fearing that Qin Yuan might retract his decision. After all, Masked Singer was his pride and joy, a project into which he had poured countless efforts and aspirations. The addition of a luminary like Qin Yuan would undoubtedly elevate the show to unprecedented heights. Qin Yuan's tone remained nonchalant, as if making this decision were the most ordinary affair. I do not require compensation. I seek the opportunity to perform my song during the premiere episode, and it is imperative that Liu Ruyan be among the judges. Director Lin was momentarily taken aback, his previously ecstatic demeanor doused by a sudden chill, leaving his smile frozen in place. The request for a performance with his own song was indeed reasonable for someone of Qin Yuan's caliber, and the production team would surely acquiesce without hesitation. However, the stipulation regarding Liu Ruyan as a judge was undeniably more complicated. Liu Ruyan was a superstar of unparalleled fame, seldom participating in variety shows, let alone serving as a judge. Her aloof nature further complicated matters, as she was not one to seek the spotlight, making her engagement nearly impossible. Moreover, with merely 2 days remaining until the official premiere of Masked Singer, time was of the essence. Attempting to reach out to Liu Ruyan now would likely prove futile. A look of distress crossed Director Lin's face, and his tone wavered with uncertainty. Teacher Qin. While both the second performance and original songs pose no issues, the presence of Liu Ruyan is indeed a formidable challenge. Renowned for her aversion to participating in variety shows, it is likely that, well, here is the plan. I will compose 3 exquisite songs tailored specifically for the artists under Qin Yuan Entertainment, ensuring each one is a hit. You should reach out to Liu Ruyan, conveying that this is my sincere intention as Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan calmly dropped this significant bombshell, instantly dispelling Director Lin's previous hesitations, replacing them with ecstasy and excitement. Qin Yuan Entertainment, the company affiliated with Liu Ruyan, would find Qin Yuan's offer of crafting 3 hit songs an irresistible temptation. It is well known that when Qin Yuan intervenes, the outcome is invariably exceptional. Nearly every song he creates resonates throughout the nation, becoming a hallmark of the music industry. Moreover, the prospect of 3 hit songs is an extraordinary windfall that would drive any entertainment company to frenzy. With this earnest proposition, there is a genuine possibility of persuading Liu Ruyan. Director Lin's breath quickened, his tone brimming with exhilaration. All right, Teacher Qin, rest assured, I will contact Qin Yuan Entertainment immediately, doing everything in my power to invite Liu Ruyan. However, I cannot guarantee success. Doing your best is all that matters, Qin Yuan replied, his tone subtly laced with anticipation. Understood. Teacher Qin, await my good news. Director Lin excitedly hung up, as if fearing a change of heart from Qin Yuan, and hurriedly reached out to Qin Yuan Entertainment. After the call, Qin Yuan cast a lingering glance at the hospital room where Liu Chen lay, his gaze complex and profound. The gratitude for being understood was overwhelming. Brother Liu, I cannot decide for you, nor can I selfishly reveal the truth to Liu Ruyan. But I assure you, I will exert every effort to ensure she hears this song in person, experiencing the final masterpiece you composed with your life. Qin Yuan silently vowed, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with a tragic determination. He resolutely turned and stepped away from the hospital, boarding a flight to the metropolis. The roar of the engine pierced the heavens, heralding an impending storm that would sweep across the Chinese music scene, quietly brewing. In the following 2 days, Qin Yuan secluded himself in a hotel room like a hermit, fervently practicing the song Guest. He meticulously pondered the essence of the lyrics, immersing himself in the emotions embedded in Liu Chen's singing, striving to present every note and detail flawlessly. Simultaneously, Director Lin delivered exhilarating news. Superstar Liu Ruyan had agreed to be a judge on Masked Singer. The announcement set the internet ablaze. On the social media platform Weibo, the topic Liu Ruyan joins Masked Singer skyrocketed to the top of the trending list, maintaining an unrelenting fervor. The topics surrounding the Masked Singer have dominated the trending charts, inundating the entire microblogging platform. The fervor among netizens has reached unprecedented heights, with waves of speculation and anticipation flooding in. Have you heard? The new variety show The Masked Singer on Watermelon TV is set to make a grand impact. The lineup features titans of the music industry, legendary figures, and even a renowned king of song who has been absent for over a decade. Not to mention, the illustrious Liu Ruyan is also on board. The diva herself will serve as a judge. It is simply unbelievable. This lineup for The Masked Singer is incredibly opulent. Just for Liu Ruyan, I must follow this program. Indeed, the mere act of guessing the singer's identity based on their voice is already captivating, and with such esteemed guests, they are sure to perform original songs as well as renditions of others' works, elevating the challenge to astonishing heights. I've heard that many exceptionally talented new artists will also participate. If one of them is mistaken for a music industry giant, it could catapult them to stardom. Watermelon TV is clearly up to something intriguing with The Masked Singer. The anticipation is palpable. It's a pity that Liu Ruyan is merely a judge and won't be singing. How wonderful it would be to hear the diva perform live. However, what can we expect? Since her breakup with Qin, she has been less inclined to sing her old hits, and new songs have become increasingly rare, likely due to her emotional turmoil. Nevertheless, it is still a delight to see her as a judge, as she represents cherished memories of youth. I've already snagged tickets for the live broadcast of The Masked Singer. I eagerly await the show's premiere. Oh, I envy you. The discussions online are overwhelming, with various topics soaring in popularity as countless netizens eagerly anticipate the official launch of The Masked Singer. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the public, The Masked Singer has arrived on live broadcast night. The Grand Theater in Magic City shimmers with dazzling lights. Countless cameras, like a forest of steel, are pointed at the center of the stage, while the audience fills every seat, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The brilliant spotlights flash continuously, intertwining into a sea of light and shadow, and as the start time approaches, the online viewership for The Masked Singer skyrockets. Within mere minutes, the viewership surpasses the million mark, with comments cascading down the screen like a waterfall, completely enveloping it. The show's peak viewership during the prime time slot at 8 o'clock shines brilliantly. Suddenly, several dazzling spotlights illuminate the stage as the host, Xiao Sa, strides onto the stage with a lively pace and a beaming smile, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the audience with his spirited voice. Welcome to the brand new music mystery guessing reality show sponsored by XX, The Masked Singer. This evening, we shall welcome 5 esteemed judges, each distinguished in their own right. As the melodious voice of Xiao Sa resonated, the spotlight gracefully swept across the judging panel, revealing 5 elegantly attired, radiant judges on the grand screen. Liu Ruyan, Nai Chaluan, Qin Yuan, Liu Haohan, Han Pang Pang. As Xiao Sa meticulously introduced each judge, the live chat erupted with fervor. An overwhelming cacophony of gasps and cheers nearly drowning the screen. My goodness, it is truly Liu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan remains as stunning as ever. Oh, my goddess is still so beautiful. How could that wretched man from Qin have so callously abandoned her? Calm down, sisters above. That scoundrel isn't worth it. Sister Ruyan deserves far better. That man from Qin is indeed the epitome of a scoundrel. How could he be so heartless when faced with someone as affluent, beautiful, and exceptional as Sister Ruyan? It is utterly unconscionable, provoking the ire of both humanity and divinity. Ha ha ha, Han Pang Pang is still as adorable as ever. I love you, Pang Pang. The most delightful of all is undoubtedly Nai Chaluan, isn't it? Though he may have gained a bit of weight, he remains irresistibly charming. Teacher Liu Haohan is the true idol, a guiding star. His vocal prowess and music theory knowledge are absolutely unparalleled, and his ability to distinguish timbre is unmatched. He will undoubtedly unveil the true identities of many masked singers tonight. For those above, perhaps you have never witnessed greatness? When it comes to timbre recognition, we must turn our attention to Qin Yuan. His ears, renowned for their sensitivity. The excitement in the live stream escalated, the scrolling comments racing by so swiftly that their content became nearly indecipherable. Generally, the fervor peaks around 10 minutes into the broadcast, coinciding perfectly with the segment of the second performance. In the backstage dressing room, Qin Yuan sat quietly in a black trench coat, adorned with a silver mask, resting his eyes in anticipation of his moment. On stage, Xiao Sa continued to engage the audience with his magnetic voice. Now, let us extend our warmest applause for the debut of tonight's first masked singing deity. Please hold your breath and listen intently to see who can guess the true identity of this masked singer first. A gentle reminder. The audience member who correctly identifies the first masked singer will have the chance to win an exciting surprise gift from the production team, a brand new Pineapple 16 PM phone. There are 5 lucky spots available. Now, let us welcome tonight's first masked singer to perform the song, Learning to Meow. As Xiao Sa's impassioned words filled the air, the stage lights dimmed abruptly, and the audience collectively held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the stage. under the collective gaze of the crowd. The central platform rose slowly, revealing a mysterious singer clad in an oversized cloak, perched upon exaggerated stilts, and donning a cartoonish cat mask, gradually appearing before everyone. The masked singer enveloped themselves entirely, rendering any discernible information regarding their height, weight, gender, or age a complete mystery. The audience erupted in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness! Is the production team serious? The difficulty is exceedingly high." Indeed, this masked singer was swathed like a zongzi, making it impossible to ascertain even their stature. How could one make a guess? It appeared that the only recourse was to rely on the sound of their voice. As all physical clues had been rendered ineffective, the production team was truly relentless. However, this added an intriguing element to the spectacle, heightening the suspense. As the audience buzzed with chatter and lamented the challenge, the masked singer on stage slowly raised the microphone to their lips. A raspy yet slightly rugged voice immediately resonated throughout the theater. "Let us learn to meow together." Meow, 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 meow. Laughter erupted across the screen, with the comments section overflowing with hot aha. "Teacher Tengage, don't hide anymore. Come forth." The voice was instantly recognizable. As the first song concluded, the audience swiftly identified Teacher Tengage, for his voice possessed an unmistakable quality. As the cape was removed, it revealed none other than Teacher Tengage himself. Xiesa approached with a grin, stating, "Let us play a little joke to warm things up. The first masked singing deity is actually our show's sixth judge, Teacher Tengage." Xiesa was quite the trickster. The show was indeed entertaining, with the barrage of comments flashing continuously in the antics of the first masked singer. The show's excitement soared to unprecedented heights. "Make sure to watch closely." Xiesa chuckled and announced, "Now, let us welcome the second masked singing deity. I assure you, this singer is truly here to perform, not as a judge. Let us invite the second masked deity to present an original song. Chapter 4. The guest original songs. The difficulty level has undoubtedly skyrocketed. A guest? It's still unclear what genre of music will be performed. The mere titles provide no clues. An original piece? It could either be a groundbreaking work from a titan of the music industry or the debut of an extraordinary newcomer seeking to make an unforgettable impression. As the barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming the entire live stream screen, anticipation reached a fever pitch. In this moment of collective focus, Qin Yuan appeared at the center of the stage, draped in an oversized, enigmatic cloak, balancing on exaggeratedly tall stilts, his face obscured by a chilling silver mask, and topped with a voluminous, explosive wig. His entrance was marked by striking visual impact that ignited the atmosphere like a barrel of explosives. The fervor of the live broadcast soared to unprecedented heights, with millions of viewers online, united in witnessing this exhilarating moment. The studio's excitement erupted, and a myriad of gift effects burst forth on the screen like resplendent fireworks, nearly obscuring the visuals. Standing at the center of the stage, Qin Yuan felt the overwhelming wave of enthusiasm crashing upon him. He cleared his throat slightly, deliberately lowering his voice to a husky yet magnetic timbre, slowly breaking the tumultuous noise that surrounded him. "Hello, everyone." These three simple words possessed an extraordinary charm, momentarily calming the frenzied atmosphere. The audience held its breath, straining to catch every subsequent word. This song is titled The Guest. Qin Yuan's voice was deep and resonant, each word crystal clear, reaching the ears of everyone present, reverberating through the live broadcast to countless households. "I dedicate this song to our diva, Ms. Liu Ruyan." The moment the name Liu Ruyan escaped Qin Yuan's lips, it felt as though a heavy bomb had been dropped, instantly igniting the audience's fervor and curiosity. His raspy voice effectively masked his original vocal characteristics, rendering his identity unrecognizable. Yet, the weight of his words erupted like a volcano, igniting the passions of all present and the multitude of online viewers. What? A song dedicated to the diva? Who is this masked singer? Which great talent lies beneath the mask? The title and the dedication are intriguing, suggesting a connection to the diva Liu Ruyan. Goodness, this show is daring to take risks, throwing such explosive content into the mix. Tonight is undoubtedly the right night. A major revelation is imminent. I must swiftly spread the word among my friends, rallying them to join in this thrilling spectacle. Yes, I must gather everyone. Such a monumental event is far too dull to experience alone. It demands a crowd to truly revel in the excitement. Accompanied by Qin Yuan's earth-shattering words of tribute, the already fervent atmosphere within the live broadcast room surged once more, akin to flames being stoked with oil, instantly surpassing the astonishing milestone of 13 million viewers. The enthusiasm soared like a wild stallion, racing towards ever higher peaks with no end in sight. Director Lin Tao, observing the astonishingly fluctuating data on the monitoring screen, could hardly contain his joy, his smile brighter than blooming chrysanthemums, nearly reaching his ears. As for how Qin Yuan planned to proceed or what monumental news he might unveil next, Director Lin was utterly indifferent. All he cared about was the ratings skyrocketing, ablaze. That was enough. At the judges' table, the once composed and elegantly dignified diva, Liu Ruyan, furrowed her delicate brows slightly upon hearing Qin Yuan's dedication to her. A flicker of subtle confusion and curiosity sparkled in her enchanting eyes as she turned her head slightly, focusing intently on the enigmatic masked singer on stage. Striving to glean any useful information from his voice, stature, and even the minutest of movements, in order to maintain the authenticity and suspense of the program. The production team of Masked Singer had strictly kept the true identity of the masked performer a secret from all the judges. Thus, even as a celebrated diva, Liu Ruyan remained unaware of the holy figure concealed beneath the cloak. She could only rely on her keen auditory sense to discern that the voice emanating from behind the mask was a slightly husky male tone. Could it be that this masked singer truly bore some intricate connection to her? The number of men associated with Liu Ruyan was indeed few and far between. As Liu Ruyan sank into contemplation, striving to recall the male voices that had graced her life, a crisp and melodious piano refrain emerged. Subtly laced with a hint of melancholy, flowing gently like a trickling stream and enveloping the stage in an atmosphere tinged with sadness. The poignant prelude unfolded like a slowly drawn curtain, heralding the onset of a heart-stirring tale. In an instant, the previously boisterous venue seemed to have been muted. Everyone instinctively fell silent, halting their discussions, holding their breaths, fearful of any sound that might disrupt the impending music. Liu Ruyan was entirely captivated by this soothing, somewhat sorrowful melody. She adjusted her posture slightly, leaning forward, her head tilted attentively, her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the masked singer on stage. Her lips pressed together with focused seriousness, for this song was dedicated to her. The lilting prelude continued, akin to a winding brook, gradually coalescing in the hearts of the audience into a lake of emotion, brewing the imminent outpouring of heartfelt sentiment. As the melody reached a certain crescendo and emotion surged to a boiling point, the masked singer on stage gradually lifted the microphone in his hand. He adjusted his breath slightly and, with a voice imbued with profound emotion yet tinged with an imperceptible heartache and melancholy, he began to sing the first line of the lyrics, "The first winter after our breakup, what day of the week is it today? Occasionally, I think of you." The sudden text message from you caught me off guard, leaving me stunned and rooted to the spot. Just those 2 lines of lyrics detonated like precise, heavy bombs in the hearts of all the listeners, unleashing a flood of indescribable sorrow that surged forth like a tide, instantly drowning every heart in the audience. It was as if, at that moment, everyone remembered the former lover who had long since departed their lives, yet occasionally resurfaced in their minds during the midnight hours. A sudden text message? Being caught off guard and frozen in place? Could it be an invitation? A bold yet entirely plausible conjecture flashed through everyone's minds like lightning, illuminating their inner questions. All were stunned by this unexpected hypothesis. No one had anticipated that this masked singer would dedicate such a straightforward and overt love song to Liu Ruyan. Moreover, from the hints within the lyrics, it seemed to narrate a tale of an ex sending a wedding invitation after their breakup. The barrage of comments erupted like boiling water, a cacophony of question marks, exclamation points, ellipses, along with various speculations and gasps cascading down like a waterfall, nearly overwhelming the entire live broadcast screen. At the judges' table, Liu Ruyan, who had merely felt a hint of confusion, was jolted when she heard the line about the sudden text message. Her delicate frame trembled, and the calmness in her eyes was instantly replaced by tumultuous waves of emotion. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the masked singer on stage, and a trace of unmistakable alarm and shock surfaced on her exquisitely beautiful face, because just a few days prior, she had indeed sent electronic wedding invitations to several phone numbers previously used by Liu Qin, as well as to a few of his friends. Wasn't he that sudden enough? Could it be that the masked singer standing on stage was truly Liu Qin, that scoundrel? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu Ruyan fervently shook her head in denial of this absurd conjecture. She knew Liu Qin all too well. She could recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Although the masked singer's voice was hoarse and deliberately disguised, upon careful listening, she could discern subtle differences. It was certainly not Liu Qin's voice. Moreover, she had been separated from Liu Qin for a whole year now, and during this time, that scoundrel had seemingly evaporated from her world, without so much as an apology or an explanation, displaying an utter lack of compassion. Could it be someone acquainted with Liu Qin? Or perhaps, a more absurd yet seemingly plausible conjecture suddenly emerged in Liu Ruyan's mind. Could it be that a fervent admirer of hers inadvertently learned of her impending nuptials and thus composed this song as a means to express affection? Or perhaps to win her back? No, 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 that seems unlikely. Although Liu Ruyan is pursued by countless suitors, most of them are drawn to her beauty and fame. None have demonstrated a capacity to go to such lengths for her. Moreover, the crux of the matter is that she had only agreed to participate just 2 days prior to the show's premiere. Given such a tight timeline, how could even a passionate fan create a piece of such high quality in just 2 days? Could it be that she is merely overthinking? The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, her thoughts spiraling into a chaotic muddle. Amidst her turbulent musings, on stage, Qin Yuan's gentle yet heart-wrenching voice flowed like a delicate string, seeping into the hearts of all present, evoking boundless emotional resonance. When everyone else rejoices for you, I remain foolishly aware that there is no longer any connection between us holding an invitation. I step into the meticulously arranged venue. I constantly remind myself not to shy away. Alas, this is your landscape, while I am merely a guest. I set aside all memories to fulfill your love. Yet I remain unwilling to accept that this is fate. You, whom I have not seen for a long time, feel somewhat distant. Our handshake and pleasantries are so formal. Why must I deliberately conceal the fact that my world once included you before him? As the song reaches this poignant point, the emotions conveyed in the lyrics become unmistakably clear. This is an unequivocal love song. Furthermore, the lyrics are strikingly candid, unabashedly painting a heart-wrenching scene, attending the wedding of an ex-girlfriend as a guest. The lyrics and melody are suffused with deep sorrow, entrapment, loss, and pain. A myriad of negative emotions intertwine like a vast whirlpool, ensnaring the audience within, rendering them helpless. Goodness, this original love song is overwhelmingly powerful. Forgive me for my candor, but it brings to mind my first love, whom I parted with upon graduation last year. She got married, and I lacked the courage to attend. I fled. I evaded. It is excruciating, unbearably painful. This song feels like a knife, repeatedly stabbing at my heart. Who is this masked singer? Do they seek my demise? Hey, hey, hey. To my friends upstairs, wake up. You've got the focus all wrong. Yes, awaken, for this song is dedicated to the diva Liu Ruyan, who is about to be married. Could it be that the creator of this song is the infamous scoundrel Liu Ruyan, using the platform of the masked singer to publicly express feelings for an ex? Staging an annual tragic romance drama. What on earth? The imaginative musings of the gentleman above are rather audacious, yet upon deeper reflection, it indeed seems plausible. Liu Ruyan, the notorious scoundrel of the First Nation, is nothing short of an enigma. It would not be surprising for him to commit acts of utter astonishment, even leveraging such moments to express his emotions. Good heavens! If he truly is the infamous Liu Ruyan, then the implications of this revelation are monumental. This would undoubtedly be the most explosive entertainment news of the year, destined to be etched into the annals of history. The barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy, a tidal wave of speculations, gasps, and discussions engulfing the audience. Everyone was astounded by this audacious conjecture. The thought that this song was dedicated to the diva Liu Ruyan, coupled with the candid references to weddings and guests within the lyrics, ignited a fervent curiosity among the masses, their enthusiasm for gossip reaching unprecedented heights. As for Liu Ruyan seated among the judges, she had succumbed to a state of utter stupor, her body frozen as if under a spell, rigidly perched on her chair, transfixed by the masked singer on stage. Her gaze was vacant and bewildered, as though her soul had departed, leaving behind merely an empty shell. If she could not discern that this song had been penned by that contemptible Liu Ruyan, then her years of existence would have truly been in vain. Particularly poignant were the lyrics referencing the first winter following their breakup, the unexpected text message, and the unabashed mentions of marriage and weddings. Each line pierced her heart with the precision of a dagger, striking at the most tender and vulnerable recesses of her being. Liu Ruyan, that despicable scoundrel, had composed a song for her, and he had the audacity to conceal his identity and perform it before a national audience? What on earth was he attempting to achieve? Was he unwell? Or had he simply become so glutted with self-importance that he sought to disgust her deliberately? Was this an expression of his profound affection? A contrition for the pain he had inflicted upon her? Or was it merely a desperate ploy to garner public sympathy and attention, an attempt to rehabilitate his tarnished image? Liu Ruyan's fingers tightened around the microphone, turning pale from the strain, while her chest felt as though it were crushed beneath an immense weight, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Indeed, she harbored a deep-seated resentment for Liu Ruyan, loathing his callousness, his abrupt departure, and his year-long silence. Yet, the bond they had shared over the years transcended mere romantic affection, evolving into a complex entanglement that resembled familial ties, intertwined with a myriad of emotions, love and hate. Like two opposing forces, waged a tumultuous battle within her heart, intertwining and ensnaring her in a torment that threatened to unravel her very being. As for her impending marriage to Li Mingzhi, the third scion of the Li family, she must confess that she felt no affection for him. Not even a modicum of goodwill. Li Mingzhi was merely a beast clad in human guise. A deeply concealed homosexual whose marriage to her served only as fade to deflect scrutiny and silence gossip. Her acquiescence to this union was solely for the future advancement of the Qin Yuan group and the interests of her family, an unavoidable compromise and sacrifice. Scoundrel. Cad. Leave completely. And do so with clarity. It has been a year since our separation. Can we not find solace in our own lives? Why must you intermittently surface to repulse and irritate? Is it only when she is driven to madness that you shall find satisfaction? Liu Ruyan furiously berated Liu Qin in her mind, wishing fervently to see that scoundrel face the most brutal of fates. Throughout this past year, she has endeavored to erase Liu Qin from her memory, striving to obliterate any trace of that cad from her consciousness. Indeed, she has made some progress. At least in her daily life, she has managed to refrain from actively recalling Liu Qin or deliberately seeking out any news related to him. Yet, this wretched soul, this haunting scoundrel, why must he re-emerge at this moment? Moreover, in such a startling and unforeseen manner, he disrupts her tranquil existence. As Liu Ruyan's inner turmoil surged, a cacophony of emotions galloped wildly within her. The song on stage continued unabated. Qin Yuan's poignant melody resonated with an enchanting power that ensnared the hearts of all, drawing them into a profound abyss of sorrow and helplessness. The director of the program, seemingly attuned to the audience's sentiments, deftly directed the camera towards Liu Ruyan at the judges' table, granting her a lingering close-up. This shot particularly highlighted her knuckles, which appeared slightly white from gripping the microphone too tightly, alongside her pallid complexion. As the close-up aired, the live chat erupted in a frenzy, with countless spectators buzzing with excitement and speculation. On stage, Qin Yuan's voice continued to weave its spell, each note and word imbued with deep emotion that struck at the heart. Unbeknownst to her, the bell tolled. You waited patiently for him to draw near. He gently knelt, sliding the ring onto your fourth finger. When all others rejoiced for you, I was left in a foolish state of clarity. It dawned on me that we share no connection. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. I constantly remind myself not to flee. Today, you appear exceptionally beautiful, a beauty once held in my embrace. Alas, this is your wedding with him, while I remain merely a guest. I cast aside all memories to fulfill your love, yet I remain unwilling to accept this fate. What was promised as forever has transformed into a mere past. I attempt to sincerely wish you well. Please forgive my lack of grace and ambition. At least I can still be the one to witness your love. Meeting him truly makes you fortunate. I hope he loves you even more than I did. As the final notes of the song faded, their lingering resonance enveloped the audience, both present and virtual, in a profound sadness that rendered them spellbound. It felt as though the very essence of this melody had siphoned away all energy, leaving behind an abyss of melancholy and wistfulness. After a prolonged silence, someone in the audience finally broke the suffocating stillness with a sharp intake of breath, awakening the crowd from their reverie. Almost instantaneously, the live stream's chat erupted like a volcanic eruption, a torrent of comments flooding the screen in a fervent resurgence of enthusiasm. I find myself utterly indifferent to any sensational gossip. The emotional impact of this song is overwhelmingly potent, akin to a nuclear bomb. Even as a robust man, I was moved to tears, unable to stem the flow of my sorrow. And for those of you who have endured breakups or attended the weddings of former lovers, I, a lifelong singleton, can barely contain my tears at merely envisioning such a poignant scene. It pierces the heart and is utterly tormenting. Genius, sheer genius. This is undoubtedly a masterwork. The ability to craft such poignant lyrics and melodies signifies a musical prodigy. No, a divine being gracing the earthly realm. Excuse me? Is the masked singer present? While listening to your performance, I inadvertently recalled my first love, leading to a misunderstanding with my wife, who assumed I was still harboring feelings for my ex. She gave me a sound reprimand and even made me kneel on durian as punishment. Who will compensate for my emotional distress? The pain is excruciating. I feel as though my heart has been hollowed out, leaving me with a profound sense of emptiness, loneliness, and chill. Chapter 5. Who penned the song? On stage, the lights remained dazzling, and the sound equipment dutifully emitted faint electrical hums. Yet, everything seemed to have lost its intrinsic meaning. Only the intangible, lingering sorrow of the song weighed heavily upon each person's heart, suffocating them with its palpable presence. In the audience, moments ago a cacophony of noise and fervent enthusiasm. The crowd now stood as if enchanted, engulfed in silence. Each individual gaped with mouths agape and eyes wide, their faces a canvas of varied emotions, shock, bewilderment, confusion, and profound sentiment, yet predominantly, an ineffable, deep-seated sorrow. Their eyes glistened with tears, many discreetly wiping away the moisture, their choked sobs rising and falling. Clearly still ensnared in the melancholic ambience conjured by the song guest. Within the live stream, the barrage of comments had slightly subsided. Not due to a waning of enthusiasm among the spectators, but rather because they were spellbound, rendered dazed and tearful by the performance. Their minds, thoughts, and fingers dulled. Even their typing speed had significantly slowed. Nonetheless, a plethora of comments continued to cascade intermittently across the screen, each word and sentence imbued with intense emotions, shock, inspiration, sorrow, and resonance, intertwining to nearly inundate the entire live stream. Oh my God, I could explode right here. This song is absolutely phenomenal. It sends chills down my spine. And I can't stop the tears. The lyrics are so painfully real, it's as if there's a surveillance camera on my life. Every line strikes a chord within me. During my ex's wedding, I attended, suppressing my tears, but now, listening to this song, I have completely broken down. Who says tough men don't cry? Today, I will weep oceans for this song. It must become a hit. It would be a travesty if it doesn't. I've already started a loop of it. The masked singer is incredible. This is the true king of masked singing. A deity of music has descended. I simply must know the identity of this legendary masked vocalist. Please, I implore the production team to reveal the artist's name. I am eager to meet this genius. I am desperate for the complete version. I can hardly wait to download it and play it on repeat all day long. The song is titled Guest, and I have recorded it on my phone. Once the live stream concludes, I will share it online for more to experience this masterpiece. To the kind soul above, may you be blessed with peace. Thank you for sharing. I am already anticipating the next song from this masked artist. What other surprises might they have in store for us? Surprise aside, my only curiosity lies in whether he can still perform songs of such caliber. This piece seems to represent the pinnacle of his artistry, a feat perhaps insurmountable. The barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, weaving an intricate tapestry of thoughts within a vast sea of information. Among the audience, some discerning souls began to savor the deeper meanings embedded in this song. This composition is a heartfelt gift from the silver-masked singer to the diva, Liu Ruyan. At the edge of the stage, the director, attuned to the atmosphere, swiftly focused the camera on Liu Ruyan, akin to a shark sensing blood. A close-up brutally captured the nuances of her expression, laying bare her subtle emotions before the audience, for they pursued nothing but the allure of views. Beneath the spotlight, Liu Ruyan's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, reminiscent of a rose kissed by morning dew, yet tinged with an imperceptible fragility. Her gaze had lost its former brilliance, becoming hollow and bewildered, as if her spirit had momentarily departed. She allowed herself to imagine, for a fleeting moment, what it would be like to be the protagonist of this song, invited to attend Liu Qin's wedding. Merely contemplating this notion engulfed her in a suffocating anguish. Her heart gripped by an invisible force, rendering her breathless and deeply pained. She feared she might shatter, succumbing to madness. It was undeniable that even a year after parting ways with Liu Qin, the shadow of that man remained indelibly etched in her heart, a haunting presence. Impossible to erase or forget. Love twisted like a vine, growing wildly within her, while hatred resembled a poisoned blade, perpetually tormenting her soul. This intricate interplay of love and hate plunged her into an abyss of unending suffering. The diva's eyes brimmed with tears, evoking a pang of sympathy. Whose pen wrought such a devastating song? One so potent it moved her to tears, leaving my heart in shambles as well. This melody seems to whisper hidden meanings. If it is indeed a tribute to the diva, are there unspoken truths within? Uncertainty loomed, leaving many perplexed, sparking a flurry of speculation in the comments section. Each viewer ablaze with curiosity. Regrettably, this query is destined for ambiguity, as the production team will maintain their enigma, prolonging the suspense. On stage, Qin Yuan stood motionless. His eyes slightly reddened, the emotions conveyed through the song resonating within him. He silently murmured to himself, "Liu Gu. I have sung this song for Liu Ruyan on your behalf." Little Sa made his entrance onto the stage with his signature buoyant stride, his face adorned with a professional smile. In a tone laced with playful exaggeration, he quipped, "The original song of this silver-masked deity is undeniably powerful. It's practically a version of Tear Gas Plus. Even I, a man who prides himself on being as resilient as an eagle, was nearly brought to tears by the performance." As he spoke, Little Sa theatrically raised his hand to feign wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. His flamboyant act eliciting laughter from the audience and showcasing his prowess as a host, effectively easing the slightly tense atmosphere. Next came the thrilling voting segment, with a shift in tone to one of fervent excitement. Little Sa urged the audience present and all viewers online to participate enthusiastically in the voting process and boldly speculate the true identity of the masked singer, codenamed Silver Mask. Who could the real identity be? He encouraged everyone to unleash their imagination and actively guess, if no one could make a substantial guess. The enigmatic identity of the Silver Mask would remain a mystery until the next competition, of course, within the bounds of the rules. Our panel of 5 esteemed judges had the right to pose questions to the Silver Mask, who could choose to respond or remain silent, exercising their prerogative to refrain from answering. As Little Saw animatedly explained the voting rules, he gestured for the audience and online viewers to spring into action. Instantly, the venue and the live stream erupted once more, with the audience engaging in fervent discussions and speculations. The 5 judges exchanged glances, their expressions varied and intriguing. Fat Han was the first to express his thoughts, adjusting his glasses as he spoke earnestly. In my personal opinion, this is undoubtedly a remarkable original piece, a rarity in recent years. The melody and the emotional depth of the lyrics are exceptional. This singer's musical talent is astonishing, truly a hidden gem in the music industry. Old Liu nodded in agreement, stroking his beard and adding in a voice tinged with experience. Indeed, what Fat Han says is accurate. This song possesses a compelling emotional power. The singer's skills are commendable, with a fullness of emotion that combines technique and sentiment, truly a powerhouse vocalist. Milk Tea Round chimed in with a sweet smile. I also adore this song. Its catchy melody and poignant lyrics resonate deeply with listeners. I can't help but play it on repeat, eagerly anticipating the upcoming performance of this Silver Mask deity. Your evaluations are indeed quite astute. Qin Yuan seized the opportunity, grasping the microphone before him, his gaze intensely fixed on the masked figure of Qin Yuan on stage. With a tone laced with curiosity, he cautiously inquired, "Might I pose a question to you?" The enigmatic masked singer known as the Silver-Faced One? A simple yes or no will suffice. Certainly, Qin Yuan nodded slightly, his voice, meticulously altered, retained a metallic quality that rendered his authenticity elusive. This song. Qin Yuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his tone growing earnest. I once knew a prodigious musical genius whose compositional style and lyrical tendencies bear an uncanny resemblance to this piece, guest. In fact, he even crafted a song specifically tailored for me. May I inquire whether this song was indeed penned by that musical savant? Having cultivated a close rapport with Qin Yuan and possessing an intimate familiarity with his vocal nuances, as well as an understanding of Liu Qin's stylistic essence, Qin Yuan had already conjectured Qin Yuan's true identity. Yet, he was acutely aware that the paramount concern at that moment was the entertainment value of the show. Thus, he deftly steered the conversation towards the legendary yet inscrutable figure, Liu Qin. Yes or no? Qin Yuan pressed on, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qin Yuan, meticulously observing every subtle shift in his expression. Yes, Qin Yuan's lips curved into a subtly enigmatic smile, a gentle nod confirming his affirmation. Upon hearing their exchange, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Their breaths quickened in anticipation. Nai Cha Luan, Han Peng Peng, and Lu Lao Han shared a knowing glance, collectively displaying exaggerated expressions of shock, as if genuinely taken aback by the revelation. Liu Ruyan, her brow already furrowed, deepened her frown, her gaze piercing as she fixated on the figure concealed behind the silver mask. With urgency, she pressed, "Silver-faced singer. Who is the true author of this song, guest?" "Ah, were you not already aware of the answer?" Qin Yuan chuckled softly, his voice, still distorted by the vocal modulator, carried a barely perceptible warmth, echoing the thoughts swirling in her mind. Realization dawned upon Liu Ruyan, her body quivering slightly as her expression froze, a complex tapestry of emotions swirling in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, the stage's close-up cameras captured the intricate nuances of her expression, magnifying it for all the audience to behold. In an instant, the entire live broadcasting room, along with all the audience present, was utterly stunned, as if time had come to a standstill. Each person's heart felt as though it had been gently caressed by a cat's paw, awakening an indescribable sensation of tingling delight, accompanied by an intensifying curiosity and a fervent appetite for gossip. This song, guest, who could possibly be its composer? This question emerged like Pandora's box, once opened. It could never be easily closed again, growing wildly in the hearts of all, an inescapable obsession. Chapter 6. The rogue. As the curtain of the Masked Singer program slowly descended, the dazzling lights gradually dimmed, ultimately surrendering to a tranquil silence. The performances of the other singers that evening were commendable, yet when juxtaposed with the silver-masked singer's poignant piece, The Guest, it was as if the stars had encountered the full moon, instantly paling in comparison. The audience present, along with the billions watching from their screens, seemed to have their souls siphoned away, lingering in the melancholic ambience conjured by The Guest, unable to return to reality for an extended time. Such a song, piercing like a dagger to the innermost depths of the soul, is a rare gem in today's tumultuous music scene, as scarce as a phoenix feather. Moreover, the subtle narrative that surfaced behind the song, shrouded in mystery, incited countless imaginations, awakening an insatiable curiosity. All gazes appeared to be drawn by invisible threads, remaining ensnared in the intense reverberations evoked by the guest, unable to extricate themselves. At the conclusion of the program, following the established protocol, the host, Xiao Sa, beamed as he announced the evening's voting results in the list of advancing singers. Yet, the enigmatic silver-masked singer's true identity remained an enigma, eluding all guesses. However, in the shadow of the guest's brilliance, these program formalities seemed to lose their significance, akin to ephemeral wisps of smoke that vanish in an instant. The audience's thoughts and whispers continued to revolve around the silver-masked singer and that heart-wrenching melody, which bloomed like sorrowful flowers upon their hearts. After the recording concluded, Liu Ruyan rose slowly, resembling a soulless marionette. She did not greet anyone, nor did she acknowledge the complex gazes surrounding her. She simply departed the brilliantly lit studio in silence, solitary and withdrawn. Her silhouette elongated under the lights, appearing exceptionally desolate, her fragile frame seemingly on the verge of being scattered by the night wind. For Liu Ruyan, the guest was far more than just a song. It resembled a rusted yet remarkably precise key, unexpectedly unlocking the long-sealed treasure chest of memories she had long avoided. Those past experiences, which she had meticulously buried deep within her heart, erupted like vines breaking through the earth, consuming her thoughts in a frenzy. She was compelled to confront, in an unguarded and unreserved manner, the emotions she had strived to evade and wished to forget entirely. The architect of this emotional tempest, a man named Liu Qin, existing like a phantom, remained conspicuously absent, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. He seemed to cast a vague shadow across distant realms of time and space, only to dissipate silently, like mist. Liu Ruyan was left standing alone, grappling with the intricate tapestry of emotions that were too complex to articulate. On the social media platforms that night, discussions surrounding the guest erupted with volcanic intensity, soaring skyward and remaining unabated. Netizens, akin to a boiling cauldron, launched into fervent debates over the identity of the song's creator, with speculations proliferating and the atmosphere thick with intrigue. Numerous benevolent individuals, fervently passionate about uncovering the truth, have taken on the role of modern-day detectives, akin to Sherlock Holmes. They meticulously dissect every word exchanged between Qin Yuan and the silver-masked king on stage, frame by frame analyzing the brief dialogue between Liu Ruyan and the silver-masked king. Their insatiable curiosity burns like an uncontrollable wildfire, consuming all in its path. Thus, this poignant song, akin to a tear gas grenade titled Guest, prompts the question, who is its true composer? My heart quivers with anticipation. After listening, I find myself even more perplexed, convinced that teacher Qin Yuan is privy to some hidden truths. His remark, "I know a musical genius," undoubtedly carries deeper implications. I implore the experts among us to unravel the profound meaning behind this song. Each lyric seems laden with significance, evoking a sense of ominous intrigue. A deluge of curious speculation and fervent inquiries floods various social forums, dominating discussions. Amidst this tempest, a user by the name of psychological detective Ming Chen emerges like a beacon of hope, unveiling a bombshell of a video. In this clip, he conducts a meticulous frame-by-frame analysis of Liu Ruyan's micro-expressions upon hearing Guest. Ming Chen's voice is low and magnetic, imbued with an undeniable certainty as he intones, "First, allow me to present my conclusion. This song Guest is, without a doubt, 99.99% pinned by the much-maligned figure, Liu Qin, dedicated to our diva Liu Ruyan. As for the true identity of the performer, I cannot ascertain that at this moment. Please refrain from hastily questioning my conclusion. Allow me to elucidate further. Observe closely. At the moment Liu Ruyan hears the silver-masked king's affirmative response of yes, her lips exhibit a barely perceptible downturn, accompanied by her tightly gripping the microphone. Each subtle expression, every minute gesture, reflects the intricate tapestry of emotions within Liu Ruyan toward this songwriter, an entanglement of love and resentment, ineffable in nature. Thus, based on my professional analysis and process of elimination, Guest is indeed a composition by the long-vanished Liu Qin. As a burgeoning authority in psychology online, Ming Chen employs rigorous logical reasoning and expert micro-expression analysis to unearth the true author of Guest, revealing it to be the long-ostracized Liu Qin. This richly informative video, brimming with astute insights, ignites a frenzy across the internet, rocketing to the top of trending lists on social media platforms, stirring an even more tumultuous wave of public discourse. Liu Qin, once the subject of widespread condemnation, resurfaces unexpectedly after a year, re-entering the collective consciousness of countless netizens with a startling revelation. This time, the tide of public opinion, as with every previous instance, is a deluge of scorn across the internet, with vitriol crashing in like a tsunami. Undoubtedly, no one dares to question Liu Qin's musical talent. His demonstrated prowess in composition has completely captivated all, leaving no room for critique. What remains the subject of disdain is Liu Qin's character, which has been nailed to the pillar of shame. How outrageous! This scoundrel Liu Qin must truly be unwell. His malevolent spirit lingers incessantly. Knowing that the illustrious diva Liu Ruyan is set to wed the esteemed Li Sanxiao, he suddenly emerges to pen a song titled Guest, even going so far as to enlist someone to sing it for her. What is his intent? Whom does he wish to disgust? Indeed, was it not this very scoundrel who betrayed and abandoned the diva in the past? Now that she is poised to enter a wealthy family and ascend to greatness, he shamelessly reappears, attempting to undermine her happiness? One must admit, Liu Qin's manipulative tactics are truly profound. He has reached new heights of depravity, achieving a level of shamelessness previously unseen. While his moral fiber is irredeemably tarnished, his creative prowess is undeniably commendable. Were someone to compose such a song for me as a declaration of love, I would surely capitulate on the spot, embracing all his flaws. Yet, therein lies the crux of the matter, the word scoundrel. What use is a beautiful melody if the man is eternally tainted? Netizens have transformed into righteous judges, fervently voicing their opinions online, passionately denouncing Liu Qin's scoundrel behavior, their condemnation resounding like thunder. The song is undoubtedly exquisite, with every word piercing the heart and every line dripping with sorrow, yet Liu Qin, this scoundrel, is indeed vile to the core, provoking outrage. Chapter 7. A New Song. The first episode of Masked Singer has concluded, and while the tumult of the stage has subsided, the fervent discussions online have ignited like wildfire, intensifying with each passing moment. People are engrossed in speculating about the identities of each masked singer, with waves of conjecture and debate escalating one after another. The song Guest has taken flight, spreading across the digital realm with astonishing speed. On various music platform charts, the name Guest has soared like a rocket, claiming the top position, unassailable by any contender. Countless internet celebrities are flocking to cover the song, eager to bask in its popularity and enhance their own notoriety. Social media platforms such as Douyin and Weibo have been thoroughly inundated with analyses and interpretations of this song. However, the more popular the song becomes, the more vehement the criticism towards Liu Qin surges. The term Gui Zha clings to Liu Qin's name like an inescapable curse. His reputation as a scoundrel has not faded with the passage of time. Instead, it has matured like fine wine, reaching an astonishing pinnacle. In certain online communities, a group has emerged that venerates Liu Qin as their spiritual idol, treating his dubious actions as a standard, which is both amusing and absurd. Meanwhile, within the entertainment industry, undercurrents are stirring. Numerous talent agencies and music studios, sensing the scent of blood, are eagerly seeking information about Liu Qin, hoping to establish contact with him. In this realm where fame and fortune reign supreme, very few genuinely care about Liu Qin's character. The opportunity to obtain a song crafted specifically by Liu Qin signifies immense traffic and exposure, enough to make them flock to him like moths to a flame. It seems that anyone who can hitch a ride on Liu Qin's coattails could achieve overnight wealth and fame. Yet, amid all this clamor and chaos, Liu Qin remains blissfully unaware. The toll of overexerting his body on stage has proven far weightier than he anticipated. He has succumbed to a profound coma, sleeping for 3 to 4 days, his consciousness adrift in an endless abyss of darkness, teetering on the brink of life and death, nearly claimed by the Grim Reaper. Fortunately, his indomitable vitality ultimately pulled him back from the threshold of the afterlife. In the hospital room, sunlight filters through the pristine glass window, bringing a glimmer of warmth to the cold space. 7 days have quietly elapsed. After struggling in the depths of darkness for what felt like an eternity, Liu Qin finally manages to slowly lift his heavy eyelids. His blurred vision gradually sharpens, revealing Qin Yuan seated beside his hospital bed, cradling a fruit platter. His gaze intently fixed on the phone screen, fingers gliding across it with calm concentration. Nearby, a young nurse in a pink uniform sits quietly, her expression gentle and concerned, occasionally glancing at the intricate medical devices beside Liu Qin, recording various data. At that moment, a line of cold electronic text suddenly materializes in Liu Qin's field of vision, akin to whispers from the netherworld, yet laced with a hint of hopeful yearning. The song Guest has achieved an extraordinary level of popularity, classified as SSS. You have gained an additional 30 days of life and an increase of 1 health point, bringing your current health status to 2 out of 100. Recovery is possible once health exceeds 80. Upon reading these words, Lucian felt the tension in his body ease slightly. A surge of indescribable joy and relief flooding his heart. He had survived. He could continue to live. This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning in the dark, illuminating his bleak existence. A wave of excitement washed over him, causing his frail body to tremble. Yet, alongside this exhilaration came an overwhelming agony, as if countless dull blades were slicing through his being, rendering him nearly breathless. Despite the mere addition of 2 health points and a 30-day extension to his life, he remained a terminal cancer patient, gravely ill and facing imminent demise. The harsh reality swiftly pulled him back from the brink of euphoria. Awakening him to the urgency of his situation, he could not afford to squander time. He must write songs with fervor, exerting every ounce of strength to seize this hard-won opportunity for survival, without allowing himself a moment of complacency or lethargy. Paper, pen. Lucian summoned all his energy to croak out these 2 hoarse and feeble words, barely audible. However, these words shattered the tranquility of the hospital room like thunder. Qin Yuan and the young nurse instantly leaped from their chairs, as if jolted by electricity. "The patient has awakened," the nurse exclaimed in delight. Swiftly pressing the call bell at the head of the bed, the shrill sound pierced the corridor's silence, and soon after, the door burst open, admitting the chief physician along with a dozen anxious medical professionals who rushed in like a whirlwind. They quickly surrounded Lucian, activating various intricate medical devices to conduct a thorough and detailed examination of his condition. Once it was confirmed that his vital signs were stable and showed no signs of deterioration, the physicians exhaled in relief and began to disperse, leaving only the chief physician, who gently reassured Lucian that his condition was currently stable and urged him to rest. However, Lucian, weak yet resolute, shook his head stubbornly, his cracked lips laboriously moving as he repeated, "Paper, pen." His voice remained frail but carried an undeniable conviction and persistence. Witnessing this, Qin Yuan could no longer contain his sorrow. His eyes brimmed with tears that spilled over. He choked on his words, speaking sorrowfully, "Teacher Liu, please rest well and do not think about writing songs anymore. I have already performed guest live on the Masked Singer stage for Liu Ruyan, and everyone heard it." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the bloodshot corners of Lucian's eyes curved slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted feebly, revealing a weak yet contented smile, as if he had fulfilled a significant wish. The chief physician and the young nurse, standing to the side, were struck as if by lightning, their eyes widening in disbelief and shock. What on earth? This frail patient, appearing as delicate as a candle flickering in the wind, was indeed the silver-masked singer of the renowned show. Then, was the one lying on the hospital bed not the infamous Lucian, reviled by the masses? Wait a moment. Nurse Chu Wei gasped sharply, her slender fingers covering her slightly parted lips, her clear eyes brimming with astonishment and a myriad of complex emotions. She swiftly recalled the timeline of Lucian's hospitalization and the recent rumors circulating online about him and the show. A bold and heart-wrenching truth flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the entire situation. Lucian's past infidelity and breakup were not the actions of a scoundrel, but rather a meticulously planned act of self-sacrifice to protect Liu Ruyan, so as not to burden her. He chose to end their relationship at the peak of his glory because he had been diagnosed with cancer, knowing his time was limited. He did not wish for Liu Ruyan to share in his suffering and despair, thus he severed their bond in the most resolute manner, allowing her to let go completely and start anew. How could this be the act of a rogue? This was clearly the mark of profound devotion. Coupled with the heart-wrenching and poignant lyrics of the show, Nurse Chu Wei could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, soaking her pink mask. "Writing songs is my last wish. Do not stop me. Let me sing it." Lucian, summoning the last of his strength, weakly grasped Qin Yuan's hand, each word seeming to emerge from a shattered bellows, fragmented yet exceptionally clear, striking heavily against Qin Yuan's heart, causing this tall man to weep uncontrollably, like a flood bursting forth. All right, Teacher Liu, rest assured. You speak, I will write. I promise to write." Qin Yuan choked on his words, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, trembling as he retrieved paper and a pen from the bedside, handing them to Lucian. Lucian weakly accepted the paper and pen, his fingers trembling slightly from the intense pain, yet his gaze remained resolute, determined to write the song himself. He feared that if Qin Yuan were to write on his behalf, the system would deem the song not his own creation, thus affecting the extension of his life. Reluctantly, Qin Yuan could only nod in tearful agreement, quietly sitting by the bed, watching as Liu Ruyan, tormented by pain, painstakingly inscribed one word after another on the paper. Each stroke seemed to extract every ounce of his strength, accompanied by heart-wrenching groans of agony. Liu Ruyan's suppressed and pained murmurs resonated like distant thunder, striking again and again against Qin Yuan's heart, leaving him gasping in anguish. Beside him, the young nurse Zhu Wei had already been reduced to tears, her vision blurred by weeping. She covered her mouth, desperately trying to suppress her sobs, yet was unable to prevent the whimpers from escaping through her fingers. Time passed, each second stretching into what felt like a century. At last, a new song, imbued with the fire of life and boundless affection, gradually took shape in Liu Ruyan's trembling hands, leaping onto the page. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Liu Ruyan managed to utter a few fragmented words. Sing. Fire. Must. Rest assured, I will sing fire. I will sing fire. Qin Yuan hurriedly leaned down, gripping Liu Ruyan's hand tightly, nodding vigorously, fearing that any moment of hesitation might cause Liu Ruyan to falter and close his eyes forever. Suddenly, the small table before Liu Ruyan slid down weakly, crashing heavily onto the cold floor with a dull thud. Liu Ruyan, who had been barely supporting himself, seemed to have had all his strength drained, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Teacher Liu, Qin Yuan exclaimed in alarm, quickly leaning in to check on Liu Ruyan's condition. The chief physician rushed forward, his expression tense as he monitored the various medical devices tracking Liu Ruyan's vital signs. After a meticulous examination, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, speaking in a calm tone. He merely fainted from excessive pain. His vital signs are temporarily stable, and he is not in immediate danger. That's good. That's good. Qin Yuan exhaled a breath of relief, his tense body relaxing in response. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, cautiously picking up the paper that had fallen to the ground, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. He slowly walked to the door of the ward, leaning against the cold wall, gently unfolding the paper. What met his eyes were the titles of 2 new songs, The Hasty Years and Dignity. 2 songs. A jolt of indescribable excitement and shock surged within Qin Yuan. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began to meticulously study the lyrics and melodies of the 2 songs, seeking to decipher the emotions and sentiments Liu Ruyan wished to convey. Before long, Nurse Zhu Wei emerged from the room, her eyes swollen like ripe peaches, her expression sorrowful as she gazed at Qin Yuan, her voice thick with tears. Mr. Qin, why don't you tell Liu Ruyan the truth about Liu Ruyan? She should know everything. With tear-filled eyes, Nurse Zhu Wei spoke in a disjointed manner. Liu Ruyan, he is so pitiful. He is suffering from such a severe illness yet must silently endure so much misunderstanding and pain. Liu Ruyan, she is about to marry someone else, while Liu Ruyan can only lie here, helplessly watching the woman he loves marry another. It's someone else's wedding. I truly cannot bear it. It's too heartbreaking. I must tell Liu Ruyan. She has missed out on such a wonderful man. Zhu Wei's emotions completely unraveled, her voice choked with sorrow, nearly rendering her speechless. As the young nurse released the pent-up emotions within her, Qin Yuan slowly began to speak, his voice low and calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. This was a choice made by Teacher Liu himself. Qin Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and complex, staring into the distance as he softly sighed. Do you truly wish for him to depart without peace? The nurse, Zhu Wei, was momentarily rendered speechless. As if someone had grasped her throat, all the words she longed to articulate became lodged within her, silenced. She could only watch helplessly as tears slipped silently down her cheeks, her fingers turning pale from the intensity of her grip. In the bustling train station of the magical city, Qin Yuan had just emerged from the station with his suitcase when his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number, yet it was local to the city. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Senior, is it you who's saying guest? A melodious female voice resonated from the other end, filled with a hint of trepidation and hope, pure and ethereal like a mountain springs, refreshing to the soul. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the voice, a gentle smile forming on his lips. It was his junior from elementary school, the prodigious Wang Feifei from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Wang Feifei possessed exceptional vocal skills, striking beauty, and remarkable musical talent, making her a rising star at the conservatory. Yet, perhaps due to the caprices of fate or her own disposition, despite graduating years ago, she had yet to encounter a song that truly belonged to her. Remaining obscure in the music industry, her lofty nature prevented her from compromising her principles, and she scorned the sordid undercurrents of the entertainment world. Thus, despite her extraordinary talent and looks, she continued to struggle on the periphery of the industry. Once, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei had privately agreed that when he had saved enough money, he would approach Liu Qin to procure a song tailored for Wang Feifei, to help her soar to great heights. However, the winds of fate are unpredictable, and misfortune can strike at any moment. Soon, news of Liu Qin's breakup with Liu Ruyan emerged, followed by a wave of public scorn branding him as a scoundrel. At that time, Wang Feifei, youthful and proud, held a disdainful attitude towards such a man of poor character, leading to the abandonment of their plan to purchase a song, leaving it to fade into obscurity. As his thoughts ebbed away like the tide, Qin Yuan returned to the present, his tone gentle as he replied, "Yes, it was me who sang it, Feifei. Is it truly the song written by that scoundrel Liu Qin?" Wang Feifei's voice came again, laced with a hint of unmasked doubt and complexity. "Please refer to him as Teacher Liu." Qin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, his tone tinged with annoyance as he corrected her. He disliked the derogatory label of scoundrel applied to Liu Qin. Despite the weight of such a title, in Qin Yuan's heart, Liu Qin would always be a respected musical genius, his mentor and dear friend. I beg your pardon, Senior, it was a slip of the tongue on my part, Teacher Liu." Wang Feifei quickly apologized, her tone shifting to one of respect, and continued to inquire, "Senior, may I still purchase a song from Teacher Liu?" The harsh reality loomed before her, without a song capable of garnering fame. She feared that even her sustenance would be compromised. Moreover, with the immense popularity of the show Masked Singer, she had unexpectedly received an invitation from the production team to participate in the recording of its second episode. This opportunity was undeniably a rare stroke of fortune for her. If she could perform a song tailored specifically for her on that stage, she was confident that she could seize this chance, achieving national recognition and realizing her musical aspirations. "Well, I happen to possess a song written by Teacher Liu, with a melody and lyrics that are truly exceptional. I believe it would suit your voice and style remarkably well." The melody and lyrics of "In the Years Gone By" instantly flashed through Qin Yuan's mind. Along with Wang Feifei's ethereal and crystalline voice, he felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that if Wang Feifei were to sing this song, it might indeed capture the hearts of the nation, perhaps even surpassing the popularity of guests. The wish to make these songs resonate was the final testament entrusted to him by Liu Qin before his coma. To fulfill Liu Qin's dying wish, he was willing to spare no effort, dedicating all his strength. Even if Wang Feifei had once looked down upon Liu Qin and might still regard him as a quintessential rogue, Qin Yuan remained unfazed. His sole mission was to exert every ounce of his being to help Liu Qin realize his final desire, ensuring that his musical talent left an indelible mark upon this world. Chapter 8. Foreknowledge. The night in the magical city unfolds like deep blue velvet, sliced into vibrant fragments by countless neon lights. Within an exquisitely adorned private room, the sound system emits a powerful wave of sound, and the ethereal beams of light shift like a painter's palette, infusing the air with the palpable vitality of youth. Wang Feifei, microphone in hand, sings with a voice as clear as snowmelt cascading from mountain peaks, pure and ethereal. Enhanced by professional equipment, her voice gains an additional power that penetrates the soul. In that fleeting year of our youth, how many times did we utter the words of farewell, only to linger? She immerses herself wholly in her performance, each syllable and inflection delivered with precision, imbued with genuine emotion. The wistfulness of youth's transience and the lingering sentiments of unspoken words resonate deeply, striking at the most tender corners of the heart. Qin Yuan sits quietly in a corner of the sofa, his gaze focused and gentle, as if admiring a rare treasure. Yet, this tenderness does not belong to Wang Feifei before him, but rather to the song's creator, Liu Qin. The state-of-the-art surround sound system in the room renders Wang Feifei's voice even more vivid and enchanting. Each note seems to come alive, weaving itself intricately around the listener's heartstrings, sculpting the melody of fleeting youth into something truly breathtaking. As the final note descends, Wang Feifei gently sets down the microphone, exhaling a long breath. A flush of excitement colors her fair cheeks, reminiscent of plum blossoms bravely blooming amidst winter snow. "Senior, this song is simply extraordinary." She unabashedly expresses her astonishment and admiration, her bright eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement, as if she has unearthed a long-buried treasure. "Teacher Liu's talent is truly remarkable. This melody, these lyrics feel as if they were crafted specifically for me." A subtle smile graces Qin Yuan's lips as he lightly touches the remote control, silencing the accompanying track. The room, once filled with exuberance, now descends into serene tranquility. "See, I told you this song is absolutely perfect for you." His voice carries a hint of barely perceptible pride, as if this stunning creation were his own handiwork. Wang Feifei dances over to the sofa, her steps light, and picks up a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table. Unscrewing the cap, she tilts her head back for a sip, moistening her slightly parched throat. The refreshing liquid glides down, bringing her a moment of ease, yet her tone betrays an inescapable sense of regret. Alas, talent is talent, but character truly leaves much to be desired. Her delicately sculpted mouth curls slightly, an unmistakable disdain flickering across her fair visage, her tone laced with a hint of scorn. That national first-rate scoundrel title is truly well-deserved. As a steadfast warrior of pure love, I, Wang Feifei, cannot accept any form of betrayal. After a moment of silence, Qin Yuan picks up a red apple from the fruit platter, his long fingers peeling the skin with slow and meticulous movements. The vibrant red peel dances at his fingertips, resembling ribbons in graceful motion. He was acutely aware of Wang Feifei's character, genuine and candid, with a clear sense of love and hate. Inherently imbued with a sense of superiority and pride, she possessed an almost obsessive adherence to her moral principles, leaving no room for imperfection. The song was undeniably exquisite. As for the person, Qin Yuan's voice was soft, drifting through the air like a sigh, tinged with a barely perceptible wistfulness. Perhaps not as dismal as the rumors suggested. Wang Feifei's delicate brows arched slightly, her clear eyes revealing a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by Qin Yuan's assertion. "Senior, you aren't trying to exonerate him, are you?" Her tone held a playful undertone, yet her gaze, sharp as an X-ray, was fixed intently on Qin Yuan, attempting to penetrate the concealed thoughts behind his tranquil facade. Qin Yuan gently shook his head, offering her a perfectly peeled apple, its smooth surface radiating an enticing fragrance. "I merely believe that many matters should not be judged solely by their superficial appearances." He paused, his tone softening, laced with a hint of guidance. "Once your recording for Masked Singer concludes, I shall introduce you to Teacher Liu." Wang Feifei accepted the apple, her pearly teeth sinking into it, the crisp sound resonating sharply within the quiet confines of the room as the juice spread across her lips. She chewed thoughtfully, her gaze wandering as if she were earnestly contemplating the significance of Qin Yuan's words. After a moment, she spoke slowly, her tone tinged with hesitation. "Meet him?" There was a note of resistance in her voice, her exquisite brows knitting slightly, akin to distant mountains in their grace. "To be honest, Senior, I would prefer not to." She slightly pursed her lips, her tone betraying an undeniable reluctance. "Although the song is commendable and I hold great appreciation for Teacher Liu's talent, the mere thought of his notorious reputation unsettles me." Qin Yuan exhibited no sign of anger, as if he had anticipated Wang Feifei's reaction, his demeanor remaining as calm as still water. "I understand your thoughts," he said gently. After a brief pause, he added with an undeniable conviction, "However, this song embodies Teacher Liu's sentiments, despite your discomfort. You ought to pay him a visit. Moreover, some truths are best grasped firsthand. Once you truly meet him, perhaps your perspective will shift." Wang Feifei's fingers, still holding the apple, momentarily faltered. She lifted her gaze, gazing at Qin Yuan in astonishment, sensing an unusual depth in his tone. "Very well." After a prolonged silence, she finally nodded gently, her tone softening, imbued with a trace of emotion. "In light of this song, it is only right and proper that I personally express my gratitude. Otherwise, it would seem I, Wang Feifei, lack decorum and appear ungrateful, devoid of morals." She lifted her head, her clear gaze locking onto Qin Yuan's, her eyes imbued with a hint of seriousness and determination. "However, Senior, I must clarify in advance that my agreement to meet him is merely out of courtesy and gratitude. It does not signify my endorsement of his character, nor does it imply that I will forgive his despicable act of infidelity." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, one filled with understanding, while a barely perceptible glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes. He firmly believed that once Wang Feifei truly encountered Liu Qin, all misunderstandings and biases would dissipate, and the truth would unveil itself like sunlight piercing through clouds, illuminating every obscured corner. At that moment, an entirely new sense of purpose surged within Qin Yuan, as if a beacon had ignited in the darkness. While he could not make decisions on behalf of Liu Qin or lay bare the truth to Liu Ruyan, he could, to the best of his abilities, gradually unravel the truth, allowing those who held prejudices against Liu Qin to rediscover the authentic Liu Qin, just like Wang Feifei, who harbored profound misunderstandings and biases against him. Qin Yuan resolved to make her the first to grasp the truth. "I understand your point," Qin Yuan said as he rose, stretching his slightly stiff body. "The hour was indeed late, so let us conclude our practice for today. You should head home and rest early." As night deepened, the streets of the bustling metropolis remained ablaze with light, the ceaseless flow of traffic weaving through the city's arteries like a colossal steel serpent. The cacophony and splendor resembling an unending symphony. The two walked side by side out of the karaoke room, strolling along the sidewalk, the neon lights casting mottled shadows upon them. They fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Wang Feifei's emotions mirror the unpredictable night sky. Complex and subtle, filled with both curiosity and intrigue at the prospect of meeting the legendary scoundrel, alongside an instinctive aversion to infidelity. These conflicting sentiments clashed within her heart, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of restlessness. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was enveloped in profound concern and attachment for Liu Ruyan, a cloud of worry that lingered persistently. At the same time, a sense of uncertainty and helplessness regarding the future weighed on him. The road ahead was long and unclear. He did not know how much longer Liu Ruyan could endure or what more he could do for him. The only certainty he held was that he must exhaust every effort and resource to fulfill Liu Ruyan's final wish, ensuring that his musical talent leaves an eternal imprint upon this world, blossoming into a final, resplendent glory. Chapter 9. The second episode premieres. The night envelopes the city like a vast expanse of deep blue velvet, tenderly shrouding it in darkness. The brilliant lights disperse the shadows, resembling countless stars that have fallen to earth. Yet, more dazzling than the city's luminescence is the fervent wave surging through the digital realm. A week has passed since the conclusion of the first episode of The Masked Singer, and its popularity has not waned, rather, like fine wine. It has intensified with the passage of time, ultimately erupting like a long-dormant volcano. The trending charts are dominated by The Masked Singer, with 7 of the top 10 topics closely linked to it: predictions for the second episode song list, ultimate guessing game for the Silver Masked Singer's identity, in-depth emotional analysis of guest lyrics, the sweet wedding date approaches for Liu Ruyan and Li Mingzhi, the unrelenting shadow of domestic scoundrel Liu Ruyan reappears. Desperate plea for The Masked Singer to perform uplifting songs, Mango TV's ratings are set to skyrocket again. Countless netizens seem to have been injected with a stimulant, furiously typing on their keyboards, their fingertips dancing as impassioned discussions threaten to ignite the virtual space. The second episode of The Masked Singer is finally upon us. I can hardly contain my excitement to unveil tonight's song list. Tune in at 8 o'clock sharp. My little stool is ready, snacks and beverages are prepared, just waiting for the grand performance to commence. Will tonight's Masked Singer unveil another groundbreaking original song? The guest from the first episode was nothing short of extraordinary. Still on repeat in my playlist. I earnestly request the production team to step up their game. Please invite more genuine talents like the Silver Masked Singer. Let us not fill the stage with stars who possess only popularity and lack vocal prowess, polluting our ears. Honestly, don't you think that the guest is truly enchanting? Becoming more addictive with each listen? I have been on a loop for a week, utterly captivated. Who understands this struggle? Alas, the song is indeed impeccable. But the fact that it was penned by the domestic scoundrel Liu Ruyan leaves an inexplicable heaviness in my heart. Such extraordinary talent wasted. Calm down, dear sister upstairs. We must separate the song from the creator's character. Just because the creator has flaws does not mean we should entirely dismiss their talent and work. Indeed, while Liu Ruyan's character has been thoroughly discredited, his musical prowess is undeniable. The ability to compose a song like The Guest, which strikes at the very essence of the soul, firmly places him at the pinnacle of the music industry. What I yearn to know most is whether the Silver Masked Singer will grace us with his presence again tonight. If he performs another original masterpiece, I vow to shower the live stream with gifts, sending them soaring. Stop daydreaming, dear sister upstairs. A talent like the Silver Masked Singer is not easily persuaded to return. He likely only participates occasionally for fun, performing a song then retreating into obscurity, concealing his achievements and fame. Sigh, that is true, yet I still harbor a faint hope. I wish tonight's show can once again present a divine song akin to The Guest, capable of achieving legendary status, compared to the new song. I find myself more eagerly anticipating whether any astonishing revelations will emerge tonight. The first episode's tribute to Liu Ruyan was truly a remarkable spectacle, worthy of the title Best Melanating Moment of the Year. Ha ha ha, the upstairs truth seeker. Mango TV has indeed unleashed its creativity this time, daring to broadcast the melodramatic gossip of the entertainment industry directly onto our screens, which is incredibly thrilling and audacious. I can already sense that tonight's Masked Singer is bound to make headlines once again. I am prepared with my notebook, ready to document every electrifying scene that unfolds. For the title of Best Variety Show of the Year, I only acknowledge Masked Singer, and I will not entertain any objections. The comment section is alive with anticipation, speculation, and discussions akin to a tumultuous wave, weaving together a cacophony of online symphony that captivates everyone's attention, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent of public opinion. Everyone is craning their necks, eagerly awaiting the grand unveiling of the second episode of Masked Singer, hoping for the stunning debut of new masked singers, the release of original songs that resonate, and anticipating the revelation of even more explosive and thrilling entertainment gossip. The song guest and the highly controversial figure of Liu Ruyan have become inextricably linked to the program, transforming into popular conversation topics that are shared and savored, their heat ever increasing. In the backstage makeup room, a subtle tension lingers in the air. Wang Feifei, adorned in a beautifully tailored, understated gown, sits quietly before a bright vanity mirror, allowing the skilled makeup artist to work their magic on her delicate features. Although she strives to maintain a calm demeanor, deep within her exquisite eyes, there lies a current of anxiety, reminiscent of turbulent waters beneath a placid surface. After all, this is her first time gracing such a grand and dazzling stage, facing millions of television viewers. The pressure weighs heavily upon her chest, akin to an invisible boulder, nearly rendering her breathless. Qin Yuan stands nearby like a steady elder brother, his gaze warm and encouraging as he watches her, his deep and resonant voice imbued with a soothing power. Feifei, relax. There is no need to be nervous. Just treat it like a rehearsal and naturally showcase your best self. This song, In a Hurry That Year, is a labor of love that teacher Liu has poured countless efforts into. I believe in your ability to interpret it perfectly, resonating with every listener. Wang Feifei gently nods, her pearly teeth grazing her soft lower lip as she takes a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, and responds in a clear voice, Senior, I understand your meaning. I shall exert my utmost effort and wholeheartedly dedicate myself to performing this song, ensuring that I do not betray teacher Liu's expectations of me. Qin Yuan approached her slowly, slightly bending down, and in a low, serious tone, urged, Remember, Feifei, when you perform this song officially, you must solemnly dedicate it to the diva, Ms. Liu Ruyan, who sits on the judging panel. Wang Feifei's previously calm expression momentarily faltered upon hearing Qin Yuan's words. She hesitated, her brow furrowing in confusion as she lifted her gaze, her clear eyes filled with bewilderment. Dedicated to Liu Ruyan? Senior, why is that? A subtle smile played at the corners of Qin Yuan's lips, hinting at a deeper significance, while a glimmer of mischief flickered in his profound gaze. This is a meticulously crafted plan, designed not only to pursue a more captivating performance but also to generate sensational topics of discussion. Consider this. If this heartfelt song is publicly dedicated to the diva Liu Ruyan in front of a national audience, what monumental reactions might ensue? What tumultuous waves of public opinion could be stirred? Wang Feifei, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the underlying intention as the cloud of confusion dissipated, replaced by a look of enlightened understanding. She realized Qin Yuan's true aim. The first episode featuring the guest had erupted onto the scene like thunder from a clear sky, catapulting the Masked Singer show to unprecedented heights of popularity. Behind this astonishing fervor, aside from the exceptional quality of the song itself, the explosive topic of dedicating it to the diva Liu Ruyan had played a pivotal role. It was this controversial and sensational subject that ignited the audience's latent curiosity, akin to pouring gasoline on a fire, resulting in a geometric explosion of the show's popularity. Now, Qin Yuan sought to replicate the successful formula of the guest by having Wang Feifei publicly dedicate this meticulously prepared new song to Liu Ruyan once more, with the obvious intention of reigniting the fervor and elevating the show's popularity to new heights. Senior, I completely understand now. Wang Feifei nodded in realization, her lips curling into a confident and radiant smile. Rest assured, I will execute this performance perfectly according to your plan, and I shall not disappoint you. However, she couldn't help but ask, but, Senior, I still can't suppress my curiosity. Did the national scoundrel Liu Ruyan truly compose this song? The Hasty Years? Wang Feifei hesitated for a moment, unable to quell the lingering doubt deep within her heart, though she had been profoundly moved by the song's exquisite melody and poignant lyrics. The indelible label of national scoundrel that clung to Liu Ruyan's name inevitably stirred a sense of unease within her. Can a man, widely scorned across the internet, truly create such sincere and deeply emotive songs? Qin Yuan remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and his tone resolute. Undoubtedly, this piece was penned by teacher Liu himself. Without a doubt. Wang Feifei fell into a long silence, the struggle in her clear eyes gradually diminishing, ultimately choosing to place her faith in Qin Yuan. After all, the astonishing quality of this song stood indisputably before her, leaving her with no grounds for skepticism. Very well, Senior, I choose to believe in you. If that is the case, I shall proceed as you advise. Wang Feifei playfully shrugged, attempting to cast aside the lingering doubts in her heart. Regardless of whether Liu Qin was a scoundrel or a saint, the beauty of the song was sufficient. The priority was to make the song a sensation, ensuring her own rise to fame across the land. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to gently pat Wang Feifei's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. His profound gaze filled with trust and expectation for her. Go for it, Feifei. I have faith in you. I believe you can achieve greatness. The stage was eagerly awaiting her presence, and millions of viewers were anticipating her breathtaking performance that would captivate the entire audience. Wang Feifei took a deep breath, straightened her slender spine, and gradually stood up. Her previously anxious expression transformed into one of steadfast confidence, radiating brilliance. She felt with clarity that her moment in the spotlight was finally approaching, and she would undoubtedly shine with her unique and dazzling brilliance on this stage. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Chapter 10. Dignity. The last lingering touch of deep blue from the night sky hesitates at the horizon. While the radiant light of day, eager and insatiable, relentlessly tears apart the celestial curtain, hastily spilling the first golden rays of dawn onto the earthly realm. However, even before the outdoors is illuminated by the light, it is the splendid stage of the second episode of The Masked Singer, aglow like midday, that is first to bask in brilliance. Dazzling beams surge forth like a roaring tide, interweaving and transforming in a mesmerizing dance, enveloping the vast studio in a dreamy vortex. The air seems to vibrate with restless excitement and a palpable current of anticipation. The audience has long been engulfed by a fervent wave. A sea of heads pulsating like a golden wheat field, scorching under the summer sun, a restless heat wave carrying countless whispers that swell within the crowd. Countless eyes, akin to long dormant beasts, gaze hungrily and intently at the enormous LED screen at the center of the stage, which loops the highlights of the first episode. Undoubtedly, all attention is riveted on every moment of the silver-masked singer performing guest. Each heart-stirring shot, every soul-stirring close-up strikes the audience's hearts like a resounding hammer, eliciting uncontrollable gasps and screams from the audience, the sound waves threatening to lift the dome of the studio. The online streaming room is inundated with a deluge of comments. A torrent of text cascading like a galaxy in freefall, racing at an uncatchable speed, drowning the entire screen in a boiling sea of white. At last. The second episode is about to commence. For this moment, every cell in my body is clamoring with fervor, my heart pounding like a drum, on the verge of explosion. Silver-masked singer! Silver-masked singer! Silver-masked singer! My cries at this moment could pierce the heavens and reverberate throughout the entire planet. Tonight, please descend upon this stage once more. And with your voice, cleanse our souls anew. Has Watermelon Station truly gone mad this time? The first episode unveiled the nuclear-level masterpiece guest, detonating the entire music scene. How could they possibly surpass that in the second episode? I can scarcely fathom the shock that tonight's program will bestow upon us. I have already prepared my reinforced little stool and ample snacks and drinks to last an eternity, eagerly awaiting the silver-masked singer to ascend once again. If tonight brings us an original as explosive as guest, I shall perform a headstand while washing my hair during the live stream, followed by 3 laps of naked running around the neighborhood. I swear it. Brothers upstairs, please remain calm. The existence of a singer of such caliber has already secured a lifetime of sustenance with just one guest. How can we expect him to churn out masterpieces with the frequency of dumplings? Lowering expectations and adopting a zen approach to the show is the true path. No, I refuse to be zen. I shall elevate my expectations to infinity. I firmly believe that miracles will once again grace us tonight. Silver-masked king of song, please once more captivate my ears and heart with your soul-piercing voice. The fervent waves of comments surge in relentless succession, enveloping the enthusiasm and yearning of both the live audience and those watching online, erupting like a volcano, coalescing into a formidable sound wave that could shake the very heavens and earth. In the center of the stage stands the tall and poised host, Xiao Sa, clad in a meticulously tailored, metallic-hued silver-gray suit that accentuates his striking handsomeness. His face radiates with a signature, brilliant smile as he strides confidently to the center of the stage with vigorous and lively steps. The spotlight, akin to a predator sensing its prey, swiftly locks onto Xiao Sa's figure, pouring down a blazing light that envelopes him in a dazzling halo, as if he were the most resplendent star of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second recording of the program Masked King of Song, exclusively sponsored by XX Group. Xiao Sa's voice, akin to enchanting notes, instantaneously ignites the long-simmering passion of the audience, erupting like a volcanic explosion, with deafening cheers surging through the entire studio. the powerful sound waves causing the very air to tremble. Surely, you all recall the stunning emergence of the silver-masked king of song from the previous episode. Along with his original composition guest, that song not only moved countless listeners present and those watching at home with its heartfelt emotion, but also sparked an unprecedented phenomenon of discussions across the internet. Xiao Sa's magnetic voice momentarily pauses, purposely building suspense, his radiant smile widening, and his tone growing increasingly mysterious. Just moments ago, during this tense and thrilling backstage preparation, our production team received the latest song list from the enigmatic silver-masked king of song. What? A song list? Oh my. The silver-masked king is actually returning. Xiao Sa's emphatic declaration strikes like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. As the audience erupts in a frenzy of ecstatic screams and cheers, a deluge of sound that threatens to lift the solid roof of the studio. On the judges' panel, the previously weary judges, upon hearing this news, reveal astonished expressions, their fatigue momentarily vanishing as excitement radiates from their faces. The ever-composed and graceful diva, Liu Ruyan, whose serene eyes had remained placid, now tremble as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters at the mention of the silver-masked king. A complex and ineffable emotion swiftly ripples through her gaze. Instinctively, she grips the microphone tightly, her fair knuckles paling from the pressure, as deep within her, a tangled mix of anticipation and reluctance begins to grow like a vine breaking through the soil, entwining itself around her heart. Little Sa reveled in the nearly uncontrollable fervor of the audience, his smile widening like a brilliant blossom of fireworks. He raised his voice once more, his passionate tone slicing through the night sky with the force of a lightning bolt, resonating with undeniable clarity. Indeed, dear audience, your ears are not deceived. Your eyes do not betray you. The enigmatic silver-masked singer has returned once again. The thunderous applause erupted like a tempest, threatening to engulf the entire studio. Little Sa, relishing the moment, continued to unveil his thrilling surprises. Even more astonishingly this time, the silver-masked singer graced us with a brand new original song, a heartfelt composition capable of stirring the very depths of your soul. The title of this song is Little Sa deliberately prolonged his words, heightening the anticipation of all present before. Like the ignition of a monumental bomb, he raised his voice to a crescendo, bellowing the name Dignity. Dignity? My heavens! Another original? Is the silver-masked singer defying the heavens? Is he not of this world? As if original songs flow from him like water, one after another? The audience was utterly consumed by madness, their gasps, shrieks, shouts, and whistles merging into a cacophony that surged like boiling water, creating a deafening wave that seemed poised to lift the studio's ceiling. The live chat erupted in an explosion of comments, a torrent of question marks, exclamation points, ellipses, and various bewildering guesses and exclamations cascading like a flood, overwhelming the screen in a deluge of white, nearly incapacitating the server. My goodness! At this moment, the only words that accurately encapsulate my feelings are oh my. The silver-masked singer has truly returned, and with an original, the Watermelon Channel is destined to create a viewing legend, etching itself into the annals of variety show history. Dignity? Just the title evokes profound imagery. It must be extraordinary. Could this be yet another soul-stirring ballad akin to Guest, piercing the depths of our emotions? I find myself trembling with anticipation, completely enraptured. The work of the silver-masked singer is sure to be of the highest quality. I earnestly request another masterpiece tonight that can ascend to the heavens, allowing me to once more experience the unparalleled joy of being immersed in divine melodies. Silver-masked singer, forever my idol. Watermelon Channel, forever my idol. I fervently pray for tonight's ratings to soar, shattering records and reaching unprecedented heights. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to hear Dignity at once. Silver-masked singer, please, with your God-given voice, conquer my restless heart once more. Amidst the nearly frenzied cheers and shouts of the audience, the dazzling lights on stage abruptly dimmed, as if extinguished by an invisible hand. All clamor and cacophony ceased simultaneously, plunging the world into a suffocating silence, as if the mute button had been pressed. In the center of the stage, a solitary beam of cold spotlight emerged, slicing through the darkness like a sword, heralding the dawn with a glimmer of hope and mystery. It gradually illuminated a tall, enigmatic figure, the silver mask. Under the chilling light, reflected an icy sheen, akin to the purest moonlight, cold, mysterious, and exuding an elusive sense of detachment. The silver-masked singer, as if descending from the stars, graced this stage once more, captivating all eyes upon him. Chapter 11, another song dedicated to the goddess. The silver-masked singer stood alone at the center of the stage, enveloped by an invisible barrier that shielded him from the cacophony of the outside world. The silver mask, seemingly forged from the cold waters of the lunar palace, reflected the icy stage lights, further accentuating the profound mystery of its enigmatic wearer. Behind the mask, no one could glimpse his true visage, save for his eyes, deep and dark as a starlit night, calm yet harboring a tempest capable of consuming all. He slowly raised the microphone in his hand, his movements graceful and deliberate, as if a conductor poised to unleash a symphony of fate. His clear voice rang out, akin to a spring thaw, imbued with a subtle chill yet possessing a penetrating power that instantly shattered the heated atmosphere of the studio. This song, Dignity. The silver-masked singer's pace suddenly slowed, each syllable meticulously sculpted like a precious gem, cascading gently and striking the hearts of every listener present. He paused slightly, deliberately elongating the final note, his gaze fleetingly sweeping toward the judge's table, his tone laden with meaning. Once again, this song is for my dear friend, Lady Liu Ruyan. The moment his words fell, it was as if thunder had struck the ground, igniting the entire venue. The audience erupted, a wave of sound crashing forth like a deep water explosion, deafening roars, gasps, shouts, and screams intertwined, surging forth like a torrential flood, nearly lifting the ceiling of the auditorium. Countless spectators sprang to their feet, as if drawn by an invisible force, their eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the silver-masked singer on stage. Their expressions a tumultuous blend of shock, astonishment, and ecstatic joy. What? Are my ears deceiving me? Again, still dedicated to Liu Ruyan? Good heavens, what an astonishing plot twist is this? Is this a trailer for a drama series? I feel my gossip-loving soul has been fully awakened. Burning with fervor, the production team truly dares to play with fire. I adore this exhilarating thrill. Please, do intensify it. Do not cease. My heart is racing beyond capacity. This revelation is monumental and explosive. It's akin to an atomic bomb detonating in the realm of entertainment news. Again, is this the handiwork of that notorious scoundrel? The barrage of comments in the live stream was instantly engulfed by a tsunami of words. The screen flooded with a dazzling array of messages, racing by at a dizzying pace, countless question marks, exclamation points, ellipses, and various bewildering speculations and exclamations, galloping forth like wild stallions. I knew it. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. There are undoubtedly greater surprises awaiting us. The eternal deity of Mango TV. YYDS. 2 original songs in a row, both dedicated to Liu Ruyan? Who exactly is this friend the silver-masked singer speaks of? What extraordinary tale of love and conflict lies hidden between him and the goddess Liu Ruyan? This enigmatic friend is most likely the fabled national one scoundrel, Liu Qin. Isn't he? Who else could be so persistently, so passionately, and so dramatically entangled with the diva, refusing to let go? The thought is chilling. If it truly is Liu Qin, the plot would soar beyond the heavens. This transcends the realm of melodrama. It is an epic annual emotional suspense drama. It surpasses the excitement of a soap opera by 100-fold, if not more. On the judging panel, several judges were equally struck dumb by this sudden explosive revelation, their faces betraying an unmistakable shock and bewilderment. Chun Easy, initially bearing a hint of weariness in his gaze, was instantly invigorated, his eyes wide with exaggerated astonishment, his lips slightly parted, displaying an expression of gleeful schadenfreude, akin to a seasoned onlooker eagerly anticipating the unfolding emotional spectacle. The delicate face of Nai Cha was a tapestry of shock and excitement, her hand covering her slightly parted crimson lips as she emitted an involuntary gasp, her eyes shimmering with the glint of gossip. Han Fatty and old Liu appeared as if rejuvenated, their earlier lethargy swept away, replaced by a vibrant energy that made them seem a decade younger. All eyes converged once more, like a tidal wave, upon the central figure of the judging panel. The elegant and poised diva, Liu Ruyan, resembling an ice-cold beauty. The stage lights, akin to well-trained snipers, precisely captured Liu Ruyan as facial close-up, revealing every subtle shift in her expression to the audience. Her countenance, once as tranquil as a mirror, shattered the moment she heard the words regarding my friend. Akin to a pebble disturbing a serene lake, sending ripples across its surface. When the phrase dedicated to Ms. Liu Ruyan reached her ears, the calm and grace she had tirelessly maintained revealed a faint crack, like a priceless porcelain vase, smooth and flawless, yet harboring an almost imperceptible fissure. Her lashes fluttered delicately, like fragile butterfly wings, quivering ever so slightly, and within the depths of her previously serene eyes, an indescribable complexity began to rise. Reminiscent of the undercurrents beneath a placid sea. A bittersweet sensation, akin to an invisible tide, surged within her heart, swiftly overwhelming her entire chest with a suffocating pain. As if an unseen hand were tightly gripping her throat. Once again, it is him, this ghost-like Liu Qin, relentless in his pursuit. Liu Ruyan's heart, as if grasped by an invisible force, began to tremble uncontrollably, like a flickering candle flame swaying amidst a tempest. Desperately striving to maintain composure yet unable to suppress the surging waves of emotion, ultimately culminating in a tempestuous upheaval. She pressed her crimson lips tightly together, her pearly white teeth nearly biting into her tender lower lip, exerting every ounce of effort to control the slightest twitch of her facial muscles, attempting to conceal the tumultuous emotion surging within her like a tsunami. However, when the word dignity penetrated her eardrum like an incantation imbued with ancient magic, all her aids and defenses crumbled in an instant, collapsing into utter disarray. Dignity. What a ludicrous, ironic term. Between her and Liu Qin, everything had long since shattered, a pitiful wreck, riddled with wounds, leaving no room for any semblance of dignity. Liu Ruyan's eyes began to redden uncontrollably, a glimmering sheen gathering quietly beneath her lashes, resembling tears on the brink of spilling over, trembling gently yet fiercely suppressed, refusing to fall easily. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, akin to a delicate flower, mercilessly blanketed by the harshness of winter, fragile and insipid, stripped of its former vibrancy and life. Now merely a sorrowful shadow of its former self. She fixated on the cold, silver mask at the center of the stage, her gaze sharp as a sword seeking to pierce through time and space, yearning to see past that frigid exterior to the familiar visage that haunted her dreams. To discern the once tender gaze now shrouded in obscurity, evoking a tumult of love and resentment within her eyes. Her breathing became more rapid and erratic, her chest heaving violently, as if an invisible flame raged within her, mercilessly scorching her innards, inflicting waves of unbearable pain, akin to the agony of a blunt knife's cruel torture. Her knuckles turned pale from the strain of gripping the microphone too tightly, the veins on her hands bulging like coiling dragons, grotesque and vividly betraying the tempest of emotions she was desperately suppressing, threatening to engulf her entirely. The live stream's comments erupted once more like a volcanic eruption, spiraling into a frenzy of excitement. Oh my God, did you all see the expression on our queen's face? It's absolutely stunning. Whoa, our queen's eyes are red. It's real. I'm not mistaken. I truly saw it. Our queen is about to cry. My heart aches for her. My heart hurts so much. Seeing our queen's expression makes me feel like I might burst into tears too. Someone pass me a tissue. This song, Dignity, was definitely written by that scoundrel Liu Qin. 100%. I swear on my ancestral titanium alloy dog eyes. My heart breaks for our queen. Let us embrace our poor queen. Scoundrel, retreat. That scoundrel must explode on the spot. I implore the production team, please. Give us a straightforward answer. Did that scoundrel Liu Qin write this song or not? Desperately seeking the truth. Urgent. 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 Everyone's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, rising to their throats with each subtle shift in Liu Ruyan's expression. Countless eyes, akin to ravenous beasts, fixated intensely on the center of the stage, eagerly anticipating the next performance of the silver-faced song deity. They awaited the unveiling of the song titled Decency, which promised to unravel all the enigmatic mysteries and reveal the truths concealed in darkness, laid bare for all to witness without reservation. Chapter 12. A graceful separation. The silver-faced song God has finally spoken. His deep voice flows like the cool stream trickling through a silent valley at midnight, imbued with a chill yet possessing an enchanting power that seems to penetrate the very depths of the soul. The mere release of a few notes instantly quells the fervent waves of the audience, as if an invisible hand had abruptly stifled the tumultuous crowd, freezing them in a moment as if spellbound by magic. Everyone holds their breath, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, fearful of missing even the slightest note or detail. Do not allow nostalgia to render the narrative trite. After years of deep affection, why tarnish a classic? We are all adults, with no debts to settle. And I willingly squander time. Like actors taking their final bow, witnessing the lights dim, there is no time for grand gestures, only the dignity of farewell remains. I love you without regret and honor the conclusion of our tale. The melody descends like the nightfall. There are no impassioned roars, no deafening shouts, only a serene, almost whispered, soft serenade, as if confiding in oneself or pouring out one's heart to a beloved. Yet this tranquil song serves as an invisible but razor-sharp dagger, tearing apart the fragile facades of self-deception within the audience, reaching the tenderest depths of their hearts. A graceful separation, with no apologies uttered. What debts are there? I dare to give, so I dare to have my heart broken. The lyrics, line by line, resemble poisoned honey or the searing edge of a blade, slowly and precisely slicing through the hearts of the listeners. There is no ornate embellishment or pretentious display of skill, only the most genuine and sincere emotions, flowing forth without reservation. Each word seems to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking deeply upon the listeners' hearts, causing their souls to tremble and lament, departing with grace, so as not to have wasted these years. The barrage of comments has gone utterly berserk. The once rapid flow of text, akin to a waterfall of stars, abruptly halts at the moment the song begins, as if an unseen hand has pressed the pause button. Following this, a more tumultuous and violent wave of comments erupts, like a volcano that has suppressed its fury for millennia, exploding with fervor and completely engulfing the live broadcast. On the screen, aside from an overwhelming sea of indecipherable comments, nothing else is visible. The lyrics are explosive. Are these lyrics crafted from blades? Each line pierces my heart, striking with deadly precision. I'm crying. I truly cannot help but cry. This song is simply too beautiful. It feels 100 times better than Guessed. The silver-faced song God is eternal. Teacher Liu is eternal. I implore you, marry right here and now. Please, do not torment us poor listeners with such enchanting songs any longer. Dignity, dignity, even in separation, there must be dignity. What kind of heart-wrenching, soul-crushing love must one endure to compose such profoundly sorrowful and despair-laden lyrics that rend the heart? I am utterly in awe. Silver-faced bard. Accept my worthless niece. From this day forth, you shall be my sole true deity. In the judges' panel, the 5 evaluators had long since lost their usual composure and professionalism, their eyes wide with unprecedented shock and admiration. Qin Yuan, who had previously worn a slightly cynical smile, now found his expression frozen. A complex blend of emotions taking its place, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. His mouth hung slightly agape, reminiscent of a parched fish, his gaze filled with disbelief. As if he had just encountered an extraordinary tale from beyond the stars, his mind blank, utterly devoid of thought. Liu Ruyan, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang from his seat. His exquisitely beautiful face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, his enchanting eyes sparkling with an exhilarating light, as though he had discovered a new continent. His body trembling with elation. Han Pangpang and Lu Lao Han also cast aside their previous jests and banter, their expressions turning solemn, much like pilgrims. Enraptured by the enchanting melody of the silver-faced bard, their aged faces etched with reverence and admiration. Yet, only Liu Ruyan remained seated in serene composure, her posture as statuesque as a sculpture, exuding grace and tranquility. However, she alone understood the tumultuous wave surging within her calm exterior, the profound upheaval she was experiencing beneath her composed facade. The poignant song, imbued with a mysterious magic, resonated with every note and word, each pulse striking at the innermost chambers of her heart, awakening her most secret and reluctantly buried memories. Those long-concealed remnants of the past surged forth like a liberated beast or a relentless tide, overwhelming her with a sudden ferocity, leaving her defenseless. Memories of her time with Liu Qin flashed before her mind like a film reel, vivid as if they had transpired yesterday. Sweet, painful, blissful, desperate, an intricate tapestry of emotions galloped wildly within her chest, wreaking havoc and inducing a suffocating ache. Separation should be dignified. The melody continued, calm yet profound. The lyrics blunt yet piercing, infused with a sorrow that resonated to the very core of her being. Liu Ruyan bit down on her lip, her pearly teeth sinking into the tender flesh, nearly drawing blood, as she struggled to suppress the impending emotional collapse. With every ounce of strength, she fought to maintain her composure, determined not to succumb to tears before the gaze of the multitude, striving to uphold the image of a celestial diva. Only those who possess deep emotions can be moved by song and thus lose their composure. It is evident that Liu Ruyan embodies this sentiment. Parting should be done with grace. No one needs to utter apologies. What debts exist? I dare to give, and I dare to endure heartbreak. The melody persists. Qin Yuan's voice grows increasingly tranquil, almost to the point of being cold, as if narrating a tale that bears no relation to himself. Yet, it is precisely this tranquility that resembles the stillness before a storm, stifling and suffocating. Everyone is aware that the true emotional eruption is imminent. Before the lens lies the version of us from the past, cheering in admiration. The final notes softly descend, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. The melody suddenly escalates. Like a volcano erupting, the emotions that have long been pinned up break free at this moment. Tears stream down, heartache overwhelming. Departing can also be dignified. We have not wasted these years. The soaring, impassioned song slices through the silence of the live stream like a drawn sword. Qin Yuan's voice is no longer calm or restrained, but is instead filled with heart-wrenching despair and reluctance, akin to a cornered beast fighting for its last breath. Each note seems to carry the weight of blood and tears, striking against everyone's eardrums, causing their very souls to tremble. The barrage of comments erupts into chaos. If the previous comments merely surge with emotion at this moment, they spiral out of control, akin to a tsunami engulfing the entire live stream. Oh, the climax has arrived. The climax has arrived. My goodness. It's explosive. Completely explosive. Oh my. Oh my. I find myself at a loss for words. I know not what to say beyond exclamations of disbelief. It is simply too beautiful. Truly, too beautiful. Silverface song God, you are my deity. Forever my deity. Exiting gracefully. No one need speak falsehoods. Woe is me, these lyrics are utterly devastating. Every line pierces my heart. How resilient must one be to remain unforgettable? I feel as though my heart is being crushed. It hurts. Truly, it hurts. Departing with dignity, I am more skilled than anyone. No, I am not skilled. I am utterly incompetent at leaving gracefully. I only know how to cling desperately. It matters not. Your world is yours to explore. Woe is me. Silverface song God, must you be so understanding? The more you comprehend, the more I wish to weep. Silverface song God, you are eternal. Teacher Liu, you are eternal. This song must surely become a sensation. If it does not, it would be an injustice. Let us get married on the spot. Let us get married on the spot. Let us get married on the spot. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. I implore you to wed right here. On the judging panel, a profound silence prevails. All judges sit as if under a spell, rigid and motionless. Qin Yuan's mouth hangs agape, his jaw nearly touching the floor. His gaze vacant as if his soul has departed. The body of Nai Chaluan trembles more violently, her exquisite makeup long since washed away by tears. Yet she remains oblivious, fixated on the screen as if to engrave the image of the Silverface song God deep within her mind. Han Pang Pang and Lu Laohan, with reddened eyes and heavy breaths, appeared somewhat hunched, as if the very essence of their strength had been siphoned away by the haunting melody. Liu Ruyan's tears had long since overflowed. She could no longer contain her emotions, allowing the tears to cascade freely, dampening her meticulously crafted visage and blurring her vision. The passionate memories of love, fervently devoted, echoed in her mind. Do not let obsession destroy yesterday. I loved you once, decisively and cleanly. Farewell. Yet cherish our encounter. The song persisted, yet Liu Ruyan felt as though she were ensconced in an icy vault, her entire being chilled, her soul quivering. The memory she had painstakingly sealed away surged forth like a tumultuous tide, engulfing her entirely. She found herself transported back to that frigid, rain-soaked night. Witnessing the resolute figure departing, hearing the cold, unfeeling words, "Let us part ways. I no longer love you." The dignified melody, akin to an incantation, unraveled her innermost vulnerabilities, exposing them to the harsh light of day, leaving her with no refuge, no dignity. She bit her lip fiercely, her delicate flesh nearly breaking under the pressure. Desperately, she sought to stem the flow of tears, only to discover the futility of her efforts. The tears, like pearls strung on a broken thread, cascaded silently, falling upon her elegant skirt, spreading into blurred stains, mirroring her shattered heart. Her feelings for Liu Qin were a tumultuous blend of love and hatred. The depth of her disdain for Liu Qin was matched only by the intensity of her affection. When Liu Qin composed a dignified piece for her, was it an implication of her lack of grace? Indeed, she had acted with indiscretion, persistently bothering Liu Qin post-breakup. Even sending him an invitation as she approached marriage and truth, Liu Ruyan had misconstrued the meaning. The dignity referred to Liu Qin himself. In the late stages of cancer, all he desired was to depart with dignity. Chapter 13. A cad is a cad. The online community erupted in fervor, as the live stream's comments section was swiftly inundated with an overwhelming tide of fervent expressions. Exclamations of astonishment, admiration, and reverence cascaded forth like a deluge, completely saturating the screen, nearly bursting the confines of the visual display. How melodious it is! This song is nothing short of divine, transcending the ordinary. The lyrics are penned with such exquisite precision, each line striking at the tenderest core of my heart, causing pain yet an irresistible urge to continue listening. Oh! Silverface song God, you are the eternal deity. From this day forth, you shall be my unwavering faith. This is true music, a melody that touches the very soul, rendering those banal tunes about love and heartache utterly insignificant in comparison. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably as this song resonated deeply within me, as if it were narrating my own tale. Decency, aptly named, encapsulates the bittersweet essence of parting. Those 5 words encompass the heartache and helplessness of all couples who have parted ways, piercing my heart with their poignant truth. How could such a breathtaking song be crafted by Liu Qin, the notorious cat of the realm? Oh heavens, have you truly lost your sight? Why bestow such talent upon a scoundrel? Indeed, talent and character are two entirely different matters. Liu Ruyan serves as the quintessential counterexample. The song is a masterpiece. Yet the artist is a rogue, an unfortunate waste of extraordinary talent misapplied. I have resolved to only appreciate the music, not the individual. No matter how despicable Liu Ruyan may be, it cannot alter the fact that this song is a magnum opus. A great song deserves universal admiration, untainted by the flaws of its creator. As my fellow sister upstairs aptly stated, the song bears no guilt. Liu Ruyan's character has no bearing on the music he creates. We listen to music to relish the art, not to pass judgment on character. If you enjoy it, listen. If not, refrain. There's no need for overreaching moral judgments. Although Liu Ruyan's character is indeed lacking, the quality of this song is impeccable. I have already set it on an infinite loop, unable to cease. Regardless, this song is an explosive delight, and I have swiftly shared it with all my friends and family. Such a magnificent piece must be heard by more, touching more souls. In a frenzied devotion, I have set decency as my ring own, awakening each morning to its piercing beauty, relishing the pain and joy, truly addictive. This song acts as a mental opiate. Once you hear it, you become ensnared. The more you listen, the deeper the addiction. No one shall deter me from enjoying this melody. I have wholly succumbed to the enchanting voice of the silver-faced song god. He is my deity, my faith, my everything. Should anyone dare speak ill of him, I shall fiercely defend his honor. Across the vast expanse of the internet, one is met with an overwhelming chorus of accolades for the song decency, along with fervent adoration and almost fanatical worship of the silver-voiced deity. Yet, amidst this tidal wave of praise, there exist discordant notes that jar the senses. Akin to the discomfort of pebbles beneath the skin, the song is indeed melodious, and one cannot deny its brilliance. However, the mere thought that it was penned by the despicable Liu Ruyan induces a visceral revulsion, rendering it unbearable to listen to. A composition crafted by the epitome of disrepute cannot transcend the essence of its creator. And the notion that such a masterpiece is born from a wretched soul leaves one feeling profoundly unsettled. Talent may be distinguished from character, and the two should never be conflated. I resolutely reject the works of such a rogue, for exposure to them would tarnish my taste and pollute my auditory senses. Let us collectively rise against the songs of the disreputable, purging our ears from their taint and championing music that embodies positivity and upholds societal virtue. The melodies of such scoundrels serve as spiritual poison, intoxicating the mind and corroding the spirit, numbing our sensibilities and skewing our moral compass. Let us distance ourselves from these nefarious figures and cherish life by initiating this journey away from their songs, purifying the digital realm together. The music of these miscreants is nothing short of refuse, an affront to artistry and an indignity to the audience. It is everyone's responsibility to denounce these wretches, to evict them from the entertainment sphere and restore to us a pristine and unblemished musical environment. The disreputable do not deserve a voice. Their songs are a defilement of music itself. Despite the explosive popularity of Decency, which has seemingly eclipsed prior hits like Guest, the clamor of skepticism and condemnation directed at Liu Ruyan continues unabated, akin to a relentless pest. In fact, the success of Decency has drawn the attention of many who were previously unaware of Liu Ruyan, prompting scrutiny of his sordid past and ignoble deeds. Discourse surrounding Liu Ruyan has once again reached a fever pitch online, with fervor surpassing the frenzy that accompanied the rise of Guest. This time, in addition to lavish praise for the song itself, there is a prevailing tide of skepticism and critique regarding Liu Ruyan's character. Ironically, the song's profound excellence and emotional resonance have incited even greater indignation and unrest, as people find themselves enraptured by the enchanting melody and soul-stirring lyrics of Decency. They simultaneously unleash their vehement denunciations of Liu Ruyan's reprehensible actions. This paradoxical and intricate phenomenon has given rise to an unprecedented spectacle on the internet, resembling a duality of heaven and hell, angels and demons, evoking a sense of both confusion and clarity, as well as fascination and aversion. On one hand, the explosive popularity of the song Dignity has skyrocketed with the force of a rocket, relentlessly ascending and dominating the charts, leaving all other songs in its wake, establishing itself as an undeniable phenomenon. On the other hand, the vitriol directed at Liu Ruyan has erupted like a volcano, intensifying with each passing moment, as a torrent of venomous curses and attacks threatens to engulf him entirely, rendering him irretrievably lost. It seems that the more people admire the astonishing talent showcased in Dignity, the less they are able to forgive Liu Ruyan for his reprehensible conduct, creating a stark contrast that drives emotions to a breaking point. plunging them into a frenzied state of disarray. The sentiments of netizens oscillate like a runaway roller coaster, swinging wildly between ecstatic praise for dignity and vehement denunciation of Liu Ruyan's character in an endless cycle that knows no respite. They find themselves enraptured by Liu Ruyan's remarkable musical prowess, yet simultaneously harbor an intense loathing for his despicable nature. They ardently celebrate the songs he has crafted, while wishing to utterly disdain Liu Ruyan himself, wishing to trample upon him, ensuring he is never able to rise again. This intricate and tangled emotional landscape acts as an invisible shackle, binding the hearts of every listener, permeating the vast expanse of virtual space, rendering the discourse surrounding dignity and Liu Ruyan increasingly enigmatic, shrouded in mist, and difficult to grasp, as if ensnared in an eternal knot that defies resolution. Chapter 14. The hasty years. The discussions surrounding Liu Ruyan have never truly subsided. Regardless of how melodious his songs may be, the label of a scoundrel clings to him like a brand, firmly affixed to his identity. The collective disdain from the online realm surged forth like a tidal wave, and Liu Ruyan's character has seemingly plummeted to an irretrievable nadir, a fate that appears sealed. The silver-masked Qin Yuan gracefully took his bow and departed the stage. Following him, a succession of singers took to the spotlight, serenading the audience with a repertoire of familiar classics, alongside several original masterpieces that dazzled the ears. Yet, in comparison to the two groundbreaking songs, Guest and Decorum, these performances seemed to lack a certain soulful resonance, their impact significantly diminished. One after another, formidable vocalists graced the stage, and time slipped away swiftly, leading to the moment of the evening's final and most anticipated performer. This esteemed artist was none other than Wang Feifei. The host, Xiao Sao, infused his opening remarks with fervor. In an instant, the lighting on stage transformed as if by enchantment, conjuring a dreamlike ambience. A gentle beam of white light, soft as a delicate hand, caressed the central area of the stage. Where the spotlight rested, a slender figure emerged, ethereal and slightly insubstantial, evoking a sense of surrealism. It was a masked singer adorned with an exquisite rabbit mask. The mask artfully concealed her true visage while accentuating her bright, clear eyes, which sparkled like stars against the night sky, radiating a pure and lively brilliance. Draped in an elegantly tailored white dress, her flowing skirt swayed gently with her subtle breaths, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite that had unwittingly wandered into the mortal realm, pure, enchanting, and exuding a poignant fragility. The embellishment of the rabbit mask lent an air of mystery and whimsy, igniting curiosity about the stunning visage concealed beneath it and the captivating voice that might resonate deep within the soul. The audience's gaze seemed drawn by an invisible force, captivated by the rabbit-masked figure at center stage. The once boisterous murmurs faded abruptly, as if silenced by a spell, dissipating into the ether. Everyone instinctively held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing any detail, eager to unveil the true identity of this emerging masked singer and the breathtaking melody she was poised to deliver. With graceful steps, the figure adorned in the rabbit mask glided to the center of the stage, clutching the microphone tightly. Her porcelain-like fingers, tinged with a hint of nervousness, appeared slightly pale, amplifying her delicate and vulnerable allure. She took a deep breath, striving to soothe the subtle tension and unease that lingered within her. Her gaze, as clear as water, traversed the densely packed audience, landing directly upon the panel of judges situated ahead. Particularly, her eyes fixated on the central figure of the judging panel. A woman adorned in an exquisite haute couture gown, her makeup flawless and stunning, exuding the regal presence of a queen. It was the diva, Liu Ruyan. The rabbit-masked singer parted her full, rosy lips slightly, and a melodious voice flowed forth, reminiscent of a pristine spring trickling through a mountain gorge. Imbued with a touch of youthful sweetness and tenderness, her words effortlessly pierced through the auditory barriers of the studio, reaching the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity. Esteemed judges, dear audience members both here and before the television screens, good evening. I am the masked singer of tonight, Rabbit Mask. I shall now perform a song titled In Those Hasty Years. This song is a special dedication from a friend to a judge who holds great significance for me. Wang Feifei's clear, profound gaze once again bore into Liu Ruyan at the judging table, her tone earnest and solemn, each word meticulously considered, exuding an undeniable conviction. This song is dedicated to Liu Ruyan, the divine diva. I hope you will enjoy it. As Rabbit Mask's melodious words settled, the atmosphere transformed into a brief, suffocating silence. This was soon followed by an eruption of sound akin to a long-dormant volcano finally bursting forth, overwhelming the studio with a cacophony of astonishment. Wait, what? A dedication to Liu Ruyan. Again, after the silver-masked singing deity, another song for Liu Ruyan. What kind of special day is this? Is it a collective grand confession event? Who is this rabbit mask? What is her connection to Liu Ruyan? Could it be yet another scheme orchestrated by the notorious #1 scoundrel of the national server, Liu Chen? My mind is utterly overwhelmed. The plot twists are too rapid. The sheer volume of information is making me short-circuit. It seems that the Watermelon channel is resolutely committed to carrying the melodrama and gossip to the end. Is this an unyielding pace to continue the theatrics? It's exhilarating. My adrenaline is soaring to its limits. Tonight's Masked Singer is undoubtedly the most sensational spectacle of the year. I am utterly bewildered. Can someone kindly explain to me the perplexing developments that are unfolding? Is it yet another naive girl, enchanted by the #1 scoundrel of the national server, Liu Chen, who has come to the show to vex Liu Ruyan, turning herself into a laughingstock? The implications are chilling. Could it be that this rabbit mask was also orchestrated by Liu Chen in advance? What exactly is he attempting to achieve? The haunting presence lingers, akin to an inescapable nightmare. I have begun to feel profound sympathy for Liu Ruyan, with guest preceding and fleet of time following. Is she to be entirely enveloped by Liu Chen's songs with no refuge from this relentless rhythm? My heart aches for the Diva sister for a fleeting moment, as I inexplicably sense that Liu Ruyan's countenance this evening appears rather unfavorable. Could it be that she has been rendered pale by this series of unforeseen events? In the audience, the atmosphere erupted, akin to boiling water, a cacophony of voices rising in a tumultuous din, countless gazes filled with curiosity, excitement, gossip, and a myriad of complex emotions converged upon Liu Ruyan at the judges' table, resembling powerful searchlights focusing intently on her. Everyone, like the most diligent paparazzi, endeavored to capture the slightest change in her expression, any subtle movement of her body, even the faintest quiver of her brow, refusing to overlook a single detail. At the judges' table, Liu Ruyan initially maintained a semblance of calm, but was rendered rigid upon hearing the words dedicated to her. The color drained from her face at a visible speed. Her meticulously crafted makeup seemed to lose its luster, failing to conceal the pallor that had crept over her features. And even a forced smile proved elusive. In her typically radiant eyes, a flicker of complex and unnameable emotions, shock, bewilderment, confusion, and a deeply buried yet unmistakable anger flashed by. Like a seething undercurrent poised to erupt, she instinctively bit down on her luscious lips, her pearly teeth nearly drawing blood from her crimson lower lip. Striving to maintain the facade of tranquility, her slender fingers, tightly gripping the wireless microphone, turned pale from exertion, trembling slightly, revealing that her inner turmoil belied the calm she sought to project. With all her might, she endeavored to uphold her image of grace and poise, hoping to mask the tumultuous emotions roiling within her like a stormy sea. Yet, the words from the rabbit mask, delivered with a hint of provocation, struck her like a resounding slap, creating a barely perceptible yet undeniable fissure in her carefully crafted mask of serenity. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged forth like wild horses, a torrent of messages flooding the screen. Countless question marks, exclamation points, and bewildering speculations overwhelmed the platform, nearly engulfing the entire screen in a dizzying display. In the midst of this chaos, I find myself utterly perplexed. Who could kindly enlighten me as to what on earth is unfolding in this relentless series of events? Following the enigmatic silver masked singer, another figure donning a rabbit mask has boldly declared their affections for Liu Ruyan. Watermelon Station, are you truly intent on stirring the pot further? Is your thirst for attention insatiable? I feel as though my worldview has been thoroughly upended. In this day and age, it is all the rage to publicly profess love for an ex-girlfriend on live television, and repeatedly at that. The nation's #1 scoundrel, Liu Chen. How many more shocking antics must you unveil? I implore you to spare Liu Ruyan. She is on the verge of marrying someone else. Yet you persist in this relentless pursuit, haunting her like a lingering ghost. My heart aches for Liu Ruyan, caught in the crossfire of this unsolicited drama. Forced into the spotlight to endure such public humiliation, it's utterly tragic. She is destined to be this year's most unfortunate pawn. I can hardly contain my anticipation for Liu Ruyan's forthcoming reaction. Will she display a scowl and storm off in indignation? Or will she, in a bid to preserve her dignity as a superstar, feign a smile, swallowing her rage as if shattering her own teeth? I eagerly await Liu Ruyan's explosive response. I have already prepared my seat, anxiously awaiting the grand performance of the year's most sensational showdown. The mere thought of it is exhilarating, igniting a fervor within. Once again, the online realm is engulfed in a colossal wave of discussion, with related topics sprouting like mushrooms after rain, their popularity soaring, dominating the trending lists across major platforms. Everyone's attention is magnetically drawn to the stage of Masked Singer, fixated on the enigmatic rabbit mask and the visibly perturbed Liu Ruyan in the judges' seats. Curiosity abounds regarding the identity of this mysterious rabbit figure who has chosen such a highly public venue to dedicate a song to Liu Ruyan. What hidden secrets and stories lie beneath this seemingly absurd act? As for Liu Ruyan, the other central figure in this affair, how will she respond? Will she choose to remain silent, suppressing her grievances and fury within, or will she, unable to contain herself any longer, unleash her wrath upon this uninvited guest? All is steeped in tantalizing suspense, brimming with unpredictability, and charged with exhilarating anticipation. The second episode of Masked Singer has just begun. Yet it has already unveiled a level of explosive intrigue and allure that far surpasses its predecessor. Merely the opening act has captivated the audience's gaze. An unspoken tension fills the air, as all seem to sense that tonight's Masked Singer is destined to be a tumultuous affair. A spectacular event worthy of being etched in the annals of entertainment history. Chapter 15. Liu Ruyan wept. The figure behind the rabbit mask finally spoke. Her clear voice, tinged with a subtle sadness, flowed gently like the purest spring water cascading through the mountains, soothing every listener's heart. The prelude began to resonate softly, a melancholic melody, akin to an invisible hand, delicately plucked at the strings of the heart, instantly capturing the attention of all present. In a fleeting moment, the lyrics emerged. In those hurried years, just how many times did we bid farewell, only to linger on? The song flowed forth, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble, sending ripples that shattered the surrounding clamor. In the audience, the once boisterous chatter was abruptly silenced. As if an unseen force had extinguished it, everyone held their breath, eyes wide, fearful of missing a single note, eager to discern what the masked singer intended to convey. The barrage of comments in the live stream seemed to have been paused, creating a moment of stillness. All attention was irrevocably ensnared by this unexpected melody. Regrettably, who among us is not loved? Is it not a grand eloquence amidst the myriad of emotions? The voice continued to croon softly, its slightly husky timbre imbued with a barely perceptible catch, a hint of repressed anguish woven through each note, accompanied by the poignant lyrics. The audience was drawn into a swirling vortex of bittersweet memories. Some began to murmur softly, "This voice feels somewhat familiar. Haven't we heard it somewhere before?" The rabbit mask's voice was not easily recognizable, rendering it difficult to identify the singer. Whoever it may be, what matters is the beauty of the song. These lyrics undoubtedly tell a story. At the judges' table, Liu Ruyan's already pale complexion grew even more ashen, approaching transparency in the wake of the song. Her fingers tightened around the microphone, knuckles whitening and veins bulging. She felt as though her heart was ensnared by a frigid hand, the suffocating pressure rendering her breath shallow and labored. In those hurried years, we hastily cast aside unbearable promises. The song persisted, each word, each line, piercing Liu Ruyan's ears. Every lyric struck her heart like sharp needles, painful yet numbing. She sensed her carefully crafted facade of tranquility beginning to crack, revealing irreparable fissures. The final bastion of her inner defenses trembled under the onslaught of the melody, teetering on the precipice of collapse, only to wait for others to fulfill their promises. Not blaming the kiss marks that have yet to form calluses, Liu Ruyan's body trembled involuntarily. The term kiss marks resonated like an ancient, enigmatic incantation, instantly unlocking the sealed chambers of her deepest memories, unleashing long-buried recollections. Those past moments, which she had deliberately entombed and sought to forget, surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming her mind with their immense force. Sweet, painful, beautiful, unbearable, like a revolving lantern, memories flashed before her eyes, leaving her nowhere to hide, embracing a dormant state. She failed to transform into an ethereal being. It was not to blame this chapter of her life. There was no time for repetitive rehearsals. It was the leniency of time, a gift bestowed upon her, that allowed for regret to surface. The corners of Liu Ruyan's eyes, uncontrolled, glistened with moisture. She exerted every ounce of strength, clenching her jaw tightly, desperately suppressing her emotions, preventing the tears from overflowing and flooding her composure. She was acutely aware that, in this moment, countless eyes were fixated on her through the lens, scrutinizing every subtle shift in her expression. She could not falter, absolutely not in front of a national audience, by revealing her fragile, vulnerable self. In the live stream's comment section, after a brief lull, activity surged once more. Yet this time devoid of the previous raucousness and jest, replaced instead by a tone of inquiry and contemplation. Wow, these lyrics are quite profound. Love marks, promises, regrets. What do they all imply? Could it be that the song sung by the rabbit-masked figure was indeed penned by Liu Ruyan? Each line resonates with Liu Ruyan. It's clearly a love song meant for her. The implications are chilling. If this song truly originates from Liu Ruyan, then these lyrics depict a grand and painful love story unfolding live before our eyes. I feel as if I've stumbled upon a monumental secret, awaiting the subsequent astonishing twist. On stage, the music swelled to a climax. The rabbit-masked figure's voice soared, imbued with an intense, soul-wrenching pain and a near-manic resolve. If we meet again without red eyes, can we still blush? Echoed like thunder in the auditorium, reverberating with force. Instantly, it ignited the emotions of the entire audience, propelling the atmosphere to a peak of fervor. Gasps, screams, and shouts cascaded from the audience, merging into a tumultuous sea of sound, nearly overturning the entire venue. Everyone was ignited by the fervent, powerful, and emotive performance, unable to contain their inner passion. Well, the climax has arrived. This high note is simply extraordinary. I have goosebumps. Red eyes, red faces. These lyrics cut deep. In an instant, my defenses crumbled, and I was on the verge of tears. Beautiful rumors? What kind of heart-wrenching love must the songwriter have endured to evoke such profound anguish? I feel as though my heart is being shattered by these notes. The melody is laden with stories, filled with regrets, entwined with love and hate. At the judges' table, Liu Ruyan could no longer maintain her facade of calm and composure. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, akin to leaves quaking in a wintry gust. Finally, the tears could no longer be restrained, cascading forth like a string of pearls set loose, flowing freely without restraint. The exquisite makeup was rendered a disarray by tears. Some flowers wilted and tarnished, yet they could scarcely conceal her vulnerability and sorrow at this moment. However, no one paid heed to these details. No one mocked her emotional outburst. Every gaze was captivated by the solitary and sorrowful figure on stage, thoroughly conquered by the profound emotional power embedded in the song. If the past still holds value, let not grievances dissolve too swiftly. Who would willingly sever ties, unburdened and unchained? We must owe each other debts, lest we have nothing to reminisce. The melody struck like a blade, again and again, slicing through Liu Ruyan's heart with precision and brutality, leaving her in agony. She felt as though she were enveloped in an icy wilderness, her body cold and trembling, her very soul seemingly extricated from her form. Memories, long buried, surged forth like a Pandora's box unleashed, unleashing countless phantoms that ravaged her mind. The emotions she had deliberately overlooked and suppressed erupted like a flood, instantly engulfing her. She recalled the sweet moments shared with Liu Qin, the vows they once exchanged, the sacrifices she made for their relationship, and ultimately, the immense pain it inflicted upon her. In that moment, all love and resentment crashed upon her like a tide, rendering her breathless, nearly suffocating. The live-stream chat was in complete frenzy, spiraling out of control. Liu Ruyan wept. Liu Ruyan truly wept. The diva shed tears at the Masked Singer venue. A scene for the ages was born. It was confirmed. This song was undoubtedly penned by Liu Qin. Each lyric pierced Liu Ruyan's heart, and she was moved to tears. If this isn't solid proof, I will live-stream myself washing my hair upside down. The most heart-wrenching drama of the year. I declare tonight's Masked Singer a monumental event. It is destined to be etched into the annals of variety show history. My heart aches for Liu Ruyan. One can feel her sorrow and pain even through the screen. What earth-shattering events transpired between these two in the past? Mutual debts? What grounds for reminiscence? These lyrics are simply exquisite. Each word strikes at the core. Those who have loved understand this unspeakable pain. On stage, the song gradually approached its conclusion. The voice behind the rabbit mask grew low and melancholic once more, lacking the fervor and decisiveness of before, infused with a sense of helplessness, a hint of regret, and a touch of tranquility. It seemed to murmur to itself, like softly recounting a love story that had come to an unresolved end. Imbued with a serene understanding of all that had transpired. In those fleeting years, we encountered too few experiences, only adoring the same familiar face. So inexplicably charming yet so irritating when in discord. The year we fell in love was fated to be fleeting, for we did not grasp the stubborn promises. Merely a prelude to parting. The melody softened, becoming increasingly faint, like a sigh, dissipating into the air. Liu Ruyan's tears blurred her vision, rendering the world a hazy illusion. She felt as though her heart had been hollowed out, leaving her in a state of desolation, devoid of all strength. And overwhelmed by an endless void and fatigue, she was at a loss for how to respond or confront the impending situation. All she could do was stand there quietly, allowing the melody to reverberate within her heart, repeatedly tearing at her already battered soul. The barrage of comments in the live stream gradually subsided, as everyone became immersed in the profound melancholy evoked by the song, unable to regain their composure. As if their very souls had accompanied the melody through a heart-wrenching love story, or had witnessed a poignant drama of joy and sorrow, leaving them in a state of unrest. On stage, the song approached its final, most exhilarating crescendo. The voice behind the rabbit mask soared once more, yet this time, it was devoid of sorrow and pain, infused instead with a sense of relief and liberation, as if it had finally let go of all its obsessions. If we cannot part with red eyes upon our reunion, can we still meet with flushed faces? Just as the year rushed by, carving an everlasting bond so beautifully rumored. If the past is still worthy of affection, do not hasten to dissolve the grudges. Who would willingly accept such a state of detachment, free of ties? We must owe each other debts. We must remain intertwined. The final note fell softly, dissipating into the air. A profound silence enveloped the venue. A stillness so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was ensnared by the emotional resonance of the song, unable to extricate themselves. As if their souls lingered in the poignant love story woven by the melody, reluctant to depart. The live stream's comments fell into a brief silence, a deathly hush. Until moments later, akin to a volcanic eruption, they surged forth, inundating the screen instantaneously. Ah, how beautiful it is. This song is simply extraordinary. My ears might just be enchanted. I am utterly captivated. This song is undoubtedly the best of tonight. An anthem for the year ahead. I've already begun to loop it endlessly, unable to stop. We must owe each other debts. We must remain intertwined. That line is sheer brilliance. It encapsulates the essence of love. Absolutely magnificent. Who understands this? Chapter 16. The internet sensation. The performance has concluded, yet the melodic voice of the rabbit mask continues to resonate, spreading like a contagion across the digital realm. Particularly on the Weibo forum and Douyin short videos, it has ignited an unprecedented wave of discussion. Goodness. 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 Important matters deserve repetition. Who on earth is this rabbit mask? The vocal prowess and emotional depth are simply astounding. The song, titled In a Hasty Year, boasts lyrics that penetrate the soul. Every line strikes a chord within me, bringing tears to my eyes. It is the quintessential love song of the year. No arguments accepted. I have been in a continuous loop of this single for an entire night, utterly unable to stop. Who could disagree? I have rallied all my friends to listen to this song. Great music deserves to be shared with the world. An analysis of the lyrics has emerged. We must owe each other. Otherwise, what is there to reminisce? This line is the epitome of brilliance. Absolutely magnificent. The lyricist is undoubtedly a romantic sage. Correct. I have taken that line and made it my personal signature. It resonates so deeply. Doesn't it? Listening to this song brings back memories of my past relationship. We parted ways so swiftly, and reflecting on it now evokes a sense of regret. Who has experienced this? In our youth, we often believe love is simple, only to discover, upon growing older, that love is the most intricate of all human experiences. This song is a tribute to everyone who has traversed the landscape of love. It is profoundly relatable. I have shared this song within my circle of friends, and I strongly urge everyone to give it a listen. It will not disappoint. Rabbit Mask. I implore you to unveil your identity. Such a beautiful voice should not remain concealed. Liu Ruyan also sings exquisitely. Although she may not possess the same breathtaking quality as Rabbit Mask, she has her own unique charm. Liu Ruyan was clearly moved to tears by Rabbit Mask's performance. Just look at her expression in the end. It was unmistakably heartfelt. I can sense their essay story between these two. Perhaps they share a past relationship. Past relationship one. How else could their singing be so heart-wrenching and deeply touching? I await official revelations. I beseech the production team to unveil Rabbit Mask's true identity. This episode of Masked Singer is destined to be a sensation. Just this song, In a Hasty Year, is enough to elevate it to legendary status. I have a premonition that this song will sweep across the internet. Soon, its melody will echo through every street and alley. Its success is assured. A song this beautiful simply cannot go unnoticed. I am prepared to loop this single for an entire month. A month? I'm ready for a year-long loop. No. A lifetime. Ha ha ha, that essay bit exaggerated, but this song indeed deserves to be played on repeat for ages. I have set it as my ringtone and alarm sound. I must listen to it daily. Me too. Me too. This song is utterly addictive. Just one listen, and I am hooked. Who could possibly argue otherwise? My mind is utterly consumed by the melody of this song, an indelible presence. The enchantment of this song is overwhelming. I have completely succumbed to its allure. Unable to extricate myself. Rabbit Mask, you are my deity. Please accept my devotion. Rabbit Mask, I yearn to create a legacy with you. Let us maintain our composure upstairs. A touch of restraint would be appreciated. Yet, the voice of Rabbit Mask is undeniably exquisite. I have begun to anticipate his next performance with eagerness. Curious about which songs he shall grace us with. I share your sentiment. I too am impatiently longing to hear him sing. May Rabbit Mask remain on the stage of Masked Singer indefinitely, free from elimination. Fear not, given his vocal prowess, who could possibly displace him? He is the true deity of song. Indeed, Rabbit Mask is the god of music. Long live the music deity. The discussions online have intensified, gaining momentum. The song Those Years captivates with its poignant melody, heart-stirring lyrics, and Rabbit Mask's emotionally charged performance, swiftly winning over countless listeners. Numerous netizens fervently share, comment, and like across platforms such as Weibo and Douyin, expressing their adoration for this song. A plethora of music bloggers and critics have joined the discourse, offering high praise for this composition. Those Years undoubtedly stands out as a rare gem in the contemporary Chinese music scene, with its enchanting melody and heartfelt lyrics resonating with themes of youthful regret and nostalgia, easily evoking empathy among listeners. Rabbit Mask's rendition enhances the song significantly, his magnetic voice and deeply emotional delivery conveying the song's sentiments with profound clarity, leaving no listener unmoved. The emergence of this song has undeniably injected a revitalizing vigor into the currently subdued Chinese music landscape, illuminating the path for the future of Mandarin music. Personally, I believe Those Years possesses all the qualities to become the song of the year, potentially earning its place as another classic within the realm of Chinese music. As more professionals engage in the discussions surrounding Those Years, the analyses have become increasingly nuanced and diverse. People are meticulously dissecting and interpreting the song's melody, lyrics, arrangement, vocal performance, and emotional expression. The phrase "we owe each other" has emerged as a focal point of fervent debate. Many believe this lyric profoundly unveils the essence of love and the intricate, nuanced emotional entanglements within it. Love often leaves behind a tapestry of regrets and debts, ensuring that one remains forever haunted by its memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia. True love is not devoid of flaws, rather, it is enriched by them. It is precisely these imperfections that render love more authentic and poignant. Mutual debts and lingering connections embody the truest nature of love, making it the most unforgettable aspect of our lives. The extraordinary popularity of the years gone by has far surpassed everyone's expectations. In just a single night, this song ascended to the pinnacle of various music charts, establishing itself as an undeniable hit. Countless individuals have been playing this tune on repeat, moved to tears by its poignant melody. The performer adorned in a rabbit mask has, through this song, emerged as the most captivating contestant on the stage of Masked Singer. His voice, his emotions, and his enigmatic identity have all become the subjects of fervent discussion. Everyone eagerly anticipates that he will deliver more spectacular performances and create further surprises in the forthcoming competitions. Chapter 17. Wang Feifei's astonishment as night descended upon the magical city. The evening sky unfurled like a vast expanse of black velvet, enveloping this metropolis that never sleeps. The city lights flickered to life, with neon signs illuminating the streets like a multitude of colorful stars cascading down to earth, transforming the bustling urban landscape into a scene reminiscent of daylight. A refined CAF stood quietly at the street corner, its warm lighting spilling down and dispelling the chill of the night. The rich, robust aroma of coffee wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. A soothing piano melody flowed gently, akin to a trickling stream, nurturing the hearts of those present. At a window seat, a young couple sat facing each other. It was Wang Feifei, who had just concluded her recording for the show Masked Singer, alongside her senior, Qin Yuan. Senior. Wang Feifei's voice trembled slightly, unable to contain her inner excitement. I truly believe I'm going to be famous this time. She gripped her coffee cup tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Her tone brimmed with exhilaration and anticipation, impossible to conceal. Her exquisite, flawless visage, illuminated by the CAF's gentle light, appeared even more enchanting, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Today, as the rabbit goddess, she had performed a reimagined rendition of In a Hurry on the Masked Singer stage. The song erupted into the atmosphere, electrifying the audience. The spectators and judges alike were left in awe. Online, a monumental wave of discussion surged. Conversations about the rabbit goddess and In a Hurry erupted like a volcano, dominating trending topics across major social media platforms. Countless netizens were profoundly captivated by her voice, moved by the fresh emotion she infused into the song. It's so beautiful. The rabbit goddess's rendition of In a Hurry is simply extraordinary. I've been on repeat for a whole day. I can't stop. Who is the rabbit goddess? Please uncover her identity. Similar comments flooded the internet, with the fervor showing no signs of abating. Qin Yuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his sharp eyes gleaming with confidence behind the lenses. A subtle smile played on his lips, exuding assurance. I knew you could do it, Feifei. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a compelling strength. Your talent, combined with the quality of In a Hurry, is an unbeatable combination. He paused for emphasis, his tone growing more assertive. Once the show reveals the true identity of the Masked Singer, Your name, Wang Feifei, will undoubtedly top the trending charts. It could even dominate for a week. Wang Feifei, buoyed by Qin Yuan's unwavering confidence, felt a surge of exhilaration. She excitedly waved her fair fist, as if already envisioning her brilliant future. Her eyes sparkled with hope and yearning, radiating a dazzling light. At that moment, various announcements, endorsements, and film invitations were sure to come pouring in like snowflakes. She could almost envision countless opportunities rushing towards her, her voice trembling with excitement. I, Wang Feifei, am finally poised to shed the label of a mere flower vase and emerge as a true powerhouse singer. She took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest of emotions within her, attempting to regain her composure. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips could not conceal the joy and exhilaration coursing through her heart. Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei, suddenly recalled something. Lifting her gaze to look at Qin Yuan, I must pay a visit to teacher Luchin. Her tone carried a subtle hint of hesitation, as if she were contemplating something significant. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow with keen interest, his gaze behind the lenses reflecting a hint of inquiry. Oh, have you come to a conclusion? It seemed he had anticipated Wang Feifei's decision, his voice laced with amusement. Yes, Wang Feifei nodded gently, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She sighed, her tone imbued with a sense of helplessness and a touch of relief. Though he is a scoundrel, and I despise scoundrels, still. She paused, seemingly weighing her words carefully. I cannot be ungrateful. My success is largely owed to this song crafted specifically for me. So I should indeed visit this scoundrel. The disdain in her voice lingered as she uttered the term scoundrel, yet there was an overwhelming sense of reluctant acceptance. Very well. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with Wang Feifei's decision. His gaze was profound, as if he could see through everything. Reflecting on Lu Chen's past and Wang Feifei's disparaging label, a pang of bitterness surged within Qin Yuan, glancing at Wang Feifei before him. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed his mind. He was curious to see the expression on her face when she truly comprehended the reality of the situation. After having labeled him a scoundrel, without further ado, let us depart this evening and visit him tomorrow morning. Qin Yuan decisively rose, concluding their meeting at the CAF. He swiftly donned the coat draped over the back of his chair, his movements brisk and efficient. Wang Feifei hastily stood up, following closely behind Qin Yuan. The two soon exited the CAF, driving towards the airport, bound for Kyoto. As night deepened and the city lights sparkled brilliantly, a black sedan glided through the expansive streets of the capital like a phantom. The vehicle was headed directly to the first hospital of the capital. Outside the window, neon lights flickered, and towering buildings showcased the grandeur and hustle of the metropolis. Inside the car, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Wang Feifei gazed out the window, her eyes lost in the rapidly passing scenery. Her thoughts were as perplexing and intricate as the night outside, a confluence of emotions difficult to articulate. She was about to meet Lu Chen, the exceptionally talented man who had crafted the song fleeting years for her, propelling her to new heights. Simultaneously, he's also the man whom she has labeled as a scoundrel, Qin Yuan. Wang Feifei shattered the silence within the vehicle, her voice soft yet laced with curiosity. Teacher Liu, how could he be hospitalized? Is he unwell? She noted that the vehicle was heading towards the hospital, stirring a flicker of concern and confusion within her. Qin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in a document he was meticulously perusing. Upon hearing Wang Feifei's inquiry, he did not lift his gaze, simply responding in a calm tone, yes, he is ill. However, I am not well informed about the specifics. His demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Wang Feifei furrowed her brow, her perplexity deepening. Why did Qin Yuan seem so vague? Could it be that Teacher Liu's condition was intricate and concealed? Her curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and the desire to unearth the truth intensified. What is the ailment? Is it serious? How long has he been hospitalized? Wang Feifei could not restrain herself from pursuing further, her voice tinged with anxiety. She was taken aback by her overwhelming urge to comprehend Teacher Liu's situation, a feeling that surprised even her. Qin Yuan closed the document in his hands and turned to cast a profound glance at Wang Feifei. His eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of complex emotions, elusive and difficult to decipher. Feifei, you will know shortly, he replied in a low, measured tone, imbued with an air of mystery. Once we arrive at the hospital and see him, everything will become clear. His words were vague, tinged with an enigmatic quality that only deepened Wang Feifei's confusion. Why was he reluctant to divulge information directly? Was there truly something unique about Teacher Liu's condition that made it difficult for Qin Yuan to articulate? Her mind brimmed with questions, and she felt an increasing sense of anticipation, or perhaps trepidation, regarding their impending meeting. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the first hospital of the imperial capital, Beneath the night sky, the hospital remained brightly illuminated, exuding a solemn grandeur. As one of the premier medical institutions in the capital, it attracted the nation's foremost medical experts and boasted the most advanced equipment. Patients admitted here were either prominent dignitaries or those with critical ailments. Wang Feifei trailed behind Qin Yuan as they exited the car. The cold night breeze caressed her face, sending a shiver through her. She tightened her coat around her and hastened towards the hospital entrance. Inside the bustling lobby, a constant flow of people thronged the space, creating a lively atmosphere. The faint scent of disinfectant mingled with a cacophony of sounds. Following Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei navigated through the throngs, taking the elevator to a specific floor of the inpatient department. As the elevator doors opened, a tranquil silence enveloped the corridor, starkly contrasting the clamor of the lobby below. The corridor was softly illuminated, the floor immaculate. The pervasive scent of disinfectant hung in the air, adding to the somber and oppressive ambience. Qin Yuan led Wang Feifei down the corridor, ultimately pausing before the door of a patient's room. They have arrived. This is the place. Qin Yuan indicated the tightly shut door of the hospital room, speaking in a calm tone. Wang Feifei took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. Her heart, however, raced violently in her chest, as if it might leap out from her throat. She hesitantly raised her hand and, after a moment's pause, gently knocked on the door of the ward. "Please enter." A melodious and clear voice resonated from within. The voice belonged to a young nurse, Chu Wei, who tended to Liu Ruyan. As the door swung open, the silhouette of a young girl appeared. Upon seeing Qin Yuan standing at the threshold, Chu Wei expressed mild surprise, which soon transformed into understanding as her gaze fell upon Wang Feifei behind him. Her tense expression softened slightly, and she stepped aside to allow them entry, speaking softly. "Teacher Qin Yuan, you have come." Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of fatigue. "Indeed, I have brought a friend to visit Teacher Liu." Qin Yuan sighed, his tone laden with a sense of helplessness and gravity. "How has Teacher Liu been these past few days?" he inquired with concern for Liu Qin's condition. "Still the same as before," Chu Wei responded, her voice tinged with melancholy. "He wakes for a few minutes every few days, most of the time. He remains in a coma. His vital signs are relatively stable." She endeavored to highlight the positive aspects, wishing to avoid an overly somber atmosphere. Qin Yuan nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Wang Feifei stood utterly stunned by the scene before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the figure lying on the hospital bed. The individual appeared emaciated, skeletal in form, with a waxen complexion, sunken eyes, and pronounced cheekbones, resembling a mere husk devoid of vitality. Various tubes were inserted into his frail body, connecting him to an array of cold medical apparatus. He breathed feebly, as though his life could extinguish at any moment. This frail being, on the brink of death, was truly the man she remembered as the talented, charismatic, and flamboyant Liu Ruyan, the notorious scoundrel of the gaming world. How could this be possible? What had led to such a transformation? Wang Feifei's mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. A chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her feeling icy and rigid. Liu Ruyan had deteriorated to this extent. The pitiful sight before her stood in stark contrast to the dashing, erudite figure she had once imagined. It was as if he were in a different realm altogether, one soaring in the heavens, the other plunged into the abyss. The immense disparity rendered her unable to accept, let alone believe, the reality before her. "What has happened to him?" Wang Feifei exclaimed, her voice sharp and trembling with shock and fear. She felt her legs grow weak, nearly unable to support her body, as she swayed precariously. A year ago, Teacher Liu was diagnosed with terminal bone cancer. Qin Yuan turned away, his gaze heavy with sorrow as he revealed the truth to Wang Feifei. His voice was deep and deliberate, each word striking her heart like a hammer. At this point, Teacher Liu's condition had deteriorated significantly. It was likely that time was running out. Qin Yuan's voice grew even more somber, tinged with a hint of regret and sadness. Each awakening could potentially be the last. And perhaps the sole belief sustaining him was encapsulated in the lyrics of a certain song. At this juncture, Qin Yuan abruptly paused, his eyes casting a complex look towards Wang Feifei, his words left unspoken. Wang Feifei stood frozen, her mind a tumult of confusion, as if struck by lightning. The words of Qin Yuan surged through her like a tempest, creating a whirlwind of emotions within her. Terminal bone cancer? Time running out? The guest? The lyrics? Each keyword flashed in her mind, colliding until they formed a coherent thread. The guest. The guest. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your wedding. I constantly remind myself not to evade. The familiar melody and the heart-wrenching lyrics raced through her thoughts like frames of a film. Each word, each line pierced her heart like a dagger, intensifying her anguish. As she recalled the lyrics, the news of Liu Ruyan's engagement to Li Sanxiao, and the abrupt end of her relationship with Liu Qin, her eyes welled with tears, cascading forth like a flood breaching its dam. She could no longer contain her emotions. Covering her mouth as silent sobs racked her body. In that moment, everything crystallized into clarity. She finally understood. Liu Qin was not the scoundrel he had been painted to be. His actions, his willingness to bear all misunderstandings and insults, stemmed from his desire not to burden her. Not to let her witness his suffering from cancer. He preferred to shoulder the stigma of being a scoundrel, choosing to silently endure his pain alone. The weight of such a reputation bore down upon him with excruciating heaviness. Wang Feifei's heart felt as though it were being torn apart, the pain unbearable. She ached for Liu Qin, for his resilience, for his sacrifices, for his silent suffering. Tears blurred her vision, rendering her unable to see Liu Qin on the hospital bed. Yet she was engulfed by an overwhelming sorrow, a tidal wave that completely submerged her. Chapter 18, the pure love warrior reflecting on her past acerbic taunts, which pierced like knives into Liu Qin. Wang Feifei felt as if her heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing it to spasm in pain. Shame and regret washed over her like a relentless tide, completely submerging her. How resolute she once was as a champion of pure love. She could scarcely tolerate any hint of insincerity, despising the scoundrels who toyed with emotions, and she derided those who proclaimed themselves as the deities of pure love, deeming them affected and utterly hypocritical. Yet, at this moment, the cruel truth struck her like a resounding slap, shattering her long-held worldview into smithereens. She finally comprehended the superficiality and absurdity of her previous beliefs. The lyrics of songs she once mocked as melodramatic and pretentious now echoed in her ears with a life of their own. Each note seemed imbued with Liu Qin's blood and tears, every word a lament, every line a sorrowful cry that pierced her very soul. Wang Feifei's eyes could no longer bear the weight of her tears, which surged forth like a dam breaking, blurring her vision. Gazing at the frail figure lying on the hospital bed, emaciated and resembling a flickering candle that could extinguish at any moment, her mind drifted to the social media posts flaunting the engagement ring of the celebrated Liu Ruyan. And she recalled her own vitriolic tirades against Liu Qin online a year ago. Overwhelmed by despair, Wang Feifei crumpled to the ground, her legs giving way beneath her. When her knees struck the cold floor, the pain was excruciating, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. She struggled to rise, but felt as powerless as a drowning person, collapsing back to the ground, gazing tearfully at Qin Yuan, her voice cracking with emotion, laden with choked sobs. "Senior, why didn't you tell me sooner? Reveal the truth to me." Qin Yuan sighed deeply, a subtle hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. His tone was heavy with sorrow and resignation. "I feared it might disrupt your emotional state for singing." He paused, his gaze complex as he looked at Wang Feifei, and continued slowly. "Teacher Liu's final wish was for these songs to resonate, to ignite passion, so that everyone would hear and remember them. Your emotional state is crucial. Had you learned of Teacher Liu's condition before performing, it would have shattered your composure, rendering you incapable of delivering the most perfect performance, perhaps even jeopardizing the entire show." Qin Yuan's voice was deep and resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. "I could not bear to witness the song's birth from Teacher Liu's very essence being squandered or forgotten. I must ensure they truly ignite. This is my final promise to him, the only thing I can do for him. Thus, I chose to conceal the truth from you until now, until the performance concluded and everything settled, so that you would finally know the reality of the situation." "I understand." Wang Feifei, like a puppet devoid of a soul, murmured these words, her voice hollow and ethereal. She inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tsunami of emotions that surged within her, yet found it all to be in vain. Her gaze fixated on the man lying on the hospital bed, a figure who had once etched a profound mark upon her life, and a tumult of indescribable feelings surged within her: guilt, heartache, sorrow, as if countless sharp needles relentlessly pierced her heart. What an admirable man he was, afflicted with a terminal illness and facing the end. He still exerted every ounce of his strength in the final moments of his life, silently enduring all pain and misunderstanding for her and those he cherished. In a bid to spare her heartache and not burden her life, he bore the unjust label of a scoundrel, resolutely choosing to depart, suffering alone in silence under the torment of illness and the shadow of death. Once, Wang Feifei believed that such a poignant love story existed solely within the realms of fictional narratives or the melodramatic tales that people often recounted. She never anticipated that she would witness and even experience such deep and noble love in the reality of her own life. And the protagonist of this tale turned out to be Liu Qin, a man she had once profoundly misunderstood and even scorned. Yet now, the cruel truth, akin to the sharpest blade, ruthlessly tore apart her long-held perceptions, laying bare the bloody reality before her. Liu Ruyan's situation detonated in her heart like a bomb, shattering her entirely and radically transforming her understanding of love and humanity. Why? Why must life always torment the good? Wang Feifei murmured to herself, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible, filled with accusations and confusion against the injustice of fate. She could not comprehend why someone as kind, as affectionate, and as remarkable as Liu Ruyan had to endure such suffering. Why was fate so cruel, so merciless? Qin Yuan sighed once more, gently patting Wang Feifei's shoulder. His voice low and hoarse. Let us wait outside, allowing teacher Liu to rest. At this juncture, Qin Yuan turned to the quietly standing Chu Wei, his tone softening somewhat. Infused with a hint of request, Chu Wei, if teacher Liu awakens, please call us in immediately, would you? Chu Wei nodded slightly, her expression solemn and respectful. Responding softly, of course, I will. She was acutely aware of Liu Ruyan's final wish and understood the emotions that Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei were currently experiencing. Thus, such a request was one she would not refuse. Qin Yuan assisted the dazed Wang Feifei to her feet, and together they silently exited the ward, taking a seat on the cold benches in the corridor. The corridor was eerily quiet, the distinct scent of disinfectant permeating the air, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly oppressive and heavy. The two sat side by side on the frigid seats, and after a moment of silence, Qin Yuan broke the stillness, beginning to recount the memories of his acquaintance and deepening bond with Liu Ruyan. When I first met teacher Liu, he was merely a struggling singer performing in a bar, an obscure figure in the world of music. Qin Yuan's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a hint of nostalgia and gratitude. At that time, life was arduous and the future appeared bleak, yet my passion for music was unwavering. It was my dream, my very essence. Perhaps teacher Liu sensed the tenacity and fervor in my eyes, for he took the initiative to approach me, engaging in extensive conversation, listening to my songs, and then astonishingly, he offered to compose songs tailored specifically for me. Qin Yuan's voice was tinged with excitement and disbelief. As if recalling that moment still felt surreal, it is important to note that, at that time, teacher Liu was already a renowned and celebrated producer. To be recognized by him felt akin to a stroke of fortune from the heavens. The subsequent events are well known. Teacher Liu crafted over 20 songs for me, including Make Me Happy, each one seemingly custom-made to perfectly align with my voice and emotions. Upon release, they swiftly captivated the entire internet, propelling me to fame as a burgeoning singer. Qin Yuan's voice momentarily faltered. Filled with sincere gratitude and admiration, teacher Liu was devoid of the pretentiousness often associated with famous musicians. Instead, he was remarkably approachable, humble, and gentle. After achieving fame, I frequently sought his counsel on musical matters, and he consistently responded with patience and generosity, imparting his wisdom and skills without reservation. Our relationship blossomed into one of mentorship and friendship, akin to that of brothers and kindred spirits. However, a year ago, teacher Liu vanished without warning or explanation, as if he had evaporated from existence. He ceased to answer calls or messages, severing all ties. Shortly thereafter, scandalous rumors emerged online: infidelity, emotional manipulation, and abandonment. Various distressing allegations tarnished his reputation, branding him as a national disgrace. Qin Yuan's voice grew somber and oppressive, laced with anger and disbelief. When I first encountered those headlines, I could hardly fathom them, utterly unable to accept them. I knew the kind of person teacher Liu was. He could never commit such acts. There had to be some misunderstanding or hidden truth. I attempted to reach out to him, desperate to uncover what had transpired. But no matter how hard I tried, I received no response. During that time, I was genuinely worried for him, fearful that he might have encountered some misfortune. Recently, teacher Liu unexpectedly contacted me. His voice was weak, nearly inaudible. He informed me that he was gravely ill and urged me to visit him in the hospital. Upon my arrival, witnessing his condition left me in shock. He had deteriorated to such an extent Qin Yuan's voice choked with emotion, leaving him unable to continue, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Before continuing in a hoarse voice, the doctor has stated that teacher Liu's condition has become exceedingly severe. The cancer cells have metastasized throughout his body. At most, he has but 1 month left to live. Each word uttered by Qin Yuan struck Wang Feifei's heart like a hammer, heavy and relentless, causing her entire being to tremble. Her complexion is pale as a ghost. 1 month of life, merely 1 month remaining. Wang Feifei felt her breath become labored, as though a colossal stone pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to inhale. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, her nails digging deep into her palms, sending sharp pangs of pain through her, yet failing to alleviate her inner torment and despair. I must inform Liu Ruyan. Wang Feifei abruptly raised her head, her eyes reddened, her voice quivering with agitation. Laced with anger and a fierce determination to seek justice for Lu Qin. How could that woman treat Teacher Liu in such a manner? She must know the truth. She ought to. But then, her words faltered, deflating like a punctured balloon, and she instantly softened, tears streaming down her face once more. Her voice breaking and helpless. Teacher Liu. He loved her so dearly, he did not wish for Liu Ruyan to find out. We cannot take it upon ourselves. This is Teacher Liu's choice. This is his everything. How can there exist such a wonderful man? Such a wonderful man. Why has fate not favored him? Why has such a good man not been granted to me? Alas, it is truly a pity. Fate always seems to delight in tormenting the virtuous. Wang Feifei murmured, her voice dwindling, growing weaker, until it was entirely consumed by the boundless sorrow and despair. Chapter 19. The enhancement of vitality. Lu Qin once again emerged from the boundless abyss of darkness. His consciousness painfully awakening, akin to breaking through ice. 3 days felt like an interminable century, and upon regaining his perception of the world, he was immediately engulfed by an all-encompassing agony. The piercing sounds of various medical instruments resonated monotonously and coldly, echoing like a death knell within the quiet hospital room. The familiar, marrow-deep pain surged over him like a relentless tide, yanking him back from the brink of oblivion and thrusting him into the harshness of reality. With great struggle, he opened his eyes, every nerve shrieking in protest, as if subjected to searing flames or simultaneously pierced by countless needles. In the terminal stages of cancer, his body had deteriorated to an extreme degree, his vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Often, the excruciating pain could not rouse him. He could only languish in the boundless abyss of torment, his consciousness hazy, as if wandering through a surreal dreamscape. Yet this time, he was truly awakened by the pain. This heart-wrenching suffering served as an unconventional testament to his resilience, indicating that his life force was gradually reviving. A familiar pale blue screen silently unfurled before Lu Qin's eyes. Song decent. Popularity level SSS. Song in a hurry that year. Popularity level SSS. You have gained 30 days of lifespan. You have gained 5 points of health. Current health. 7,100. Health must exceed 80 for recovery. The cold, mechanical voice of the system broadcasted these notifications, yet a flicker of hope ignited within Lu Qin's heart. He understood that health points were intrinsically linked to his lifespan. However, in his current state of abysmally low health, the lifespan granted by the system merely prolonged his suffering, offering scant improvement to his condition. Only by genuinely amplifying his health points could he hope to stem the tide of cancer cells and possibly attain true recovery. The agonizing sensation surged like towering waves, and Lu Qin could no longer suppress his pain groans, the hoarse sounds escaping from deep within his throat, laden with heavy breaths. He sharply inhaled, the frigid air rushing into his lungs, yet it felt like a knife slicing through him, the searing pain rapidly spreading. At that moment, the attentive nurse, Chu Wei, was the first to notice Lu Qin's awakening. She gasped in delight, quickly pressed the call button, and hurriedly exited the room to summon the doctor. Outside, the anxious Wang Feifei and Qin Yuan, who had been waiting with bated breath, were startled by the commotion, as if struck by lightning. They sprang to their feet and rushed into the room. All eyes converged on the frail figure lying in the hospital bed. The chief physician swiftly approached the bed, his expression grave as he began to meticulously assess Lu Qin's condition. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere in the room grew suffocatingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. The chief physician furrowed his brow, alternately scrutinizing the data on the instruments and gently checking Lu Qin's pulse. His demeanor focused and serious. At long last, with the examination complete, the chief physician gradually straightened his posture. The furrowed brow that had been tightly knit began to ease slightly, a hint of astonishment gracing his countenance. He mused, his tone imbued with a touch of incredulity as he slowly spoke. The patient's condition has surprisingly stabilized. There are no signs of cancer cells spreading at this moment. This is truly a miracle, a piece of delightful news. Upon hearing these words, the young nurse Chu Wei felt a surge of emotion. Her eyes glistening with moisture as she exclaimed, her voice quivering with excitement, could it be related to the patient's final wish? Quite possibly. The chief physician nodded, a glimmer of approval shining in his eyes, reflecting on the unimaginable power of the human spirit. The will to survive can indeed create miracles. Qin Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, his entire being trembling as he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with warmth. With a voice choked with emotion, he declared, Teacher Liu's passion for music has become an integral part of his very existence. Music is his soul. And beyond that, there is the woman who holds the most significant place in his life. Now, music and Liu Ruyan are his sole hopes for survival. Indeed, It must be so. Wang Feifei nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stammered. Teacher Liu loves Liu Ruyan so dearly. He surely does not wish to depart this world with regrets. He yearns to see Liu Ruyan once more, to reveal the truth to her. With great difficulty, Liu Chun lifted his arm feebly, as if trying to grasp something. His parched lips moved slightly, producing a voice that was raspy and faint. Liu Ruyan. Hearing these three syllables, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei immediately leaned closer, nearly pressing their ears against Liu Qin's lips, holding their breath, straining to listen intently. However, just as Liu Qin was about to continue, an even more intense wave of pain surged through him. Akin to a volcanic eruption that engulfed his entire being in an instant. He felt as though an invisible hand was mercilessly clenching and crushing his insides. The agony rendering his vision momentarily dark, a suppressed cry of pain escaping his throat. Yet, the words he longed to utter remained trapped, unable to break free. Simultaneously, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more in Liu Qin's mind. Host's health value has risen to 7. The host's body is now actively resisting cancer. This is manifested as increased pain for the host. With diminished waking hours, upon hearing the system's notification, a wave of despair washed over Liu Qin, the weight of shock and hopelessness crashing upon him like a relentless tide. The diminishing time of consciousness? This signified that the moments he had to fight for himself were slipping away rapidly, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. He summoned every ounce of strength within him to weakly point towards the paper and pen on the bedside table. What? Liu Ruyan? Qin Yuan initially failed to comprehend Liu Qin's intent and anxiously speculated, perhaps Teacher Liu wishes for us not to reveal the truth to Liu Ruyan? That seems likely. Wang Feifei nodded in a flurry, her vision blurred with tears as she spoke. Teacher Liu loves Liu Ruyan so much. He certainly does not want her to see him in his current state, nor wishes to cause her sorrow. The swift nurse, Chu Wei, promptly handed a pen and paper to Liu Qin. He dared not hesitate for even a moment, fully aware that time was of the essence, and every second was critical. Battling against the overwhelming tide of excruciating pain, he gripped the pen tightly with trembling hands and began to write rapidly on the paper. His arm shook violently, each stroke seemingly consuming every ounce of his strength, while his heart raced erratically, each beat accompanied by a searing agony. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking the hair at his temples, yet he dared not pause, akin to a drowning man desperately clutching at a final lifeline. Enduring the pain that threatened to engulf him, he summoned his last reserves of strength to inscribe the titles of 3 songs on the paper. Then, as if every last bit of energy had been expended, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the choice between survival and clearing Liu Ruyan's name, Liu Qin ultimately opted for the former. He understood that only by continuing to live could he hope to rectify everything and elucidate matters to Liu Ruyan. Thus, he poured all his energy and willpower into these 3 songs, exchanging immense suffering for a final glimmer of hope. Love like the tide. A farewell kiss. The breaking point. The uneven handwriting, imbued with profound anguish and reluctance, lay quietly upon the white paper. Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei silently gazed at the titles inscribed on the page, exchanging a glance filled with shock, heartache, and deep admiration. They were astonished that, under such torment, Liu Qin could still unleash such remarkable musical talent. They ached for the inhuman suffering he endured, and they respected his unwavering hope, even at the brink of life. As he fought valiantly for his loved ones and for music. We will make these 3 songs a sensation, Qin Yuan declared, clenching his fists, his voice low and resolute, as if pledging an oath. No matter the cost, I will find the most suitable singer to bring these 3 songs to life, fulfilling Teacher Liu's final wish. Chapter 20. A turmoil of emotions. Wang Feifei and Qin Yuan silently gazed at Liu Qin, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. His body entwined with an array of cold tubes, ensnared by the oppressive embrace of medical apparatus. Their hearts were a tempest of conflicting emotions, a veritable cacophony of sensations sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, each vying for dominance, rendering their feelings indescribably complex. Particularly for Wang Feifei, her emotions surged like a tumultuous sea, leaving her in a state of unrest. She vividly recalled the profound misunderstandings she had harbored towards Liu Qin. On more than one occasion, she had delivered merciless verbal assaults upon him, branding him a scoundrel. Those 2 words had echoed in her mind countless times, and even been hurled at him in person with unrelenting disdain. Now, the truth pierced through her previous perceptions like a sharp blade. She was mistaken, egregiously so. To the point of utter humiliation, a wave of intense regret engulfed her, akin to a tsunami, drowning her in remorse. How could she have so easily and arbitrarily condemned such a deeply affectionate man? He bore immense suffering, quietly enduring everything for the sake of his beloved. Yet, She had stood upon her moral high ground like a fool, ruthlessly criticizing and attacking him. The sole thought sustaining teacher Liu's will to survive. Wang Feifei's voice trembled as it broke the silence of the hospital room. She turned her gaze toward Qin Yuan, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Perhaps it was as he had previously mentioned in the guest lounge, his desire to witness the wedding of Liu Ruyan with his own eyes. Qin Yuan nodded. Exhaling deeply, "Let us go," he urged, placing a hand gently on Wang Feifei's shoulder, his tone heavy yet imbued with a glimmer of hope. Teacher Liu will surely hold on until that day. He glanced back at Lu Qin, lying on the bed. And the distorted titles of songs resurfaced in his mind: Love Like the Tide, Kiss Goodbye, Breaking Point. Each melody seemed imbued with Lu Qin's profound love and despair. Qin Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. These songs were all crafted for Liu Ruyan. His voice dipped low, laced with a hint of choked emotion. How deeply affectionate. Each one a chart-topping classic, yet all penned for a single woman. He could hardly fathom the torment and anguish Lu Qin must have endured while composing these pieces. What struck him as particularly unjust was that this very woman harbored a deep-seated loathing for him. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned pale from the strain. All of this was due to the cruel hand of fate. In a fit of frustration, Qin Yuan could no longer contain his emotions and struck the cold wall before him with a fierce blow. The dull thud echoed through the empty corridor, reverberating like a lament. He felt a profound sense of injustice for Lu Qin. Fate had been unrelentingly harsh towards him. As a man, Qin Yuan could deeply empathize with the turmoil that now plagued Lu Qin's heart. The anguish, the despair, the helplessness surged within him like an overwhelming tide, nearly submerging him entirely. The woman he cherished was on the cusp of entering the sacred institution of marriage with another. Meanwhile, he himself was afflicted with a terminal illness, his life ticking away in a countdown. In an effort to ensure her peace and happiness, to spare her from the burdens of guilt and sorrow, Lu Qin made the painful decision to conceal the truth. He willingly accepted the infamy, choosing to be regarded as a despicable man by all. He retreated into the shadows, silently observing the wedding of his beloved, and then, burdened with profound sorrow and regret, departed this world quietly. To be candid, Qin Yuan reflected upon his own heart. If such a misfortune were to befall him, he believed he would struggle to emulate Lu Qin's selflessness and nobility. He might selfishly desire Liu Ruyan to accompany him through the twilight of his life. Perhaps he would even wish for her to remain in mourning for him for the rest of her days. Yet, Lu Qin did not take that path. He opted for a more arduous and admirable route, choosing to conceal his cancer diagnosis and to embrace the role of a bad man. Qin Yuan internally resonated with Lu Qin's choice. He comprehended the depth of Lu Qin's anguish and admired his noble spirit. However, this choice hinged on a critical condition: Liu Ruyan must be a woman deserving of such sacrifice. She should possess the capacity to appreciate Lu Qin's profound affection, and even in ignorance of the truth, cherish his memory in the years to come, perhaps remaining devoted to him in spirit. If Liu Ruyan were to be unworthy, if upon learning the truth she were to deride Lu Qin's actions as foolish, then all of Lu Qin's sacrifices would dissolve into farce, a mere self-indulgent gesture. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei departed from the capital, urgently making their way to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. They had to prepare for the imminent recording of the latest episode of the Masked Singer competition. En route, they diligently studied the 3 songs penned by Lu Qin, examining them meticulously time and again: Love Like Tide, Kiss Goodbye, and Break Point. With his phone in hand, displaying the lyrics and sheet music, Qin Yuan read closely while softly humming along. Each note, each lyric seemed imbued with Lu Qin's spirit and emotion. Each of these songs stood as a classic, each possessing the potential to become an annual chart-topping love ballad. Indeed, it was not far-fetched to envision them transcending seasonal hits to become timeless classics cherished for decades. However, according to the competition rules of the Masked Singer, he and Wang Feifei could perform only 2 songs together in the upcoming contest, leaving 1 song unperformed. It seemed the female voice would be more fitting for Kiss Goodbye. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment before making arrangements. Wang Feifei, for the next performance, you shall sing Kiss Goodbye. He pointed to another song title. As for Breakpoint, its style and melody suit my vocal range perfectly. I shall take on that piece. Wang Feifei expressed no objections to Qin Yuan's decisions. To perform a song by teacher Liu was already a tremendous honor for her. Moreover, each of these 3 songs had the potential to become a sensational hit. Being able to sing one of them was an extraordinary blessing. Her only concern now was whether her singing skills would suffice, fearing that her rendition might overshadow the brilliance of teacher Liu's composition. Who will sing Love Like Tides? Wang Feifei inquired, puzzled. With 2 songs already assigned, the fate of the final piece remained uncertain. Qin Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a brief moment, He lifted his head, a spark igniting in his eyes. I happen to have an old friend who is perfectly suited for this song, he said slowly. She, along with Liu Ruyan and teacher Liu Qin, is a fellow graduate of the same music academy, and she is also a close friend of the diva Liu Ruyan. Qin Yuan paused for effect. Coincidentally, she is also a contestant in this season's Masked Singer. Wang Feifei seemed to connect the dots, her eyes widening slightly. Are you referring to Zhang Xinjia? Indeed, that's her, Qin Yuan confirmed with a nod. However, his brow furrowed slightly, his tone tinged with hesitation. The issue is that she and Liu Ruyan share a very close bond, and therefore, she harbors a deep resentment toward teacher Liu. This was the crux of the matter. Zhang Xinjia and Liu Ruyan were confidants, and her feelings for Liu Ruyan were profoundly intense. Given the public perception of Liu Qin as a notorious scoundrel, Zhang Xinjia's disdain for him was entirely understandable. Furthermore, if she were to discover the truth, would she confide in Liu Ruyan? Wang Feifei raised a more pragmatic concern. Their relationship was exceedingly intimate. If Zhang Xinjia learned of Liu Qin's cancer diagnosis, given her friendship with Liu Ruyan, it was highly probable she would divulge this information to her. If that were to happen, all of Liu Qin's previous efforts would be in vain. Qin Yuan fell silent, meticulously weighing the pros and cons. She is the most suitable candidate, he ultimately resolved. Zhang Xinjia's vocal timbre and the style of Love Like Tides were a match made in heaven. No one else could perform the song as adeptly as she could. Taking a deep breath, he continued, it will suffice to clarify matters with her, to inform her of teacher Liu's true condition. I believe she will comprehend. His tone grew firmer. If necessary, we will make every effort to persuade her to join us. For the sake of teacher Liu's music, to ensure his talent does not go unnoticed, I am willing to exert every effort. Wang Feifei nodded emphatically. Very well. Her eyes were filled with determination. Teacher Liu's song must be sung well by the most suitable person. Qin Yuan nodded, no longer hesitating. He picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before it was swiftly answered. Is this Zhang Xinjia? This is Qin Yuan, he said with a smile. What can I do for you? A slightly husky yet penetrating female voice came through the line. This voice seemed to possess an innate power capable of striking at the very heart, imbued with an abundance of emotional resonance. I would like to invite you to perform a song in the next episode of Masked Singer, Qin Yuan stated directly, without beating around the bush. The quality of the song is absolutely guaranteed. It is conservatively estimated to be an annual hit, with the potential to become a classic that resonates for decades. His tone was steady and confident. Oh? Zhang Xinjia's interest seemed piqued. She let out a light laugh. Is it written by Liu Qin? As a guest performer on Masked Singer, this was perhaps still a secret to the general audience. However, for those within the entertainment industry, it was nearly an open secret. Indeed, Qin Yuan did not deny it. There was nothing to deny. Get lost. A crisp and decisive word came from the other end of the line, followed by the busy tone. The call was unceremoniously terminated. Chapter 21. Seeing is believing. Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei exchanged glances, each discerning unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. For the sake of teacher Liu, they must exert every effort. The sun continued to shine brightly, filtering through the window panes and cascading into the corners of the room, illuminating the minute particles of dust. Yet, an air of trepidation loomed over Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei, as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. They were acutely aware of the arduous journey ahead. Zhang Xinjia's demeanor, much like the chilling single word uttered during their phone conversation, foretold a path fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, for the sake of preserving teacher Liu's hard work, and to ensure that the song Love Like Tides could once again be unveiled, they had to take the plunge. Following the address, they arrived at the villa district where Zhang Xinjia resided. As their vehicle passed through the gates, it seemed to instantaneously sever the ties to the city's clamor. Lush greenery enveloped them, with flourishing branches casting dappled shadows. The air was fragrant with the melodies of birds and the scent of blossoms, refreshing and serene. This tranquil environment stood in stark contrast to the glitzy chaos of the entertainment industry, as though they had stepped into a realm untouched by worldly distractions. They halted before a villa, its white walls adorned with simple yet elegant lines that glimmered softly under the sun's embrace. Surrounding it were meticulously pruned plants, enhancing the serenity of the scene. Qin Yuan took a deep breath to steady his slightly anxious heart before pressing the doorbell. The crisp chime reverberated through the still air, making the wait feel interminably long, as each second stretched into what felt like a century, freezing time itself. Only the sound of their heartbeats punctuated the silence. The door creaked open, shattering the stillness. A young woman with a cool demeanor appeared, clad in a simple yet elegant loungewear that failed to mask her frosty aura. Her gaze was indifferent, akin to the icy grip of winter, devoid of warmth, as though she were 1,000 miles away. It was Zhang Xianjia. A smile crept onto Qin Yuan's face as he endeavored to project warmth and sincerity. "Miss Zhang, hello. I am Qin Yuan, and this is my colleague Wang Feifei." He spoke in a deliberately measured tone, hoping to mitigate her apparent chill. Zhang Xianjia cast a fleeting glance their way, her eyes void of any warmth. As if regarding two complete strangers, even less than that. "Is this about the matter from the phone call?" Her voice trembled slightly, yet it bore an unusual frostiness, akin to a cold wind sweeping across an icy surface. "Yes, indeed. There is a song that is exceptionally suited for you," Qin Yuan replied, striving to infuse his tone with allure, hoping to pique her interest. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Xianjia's lips, laced with disdain. "Written by Liu Ruyan? I have no interest." Her response was succinct and decisive, cutting through the air like a sharp blade. "Miss Zhang, please allow us to finish. The quality of this song is truly exceptional, and I assure you that after listening, you will change your mind," Wang Feifei interjected, stepping forward with an urgent tone. A glimmer of opportunity was all that was hoped for. Zhang Xianjia's gaze was icy and devoid of any emotion, as if she were observing two incessantly bickering salespeople. "If your intention is to discuss Liu Ruyan's music, then I kindly suggest you leave. I cannot sing a single one of his songs." Her tone was resolute, allowing no room for negotiation. With a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut, the reverberation echoing through the desolate villa district, striking the ears painfully. Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei stood outside, exchanging bewildered glances, their hearts heavy with confusion. Their inaugural visit had ended in failure, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving them utterly chilled. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. They encouraged one another, their eyes rekindling with hope. They firmly believed that with sincerity, where genuine intent prevails, even the hardest of stones may yield. They could eventually touch Zhang Xianjia's heart. For the sake of teacher Liu, they could not afford to give up. The following day, they returned to Zhang Xianjia's villa. The sun still shone brightly. Yet their spirits were even more burdened than the day before. This time, they bore a meticulously prepared gift, a delicately packaged box of pastries and a demo of Love Like Tide. They hoped this gesture would soften Zhang Xianjia's demeanor. Once more, they rang the doorbell, its chime as crisp as before, but their hearts fluttered nervously, as if awaiting an unknown judgment. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Xianjia once again. Her expression as frosty as ever, showing no sign of change. Upon recognizing them, her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure, even tinged with annoyance. "What do you want again?" Her tone was colder than the winter's chill. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply and extended the gift, a sincere smile gracing his face. "Miss Zhang, this is a small token we prepared especially for you. We hope you will accept it." He aimed to ease the tension before broaching the subject of the song. However, Zhang Xianjia did not even glance at the gift, her gaze failing to linger on the box for a moment. "No need for that. Take it away. I do not accept gifts." Her rejection was blunt and unequivocal, devoid of any semblance of warmth. "Miss Zhang, we are here today to discuss the song once more." Wang Feifei stepped forward, her tone gentle, attempting to wield the softer power of femininity to break the impasse. "I have made myself abundantly clear. I have no interest in your music, particularly Liu Ruyan's." Zhang Xianjia's voice dripped with evident disdain, as if the mere mention of Liu Ruyan's name repulsed her. "Miss Zhang, you may have some misconceptions about teacher Liu." Qin Yuan endeavored to clarify, seeking to dispel the misunderstandings surrounding Liu Ruyan. Yet, Zhang Xianjia interrupted him again, her tone sharpening like a drawn sword. "Misconceptions? My misconceptions? Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei, do you truly not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? What kind of person is Liu Ruyan? Do you not have any awareness of this?" Her voice rose several decibels, tinged with a hint of anger, as though a sensitive nerve had been struck. "He committed such acts, inflicting pain upon Ruyan and my dear friend. And yet you dare to come to me to sing his songs? Do you not find this absurd?" The names Liu Ruyan and dear friend loomed like two colossal mountains, pressing heavily upon Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei's hearts. They finally comprehended that Zhang Xianjia's hostility was not solely due to Liu Ruyan's music, but rather stemmed from her profound bond with Liu Ruyan. "Miss Zhang, we understand that you and Miss Liu Ruyan share a close friendship, but this song is truly different from what you envision. After listening to it, perhaps your perspective will change." Qin Yuan spoke earnestly, attempting to sway Zhang Xianjia with the essence of the song itself. Zhang Xianjia scoffed, her gaze brimming with disdain, as if regarding two naive children. "Change her mind? Impossible. I, Zhang Xianjia, have never gone back on my word. Especially regarding matters related to Liu Ruyan." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. No matter what you say, I will not sing his songs. You should abandon this hope. With that, she rudely shut the door once more, with even more force than the day before, as if to completely sever their presence from her threshold. Their second visit ended in failure yet again, and this time, Zhang Xianzhe's demeanor was even more steadfast, tinged with a flicker of fury. Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei's spirits sank further, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. They realized that persuading Zhang Xianzhe would prove far more difficult than they had anticipated, akin to scaling an insurmountable mountain. Yet, they did not relent. For the sake of Teacher Liu and the song Love Like Tides, they resolved to make a third visit. Even if hope seemed faint, they would exert every effort. On the third day, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei returned to Zhang Xianzhe's villa. This time, they bore no gifts, nor did they harbor grand expectations. They merely carried a heart filled with sincerity and a final vestige of determination. Ringing the doorbell, the chime echoed in the still air, resonating with an air of solitude. Once again, it was Zhang Xianzhe who answered the door, but her demeanor was colder than in the previous encounters, resembling a millennium of frozen ice, repelling all warmth from her vicinity. Her eyes even reflected a hint of weariness, as though regarding two persistent specters. What brings you here again? I have made myself abundantly clear. I will not sing Lu Qin's songs. Is it amusing to you to keep pestering me? Zhang Xianzhe's tone carried a note of irritation, her patience seemingly exhausted. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. With a calm yet resolute tone, he replied, Miss Zhang, we are not here to pester you today. We merely wish to share some words that concern the lifelong happiness of your dear friend Liu Ruyan. He resolved to alter his approach, beginning with Liu Ruyan. Perhaps there exists a glimmer of hope. Zhang Xianzhe observed them with a cold gaze, her eyes brimming with skepticism, as if scrutinizing their motives. Speak. I am curious to see what else you might articulate. Her tone remained frosty, yet there lingered a hint of inquiry. Qin Yuan met Zhang Xianzhe's gaze directly, his look sincere and his voice weighted with gravity. Ms. Zhang, are you aware of why Teacher Liu abruptly departed from the music scene? He posed the first and most pivotal question. Zhang Xianzhe's eyes flickered momentarily, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, yet she quickly restored her icy demeanor, akin to the surface freezing once more. I do not wish to know. Nor do I care, she asserted resolutely, eager to dissociate from Liu Qin entirely. No, you ought to be informed, Qin Yuan implored, his tone tinged with earnestness, hoping to capture her attention. Teacher Liu, he is gravely ill, cancer, in its advanced stages. The words cancer and advanced stages detonated like a bomb, striking Zhang Xianzhe's heart with immediate force, draining the color from her previously frosty visage. Her complexion turned pallid, resembling a canvas stripped of all hues. Her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, akin to being struck by lightning. What did you say? Cancer? Advanced stages? Her voice trembled, laced with incredulity and a trace of barely discernible panic. Wang Feifei stepped forward, her tone sorrowful. It is true, Ms. Zhang, Teacher Liu is indeed unwell, and time is of the essence. Her words confirmed Qin Yuan's assertion, serving as the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Xianzhe stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, the air thick with an eerie silence, only the sound of their stifled breaths permeating the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Xianzhe gradually regained her composure, her expression a complex interplay of doubt and fleeting hope as she regarded Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei. Are you telling the truth? She seemed desperate to clutch at the last shred of salvation, seeking validation of this news. Qin Yuan's tone was earnest, his gaze unwavering. If you doubt us, we can go to the hospital right now. He understood that only through first-hand witness would Zhang Xianzhe be convinced of this dire reality. Then let us proceed. But if you deceive me, Zhang Xianzhe scoffed, her voice imbued with a subtle threat and an unwavering resolve. Though I harbor no desire for fame or fortune, I possess certain resources. She made her stance clear. If deceived, she would not let the matter rest easily. Let us go. Qin Yuan had already procured the plane tickets, fully prepared for this moment. We shall depart immediately. Miss Zhang, we are aware of your profound disdain for Mr. Liu, as he has caused Miss Liu Ruyan great distress. However, there are certain matters of which you may not grasp the full truth. He endeavored to elucidate, to unveil the misunderstood reality. Mr. Liu's decision to part ways with Miss Liu was not born of a lack of affection, but rather from a desire to spare her from burden. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Aware of his terminal illness, he wished to shield Miss Liu from the suffering that would accompany his condition, thus he chose to depart. Every action he took was motivated by a heartfelt concern for her well-being. Miss Zhang remained silent, absorbed in contemplation. Only through witnessing the truth with her own eyes would she come to believe, to render her ultimate judgment. Chapter 22. Past the airplane weaved through the clouds as Zhang Xinjia gazed out of the window. Below, the sea of clouds roiled, resembling an endless expanse of snow-capped mountains undulating in the distance. Sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds like a golden sword wielded by a deity, cascading down in myriad beams of brilliance. The aircraft flew steadily onward, yet Zhang Xinjia's thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to a distant past. Memories, sealed by the passage of time, unfolded in her mind like old film reels. The scene of her first encounter with Liu Ruyan was so vivid it felt as though it had transpired yesterday. At that time, they were both youthful maidens, their faces unrefined, eyes shimmering with aspirations and longings for the future, akin to uncut jade radiating an innocent glow. Their fateful meeting at an art exhibition was orchestrated by destiny itself. Liu Ruyan's paintings, marked by delicate brushstrokes and vibrant colors, brimmed with vitality and exuberance. Zhang Xinjia was instantly captivated by that remarkable talent. They drew near to each other like two magnets, swiftly becoming inseparable confidants. Together, they wandered through bustling streets, indulging in street food delights. They sat side by side in darkened cinemas, sharing the sweetness of popcorn. Under the afternoon sun, they nestled against each other, softly confiding their youthful dreams and secret aspirations. Liu Ruyan's nature was gentle as water, her kindness almost translucent. True to her name, she was as graceful as jade, evoking a natural instinct to cherish and protect her. In contrast, Zhang Xinjia possessed the fortitude of a winter plum blossom, independent and resolute, exuding an inherent strength and determination. She was like a mature sister, silently shielding Liu Ruyan from life's tempests, dispelling the shadows that lingered. Then, a man named Liu Qin entered their lives, a prodigious musician. Liu Qin seemed destined to stand at the center of the stage, basking in the adoration of the masses. His voice, deep and magnetic, was akin to rich wine, intoxicating and enchanting. The first time Zhang Xinjia heard Liu Qin sing was at a welcome gala hosted by their school. The moment his voice resonated, the entire auditorium fell under a spell of silence, all gazes magnetically converging upon the stage. Liu Ruyan, too, was profoundly drawn to Liu Qin's talent. Zhang Xinjia distinctly recalled the light that sparkled in Liu Ruyan's eyes at that moment, a radiance filled with admiration and infatuation for Liu Qin, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Liu Qin also noticed the gentle beauty of Liu Ruyan amidst the crowd. Their gazes intertwined in the air, igniting a dazzling spark. As if they were fated, they swiftly fell in love and became entwined. That period marked the most beautiful days of their lives, sunshine ablaze and air suffused with sweetness. As their mutual friend, Zhang Xinjia stood as a loyal chronicler, witnessing the sweetness and beauty of their love. Each time Liu Ruyan spoke Liu Qin's name, a blissful smile would bloom upon her face, reminiscent of flowers bursting into bloom in the spring, vibrant and captivating. Liu Qin treated Liu Ruyan with utmost care and tenderness, as if she were a fragile treasure, delicately cradled in his hands. Zhang Xinjia genuinely felt joy for them and sincerely wished them well. She naively believed that their happiness would endure like a fairy tale, lasting until the end of time. However, fate has a penchant for mischief, and beautiful things are often easily shattered. Until that fateful day, when everything changed. The sky was overcast, as if foretelling an impending storm. Liu Ruyan, with tear-stained eyes, stumbled her way to Zhang Xinjia like a lost lamb. Xinjia, what should I do? Liu Qin, he no longer wants me. Her voice trembled, the broken notes resembling scattered pearls, while tears cascaded like a flood, unstoppable. Zhang Xinjia hurriedly embraced her, gently stroking her back as one would soothe an injured creature. Ruyan, don't cry, don't cry. What happened? What's wrong? Liu Ruyan recounted the events in fragmented words, her speech disjointed. Liu Qin had suddenly unilaterally proposed a breakup, without reason or warning, striking her like a bolt from the blue. A mere cold statement of let's break up severed all the beauty that existed between them, akin to a sharp blade. Liu Ruyan found it utterly impossible to accept this cruel reality. She could not comprehend why her lover, who had just the day before showered her with sweet words and tender affection, had turned so callous, as if two different people. Was it possible that he had fallen for someone else? Liu Ruyan sobbed, gasping for breath, clutching at the last straw of hope. Zhang Xinjia's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing unbearable anguish. She could hardly believe that the once gentle and considerate Liu Qin could inflict such pain on Liu Ruyan. In her memory, Liu Qin had always been a refined, kind-hearted, and sincere individual. His love for Liu Ruyan was evident, both genuine and fervent. No, Ruyan, don't think like that. Liu Qin isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding, Zhang Xinjia reassured her softly, while internally denying this dreadful suspicion, yet deep down, she too was filled with doubt and unease. But why would he break up with me? He wouldn't even provide a decent reason. heartlessly abandoning me. Liu Ruyan cried even more despairingly, her voice hoarse, like a wounded beast issuing a desperate wail. Seeing Liu Ruyan in such anguish pierced Zhang Xianzhi's heart like a knife, causing unbearable pain. A surge of intense anger and heartache welled up within her. She vowed to seek justice for Liu Ruyan, to uncover the truth behind this situation. With determination, she sought out Liu Qin, eager to confront him directly and demand a reasonable explanation for Liu Ruyan. Liu Qin, why did you break up with Ruyan? Do you have any idea how heartbroken she is? Is this how you treat her? Zhang Xinzhi's tone was frigid, akin to the frost of a harsh winter. Imbued with unabashed inquiry and fury, Liu Qin remained silent, resembling a wayward child, his head bowed and lips pressed tightly together, refusing to utter a word. Speak. Why have you done this? Do you deserve the affection Ruyan harbors for you? Zhang Xinzhi's voice escalated by several octaves, laden with uncontrollable wrath, her chest heaving violently. Liu Qin slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with anguish and helplessness, like a cornered beast fighting in despair. Xinzhi, I am sorry. I cannot explain. There are matters you shall never comprehend. His voice was hoarse and deep, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, as if he were valiantly suppressing inner torment. Cannot explain? What is there that cannot be said? Have you truly wronged Ruyan? Have you betrayed her by falling for another? Zhang Xinzhi's fury intensified. She had firmly concluded that Liu Qin had shifted his affections, betraying their bond. I have not, Liu Qin weakly denied, his voice scarcely above a whisper. Frail and powerless. Then why did you end things with Ruyan? Tell me the reason. If you provide a reason, I will believe you. Zhang Xinzhi pressed relentlessly, her tone resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Liu Qin remained silent for an agonizing duration, resembling a statue, ultimately shaking his head in despair. Think what you will. The truth no longer matters. With those words, Liu Qin departed like a marionette bereft of its soul, leaving Zhang Xinzhi alone, akin to a warrior abandoned on the battlefield. Standing there in anger, confusion, and helplessness. From that moment on, Liu Ruyan seemed transformed, like a flower deprived of sunlight, rapidly wilting and fading. She no longer exuded the vivacity she once had, her face devoid of its former smile. She confined herself within a darkened room, drawing heavy curtains to reject the sun. Washing her face with tears, existing like a mere shell of her former self. The beloved paintbrush she once cherished had lost its vibrancy. Now cloaked in a thick layer of dust, the artworks she produced were steeped in unfathomable sorrow and oppression, their muted tones suffocating. The songs she penned lacked their previous liveliness and vigor, overflowing with negativity, despair, and suppression. Zhang Xinzhi witnessed this with a heavy heart. Akin to watching her sister endure suffering while feeling utterly powerless, she exhausted every method to console Liu Ruyan, striving to pull her from the abyss of pain. She engaged in conversation, attempting to unlock her heart. She accompanied her on shopping trips, hoping to divert her attention. She took her to witness stunning landscapes, seeking to uplift her spirits. Yet, Liu Ruyan's heart seemed entirely encased in impenetrable ice, akin to a glacier submerged beneath the sea, cold and unyielding. Regardless of Zhang Xinzhi's fervent efforts, she could not melt that frozen barrier. Ruyan, do not weep. It is not worth your torment for someone undeserving. Zhang Xinzhi embraced Liu Ruyan tenderly, offering gentle comfort, her voice soft yet filled with helplessness. Liu Ruyan despondently shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread, unstoppable in their descent. Yet, I truly love him, Xianzhi. I love him so deeply that I find it impossible to extricate myself. Her voice trembled, imbued with profound anguish and despair, akin to a wounded creature emitting a helpless wail. Zhang Xianzhi's heart ached in unison, as if it were being slowly sliced by a dull blade. A sensation both painful and numbing. She understood that Liu Ruyan had devoted her entire heart and emotions to Liu Qin, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Heedless of the peril, this affection was like a vine deeply rooted. It could not simply be relinquished at will, necessitating time and patience, and above all, a resolute will. I know, Ruyan, I comprehend how deeply you cherish him, and I recognize the torment you currently endure. However, he no longer merits your love. Nor does he deserve the sacrifices you have made for him. Zhang Xianzhi endeavored to utilize a rational tone, urging Liu Ruyan to confront the harsh reality. His choice to depart so resolutely indicates that he is utterly indifferent to your feelings, unconcerned about your sorrow. Why must you inflict such excruciating torment upon yourself for someone who cares not for you? Do you wish to ruin your life for him? Liu Ruyan fell silent, resembling a marionette stripped of its soul. Gradually, her tears ceased, yet her eyes remained swollen and bloodshot. She slowly lifted her gaze to Zhang Xianzhi, her expression vacant and bewildered, like a star that has lost all its brilliance. Xianzhi, do you think I am truly inadequate? Is there something about me that is flawed? Is that why he so easily cast me aside? She began to doubt and denounce herself, attributing all blame to her own being, much like a child lost in a dark forest, unable to discern direction or hope. Zhang Xianzhi held her tightly, as if wishing to merge her with her own being, sharing in her suffering. Foolish girl, how could you possibly be inadequate? You are so kind, so wonderful. It is Liu Qin who lacks vision, who is blind to your worth. He failed to cherish you, he is unworthy of you. And he has lost the most precious treasure. Zhang Xianzhi continued to comfort, encourage, and affirm her, embodying the role of a gentle sister, fiercely protecting her wounded sibling. Gradually, Liu Ruyan's emotions stabilized. She no longer crumbled under despair as before. She began to venture out of the shadows of heartbreak, striving to break free from the shackles of pain. She picked up her paintbrush anew, depicting fresh hopes with vibrant colors. She started to confront life once again, learning to accept the whims of fate. Zhang Xianzhi remained steadfastly by her side, a loyal guardian, silently supporting and encouraging her, providing her with strength. Together, they navigated the most tumultuous periods of their lives, akin to a small boat huddling together amid a storm, their bond deepening and becoming unbreakable. Zhang Xianzhi silently vowed to eternally protect Liu Ruyan, ensuring that she would never again suffer harm, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to bully or hurt her, including Liu Qin, the man who once harmed her close friend. She harbored an intense loathing for Liu Qin, akin to a volcano long suppressed, poised to erupt at any moment. She believed it was Liu Qin's ruthlessness and indifference that had inflicted pain upon Liu Ruyan, shattering her happiness and plunging her into an abyss of suffering. She vowed never to forgive Liu Qin, never. As the airplane began its gradual descent, the subtle tremors interrupted Zhang Xianzhi's drifting memories. She inhaled deeply, striving to tether her chaotic thoughts back to the frigid reality. Through the window, she observed the cityscape drawing nearer, skyscrapers towering, traffic bustling. Her heart, too, became as intricate and burdensome as the scene before her. She was about to confront Liu Qin, the man who had once deeply wounded her dearest friend, the man she regarded as her adversary. She pondered how she would confront him. Would it be with a fury akin to a volcanic eruption? A seething hatred that pierced her very core? Or perhaps a subtle, almost imperceptible doubt and wavering? Qin Yuan's words at the airport echoed incessantly in her mind, like a haunting incantation. Teacher Liu. He is ill, gravely so. Cancer, in its advanced stages. He may not have much time left. Cancer? Advanced stages? These two frigid phrases struck Zhang Xianzhi's heart like sharp daggers, inflicting a profound ache. Her once ironclad heart began to show signs of fragile fissures, akin to a cracked ice surface. She refused to believe it, instinctively resisting the notion, unwilling to accept this as truth. Nevertheless, the lingering sorrow etched on Wang Feifei's face, and the sincerity and helplessness reflected in Qin Yuan's eyes compelled her to reconsider. Perhaps the truth of the matter was not as she had always envisioned? Perhaps Liu Qin's resolute departure years ago bore some insurmountable, ungrasped hardship she had yet to comprehend? She was left without answers. All questions, all truths, would only be unveiled upon her imminent encounter with Liu Qin. The airplane touched down softly on the ground, its tires screeching against the runway, creating a jarring sound. Chapter 23 The Truth at the entrance of the hospital. Qin Yuan suddenly halted his steps. Wang Feifei, closely following him, came to a stop as well. Zhang Xianzhi, puzzled by the sudden change, also paused her stride in her high heels. Qin Yuan turned around, his expression stern, his gaze intensely fixed on Zhang Xianzhi. Miss Zhang, there is something I must candidly disclose to you before meeting Teacher Liu. Zhang Xianzhi's heart sank abruptly, an inexplicable sense of pressure surging within her, as she sensed that what Qin Yuan was about to reveal was undoubtedly of great significance. Mr. Qin, please proceed, she replied, her tone calm, striving to conceal the tumult within. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan seemed to gather courage within his chest before slowly speaking, his voice tinged with a painful resolve. When you meet Teacher Liu shortly, regardless of what you witness or what words you hear, I earnestly implore you to promise me one thing: do not disclose what you see or hear to Ruyan. Zhang Xianzhi stood there in astonishment, her mind blank. Not telling Ruyan? What could this possibly mean? Why? She blurted out, her tone laced with confusion and misunderstanding, even hinting at a barely perceptible resistance. Qin Yuan gazed at her with a complex expression, his eyes a tapestry of compassion, helplessness, and pleading. His voice low and heavy as if it were being forced from the depths of his throat, each word deliberate and grave. This is Teacher Liu's last wish. The phrase last wish struck Zhang Xianzhi like a sledgehammer, its weight crashing down upon her heart. She felt her breath become constricted, as if a massive boulder pressed upon her chest, rendering her breathless. The implications behind Last Wish were crystal clear to her. She fixed her gaze on Qin Yuan, her sharp eyes seeming to penetrate his very soul, desperately seeking any hint of jest or crack in his demeanor. Yet, Qin Yuan's expression remained calm and sorrowful, shrouded in an enduring grief that bore no semblance of humor, only endless anguish and resignation. Zhang Xinjia fell silent, as if ensnared by a spell, standing rigidly in place. Meanwhile, her mind raced, countless thoughts galloping like wild stallions, striving to untangle the intricate logic woven within this revelation. Last Wish cannot tell Ruyan. A terrifying thought, akin to a nightmarish specter from the depths of hell, suddenly surfaced in her mind, coiling around her heart like a venomous serpent, sending chilling waves coursing through her. From her tailbone to the crown of her head, she could not believe it, instinctively resisting the veracity of this notion, unwilling to accept its reality. However, Qin Yuan's profoundly pained expression gripped her throat like an invisible hand, compelling her to confront this brutal possibility. I promise you. Zhang Xinjia's voice was dry and hoarse, akin to two coarse pieces of sandpaper scraping against one another, each syllable seemingly forced from the depths of her throat. Trembling and feeble. Upon hearing those words, Qin Yuan's tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly, as he exhaled a breath of relief. He nodded gently towards Zhang Xinjia, a look of gratitude flickering across his face, though the smile was tinged with bitterness and sorrow. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for your understanding and support. Wang Feifei also turned her head, casting a grateful glance at Zhang Xinjia, her eyes reddening with a mixture of appreciation and sadness. Zhang Xinjia remained silent, merely nodding like a soulless puppet, her heart feeling as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, or crushed beneath an immense boulder, heavy and oppressive, nearly suffocating. She had promised Qin Yuan not to inform Ruyan. But what was it that Ruyan absolutely must not know? What could Lu Qin's last wish possibly entail? A myriad of questions surged within her mind like a tempest, stirring her thoughts into a tumult of anxiety and unrest, nearly driving her to the brink of despair. Qin Yuan took the lead, his heavy steps carrying him towards the solemn entrance of the hospital. Wang Feifei followed closely behind, her pace hurried and her demeanor somber. Zhang Xinjia inhaled deeply, forcing herself to temporarily suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling within, and trudged along after them, her steps laden with gravity. The trio entered the hospital in silence. A sharp, pungent odor of disinfectant assailed them, cold and unyielding, invading her nostrils and stimulating her senses. The hospital lobby was teeming with people, the cacophony of voices buzzing like a swarm of flies, inducing a sense of distress. Yet, Zhang Xinjia felt as though the world around her had grown blurred and distant, as if she were ensnared in a vast, icy whirlpool, powerless to escape. Resigned to the whims of fate, her gaze drifted aimlessly, like a rootless water plant, until it finally settled upon the hospital directory hanging in the center of the lobby. Inpatient department. The stark, piercing black letters struck her like two sharp daggers, brutally stabbing at her heart, sending a tremor of cold spreading through her limbs. The inpatient department? Were they headed there? She dared not ponder further, a chilling sensation akin to a venomous serpent slithering from her soles to the crown of her head, freezing her in place. Qin Yuan led them to the elevator, his expression grave as he pressed the button for the upper floor. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime, and the three entered in silence. Inside the cramped elevator, the air felt stifling, reminiscent of a sealed cage, suffocating and oppressive. The overhead lights were harsh and glaring, akin to the cold illumination of an operating room, devoid of warmth, rendering her complexion even more pallid. Silence enveloped them. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, accompanied only by the faint mechanical hum of the elevator echoing in the empty space, amplifying the solitude and weight of the atmosphere. The tension was suffocating, like the eerie calm before a storm, foretelling the tempest that was soon to arrive. They truly brought her to the hospital, to the inpatient department. All of this left no room for her to harbor any delusions. Every piece of evidence pointed to a harsh reality she vehemently resisted yet had no choice but to accept. Cancer, in its advanced stage. These two chilling words echoed in her mind like an unshakable curse, reminiscent of the whispers of death, heralding the countdown of her life. A profound fear began to envelop her, a fear unlike any she had ever experienced, penetrating her very marrow, like icy shackles tightly clutching her heart, rendering her breathless. She had always believed that Lu Qin was the architect of her suffering, the object of her deepest loathing, whom she wished to see utterly destroyed. Countless times, she had envisioned their reunion, conjuring scenarios of how she would confront him with fierce indignation, how she would rebuke him with righteous fury, and even, in her darkest imaginings, entertain thoughts of revenge. However, she had never anticipated that their reunion would unfold under such grim circumstances. The sterile hospital, the oppressive ward, and the despair and death embodied in the phrase advanced cancer starkly contrasted with the furious encounters she had envisioned, representing an abyss of difference. She had expected an eruption of volcanic rage and a searing hatred, yet in that moment, they faded like flames smothered by snow, becoming indistinct and dim, as if losing their heat and potency. In their place arose an ineffable and profoundly complex emotion, akin to a potpourri of tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, intertwining in a way that rendered her unable to discern or untangle her feelings. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, disbelief, and perhaps a barely perceptible, dust-like flicker of sympathy? Sympathy for Liu Qin? This thought detonated in her mind like a thunderclap, leaving her in a state of utter astonishment, even bordering on absurdity. How could she possibly feel sympathy for Liu Qin? He was the one who had thrust her into the abyss of suffering. He deserved punishment, the reproach of his conscience, the scorn of the world, rather than pity and compassion. Yet, if Qin Yuan spoke true, if Liu Qin truly battled terminal cancer, with life ticking away, then all her hatred, all her anger, all her resentment and bitterness seemed to pale into insignificance at that moment. What harm could a dying man, a patient whose flame of life was about to extinguish, inflict upon her or their shared existence? Her heart was a tangled mess, as if countless threads were intertwined, impossible to sever or sort, causing her a splitting headache, leaving her unable to extract any clarity from the chaos. The elevator continued its slow ascent, as if bearing her toward an unknown abyss shrouded in mist and darkness, instilling within her an unparalleled sense of disorientation and dread. Zhang Xin tightly bit down on her lower lip, her pearly teeth deeply embedding into the soft flesh, nearly drawing blood. She exerted every ounce of her strength to control the surging tempest of emotions within, striving to prevent them from spiraling out of control or erupting. In her mind, she repeatedly admonished herself to remain calm, rational, and clear-headed, to uncover the truth of the matter, to seek the genuine answers obscured beneath layers of fog. She had promised Qin Yuan not to disclose what she had witnessed today to Ruyan. A gentleman's word is worth more than gold. She must uphold her commitment and not break her promise. Yet, she had to see Liu Qin with her own eyes and hear his words directly. She needed to ascertain the veracity of Qin Yuan's claims, to understand the nature of Liu Qin's ailment and the severity of his condition. Only through her own observations could she truly believe in the reality of it all, distinguishing fact from an intricately woven deception. At last, the elevator came to a gentle halt, emitting a soft chime that shattered the suffocating silence within. The doors opened slowly, revealing a quiet and profound corridor. The air was permeated with a faint scent of medicinal solutions, mingled with the odor of disinfectants, combining to create a cold and oppressive atmosphere characteristic of a hospital. Chapter 24. Liu Qin is truly ill. Zhang Xin is on the verge of collapse. Zhang Xin halted before the hospital room door, her feet seemingly ensnared by invisible threads, rendering her unable to advance even a fraction. The stark, pallid corridor lights poured down with a dispassionate glow, harshly illuminating the frosted glass of the door. The glass appeared clouded, shrouded in a veil of frost that obstructed any prying gaze. Yet it seemed to silently beckon her to uncover the truth concealed within. She cautiously leaned forward, straining to peer inside, yearning to pierce through the misty barrier that separated her from reality. However, all that met her gaze was but a mere fragment of the room, akin to glimpsing into an abyss, where an overwhelming chill enveloped her. The first sight that struck her was the stark white sheets, glaringly bright, devoid of any vitality, exuding the cold, hard texture characteristic of hospitals, as if sculpted from ice, rejecting any warmth with its frigid touch. As her gaze ventured deeper, a vague silhouette lay upon the bed, seemingly forsaken by fate, isolated beneath a thin blanket that barely formed a subtle curve against the body, accentuating the frailty and helplessness of the figure. Faintly discernible were several transparent tubes, slithering out like icy serpents from beneath the covers, connecting to some unknown, chilling apparatus, emitting a faint yet rhythmic electronic hum, monotonous and oppressive, reminiscent of the ticking clock counting down life. Zhang Xin's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen giant hand, each beat heavy and dull against her ribcage, nearly suffocating her. She made a desperate attempt to inhale deeply, the frigid air rushing into her lungs in an effort to quell the tumult within, only to find her efforts futile, akin to pouring a cup of water into a parched desert. In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, the tightly shut door to the room was suddenly pulled open gently from within, producing a faint rasping sound. A young nurse clad in a pink uniform emerged, her face adorned with a professionally trained smile that appeared somewhat rigid, as though it were merely a cold mask. Qin Yuan, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, paced anxiously in the corridor, and upon seeing the nurse, he rushed forward as if seizing a lifeline, his expression laden with worry and anxiety. unable to maintain his usual composure. "Chu Wei, how is Mr. Liu today?" Qin Yuan lowered his voice, speaking rapidly, a barely perceptible tremor lacing his words. His eyes brimming with anticipation and unease, much like a prisoner awaiting his fate. The nurse, identified as Chu Wei, cast a glance at Qin Yuan. Her peripheral vision catching sight of Zhang Xin just standing not far off, a flicker of subtle confusion crossing her gaze. However, she refrained from further inquiry. Responding in a formulaic manner, "Mr. Qin, Mr. Liu's condition is relatively stable today, with vital signs barely maintaining within normal parameters." "That is good, that is good." Qin Yuan resembled a drowning man clutching a piece of driftwood, exhaling a long sigh of relief as his top body relaxed slightly. Yet, the furrowed brow remained unyielding. And the deep-seated worries in his eyes persisted like an indelible shadow, untouched by the nurse's words. Nurse Chu Wei paused momentarily, her professional smile fading somewhat, her voice softened, tinged with a hint of regret and helplessness, as if narrating a tragedy long faded. "However, Mr. Qin, you are aware of Mr. Liu's condition. The cancer cells have disseminated throughout his body, taking root like a malignant tumor in the soil. Maintaining superficial stability is already the pinnacle of medical capability. Have the cancer cells ceased to spread?" Qin Yuan's voice held a flicker of hope, fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. As if in the abyss of despair, he sought to grasp a lifeline, even if it were but an illusion. Nurse Chu Wei gently shook her head. Akin to a merciless judge, shattering his illusions without compassion, her tone calm yet frigid. "It is not that they have ceased to spread, rather. The spread has reached its limits. The entire body is riddled with cancer cells, akin to rotting wood corroded by poison, devoid of any further room for expansion. The current treatment, if one could even call it that, is more about doing what we can and leaving the rest to fate. We can only strive to prolong Mr. Liu's time and alleviate his suffering." "Then, how much longer can Mr. Liu endure?" Qin Yuan's voice fell almost to a whisper, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito, laden with despair and impotence, as if all hope had been irrevocably siphoned away, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. Nurse Chu Wei fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her words, attempting to convey this harsh reality with more delicacy. Ultimately, she chose candor, speaking slowly. "At most, 2 months. If the situation continues to deteriorate, the time frame may be even shorter, perhaps a month, or even less." 2 months. Those two brief words struck Zhang Xin's heart like two cold boulders, leaving her dizzy and nearly unable to stand. Her mind instantaneously blanked. Buzzing as if swarmed by countless bees, all sounds seemingly drained away, the world plunging into a deathly silence. With only Nurse Chu Wei's cold and cruel at most 2 months reverberating in her mind, akin to the whisper of death. Shock, disbelief, and an indescribable, profoundly complex emotion surged forth like a tumultuous tide, overwhelming her and leaving her gasping for breath in the whirlpool of her feelings. She had always believed that Liu Qin's illness was merely a fabrication by Qin Yuan, a ploy to soften her heart and elicit her sympathy, a crude and laughable excuse. She even mocked her own wavering resolve, reminding herself not to be deceived by his false tears and lies, nor to fall again into the trap he had so meticulously devised. However, when the words terminal cancer, widespread metastasis, at most 2 months pierced her eardrums like a sharp blade, entering her mind with undeniable clarity, she suddenly realized, as if struck by divine enlightenment, that this could not be a lie, nor a meticulously orchestrated deception. It was a cruel, cold, and intolerable reality, one she had vehemently denied but now had no choice but to confront. Her body stood rigid, as though firmly anchored in place by invisible nails. Her limbs and every part of her being had lost all sensation, paralyzed and immobile, as if her blood had congealed and her heart had ceased to beat. A profound shock, one that defied description, erupted within her like a sudden and cataclysmic earthquake, shaking her insides violently. As if her very soul were on the verge of being dislodged from her body. Her mind was in disarray, resembling a battlefield ravaged by a tempest. The prior feelings of hatred, anger, resentment, and bitterness, emotions as fierce as blazing flames, seemed to be entirely washed away in that moment by the chilling truth. Extinguished like fire doused by icy water, leaving only a profound sense of confusion and emptiness, coupled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Qin Yuan was still engaged in a quiet conversation with Nurse Chu Wei, their voices soft and distant, akin to far-off murmurs. While Zhang Xinju's consciousness drifted like a floating reed, completely unable to focus on their words. Her gaze, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, uncontrollably returned to the frosted glass of the ward door, as if she wished to pierce through the barrier and behold the scene beyond. Through the hazy glass, she imagined she could see Liu Qin's frail and suffering figure, witnessing the toll that relentless illness had taken on him. The cruel reality of his life's flame flickering away, much like the setting sun, its last rays fading. An unprecedented and indescribable emotion surged within her, growing wildly like untamed weeds, entwining her heart like creeping vines, rendering her breathless and suffocated. Ultimately, reason succumbed to the tumult of her inner feelings. Zhang Xinjia, as if compelled by some mysterious force, slowly lifted her arm, reaching toward the ward door before her. The moment her fingertips brushed against the cold doorknob, the icy metallic sensation coursed through her body, jolting her awake, as if she had escaped from a protracted nightmare. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes as she forcefully pushed open the tightly shut door. The soft yet piercing creak of the hinges echoed in the silent corridor, starkly disrupting the stifling quietude within the ward. As the door swung open, a faint scent of medicinal solution mingled with the strong aroma of disinfectant surged forth like an invisible tide, intensifying and enveloping her, instantly irritating her nasal passages and eliciting an instinctive frown. The light within the hospital room was exceptionally dim, with heavy curtains drawn tightly, resembling a black shroud that completely blocked out the outside illumination. Only a bedside lamp remained, casting a feeble, warm glow in the darkness, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The subdued light, however, was sufficient for her to discern the scene upon the hospital bed, revealing a figure once intimately familiar, now rendered utterly alien. Liu Qin lay there like a shattered porcelain doll, motionless on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, deep hollows where his eyes once sparkled. His complexion an ashen yellow, devoid of any hint of vitality, resembling a withered flower in autumn, stripped of all life and vigor, leaving behind a mere shell. His cheeks were sunken, cheekbones protruding sharply, the once defined contours of his face now grotesquely acute, exuding an air of morbid frailty and weakness, as if time and illness had ruthlessly sculpted him into a mere skeletal semblance. His hair had nearly vanished, the sparse strands clinging feebly to his waxen scalp, making his head appear even smaller, as if it were merely a thin layer of skin enveloping fragile bones, ready to shatter at any moment. His lips were cracked and parched, reminiscent of arid earth, slightly parted to reveal teeth tinged with white, presenting a figure akin to a desiccated corpse, devoid of any semblance of life, only an overwhelming silence. His body was ensnared by an array of cold tubes, transparent four lines, white oxygen tubes, and wires connecting to monitoring devices, like countless icy chains, tightly entwined around him, binding him so he could hardly move, ensnared in an invisible cage. He had once been so spirited, so proud and arrogant, with a gaze that soared above all, embodying a chilling ruthlessness like an emperor who wielded absolute power over life and death. He was once the pinnacle of the music industry, a figure of great influence and talent, admired by countless individuals as the esteemed teacher Liu, a musical genius whose personalized compositions were sought after by many. Zhang Xinjia vividly recalled the first time she encountered Liu Qin. He wore a meticulously tailored black suit, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, radiating an aura of formidable authority that rendered others hesitant to meet his gaze, instilling a sense of dread. In that moment, he appeared invincible, as if he commanded the entire world and the fates of those within it, including their very lives. Yet now, the man lying on the hospital bed was but a shadow of his former self, emaciated and gasping, a flickering candle in the wind. Where was the grandeur of his past? Where was the pride and coldness he once exuded? He seemed a mere husk, devoid of soul, a hollow and tattered shell, languishing under the relentless torment of illness, existing like a walking corpse, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Zhang Xinjia's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a powerful hand, a sharp pain coursing through her, as if being torn apart, leaving her gasping for breath, the suffocating anguish spreading throughout her entire being. The man before her, Liu Qin, bore no resemblance to the Liu Qin she had once known. He seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. The stark contrast and intense visual impact struck her senses like a tempestuous wave, leaving her dizzy and momentarily blinded, her stability wavering as if she might collapse. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp the door frame, managing to steady herself and avoiding a humiliating fall. She bit down on her lip, her pearly teeth sinking deeply into the soft flesh, nearly drawing blood, as she exerted every ounce of willpower to rein in the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Like a fragile straw clutched amidst a raging storm, desperate to avert an uncontrollable eruption, deep within her mind, she continually reminded herself to remain calm, to exercise reason, to maintain clarity, to perceive the reality before her, to heed the whispers of her heart, and to ascertain that none of this was mere illusion, but rather stark, undeniable truth. The gaunt figure before her, resembling a desiccated corpse, was indeed Liu Qin, no impersonator, no figment of her imagination. He was the very architect of her anguish, the one who had plunged her into despair, the source of her relentless torment. He was the man she loathed with every fiber of her being, the one she had fantasized about avenging at any cost. He was truly on the brink of death. This realization detonated within her mind like a bomb, shaking her very soul, rendering all her hatred, all her fury, all her resentment and grievances, utterly pale and impotent in that moment, as fragile and insubstantial as bubbles, ready to burst at the slightest touch. Chapter 25. Tears breached the dam. Zhang Xinjia's eyes could no longer contain the surging emotions within. Crystalline tears finally breached their dam, not in a grand deluge, but rather one by one, like leaden beads burdened with the weight of 1,000 pounds. They fell heavily upon the back of her hand. The scalding warmth instantly seared her skin, as if it aimed to scorch her very soul, a heart-stopping agony. She bit down on her lower lip, her pearly teeth sinking deeply into the soft flesh, attempting to suppress the impending flood of sobs with the pain of her body. Yet, all was in vain. The tears poured forth like a catastrophic flood, overwhelming her with a torrent of emotions that shattered all defenses. Her vision blurred. The world before her enveloped in a hazy mist. Even the outline of Liu Qin on the hospital bed appeared ethereal and insubstantial. He truly was on the brink of death. This realization struck her like a poisoned blade, piercing her heart with a cruel intensity, the sharp pain radiating through her limbs. The hatred she once harbored, the fury that had burned like a raging fire, and the vengeful resolve that had once consumed her, all became pale and utterly absurd in this moment. She suddenly awakened to the truth. She had been mistaken all along. Liu Qin was not a scoundrel. He had not intended to harm Liu Ruyan. The bond between them had been mercilessly toyed with by fate, cruelly tormented by the heavens. They were both pitiful souls, victims of this tragic saga. Yet she had been blinded by hatred, wronging Liu Qin and misinterpreting their relationship. An immense sorrow and an indescribable guilt engulfed her like icy waters, suffocating her with a pain so profound that she felt on the verge of fainting. Liu Qin. Zhang Xinjia could no longer contain herself, bursting into inconsolable tears. Her shattered voice was hoarse and desperate, each syllable laden with endless grief. She could no longer concern herself with composure or rationality. All her emotions erupted like a volcano, spiraling out of control in that moment. She staggered a few steps back, her strength seemingly drained, her body akin to a marionette stripped of its strings, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Miss Zhang, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei had been closely monitoring her condition, swiftly rushing forward to support her faltering frame. Miss Zhang, don't cry, please don't cry. Wang Feifei anxiously soothed her in a hushed tone, frantically rummaging through her pockets for tissues, desperately wiping away the relentless stream of tears. Qin Yuan held her arm firmly, his deep-set eyes filled with concern and care. Miss Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Should we call a doctor? However, Zhang Xinjia seemed oblivious to their urgent words. Akin to a drowning person, lost in her own sorrowful lamentation. Her cries were heart-wrenching, tearing her apart, as if she sought to expel all her grief and anguish. She wept for Liu Qin's tragic fate, for Liu Ruyan's misfortunes, and for her own past foolishness and obstinacy. Through her tear-blurred vision, the figure of Liu Ruyan suddenly surfaced in her mind. She needed to tell Ruyan that Liu Qin was dying. Ruyan has the right to know the entire truth. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xinji abruptly pushed aside Wang Feifei and turned to search for her phone. I must call Ruyan. I must inform her about Liu Qin. Miss Zhang, please remain calm. Qin Yuan swiftly grasped her wrist, forcibly halting her actions. His voice bore an undeniable seriousness and urgency. Now is not the time to tell Ruyan. Why? Why can we not disclose this to her now? Zhang Xinji's eyes, reddened with emotion, fixated on Qin Yuan as she questioned him hoarsely and sharply, akin to a wounded beast's desperate roar. Wang Feifei hurriedly intervened. Xinjia, you must listen to Qin Yuan. This is truly not the time, trust me. What could possibly justify this timing? Liu Qin is on the brink of death. Ruyan has the right to know the truth. She deserves to understand that Liu Qin is not a scoundrel. Zhang Xinjia, agitated, struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Qin Yuan's hold, her nails nearly digging into his arm. It is precisely because Liu Qin is dying that Ruyan must not be informed. Qin Yuan's voice suddenly rose, infused with a resolute firmness and determination. His gaze, steadfast and pained, locked onto Zhang Xinjia's tear-filled eyes. Revealing the truth to Ruyan now would only deepen her anguish, amplifying her sorrow without serving any purpose. However, Zhang Xinjia attempted to retort, yet was interrupted by Wang Feifei's urgent tone. Miss Zhang, please hear me out. Ruyan cannot bear such a blow in her current state. Wang Feifei's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with a plea and helplessness, as if beseeching her to regain her composure. Have you forgotten how fragile she is right now? She has only just begun to heal. Can you bear to inflict such harm upon her once more? Zhang Xin's struggles came to a halt, as if the pause button had been pressed. Wang Feifei's words washed over her like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the impulsive fire that had ignited in her mind, gradually restoring a semblance of reason. Indeed, Ruyan is far too vulnerable at this moment. She is still striving to escape the shadows of her past, laboring to reconstruct her shattered life. To disclose Lu Qin's impending demise at this juncture would be akin to pouring salt on her freshly healing wounds. Her fragile spirit cannot withstand such a brutal blow. Tears silently streamed down Zhang Xin's cheeks once more, splattering onto the cold floor, shattering like glass. She painfully shut her eyes, the scorching tears soaking her lashes. Deep down, she recognized that Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei were right. Now is not the time to reveal the truth to Ruyan. At the very least, it is certainly not the right moment. Furthermore, this aligns with Teacher Lu's last wish. Qin Yuan spoke with a weighty seriousness, each word striking Zhang Xin's heart like a resounding echo. Miss Zhang, Teacher Lu would rather bear the infamy of being a scoundrel and depart from this world shrouded in misunderstanding than allow Liu Ruyan to uncover the truth. Do you not comprehend the gravity of this situation? As Liu Ruyan's closest confidant, you ought to possess an intimate understanding of her character. You must realize that if Liu Ruyan were to learn that the man she dearly loves is afflicted with cancer, and that he has silently endured this suffering solely to shield her, her actions would be unpredictable. Zhang Xin struggled to swallow, her gaze vacant and listless, as if she had suddenly lost all luster. She knew Liu Ruyan too well, as if she were aware of her own essence. If Liu Ruyan were to discover that Lu Qin was not the true scoundrel, but rather a man who concealed the truth to protect her. With Liu Ruyan's fervent and resolute approach to love, she might very well resort to a foolish act of devotion. Indeed, Liu Ruyan would undoubtedly engage in such a reckless act of devotion. She understood Liu Ruyan's stubbornness, her profound affection, and her despair all too well. And Lu Qin, as the one who once shared countless moments with Liu Ruyan, comprehended her nature just as deeply. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Qin selflessly chose to bestow upon Liu Ruyan the chance at life, enduring all pain and disgrace in silence, willingly shouldering the burden of being labeled a scoundrel. Facing the disdain and vitriol of countless individuals, every action he undertook was solely for the purpose of ensuring Liu Ruyan could live well, liberate herself from the shadows of the past, and rediscover her own happiness. Oh, Lu Qin! Zhang Xin gazed dreamily at the emaciated figure of Lu Qin on the sickbed, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. Chapter 26, Reluctance to Let Other Men Witness Your Allure. Zhang Xin's shoulders trembled imperceptibly, resembling a fragile blossom swaying in the wind. She bowed her head deeply, as if wishing to conceal all her sorrow within the shadows. Time seemed to stand still. The surrounding silence was profound, punctuated only by her labored breaths, stifling sobs that silently articulated the turmoil within her heart. The prolonged silence weighed heavily upon her chest, akin to a colossal stone, rendering her breathless. At last, a crystalline tear could no longer bear the constraints of her eyelid and silently cascaded down, striking the cold floor with a soft thud, instantly spreading into a darkened stain. Like despair unfurling across the surface, both on the floor and within Zhang Xin's heart, leaving indelible marks. That damp imprint seemed to materialize her inner anguish, vividly reflecting the tempest of her profound sorrow. Time appeared to freeze under the weight of her grief, each second stretching into an eternity, burdensome and drawn out. Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei stood side by side, both tacitly choosing silence, refraining from disturbing the weighty stillness. They resembled statues, quietly observing Zhang Xin's quivering silhouette, their complex gazes imbued with an understanding of the deep-seated pain she endured. They comprehended the cruel reality she was forced to confront alone, granting her the utmost respect through their silence, providing her the space to gradually accept the cruel jest of fate. Uncertain of how long it had been, perhaps merely a moment, or an eternity akin to a century, Zhang Xinjia, suppressing her sorrow, slowly lifted her head. What met her gaze was a pair of bloodshot eyes, swollen from tears, resembling the aftermath of a tempestuous cry. Yet, strangely, amidst that crimson hue lay a semblance of tranquility, as if after weathering a storm, she had finally discovered a temporary haven. However, deep within those seemingly calm eyes lingered an inescapable gloom, profoundly and heavily suppressing endless sorrow, akin to an unfathomable abyss. She trembled slightly, inhaling deeply. The frigid air filled her lungs, slightly clarifying her muddled thoughts. She strained to control her emotions, striving to render her voice steady, or at least less fragmented. I understand now. The three words emerged laboriously from her parched throat, raspy and rugged, as though shaped by sandpaper, coarse and heavy. Yet within that rough timbre lay an unprecedented resolve, akin to a tender sprout breaking through the earth, fragile yet resilient. I know what I must do. A brief utterance. Yet it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, each word laden with her immense sorrow and profound determination. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei exchanged a glance, each catching a flicker of subtle solace in the other's eyes, their taut nerves easing ever so slightly. They understood that Zhang Xinjia had finally liberated herself from immense sorrow, gradually calming down to think rationally about the path ahead. In the ensuing moments, the three of them silently returned to the ward, quietly keeping vigil over the slumbering Liu Qin. The room was enveloped in profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the machines and the subdued breaths of the trio, creating a heavy atmosphere that was nearly suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, they cautiously exited the ward, their movements slow as if fearing to disturb the sleeping Liu Qin or to shatter the fragile tranquility. They found themselves in the vast, silent corridor of the hospital, still shrouded in a cold, oppressive whiteness, resembling an isolated island cut off from the world. Only the occasional sound of weighted footsteps broke the stifling stillness, quickly fading into the boundless quietude. Zhang Xinjia suddenly halted, as if frozen in place. She slowly turned around, her gaze imbued with complex emotions, fixating on Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei standing behind her. I can sing the song written by Teacher Liu, she said softly. Her voice is light as a feather, wavering yet undeniably resolute. Each word resonated clearly in the still corridor, strikingly poignant and powerful. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his ears. After a fleeting moment of disbelief, a radiant smile illuminated his previously dim eyes. Really? Miss Zhang, are you truly willing to sing? His voice trembled with excitement, laced with a hint of incredulity and hope, as he carefully sought confirmation, fearing he might have misheard. As though this joy might burst like a bubble at any moment, Wang Feifei, equally exhilarated, turned her gaze toward Zhang Xinjia, her eyes bright with surprise and anticipation. As if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, Zhang Xinjia gently nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and determination for the sake of her friend. I believe this may be the only thing I can do for him now. A bittersweet smile tugged at her lips, rich with helplessness, melancholy, and a profound sense of powerlessness, reminiscent of flowers withering in autumn, beautiful yet unmistakably desolate. Upon hearing Zhang Xinjia's affirmative response, Qin Yuan hastily rummaged through his black briefcase, carefully retrieving a stack of lyrics and sheet music. His movements, though slightly frantic, were imbued with extraordinary care, as if handling a fragile treasure. He presented the lyrics and sheet music to Zhang Xinjia with both hands, as though offering the most precious of gifts. Miss Zhang, this is Teacher Liu's handwritten love like tides, he said, his voice thick with emotion, laden with both sorrow and reverence. Teacher Liu's wish was that he wrote many love songs, hoping we could sing them for Ruyan. Zhang Xinjia accepted the lyrics and sheet music with a complex expression, her fingertips trembling as if they had brushed against a searing iron. On the yellowed paper, elegant and familiar handwriting captured her gaze. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, each line revealing the writer's unique talent and nonchalance. This was the unmistakable script of Liu Qin, a style she knew all too well. Each character, each stroke seemed to carry the essence of Liu Qin, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Her fingers, delicate as feathers, brushed against the well-known letters on the page. The rough texture of the paper conveyed a sense of warmth, a remnant of Liu Qin's lingering presence, cold yet imbued with warm memories. The song title Love Like the Tide pierced her heart like a sharp blade, invoking a tumult of suppressed emotions within her. Just the title alone stirred feelings long restrained, making them surge uncontrollably. Zhang Xinjia felt her breath catch, her eyes welling up uncontrollably with tears. She fought against the urge to cry, softly beginning to hum the lyrics as if in a gentle lament. I can no longer bear to see you intoxicated in the dead of night, nor wish for other men to witness your allure. You ought to know that this will shatter my heart. Promise me you shall not wander in the night again, nor easily indulge in temptation. Do you not understand that this will break my heart? The lyrics flowed into her heart like a gentle stream, each word and phrase striking her fragile heart with the force of a hammer, causing waves of dull pain. Her eyes could no longer contain their redness. Tears gushed forth like a torrent, blurring her vision, rendering everything hazy, especially when her gaze lingered on the line about not wanting others to witness her allure. It felt as if an invisible needle had pierced her heart, causing a sharp spasm of pain that radiated throughout her body, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Liu Qin's lyrics, on the surface, expressed a profound affection for his beloved, brimming with intense love and possessiveness. Yet, beneath the surface, they subtly conveyed a deep sense of helplessness and despair, akin to a lament twisted by fate. He loved Liu Ruyan deeply, to the marrow of his being, desiring her exclusively, unwilling to see her belong to anyone else or marry another. He yearned to possess all her beauty, yet he was powerless, condemned by illness to watch helplessly as the one he cherished walked towards a future devoid of him, venturing into the unknown realms of happiness or sorrow. This agony of unrequited love mirrored a sharp blade, piercing Zhang Xianzhe's heart, resonating with her own feelings of despair and heartbreak. She clutched the lyrics tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force, tears falling like pearls from a broken string, each drop soaking the paper, blurring the ink and distorting her vision. Through tear-filled eyes, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Liu Qin's silhouette, the man who once stood at the center of the stage, brimming with youthful vigor, extraordinary talent, and radiant brilliance. It felt as though he were still basking in the sunlight, smiling gently at her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the vision shattered. The Liu Qin before her now lay cold upon the hospital bed, silently enduring the torment of illness, quietly orchestrating a future devoid of his presence for the one he cherished, expending his last vestiges of strength to pave a path of happiness for Liu Ruyan. A profound and inexpressible sorrow surged within Zhang Xianzhe, akin to a colossal wave, engulfing her instantaneously, leaving her breathless and gasping for air. Her tears flowed like pearls released from a broken string, cascading endlessly, drenching the lyrics in her grasp and staining her attire. A year had passed, an entire year, where every mystery and misunderstanding had been thoroughly unraveled. It turned out, Liu Qin, you were such a Liu Qin. Zhang Xianzhe murmured, her voice choked and fragmented, laden with regret and heartache. She finally comprehended everything, gaining a clear insight into Liu Qin's true feelings. I had wronged you before. I am sorry. Liu Qin, I am sorry. Zhang Xianzhe silently apologized within her heart, her tears blurring her vision. She clutched the lyrics tightly, vowing silently, from now on, I shall honor your last wishes. I will sing these songs you penned for Liu Ruyan, ensuring she knows that there once existed a man who loved her so deeply. Chapter 27. The Unfairness of Heaven with Heavy Hearts. Qin Yuan, Zhang Xianzhe, and Wang Feifei departed from the capital. In recent days, there had been no signs of improvement in Liu Qin's condition, as if he were a colossal stone submerged in the depths of the ocean, generating not even a ripple. With no other recourse, they reluctantly set aside their worries and embarked on the journey back to the magical city. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was oppressive and silent, akin to air frozen in time, weighing heavily upon them. Each visage bore traces of fatigue and anxiety. Liu Qin's illness loomed over them like a boulder, an ever-present burden on their hearts. Upon returning to the magical city, the trio made their way directly to the sound studio in Zhang Xianzhe's home. As they pushed open the thick wooden door, which was excellently soundproofed, the clamor of the outside world was instantly shut out, replaced by a haven of tranquility. Under the soft glow of lights, professional sound equipment gleamed with a metallic luster, while the walls were adorned with sound-absorbing materials, creating a perfect auditory sanctuary. They needed to channel their pent-up emotions through music and familiarize themselves with the songs left behind by Liu Qin as swiftly as possible. After adjusting the equipment, Zhang Xianzhe took a deep breath and broke the silence with her clear, resonant voice. The moment the first note rang out, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei were wholly captivated. Liu Qin's songs seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Each note was akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece, every melody resonating deep within the soul. As their practice progressed, the awe in their hearts surged like a tidal wave. Each of the 3 songs left by Liu Qin was a classic, capable of instantly seizing the listener's attention and eliciting profound resonance. This was no mere description of pleasantness, it embodied a power that pierced the heart, an artistic allure that transcended time and would endure eternally. Love Like Tides, Kiss Goodbye, Breakpoint. Zhang Xianzhe hummed the titles repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. These were nothing short of 3 heavyweight bombs. Qin Yuan, too, expressed his admiration, a hint of reverence in his tone. Any one of these could dominate the major music charts, becoming an annual hit, and yet we possess 3. Wang Feifei nodded vigorously, her exquisite face alight with astonishment. Timeless works. Liu Qin's talent is simply unfathomable. As the final note faded, Zhang Xianzhe set down the microphone, still enveloped in the reverberations of the song's impact. She let out a soft sigh, her tone laced with complexity. A genius, truly a genius. She raised her gaze, a mix of regret and admiration in her eyes. Despite being beset by illness, with only a few minutes of consciousness each day, he managed to compose such high-caliber songs. This transcended the definition of genius. It was nothing short of a prodigy. Heaven envies the gifted, Qin Yuan echoed, his voice filled with sorrow. The three of them had never doubted Liu Qin's musical prowess. Even when Zhang Xinjia had previously berated him as a scoundrel out of misunderstanding and dismissed his character, she had never denied his talent and accomplishments in music. Like stars in the night, even when obscured by dark clouds, their radiant brilliance remains undiminished. Continue with the practice. Zhang Xinjia reined in her thoughts, her gaze firming as she looked at Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei, earnestly stating, "We must perform these 3 songs flawlessly. We cannot betray Liu Qin's expectations." Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei nodded solemnly, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the moment. They resumed their focus on the lyrics, ready to delve back into their intense practice. Suddenly, a clear ringtone pierced the concentrated atmosphere of the rehearsal space, shattering their focus. Zhang Xinjia picked up her phone, glancing at the caller ID, her previously relaxed demeanor turning serious in an instant. Shoo! She immediately gestured for Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei to quiet down, signaling them to pause the music. She swiftly moved to a corner of the studio, lowering her voice as she answered the call. The caller was her dearest and most cherished friend, Liu Ruyan. "Xinjia, what have you been up to lately?" Liu Ruyan's voice came through, tinged with a subtle weariness. "I've been watching your show at home," Zhang Xinjia replied lightly, attempting to mask her true circumstances. She had not yet informed Liu Ruyan about her participation in Masked Singer, intending to surprise her friend with a carefully prepared song as a wedding gift when the show aired. However, everything had changed now. She had decided to sing Liu Qin's song for Liu Ruyan. "Just watch it." Liu Ruyan's voice sounded somewhat distracted as she continued. "I've been so frustrated lately. I don't know what's going on. Strange singers keep sending me songs. First, it was that silver masked singer, and now another one in a rabbit mask has appeared. One after another, as if they had conspired, organized, and premeditated. I can't shake the feeling that this is Liu Qin's doing." Liu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of confusion, irritation, and an expectation she herself was unaware of. "Yes, it really does seem like Liu Qin's handiwork," Zhang Xinjia agreed, her voice quaking slightly. "What a scoundrel." Liu Ruyan's tone sharpened, filled with indignation and annoyance. "He must have seen that I'm getting married and can't sit still, trying every means to stir up trouble and sabotage my wedding. That wretched scoundrel truly has no bottom line." In the past, upon hearing Liu Ruyan speak so harshly of Liu Qin, Zhang Xinjia might have eagerly concurred, perhaps even adding her own vitriol. But now, understanding everything Liu Qin had done, and recognizing his deep affection for Liu Ruyan, she felt a surge of guilt and sympathy, instead feeling a profound sense of injustice on Liu Qin's behalf. He had silently endured all suffering for Liu Ruyan's happiness, yet she misinterpreted his intentions, leaving Zhang Xinjia's heart aching with compassion. Zhang Xinjia took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within her, and slowly spoke. "Liu Ruyan, never mind, regardless of who sings those songs, since they are meant for you. Just listen with your heart. After all, the 3rd young master of the Li family is a gay man. Marrying you is merely a facade to appease his family, so it won't affect you much." "Yes, you're right." Liu Ruyan seemed convinced by Zhang Xinjia's words, her tone lightening, even breaking into a cheerful laugh. "You're absolutely right. That scoundrel Liu Qin could never imagine that the 3rd young master of the Li family is gay. My marriage with him is just a formality. He is probably furious right now, which is why he is trying to sabotage my wedding. If I look at it this way, it seems Liu Qin still cares for me." Liu Ruyan's voice carried a hint of neurotic excitement as she shed all pretense in front of her closest friend, laying bare her innermost thoughts. She vehemently denounced Liu Qin as a scoundrel, yet her tone betrayed an undeniable sweetness and anticipation, as if she hoped for Liu Qin to create further chaos at her wedding, proving his love for her. This revelation pained Zhang Xinjia even more, deepening her understanding of Liu Ruyan's profound feelings for Liu Qin, a complex entanglement of love and hate that was impossible to sever. Undoubtedly, Liu Ruyan's emotions for Liu Qin ran deep, deeply rooted and inescapable, and Liu Qin's feelings for Liu Ruyan were no less profound. Despite their mutual love, fate cruelly toyed with them, and illness mercilessly tore them apart, a true tragedy of the highest order. Oh heavens, how unjust! Zhang Xinjia's eyes reddened once more, tears welling up as she struggled to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she sought to soothe Liu Ruyan with a calm tone. "Ruyan, do not overthink it. After the Masked Singer show concludes, we can gather some talented singers, and with some excellent songs I have, our entertainment company will surely thrive. All right, Xinjia. You truly understand me. Liu Ruyan's tone softened, seemingly captivated by the bright future Zhang Xinjia painted. You go ahead with your work, and remember to watch the live broadcast. I want to shine in the show and show everyone that even without Liu Qin, I, Liu Ruyan, can live splendidly. Yes, I will definitely watch, Zhang Xinjia replied softly. After hanging up, Zhang Xinjia let out a long sigh, her emotions more complex and indescribable than ever. Nearby, Qin Yuan and Wang Feifei, although unaware of the specific content of the call, could glean its essence from Zhang Xinjia's expressions and tone, their own faces reflecting a mix of emotions. They discerned that Liu Ruyan's feelings for Liu Qin were far deeper than they had imagined, a tumultuous blend of love and hate that evoked deep sympathy. Fate had indeed played a cruel trick on this deeply devoted couple. How unfair it all was. Chapter 28. The show begins, a clash of titans. Time flows like sand slipping through one's fingers, and in the blink of an eye, we arrive at the moment when the third live broadcast of Masked Singer commences. Just like the previous 2 episodes, the anticipation for this installment has surged to a fever pitch online, dominating the trending topics across various social media platforms. Masked Singer is set to unfold once again. We await the celestial duel. I wonder if a mysterious benefactor will once again serenade the diva this time? The truth is unfolding. I wager a nickel that National 1 scum Liu Qin will undoubtedly make an appearance to stir the pot, for who can resist the allure of the diva? This time, it seems Liu Qin is not alone. I have heard that the third scion of the Li family has also taken action, lavishly inviting someone to perform a song. This is a veritable warning of a battlefield, where ex-lovers and a soon-to-be fiancé engage in a remote battle. Just imagining it is exhilarating. What? The third scion of the Li family has joined the fray. This news is simply monumental. An explosive revelation. This show is undoubtedly the grand spectacle of the year. I am eager to discover whether the mysterious singer invited by the Li scion possesses the prowess to contend with Liu Qin, for while National 1 scum may lack character, his musical talent is undeniably exceptional. That may not be the case. The third scion of the Li family wields considerable financial power, and under such wealth, one is bound to find a valiant soul. Perhaps they might indeed unearth a hidden master. This is going to be quite the show. I can already reserve a spot for the best gossip of the year. Unbeknownst to many, the focus of Masked Singer, this musical competition, has subtly shifted, with the public's attention beginning to lean towards Liu Ruyan's personal romantic life. In the past, with her cool and detached demeanor, Liu Ruyan would likely have withdrawn from the judging panel to avoid such scandalous entanglements. However, this time, to everyone's astonishment, she shows no intention of retreating. Instead, she remains firmly seated at the judges' table, as steadfast as a rock in the eye of the storm, unyielding to the external turmoil. While others may be bewildered and unable to fathom the intricacies at play, Zhang Xinjia, who is well acquainted with the truth, sees clearly. Liu Ruyan harbors a profound affection for Liu Qin. That deep-seated love has taken root in her heart, flourishing and resilient, nearly impossible to shake. Her presence here may carry a glimmer of hope, a hint of reluctance, and an unwavering desire to hear Liu Qin's heartfelt sentiments. She yearns to know what emotions the man who once caused her deep pain will convey through his song. As night descends and the lights begin to glimmer, the dazzling illumination on the stage suddenly extinguishes, as if an invisible hand has snuffed out the clamor, plunging the entire studio into a profound darkness. The audience falls silent, thousands holding their breath, with only the gentle rise and fall of cautious breaths maintaining the moment's tranquility, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, tense yet brimming with anticipation. In an instant, a brilliant spotlight pierces the darkness, like a long-dormant dragon awakening, tearing through the night and shattering the silence. At the end of the beam of light, the impeccably tailored host, Xiao Sa, adorned in a sleek black suit, gracefully strides to the center of the stage, his face adorned with his signature professional smile. His clear and magnetic voice instantly pierces through the atmosphere, igniting the fervor of the audience and shattering the previous silence. Welcome, dear viewers, to the third episode of Masked Singer, proudly sponsored by XXX. The thunderous applause surges like a tidal wave, coalescing into a joyful sea of sound, with cheers and screams rising and falling like a symphony, nearly threatening to lift the ceiling of the studio. Xiao Sa gently raises his arm, signaling for calm. As the cacophony gradually subsides, his entrancing voice resonates once more, imbued with an air of mystery that heightens anticipation. Tonight promises to be a night filled with surprises, emotions, and boundless possibilities. Our extraordinarily talented masked singers will continue to mesmerize us with their enchanting melodies, presenting an unparalleled auditory and visual feast. He pauses slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips, deliberately teasing the audience's curiosity to its peak. The evening's opening will differ from previous episodes, ensuring a refreshing experience that will leave everyone exhilarated. The audience's curiosity ignites like a spark, reaching a fever pitch as the atmosphere becomes increasingly electric, akin to boiling water. The comments section of the live stream erupts with fervor, a myriad of question marks springing forth like mushrooms after rain, as wild speculations run rampant. Could there be a surprise guest appearance tonight? I wager all the masked singers will unveil new masks, signaling a grand spectacle from the production team. Eagerly awaiting the show's big reveal, hopefully a jaw-dropping twist, Xiao Sa clears his throat, scanning the crowd before locking eyes with the camera. His tone shifting to one of gravity and subtle significance, as if announcing a momentous event that could stir the soul. Tonight, the first masked singer to take the stage. He or she will convey a deeply heartfelt message through song to a special person of immense significance to them. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the first masked singer of the evening, Piggy Mask. The stage lights shift dramatically, the once sharp beams transforming into a warm, dreamy interplay of pink and lavender hues reminiscent of a whimsical fairy tale. As a gentle and melodious tune plays, a mysterious figure clad in a pink cartoon pig bodysuit, adorned with an oversized and endearing pig mask, ambles onto the stage with somewhat clumsy steps, stepping into the spotlight. The figure of the piggy mask appears somewhat plump, and the rosy cartoon outfit accentuates his endearing charm. He walks with a slight wobble, embodying a clumsy yet adorable demeanor, distinctly contrasting with the enigmatic and aloof presence of previous masked singers. This delightful portrayal adds an air of levity and humor to the atmosphere. The audience erupts into gentle laughter and enthusiastic applause, easing the initially tense ambience considerably. However, when the host, Xiao Sa, speaks next, the previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly freezes, as if time itself has come to a standstill, replaced by a cacophony of shock, bewilderment, and excitement. It is akin to a tranquil lake being disturbed by a powerful underwater explosion, generating colossal waves. Xiao Sa's voice carries a deliberate emphasis. Each word is crystal clear, striking the eardrums of all present like a heavy hammer. The piggy mask is set to passionately perform an original song titled, I Love You Most. Moreover, Mr. Piggy Mask has made it abundantly clear that this song is dedicated exclusively to our beautiful and elegant diva, Liu Ruyan. After a brief moment of silence, as if the air itself had solidified, the entire studio erupts like a powder keg, filled with a cacophony of gasps, screams, and discussions, drowning out all other sounds in a deafening roar. The audience, wide-eyed and incredulous, turns to one another, trying to confirm their understanding of what they just heard. The barrage of comments on the livestream platform spirals into chaos, with countless messages flooding the screen like a burst dam, densely covering the display with a flurry of exclamation marks, question marks, and exclamatory phrases, creating a tumultuous and fervent atmosphere. What? I Love You Most. Is the song title really that straightforward? And dedicated to Liu Ruyan? Who is this piggy mask? Such audacity, declaring love for the diva in front of a national audience. The implications of the song title and its intended recipient are explosive. This is a major scoop alert. It is highly likely that this is orchestrated by the third young master of the Li family, openly declaring war on Liu Qin. The aura of the rightful consort is fully unleashed. Wow, this episode is incredibly sensational. It is practically a live broadcast of the best melodrama of the year. The comments section is rife with speculation and discussion, with the majority pointing fingers at the enigmatic third young master of the Li family, naturally concluding that this is yet another meticulously crafted scheme to assert dominance over Liu Ruyan and solidify marital ties. After all, to the outside world, Liu Ruyan's impending marriage to the third young master of the Li family seems all but certain, merely awaiting an auspicious day to be announced. In contrast, Liu Qin, the name once associated with Liu Ruyan, has long been relegated to the past, washed away by the river of time. Now, the sudden emergence of a mysterious piggy mask so brazenly serenading a song titled I Love You Most and explicitly dedicating it to the soon-to-be bride Liu Ruyan carries significant implications, making it hard not to ponder the possibility of the third young master of the Li family pulling the strings behind the scenes. Upon the stage, a masked singer clad in a whimsical pink pig costume appears unfazed by the surrounding clamor, lost in the anticipation of the forthcoming performance. She clumsily turns, nodding slightly in the direction of the band, signaling that the music may commence. From the stage speakers, a gentle yet melancholic piano prelude unfurls, akin to a tranquil stream meandering through the night, crystalline with a hint of wistfulness. The pig mask stands awkwardly center stage, its oversized visage facing the camera. As if gazing into the distance at the figure that haunts her dreams, Liu Ruyan. She gradually raises the microphone, takes a deep breath, adjusts her posture, and then a deep, slightly husky voice emerges from beneath the pig mask, imbued with intense and complex emotions. If only the clouds knew how lively the nights of longing for you can be. As the song begins, the once vibrant chatter in the live stream's comments section abruptly quiets, captivated by the unexpected serenade of this enigmatic pig-masked performer. The song titled I Love You the Most, with its straightforward and fervent title, resonates like a passionate confession, while its lyrics carry a tinge of sadness and helplessness, reflecting the bittersweet undertones intertwined with sweet affection. In this unique setting, an unidentified pig-masked figure serenades the soon-to-be married diva Liu Ruyan, imbuing the moment with profound significance and intrigue. Whether it is a heartfelt declaration of love from afar or a deliberate provocation with ulterior motives, the performance stirs explosive interest, igniting a fervent wave of attention across the internet and propelling the popularity of the show Masked Singer to unprecedented heights. Chapter 29. Can Liu Ruyan achieve it? A debut with explosive popularity. Alas, the vocal performance possesses an undeniable prowess. Upon removing the pig mask, could it be that a vocal powerhouse is unveiled? This resonant bass is utterly captivating. My senses are overwhelmed. The contrast with the previously comedic style is striking. The pig mask, now earnestly singing, exudes an irresistible charm. The lyrics pierce the heart. How lively are the nights I miss you. Oh, I find myself weeping uncontrollably. Dear sisters above, do not cry. Allow me to embrace you. This song is profoundly heartfelt, with each note resonating deeply within the soul. This is not a mere casual performance. I sense that the pig mask is genuinely moved. And even through the mask, one can feel the surge of emotion. This is destined to be the best love song of the year. I have already entered a loop of replay. It is simply unceasing. I declare the pig mask my exclusive idol for tonight. No one dare contest me. Sisters in the front, remain calm. He is boldly professing his feelings for the queen, Liu Ruyan, in front of a national audience. Yet, regardless of his declaration, it does not impede my appreciation for his talent. Talent and deep emotion are the true allure. The melody of the song is irresistibly catchy. After one listen, it is indelibly etched in my mind. The songwriting and composition are extraordinary. It feels as though only someone of exceptional caliber could have crafted this. Perhaps with guidance from a master, or possibly it is his own original creation. Is there a professional willing to analyze the level of this song? A comment, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creates ripples, drawing countless gazes. Soon, the comment section is abuzz with self-proclaimed connoisseurs, embarking on professional analyses. As a seasoned music producer, I can responsibly assert that the melody of this song is indeed top tier, flowing with a natural grace. The emotional build-up in the climax is rich and dynamic, effortlessly evoking a strong resonance with the audience. The lyrics are nothing short of remarkable. While the title may appear straightforward, every word is a gem, brimming with narrative and imagery. If the clouds knew, how lively are the nights I miss you, in just 2 lines. It vividly conveys the longing and helplessness of unrequited love, striking deep into the soul. Furthermore, have you noticed the meticulous arrangement of this song? The piano sets a melancholic tone from the outset, while the interlude seamlessly incorporates strings, akin to a stroke of genius, enhancing the emotional depth to perfection. Masterfully elevating the atmosphere of the song, truly exceptional. In summary, this is a song with a melody, lyrics, and arrangement that are nothing short of perfection. It is undoubtedly one of the finest love ballads I have encountered recently and can even be regarded as a remarkable addition to the realm of Chinese love songs. The professional analysis above is filled with wisdom and reason. After listening to the analysis, I felt a shiver run through me. I stand in applause. Initially, one might have perceived the pig mask as merely a sensational comedic figure, but little did anyone expect that he harbors the extraordinary prowess of a hidden master. This is the true essence of not revealing one's true self. His capabilities seem entirely capable of rivaling the evergreen luminary Liu Ruyan in a direct contest, perhaps even surpassing him. While Liu Ruyan's songs enjoy immense popularity, they often lack a certain soulful depth, a poignant element that resonates with the heart. In contrast, the song by Pig Mask, titled I Love You the Most, appears to be infused with soul, exuding a heartfelt and profound sentiment that profoundly connects with the audience's emotions. This time, Liu Ruyan has indeed encountered a formidable adversary, and it seems that his reign as the king of songs may be at stake. Anticipation for the forthcoming competition is palpable, promising a spectacle worth witnessing. The masked singing contest has become increasingly exhilarating and captivating. The comments section erupted in fervor. akin to boiling water, with discussions swirling in a cacophony of excitement. The previously one-sided support for Liu Ruyan began to exhibit subtle yet thought-provoking shifts. Countless viewers were deeply moved by Pig Mask's emotionally charged performance, prompting them to scrutinize the true capabilities of this enigmatic masked singer. A significant number of spectators began to waver, recognizing that the quality of this song had far exceeded their expectations, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. They began to doubt whether even someone as formidable as Liu Ruyan could present a piece this impactful in the current episode. Indeed, although the barrage of comments included some orchestrated praise for I Love You the Most, it is undeniable that the song's quality is truly exceptional, far surpassing the mediocrity of typical pop ballads. While it may not have achieved the timeless legacy of classic, enduring anthems, it is more than sufficient to make a striking impression in the context of the show. Simultaneously, online reactions to the heartfelt spectacle orchestrated by the Li family's three young masters have been overwhelmingly positive, with accolades pouring in like a tidal wave. I love you the most. These three words carry considerable weight, imbued with deep affection, verging on the romantic to the core. In comparison to the so-called national one scum, Liu Ruyan appears utterly diminished. The loathsome national one scum, Liu Ruyan, what does your talent amount to in the face of our Li family's three young masters, who are equally gifted and remarkably capable? I am eager to see what song national one scum Liu Ruyan will present this time. What can he possibly offer as a counterattack? National one scum, this time, you may very well experience a complete fall from grace. Previously, the public merely questioned the character of national one scum Liu Ruyan. No one dared to challenge his musical prowess, but today, it seems his abilities will face unprecedented scrutiny. The comments flooded in like a storm, with nearly everyone expressing concern over Liu Ruyan's future, abandoning their previous blind optimism. Due to the exceptional quality of the song I Love You the Most, it has undoubtedly surpassed everyone's expectations, reaching a breathtaking pinnacle that has placed unprecedented pressure on Liu Ruyan. His reputation has been systematically stripped away by the third young master of the Li family, and now, even his once proud musical talent appears to be ruthlessly trampled beneath the feet of this adversary. Is it truly the case that everything he cherishes will be utterly crushed? In the vibrant heart of the metropolis, atop a towering skyscraper, the third young master of the Li family reclines languidly on a plush leather sofa, cradling an alluring male companion in his arms. He is engrossed in the live broadcast of Masked Singer, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Liu Ruyan, he murmurs softly, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Although I am drawn to men and harbor little interest in women, I categorically refuse to allow anyone to encroach upon what is mine, even if it is something I do not desire. Liu Ruyan is merely a disposable tool to me. I would rather let her gather dust than permit you, Liu Ruyan, to snatch her away from me. I shall grant you not even the slightest opportunity. A chilling, eerie laughter escapes the third young master, imbued with a morbid possessiveness and a warped desire for control. As he speaks, he seems to sense something, a look of sheer enjoyment blooming on his face, his lips curling into a subtle smile as his gaze becomes dreamy. The live broadcast continues, yet the atmosphere on stage grows increasingly tense and filled with anticipation due to the remarkable performance of the pig mask. The subsequent masked singers exhibit commendable prowess, each song showcasing unique characteristics and exceptional vocal skills, collectively delivering an extraordinary auditory feast to the audience at home. However, despite their outstanding talents, they lack the buzz and intrigue that the pig mask generated, and none can evoke the same level of resonance and discussion among viewers as the song dedicated to Liu Ruyan. Bring on the Silver Mask and Rabbit Mask. I can hardly wait to see what Liu Ruyan will present in response. Indeed, with the pig mask song of such high caliber, I am eager to witness whether Liu Ruyan can maintain his composure or if he will be overshadowed by the third young master of the Li family. While I am also looking forward to Liu Ruyan's performance, I must admit that the pig mask's I Love You the Most is frighteningly powerful, and Liu Ruyan may truly face significant challenges this time. Yet, one should not speak too definitively. After all, the so-called national disgrace Liu Ruyan still possesses formidable strength. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Until the final moment, the victor remains uncertain. However, the quality of I Love You the Most is undeniably exceptional. And for Liu Ruyan to surpass, it would be an immense challenge unless he unveils a hidden gem of extraordinary talent. Otherwise, this time, he may genuinely be in peril. Liu Ruyan must exhibit the brilliance of his former peak performance, or even surpass it, to have a chance of competing with the masked pig, and to merely maintain a semblance of parity. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of countless spectators, the host, Xiao Sa, once again strode with a buoyant gait to the center of the stage. The masked singer set to perform next is. Xiao Sa deliberately elongated his words, tantalizing the audience as the atmosphere in the venue and the live broadcast surged to a crescendo. The Silver Mask. When the word Silver Mask resonated clearly from Xiao Sa's lips, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Cheers, screams, and applause cascaded like a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire studio. The divine singer behind the Silver Mask is about to perform an original composition, Breakpoint. This song is once again dedicated to the radiant diva, Miss Liu Ruyan. Xiao Sa proclaimed with his magnetic and compelling voice, each syllable seemingly imbued with flames, instantly igniting the fervor of the audience. The entire venue was in a state of euphoria, the deafening cheers nearly lifting the roof off the studio. Dazzling lights cascaded like a waterfall, painting the stage in a dreamlike splendor. With the Silver Mask, Qin Yuan emerged at the center of the stage, stepping forward with a steady and resolute gait. Under the gaze of thousands. Chapter 30. The breaking point. The Silver Mask emerged slowly. The spotlight, akin to the will of the stage, closely followed the shimmering figure. The Silver Mask, bathed in bright light, shimmered with a chilling luster, its metallic texture sharply contrasting with the previous comical pig mask, delineating a clear boundary. The audience's breath seemed to be abruptly siphoned away, suspended in the air, all gazes converging on the Silver Mask, eagerly anticipating the musical energy that this enigmatic singer was about to unleash. Xiao Sa's magnetic voice, laced with a barely perceptible excitement, once again surged through the auditorium like a tidal wave. The Silver Masked deity was poised to perform an original piece titled The Breaking Point. Xiao Sa's tone momentarily faltered as he deliberately elongated the word still, a tribute to the goddess of their hearts, Miss Liu Ruyan. The word still ignited the atmosphere like sparks igniting a pool of oil, unleashing a fervent wave that surpassed the previous raucousness when the pig mask made its entrance, nearly reaching a boiling point. In the audience, the long-suppressed murmurs surged forth like floodwaters breaching a dam. Another love song? 2 consecutive tributes to Liu Ruyan? Both the silver and pig masks seemed to target Liu Ruyan. One represented the affluently family's third young master, while the other symbolized the talented yet disdained Gui Zhaluchen. Was this masked singer's stage destined to transform into Liu Ruyan's exclusive love song showcase? Anticipation for the Silver Mask's performance grew, hoping that the breaking point would surpass the pig mask's I Love You the Most. The live streaming platform's comment section was instantly inundated with the keywords The Breaking Point and Liu Ruyan, flooding the screen and nearly obscuring the live feed. The Breaking Point? Merely the title evoked an inescapable sense of sorrow. Was the Silver Mask set to tread the path of a heart-wrenching ballad? This was surprisingly congruent with his cold, masked persona. Uncertain of the quality of The Breaking Point, one could only speculate whether it could dethrone I Love You the Most. The competition tonight among the masked singers was reaching a fever pitch. 2 legendary vocalists clashed head-on for Liu Ruyan's affection. Liu Ruyan seemed to be living in a fairy tale, simultaneously courted by such exceptional men, her happiness inciting envy. Sisters above, awaken. Liu Ruyan is on the brink of marrying into a wealthy family. The heartfelt declarations from Gui Zhaluchen now appeared as futile struggles, merely amplifying the melancholy. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, the stage lights abruptly shifted. Warm hues faded, replaced by a chilling blue glow that cascaded down like a frigid current, enveloping the stage in a layer of cold solitude, the interplay of light and shadow resonating with the theme of the song, foreshadowing its tone. In the dim light, the piano's prelude flowed forth like a sigh. The melody was deep and soothing, each note seemingly infused with endless lament, weaving strands of helplessness that tugged at the audience's hearts, drawing them into a realm steeped in poignant grayness. The Silver Mask gently lifted the microphone in hand, slightly tilting his head. The gaze behind the Silver Mask seemed to transcend the barriers of the stage, piercing through the multitude of spectators, and directly landing upon the prominent figure in the judge's seat, Liu Ruyan. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling slightly, and his hoarse yet subtly magnetic voice emerged like an old record polished by the passage of time, resonating softly within the silent broadcasting hall. It carried a touch of weathered texture, yet was extraordinarily captivating. I have quietly accompanied you for a long, long time, even to the point of not noticing my own reddened eyes. As the melody flowed from his lips, the previously chaotic venue was suddenly silenced, as if under a spell. With the sound of a falling pin clearly audible, every listener's spirit was instantly ensnared by the story-laden timbre of the Silver Mask, unable to break free. His voice, devoid of ostentatious embellishments, bore a barely perceptible tremor, yet was infused with heart-wrenching emotion. Each word seemed to be slowly extracted from the depths of his soul, imbued with a fervent warmth, striking at the most tender places within the hearts of the audience. Listening to you speak of your changes, while gazing at your ever-beloved smile. The lyrics were simple yet intricate, lacking in grandiose rhetoric, as plain as everyday conversation, yet starkly real to the point of cruelty. Precisely depicting a bittersweet love, one that is deeply felt yet painfully let go. That sense of profound love, which must be relinquished despite the anguish, seeped through the song of the silver mask like an invisible tide, gradually enveloping every listener's heart. In the audience, those who had initially come with a casual mindset began to adopt more serious expressions. Many were deeply touched by the genuine emotions woven into the song, their gazes reflecting a complex and inexpressible sentiment. The live streaming platform's comment section shifted from its previous exuberance to a notable silence, with sporadic comments transforming into phrases laden with poignant resonance. "This song is so sorrowful, it makes my heart feel heavy." The silver mask sang with such profound emotion that it felt as though he was not merely performing but recounting his own story, a true tale of heartache. The lyrics are beautifully pinned. "Still loving your smile the most. Oh, I am instantly teary-eyed. It pierces the heart." This song resonated deeper within me than Pig Mask's "I Love You the Most," evoking a sense of helplessness and regret that I felt viscerally. While Pig Mask's performance was an exuberant confession, akin to the fervent sunlight of midsummer, the Silver Mask's was a reluctant farewell, reminiscent of the cold, solitary moonlight of winter. Two distinctly different styles, yet both profoundly moving and evocative. The song continued to flow like a lament, and the Silver Mask's performance reached a crescendo, his emotions akin to a fine wine that had been allowed to mature, becoming more rich and intense. His voice, from its initial soft murmur, gradually transformed into a full-bodied and dynamic expression. The emotions surged like waves, each crest surpassing the last, brilliantly articulating the song's themes of helplessness, yearning, attachment, and profound blessings, rendered with exquisite detail. The old road remains unchanged, and every past journey along it was graced by sunny skies. As I reminisce about our shared yesterdays, tears begin to flow gradually. In the melodies, it seems as though faded memories come to life, gently surfacing in the minds of the audience. The familiar streets we once traversed hand in hand, the clear skies we admired together, the sweet promises we exchanged, and the joyous moments we cherished, all appear as ephemeral illusions, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind an endless stream of memories and an irreparable sigh. The voice of the silver-masked singer resonates with a barely perceptible quiver, a heart-wrenching tremor, unleashing the deeply suppressed sorrow within him, much like a volcanic eruption, releasing an overwhelming emotional torrent that impacts the audience's eardrums and souls alike. In the audience, the sound of sobbing starts to spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the crowd. Many sensitive souls have been utterly shattered by the singer's poignant vocals, tears flowing like pearls from a broken string, unstoppable and cascading freely. The live streaming platform's comment section is inundated with phrases like "too beautiful to bear" and "crying," akin to snowflakes falling, obscuring everything in sight. I turn my face away, not wanting you to see. The hidden undercurrents are becoming increasingly evident. After today, let us not meet again, for I fear waking each day, burdened by thoughts of you. The song transitions into the chorus. The pent-up emotions of the silver-masked singer burst forth like a flood breaching its dam, unable to be contained any longer. His voice suddenly ascends, resounding with a heart-wrenching intensity, akin to the mournful cry of a wounded beast, perfectly capturing the despair and struggle of love that reaches its zenith yet must be painfully relinquished, leaving the audience utterly moved. "I have kissed your face. Your hands once rested on my shoulders. The sweetness of that moment lingers, an indelible attachment." The song reaches its climax. The silver-masked singer's voice roars like a turbulent river, imbued with a raw, relentless power, surging forth, each note infused with a pain that tears at the soul and a despair that signifies the futility of longing. As if all love, all reluctance, all regrets are destined to pour forth at this moment, leaving not a trace behind. Whenever I close my eyes, I can always envision that the promises once broken will somehow be fulfilled. A single broken promise, like a flourish in a painting, elevates the song's emotion to its pinnacle, shattering the audience's final defenses. Those once beautiful promises ultimately shatter like fragile bubbles, the unrealized regrets and helplessness piercing each listener's heart like sharp steel, leaving indelible scars. The live audience has been completely captivated by the silver-masked singer's miraculous voice, surrendering wholeheartedly. Thunderous applause erupts like a roaring tsunami, relentless and deafening. Countless spectators rise, flushed with excitement, tears glistening in their eyes, offering the utmost reverence to the silver-masked figure at the center of the stage, whose voice touches the very essence of their souls. In the realm of live streaming platforms, the barrage of comments erupted with unparalleled fervor, as if the servers themselves were on the brink of collapse. "Oh my, this is undoubtedly celestial singing. I am utterly bowled over. The climax is simply extraordinary. My very soul trembles at the sound. The performance sends shivers down my spine. Goosebumps envelop my body, and tears cascade uncontrollably, like a dam bursting. The silver mask truly embodies the essence of a divine singer. In comparison, the previous pig mask pales into insignificance. This song is destined to sweep across the internet. It is the unequivocal best sorrowful ballad of the year, and I shall entertain no dissent. Silver Mask, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. The comments flowed like a torrential waterfall, a deluge of praise inundating the entire screen. The rendition by Silver Mask was akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly captivating the hearts of all listeners, leaving an indelible mark. As the final notes faded, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. It was as if every soul had been drained, lost in the profound sorrow meticulously crafted by Silver Mask, unable to break free from its grasp. Only the gentle, soothing piano accompaniment lingered, echoing like a sigh in the vast auditorium, narrating the endless sorrow and helplessness within the song. Silver Mask stood serenely at the center of the stage, gazing into the distance behind the Silver Mask, silently awaiting that special someone. The soul, Liu Ruyan, whom his song yearned to reach, hoping for even the faintest of responses. After a brief silence, applause erupted once more, akin to a volcanic eruption. This time even more fervent, more enduring, and imbued with deeper emotion, as if all the pent-up admiration and respect were being unreservedly offered to this true maestro. The Silver Mask, whose voice profoundly touches the heart. Chapter 31. The point of severance that you, Liu Qin, have personally cut off. A despicable creature of the nation. The venue fell into an abrupt silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the lingering notes of the piano floated in the air, like a sigh. Ethereal and spiraling. Gradually, these threads of sound dissipated, seemingly carrying away the last vestiges of sound that lingered in the atmosphere. The audience, as if under a spell, remained frozen in their seats, deeply immersed in the poignant ambience crafted by the severance. An emotional tide surged, overwhelming the dam of reason, rendering them helpless. On the judging panel, Liu Ruyan sat motionless, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Her enchanting eyes glimmered with unshed tears, akin to two crystalline droplets poised to fall. Her expression complex to the extreme, making her true feelings difficult to discern. The light from the overhead lamp cast deep shadows on her elegantly contoured profile, accentuating the chill and solitude that enveloped her, reminiscent of a celestial being in the moon palace. Qin Yuan was the first to shatter the suffocating silence. He ripped off his headphones, his cherubic face brimming with uncontainable excitement and emotion. "My goodness!" Qin Yuan exclaimed, his voice slightly altered by his fervor. "The Silver Mask." He reiterated the name, his tone infused with incredulity and admiration. "Your song has given me goosebumps all over." He exaggeratedly rubbed his arms, as if to dispel the shivers that crawled up his spine, spreading throughout his body. "This song." Qin Yuan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within, yet his voice quivered with enthusiasm. "It's absolutely extraordinary." The melody was captivating, like an enchanting spell that lingered once it entered the ear. The lyrics, each word piercing the heart, resembled sharp blades that precisely struck the softest parts of the soul. The arrangement was nothing short of divine. Every note was impeccably placed, flawless in execution. The performance was impeccable, a perfect amalgamation of technique and emotion that reached into the depths of the soul. Qin Yuan expressed his admiration with a series of emphatic exclamations, each word resonating powerfully, reflecting the profound level of his appreciation for the severance. Especially during the climax, Qin Yuan spoke rapidly, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures, declaring that the lines "I have kissed your face" were the crowning touch, a stroke of genius. The emotional progression was layered, surging like tumultuous waves, ultimately erupting like a volcano with explosive force. Listening to it stirred my blood, sending tingles across my scalp, an overwhelming urge to join in the roar. He was like an ardent fan, wildly waving his chubby arms, his face radiating pure exhilaration. "I can guarantee with my brand, Qin Yuan," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "This song is destined for greatness. It will shine brightly across the internet. Silver Mask, you are undoubtedly the most dazzling and surprising star on stage tonight." The Prince of Love Songs, Qin Yuan, nodded slowly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly moved by the deeply emotional rendition of Breakpoint. Qin Yuan was indeed correct. Qin Yuan's voice, slightly hoarse, bore the marks of emotional upheaval. This song was truly magnificent. It had been an eternity since he had encountered such a soul-stirring love ballad. With a myriad of emotions swirling within him, his tone carried a barely perceptible sigh. In his Silver Mask, Qin Yuan gazed tenderly at the silvery figure upon the stage. His voice rich with narrative, its huskiness imbued with a unique magnetism, reminiscent of aged fine wine, yet as gentle as a midnight radio broadcast. His heartfelt vocals effortlessly transported the audience into the very essence of the song's imagery, allowing them to experience profound empathy. He could distinctly sense the genuine emotions woven into the melody: helplessness, reluctance, longing, and deep-seated blessings masterfully articulated, each note resonating with clarity. Qin Yuan paused slightly, his gaze laden with significance as he turned toward the judges' panel, particularly to Liu Ruyan, his tone imbued with an incomprehensible depth. Notably, this song was a dedication from the Silver Mask to Ruyan, and his voice softened, almost as if to underscore its extraordinary significance and heartfelt sincerity. I am certain that Ruyan can feel your profound intentions, this deep and fervent affection. Rock legend Liu Ruyan, typically stoic, revealed an uncharacteristic expression of admiration, his steadfast features softening considerably. The rock-hard man, usually indifferent to love songs, was utterly captivated by the Silver Mask's performance of Breakpoint, finding no fault to critique. From a professional standpoint, Liu Ruyan's feedback remained as succinct and impactful as ever, yet each word carried significant weight, proclaiming that the song had reached an astonishing level of completion. The Silver Mask's vocal prowess was exceptionally solid, with technique employed seamlessly, and pitch and rhythm were impeccable, utterly flawless. Yet more importantly, Liu Ruyan emphasized his words, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, as he vocalized the very soul of the song, bestowing it with vibrant life. This allowed every listener to resonate deeply with the sorrow and helplessness encapsulated in the lyrics, invoking a powerful sense of empathy. Variety King Han Pang Pang, shedding his usual playful demeanor, adopted a serious, earnest expression, seemingly transformed. Though I am tone-deaf and know little of music, Han Pang Pang scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. His tone unusually grave, I can genuinely feel the immense power embedded in the song. It profoundly touched the softest corners of his heart, prompting memories of deep-seated past experiences. Those beautiful, regretful, painful, and joyous moments surged forth like a tidal wave. Turning to the Silver Mask, Han Pang Pang rose and bowed deeply to the silvery figure on stage, his tone sincere. Thank you for delivering such a soul-stirring melody, providing us with an exquisite and breathtaking artistic experience. The 5 judges took turns to extol the virtues of Breakpoint and the Silver Mask, elevating them to unprecedented heights. The audience erupted in fervor, their applause thunderous and unrelenting, the deafening cheers almost threatening to lift the ceiling of the studio. An exuberant testament to their ardent admiration and genuine approval of the Silver Mask. The barrage of compliments on the live streaming platform exploded like a breached dam, inundating the screen with a flood of praise, rendering the original images nearly indecipherable. Yet, amid this cacophony, Liu Ruyan remained silent, like a meticulously carved ice sculpture. Quietly seated at the judging panel, her exquisite visage was devoid of any expression, serene to the point of indifference, making it impossible to discern the true thoughts that lay buried within her heart. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhang Xinjia, lurking backstage, astutely perceived the turbulent emotions simmering beneath Liu Ruyan's tranquil facade, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Perhaps only Liu Ruyan herself comprehended the profound significance that this song, Breakpoint, held for her, laden with complexities and ineffable sentiments. Did Liu Qin truly wish to sever the bond they shared? Liu Ruyan pondered bitterly, a wave of indescribable sorrow crashing over her. Did he not desire to be the terminus of their relationship? She bit her crimson lip, her heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. For Liu Qin had been the very one to cleave their connection. What audacity did he possess to express through song that he did not wish to be the breakpoint? Liu Ruyan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, constricted to the point of near asphyxiation. She could not fathom Liu Qin's intentions. The judges merely skimmed the surface of the song's emotional resonance, unable to grasp its deeper significance, while the audience remained oblivious, unaware that the so-called scoundrel Liu Qin was, in truth, a man deeply ensnared in love. Only the Silver Mask, Qin Yuan, who stood on stage, along with the Rabbit Mask, Wang Feifei, and the Wolf Mask, Zhang Xinjia, knew the entire truth and understood the profound implications embedded in the lyrics, particularly the poignant line about severing emotional ties. I do not wish to be the breakpoint, which concealed a wealth of indignation, resentment, and a love so profound it was almost suffocating. Cancer. Late-stage cancer. Liu Qin did not wish to be the breakpoint in their relationship. He could muster the courage to reveal his condition to Liu Ruyan. Yet, his love for her was so profound, so deeply rooted, that he chose to bear the burden of all the scorn, resolutely deciding to become the vilified breakpoint. This scoundrel, condemned by society and misunderstood by Liu Ruyan, was indeed the breakpoint. For those who understood the truth, Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei, and Zhang Xinjia, this song transcended mere melodiousness. It became a razor-sharp blade, piercing their innermost vulnerabilities, leaving them with an aching despair that was indescribable. Chapter 32. A resounding triumph amidst the vast expanse of the internet. Praises flowed forth like a torrent, obliterating all rationality and elevating the song Breakpoint to the realm of the divine. The live streaming platform's comment section was utterly inundated with fervent accolades, a dense tapestry of words resembling the rising tide, swiftly engulfing the entire screen. Silver Mask is eternal. This truly is a love ballad. It brought tears streaming down my face. The lyrics are akin to daggers. Each line pierces my heart with precision. Silver Mask's vocal prowess is explosive. Such profound emotion. Such exquisite technique. It's simply seamless. I have started an infinite loop of playback. No one can stop me. Though Piggy Mask's I Love You is quite melodious, in comparison to Breakpoint, it seems to lack a certain soulful essence. I love you is a passionate declaration. While Breakpoint is a love that runs as deep as the ocean, both styles are distinct, yet I cherish them equally. It feels as though Silver Mask's song possesses greater depth, richer connotations, and a captivating allure, as if it harbors endless stories within. This is truly a celestial showdown. Tonight's episode of Masked Singer is nothing short of an explosive spectacle. I hereby declare Silver Mask as my sole MVP of the evening. Should anyone dare to utter that this country is devoid of talent, I shall be the first to confront them. This song has delivered a resounding slap to the faces of detractors. It is destined to resonate throughout the entire internet. The annual Golden Song has already been preordained. Silver Mask, please accept my utmost reverence. The speed of the scrolling comments was so rapid that the content was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, revealing only a blur of light dancing across the screen. Everywhere I looked, there was a frenzy of admiration for Breakpoint and Silver Mask. A myriad of virtual flowers, applause, and gift effects illuminated the live streaming scene, transforming it into a fantastical stage, radiant and mesmerizing. On social media platforms, Breakpoint swiftly dominated, with related topics emerging like mushrooms after the rain, swiftly claiming prominent spots on the trending charts. Masked singer Silver Mask Breakpoint lyrics cut deep. Silver Mask emotionally interprets Breakpoint. Tonight's best love song is without question Breakpoint. Countless netizens surged into these discussions like a tidal wave, as if they had discovered a new world, passionately debating the song Breakpoint and sharing how it resonated with their hearts. Upon finishing Breakpoint, I found myself enveloped in profound melancholy. The lyrics were so raw and heart-wrenching. It felt as though Silver Mask was narrating a tale I myself was experiencing, filled with pain and helplessness. The voice of the Silver Mask is simply extraordinary. Its raspy yet magnetic timbre, coupled with a deeply emotional rendition, brought forth tears that flowed uncontrollably. This is the hallmark of a true artist, capable of conveying emotions with such delicate nuance through song, striking at the softest corners of the heart. The melody of Breakpoint is irresistibly captivating. Before I knew it, I had played it on repeat, unable to stop. It is utterly incomprehensible that this song has not gained widespread acclaim. Personally, I find Breakpoint to be far more listenable and profoundly moving than I Love You by the Pig Mask. The prowess of the Silver Mask seems to surpass that of his counterpart. Tonight's episode of Masked Singer was a spectacular showdown, with both the Silver Mask and the Pig Mask delivering performances that were simply enchanting. I'm already eagerly anticipating the upcoming segments. I have resolutely set Breakpoint as my ring own, ensuring that I listen to it daily, for it resonates deeply within me, never growing tiresome. I wholeheartedly recommend everyone to listen to Breakpoint by the Silver Mask. It will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. As the song is remarkably beautiful and poignant, those who hear it will understand. Within the realm of the internet, the accolades for Breakpoint have completely engulfed the digital landscape. The Silver Mask, with merely this one song, has emerged like a sovereign from the heavens, instantly captivating the hearts of countless listeners, becoming the most dazzling star of the night. His brilliance even subtly overshadowed the previously celebrated Pig Mask. Breakpoint, with its soul-stirring melody, heart-wrenching lyrics, and the profound, intricate emotions embedded within its delivery, has spread like wildfire across the internet, becoming synonymous with the new generation of hit love ballads. Countless listeners have been deeply moved, utterly enthralled by the storytelling quality of the Silver Mask's voice. The Masked Singer program has experienced a meteoric rise in popularity, propelled by the sensational success of Breakpoint, effortlessly becoming the most anticipated variety show of the evening. Everyone is eagerly looking forward to what delightful performances lie ahead. Once again, Xiao Sa stepped onto the stage with a buoyant stride, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile, the corners of his lips subtly uplifted, as if hinting at forthcoming surprises. The stage lights converged upon him like disciplined soldiers, enveloping him in a soft halo that accentuated his mystique and elegance. The audience's enthusiasm had been ignited by Breakpoint, filling the air with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. All eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Sa at the center of the stage, awaiting his next words, curious to see what marvels might unfold. Clearing his throat, his magnetic voice resonated once more within the auditorium, akin to rich red wine, intoxicating all who listened. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the silver-masked singer for passionately performing such a soul-stirring melody. At this very moment, I believe that everyone, like myself, remains enveloped in the profound love and poignant sorrow embodied in the breaking point, unable to let go. The venue erupted with thunderous applause, a lasting testament to the sincerest appreciation for the silver-masked singer and an expression of genuine admiration for the song The Breaking Point. With a gentle smile, Xiao Sa raised her hand slightly, signaling for the audience to settle down, and gradually, the cacophony subsided. This evening's masked singer promises to be extraordinary, as we collectively witness an abundance of surprises and experience profound emotions. Xiao Sa's voice brimmed with anticipation, igniting the curiosity of the audience. Everyone was all ears, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Then, Xiao Sa's voice ascended a few octaves, imbued with an air of mystery, as if she were on the verge of unveiling a monumental secret. The upcoming masked singer is equally a formidable vocalist who will grace us with an original song, rich in heartfelt emotion. The audience's hearts began to race uncontrollably, the sense of anticipation taut like a drawn bowstring. An original song, equally imbued with deep feelings? What kind of touching ballad could it be? Would it surpass the previous hits I Love You and The Breaking Point, reaching new heights? Xiao Sa deliberately paused, building suspense, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Everyone's nerves were taut, eyes fixed on Xiao Sa, lest they miss a single word. The masked singer, Xiao Sa, slowly uttered a few words, each resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of the audience. She is none other than the Rabbit Mask. The crowd erupted in an even more fervent and frenzied cheer, the shrieks cascading like a tsunami, nearly lifting the roof of the auditorium. The Rabbit Mask is finally set to take the stage. In previous episodes, the Rabbit Mask has been like a hidden gem, showcasing stunning prowess with every performance. Her voice is ethereal and crystal clear, with high notes piercing the soul like arrows, precise and breathtaking, having captured the hearts of countless viewers and garnered immense popularity. Once again, Xiao Sa's voice resonated, this time imbued with a deeper significance, as she announced that the song she will passionately perform is an original piece titled A Farewell Kiss. A farewell kiss. The audience erupted once more, akin to a drop of water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, causing an explosive reaction. Merely the title exudes a profound sense of melancholy. What kind of heart-wrenching love ballad could this be? Moreover, they are all original songs. It appears that tonight's masked idols have come prepared, their formidable talents leaving the audience in awe. Furthermore, the voice of the enigmatic performer, adorned with a rabbit mask, carries a captivating significance as a knowing smile graces their lips. The rabbit-masked virtuoso particularly emphasizes that this song, Kiss Goodbye, is dedicated to our beautiful and elegant diva, Miss Liu Ruyan. The atmosphere erupted, an explosion akin to a volcanic eruption, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. If the previous songs, Love You Most and Breakpoint, were merely appetizers, then the rabbit-masked rendition of Kiss Goodbye ignited an unparalleled fervor, elevating the evening's ambience to unprecedented heights. 3 masked singers, 3 original love songs, all dedicated to Liu Ruyan. This is an extraordinary spectacle, a rare marvel in the annals of variety shows. The audience was utterly consumed by fervor, with cheers, screams, and applause intertwining, creating a deafening cacophony that reverberated throughout the studio, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The live streaming platform's comment section resembled an explosive detonation, as countless comments surged forth like unbridled wild horses, inundating the screen with exclamations, questions, and exclamatory marks, weaving a chaotic yet fervent tapestry. Goodness! Kiss Goodbye. Another love song. Is the Rabbit Mask also confessing to the diva? What kind of celestial plot is unfolding tonight? Does the Rabbit Mask represent the infamous Liu Qin? After all, the previous song, In a Hurry That Year, was penned by Liu Qin. This is simply exhilarating. The award for the best battleground of the year has been prematurely secured. I am immensely anticipating the Rabbit Mask's Kiss Goodbye. Will this song surpass Love You Most and Breakpoint, once again creating a miracle? Tonight's masked singer is destined to be inscribed in the history of variety shows. This is truly a classic scene without precedent or successor. Chapter 33, The Farewell Kiss. A sudden hush enveloped the entire venue, as if time had crystallized, with the clamor vanishing in an instant, erased by an invisible hand. The spotlight, akin to the eye of the stage, abruptly illuminated, coalescing into a radiant beam that precisely focused on the center. All other lights receded, shrouding everything else in profound darkness, creating an atmosphere of ultimate concentration and enigma. In the stillness, the air seemed to thicken, suffocating the breaths of all present. Every gaze, whether from the audience or the viewers online, was drawn magnetically to that luminous beam, holding their breath in anticipation. A melodious tune began to waft through the air, akin to a sigh emanating from a distant horizon. The sound of the saxophone, imbued with an innate sense of melancholy and romance, resonated softly, evoking a poignant yearning. Each note appeared as a crystalline tear, cascading into the tranquil night, instantly saturating the atmosphere of the performance hall with profound sorrow and beauty. This melody served as a silent prelude, a thread of emotion tenderly tugging at the heartstrings of every listener. The figure clad in a rabbit mask gradually emerged from the backstage shadows, shedding her usual vivacity for the pristine elegance of a white gown. The hem of the dress, as white as snow, trailed gracefully behind her, swaying gently with each step, reminiscent of rippling moonlight. This attire accentuated her elongated silhouette and ethereal demeanor, as if she were a celestial being descending from the lunar palace, untouched by earthly dust. The oversized rabbit mask still obscured her visage, yet it did not diminish her allure. Rather, it enhanced an air of mystique, inciting curiosity about the countenance concealed beneath. With delicate steps, the rabbit-masked figure glided to the center of the stage, exuding an ineffable grace and solemnity in every gesture. She inclined her head slightly towards the band, signaling her readiness. Gradually, she grasped the microphone, her fingertips brushing the cold metal, as if attuning herself to the stage's warmth while calming her inner emotions. Taking a deep breath that sank into her core, she slowly exhaled, a subtle action that resonated with the heartbeat of the audience. Thousands of eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating with eager anticipation, fixated on the rabbit mask at the center of the stage. Everyone held their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt the impending moment of enchantment. They awaited the performance of the farewell kiss, specially dedicated to Liu Ruyan, curious to witness the dazzling brilliance it would unveil and how it would touch their hearts. The barrage of comments on the live streaming platform shifted from their usual clamor and just to an unexpected tranquility. Countless silent viewers began to surface, quietly sending forth expressions and words of anticipation. They were all patiently waiting, yearning for the rabbit-masked figure to unveil the prologue of this emotional spectacle through her song. As the music gradually swells, the melody of the saxophone descends like a gentle nightfall, approaching from afar, lightening in tone before deepening, unfurling slowly and imbued with a lingering sadness. It envelopes the entire auditorium like an ethereal veil, casting an atmosphere steeped in melancholy. Everyone feels as though they have been transported into a dream, saturated with sorrow. Just as this mournful melody reaches its zenith, the figure in the rabbit mask finally speaks. Her voice, akin to a mountain spring, is pure and crystalline, devoid of any impurities yet tinged with a subtle sadness, reminiscent of a nightingale's soft lament beneath the moonlight. Flowing forth and piercing through the audience's eardrums, striking the very depths of their souls. Past memories dissolve into the ether, vanishing from sight, at the moment her song begins. The auditorium seems enchanted, falling into an almost palpable silence where even the sound of breathing becomes cautious. All are entranced by the enchanting voice of the rabbit-masked performer. As if their souls have transcended their bodies, immersing themselves in the musical realm she has conjured, quietly listening to her rendition of Kiss Goodbye. Compared to her earlier performances, her voice has shed some of its youthful innocence, becoming softer and more imbued with emotion. Each word carries a barely perceptible sigh, a profound reluctance, a sense of helplessness. This song transcends mere performance, it is an expression of emotion, a whisper of the soul. Even the lyrics, though they speak of farewells, reveal a lingering sorrow. They flow like exquisite verses from a poet's pen, each word a gem, yet underscored by a subtle sadness, delicately portraying a love that runs deep, an uncontainable longing, yet an unavoidable parting. This poignant agony of loving dearly yet having to let go resonates deeply with countless listeners. The rabbit-masked performer is wholly absorbed in the context of the song, singing with abandon. Her body sways gently with the rhythm, transforming into the protagonist of the song. Experiencing that unforgettable love and the heart-wrenching pain of separation, oblivious to everything around her, her focus is solely on the music and the emotions it evokes. Her voice ebbs and flows, at times a soft murmur, as if confiding her innermost thoughts, tender and lingering. At other times, it soars high and resonant, akin to a passionate cry across an open field, both stirring and tragic. She articulates the complex emotions embedded in the song with exquisite clarity, each note seemingly alive, striking the hearts of her audience. On the judging panel, the tea-loving judge is once again captivated by the rabbit-masked singer, unable to resist removing his headphones, his round face revealing an unmistakable expression of astonishment. "My goodness, the rabbit-masked singer's voice seems different today," he murmurs softly, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. as though he has stumbled upon a rare treasure. The Prince of Love Songs, Qin Yuan, furrows his brow, his previously carefree demeanor turning serious. Profoundly moved by the rabbit-masked performer's song. This song feels more mature and moving than the previous ones, he murmured, his tone laced with genuine admiration. The fact that even the discerning Prince of Love Songs could utter such praise attests to the extraordinary performance of the rabbit mask today. Rock legend Liu Ruyan, usually slouched in his chair, sat upright for once. Though typically indifferent to love ballads, his gaze was now intently fixed on the rabbit mask on stage, filled with appreciation and recognition. Today, this rabbit is in fine form. This song is rich with emotion, he remarked in a deep voice, tinged with admiration and approval. Variety King Han Pang Pang also set aside his usual playful demeanor, revealing a rare seriousness on his face. This song is truly captivating. It evokes a twinge of bittersweetness in my heart, he scratched his head, somewhat bashfully admitting, the king of comedy now moved by the rabbit mask's voice, which touched the softest corners of his heart. Liu Ruyan remained seated, resembling an exquisite porcelain doll, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a complex and inscrutable light, akin to an unfathomable abyss, making it impossible to discern her innermost thoughts. Yet Zhang Xinjia, who had been closely observing Liu Ruyan, keenly noticed a slight tremor in her seemingly tranquil form. Though minimal, it did not escape his sharp gaze. He understood that Liu Ruyan's heart was far from the calm exterior she projected. Within, she might be weathering a storm of tumultuous emotions. On stage, the rabbit mask singing continued, flowing like a gentle stream. Everything you give me is merely perfunctory. The more innocent your smile, the wilder my love for you becomes. The lyrics suddenly turned more direct and fervent, as if long-suppressed emotions had finally found an outlet, erupting like a volcanic explosion. Narrating a love that was both haunting and obsessive. The rabbit mask's voice crescendoed, no longer a mere whisper, but infused with a hint of madness, a fervent, reckless love that seemed intent on burning out, yet resolutely conveying this passion. Her singing surged with astonishing intensity, each note bore the heat of a blazing flame, igniting the hearts of every audience member present. The spectators were utterly captivated by the rabbit mask's unexpected outburst, their long-restrained emotions bursting forth. Cheers, screams, and applause erupted like a thundering avalanche, more fervent and frenzied than before, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the studio. In the realm of live streaming, the barrage of comments erupted with fervor, akin to a dam bursting, as countless messages flooded the screen in a frenzy of exclamations, flowers, and gifts, overwhelming the display in an effusion of excitement and admiration for the rabbit mask. Wow, the rabbit mask is phenomenal. That high note is extraordinary. I am covered in goosebumps. The singing sends shivers down my spine. The soul is trembling. This is the true essence of a powerhouse vocalist. What were those previous performances? The lyrics are exquisite, imbued with profound emotion. Each line strikes at the core. Rabbit mask, I adore you. I would bear your children. Tonight's MVP is undeniably the rabbit mask. Who dares to disagree? This song is destined to resonate across the internet. I can already sense the birth of a hit. I am in awe, rabbit mask. Please accept my reverence. The speed of the comments raised to such an extent that the content became nearly illegible, filled with unreserved praise and fervent adoration for the rabbit mask. The online discourse was once again ignited by the melodic voice of the rabbit mask, with trending topics immediately dominated by related keywords. On stage, the music surged in intensity, akin to a tempest, as the rabbit mask's vocals ascended to their zenith, releasing a torrent of emotional energy like a volcanic eruption. In fleeting moments of clarity, one realizes that spoken words cannot materialize, only to find oneself confronted by a visage that has become unfamiliar. The melody ebbed away suddenly, transforming into a somber tone, laden with despair, sorrow, and an ineffable sense of loss, reminiscent of a person on the brink of collapse, exhaling a final sigh. The rabbit mask's voice became choked with emotion, laced with an almost palpable sorrow, evoking heart-wrenching pain that moved listeners to tears. The audience fell into a profound silence, as if under a spell, deeply affected by the sorrowful essence imbued in the rabbit masked song. Breath held, eyes glistening, they listened intently to the melancholy melody, absorbing the profound despair that resonated deep within. The barrage of comments on the live streaming platform quieted significantly, the previous fervor and excitement dissipated, replaced by a stream of sighs and resonant reflections. Tears flowed uncontrollably as I listened, profoundly moved, feeling as though my heart might shatter. This song is nothing short of a poignant ballad, its sorrow overwhelming, leaving me breathless. The performance of the artist in the rabbit mask resonated deeply, as if she had truly experienced such emotions to convey them so powerfully. Upon hearing certain lyrics, my tears became unrestrained, evoking a profound sense of empathy. It felt so authentic. This is the essence of a true love song, painful yet irresistibly captivating. On stage, the lights dimmed and nearly extinguished, leaving only a faint glow. Reminiscent of a solitary candle flickering in the wind, accentuating her loneliness and desolation. She appeared as the sole beacon of light, poised to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. The music slowed, heavy like the footsteps of despair, each step pressing upon the hearts of the audience, inducing a suffocating weight. The artist's voice returned, now hoarse and fragmented. Akin to a shattered porcelain doll, brimming with despair and sorrow, a final cry in the darkness. The climax erupted like a volcanic explosion, a torrent of long-suppressed emotions flooding forth. No longer contained, her voice soared, infused with piercing anguish, as if tearing her very soul apart, vividly expressing the despair of love reaching its end. Leaving all listeners profoundly affected. As my world began to snow, the coldness rendered me incapable of loving another day, making even hidden regrets painfully apparent. I shared a farewell kiss with you in an empty street, as the wind mocked my inability to refuse. I kissed you goodbye amidst the chaos of the night. My heart bracing for sorrow. Oh, what divine artistry in song! This climax is simply extraordinary. It sent shivers down my spine, tears cascading uncontrollably. The artist in the rabbit mask is truly a celestial being. This song is destined to explode across the internet. It is undoubtedly the year's best heart-wrenching ballad. Reservations are mandatory. No dissent will be accepted. Rabbit mask, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a broken dam. A torrent of praise surging forth, nearly engulfing the entire display. Wang Feifei's performance was akin to an emotional tempest, utterly conquering the hearts of all present and those watching from afar. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the auditorium, descending into a profound stillness. Everyone appeared as though enchanted by a spell, sitting rigidly in place, profoundly immersed in the poignant atmosphere conjured by the rabbit mask's haunting melody. Unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming sorrow that enveloped them, only the soft, melodious accompaniment of the saxophone lingered in the vast auditorium, echoing like a sigh, gently resonating with a tender yet boundless melancholy, as if whispering a heart-wrenching tale of grief and the capriciousness of fate. Wang Feifei stood silently at the center of the stage, the oversized and cumbersome rabbit headpiece obscuring her true visage. Yet it could not conceal the palpable sorrow and profound desolation that radiated from her being. After a brief silence, thunderous applause erupted, resonating throughout the auditorium like an overwhelming wave, more fervent and enduring than ever before. As if to offer all their heartfelt admiration and utmost respect to the rabbit-masked diva, who had genuinely touched the depths of their souls with her song. The performance had not truly reached its conclusion. The music surged once more, transitioning into a climactic crescendo that was both grander and more stirring. In an instant, realizations dawned that spoken words could not materialize. A fleeting glance revealed a face that had grown unfamiliar, no longer reminiscent of the past. My world began to snow. Chill enough to deter love for another day, stark enough that even concealed regrets became painfully apparent. I bid you farewell in a deserted street, allowing the wind to mock my inability to refuse, and I parted ways with you in a frenzied night, my heart bracing for heartbreak. The song ceased abruptly, the final note dissipating into the air, and the music fell silent. The entire world seemed to be muted, plunging the audience into a profound stillness. So quiet that one could distinctly hear the breaths of one another, the sound of a falling pin. Everyone appeared as though their souls had been siphoned away. Sitting there like statues, deeply shaken by the rabbit-masked soul-stirring, resonant voice. They gaped in astonishment, only to find their throats constricted, as if stifled by an unseen force. They wished to articulate their thoughts, but discovered they had lost the ability to speak. Unable to reclaim their voices or express the tumultuous emotions surging within them at that moment. Chapter 34. A sudden onslaught silence. A deathly silence, akin to a voiceless abyss swallowing all clamor. Time seemed to freeze under an invisible hand, each second stretching into an eternity, heavy and burdensome. Only the lingering notes of the saxophone, weeping and lamenting, drifted desolately within the expansive auditorium. That sob-like melody tightened its grip on the hearts of all present like countless fine needles. Each individual appeared ensnared by an immobilizing spell, immersed in an extreme sorrow. Their souls seemingly extracted by the song, leaving behind mere husks standing vacantly in place. In the audience, thousands were mute, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. A multitude of eyes, drawn together like iron filings to a magnet, fixated on the stage's center, upon the enormous rabbit mask. Under the spotlight, the mask appeared particularly enigmatic and awe-inspiring, as though gazing upon a miracle descended from the heavens. It resembled a tribute to a tragic hero, crafting a heart-wrenching epic through song. No applause erupted, no cheers resounded, not even a whisper dared to breach the stillness. The slightest movement seemed capable of shattering this fragile, suffocating silence, disturbing the profound sorrow that permeated the air. Time trickled by painfully slowly, each second stretching like a century, oppressive to the point of breathlessness. At last, someone broke the stifling silence. A gentle sob emerged unexpectedly within the quiet auditorium, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples that disturbed the surface, revealing the tumultuous undercurrents beneath. This was soon followed by a second, a third, as the sound of weeping spread like a contagion, rising and falling, coalescing into a collective lamentation. Countless spectators could no longer contain their emotions, covering their faces as tears streamed down uncontrollably, cascading like pearls from a broken string. They were utterly overwhelmed by the rabbit masked song, which breached their psychological defenses, a heart-wrenching sorrow surging forth like a flood, engulfing them in a vortex of unending emotion. Some recalled lost lovers, sweet memories flashing like shards in their minds, reopening long-healed wounds. Others remembered past regrets, irretrievable moments lost to time, casting shadows that once again darkened their hearts. Some were haunted by irreparable mistakes, the tide of remorse crashing upon them, almost drowning their spirits. The song acted as a sharp scalpel, incisively and cruelly unveiling the softest, most vulnerable parts of their inner selves. Long-buried scars were brutally exposed to the glaring light. With nowhere to hide, pain, despair, helplessness, and a torrent of negative emotions surged forth like a dam breaking, overwhelming and unstoppable. Tears fell incessantly, akin to pearls scattered from a broken strand, soaking clothing and blurring vision. The entire auditorium was enveloped in a thick atmosphere of sorrow, oppressive, heavy, and suffocating. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a hesitant round of applause finally broke the silence of the crowd. Sparse and faint, it emerged like the first ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, instantly igniting the suppressed fervor within every heart. Soon followed the second and third claps, which swelled into a wildfire of applause, rapidly spreading, growing louder and more fervent, ultimately converging into a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the auditorium. The clamor was deafening, relentless. As if it might lift the very roof off its hinges, all the spectators rose to their feet, pouring every ounce of their strength into their applause. Their faces still marked with traces of tears, yet their eyes sparkled with genuine admiration and excitement. They offered their most heartfelt applause and homage to the rabbit-masked performer on stage, paying the highest tribute to the singer whose voice had touched the depths of their souls. In the judges' panel, the 5 adjudicators had long since removed their headphones, their expressions equally shaken, unable to regain their composure. Naichaluan's round face was streaked with intersecting lines of tears, his eyes swollen, resembling a panda whose makeup had run, both comical and slightly disheveled. He vigorously wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, taking a deep breath as if to expel all his sorrow before he could find his voice again. My heavens! Naichaluan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a tremor, yet filled with sincere admiration. Who wrote this song? It's simply monstrous. He shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming that the song was nothing short of a masterpiece. With fervor, Naichaluan waved his arms, his words tumbling out in a rush. The melody, the lyrics, the arrangement, the performance, every detail is perfected to an extreme. Especially that climactic finale. It was a soul-crushing experience that sent shivers down my spine. His description of the song's impact underscored its profound resonance, transcending mere appreciation to become a visceral shock that struck deep within the soul. Qin Yuan nodded slowly in agreement, his eyes also glistening with moisture, concealing within their depths echoes of poignant memories. He sighed softly, his voice low and laden with sentiment. Naichaluan is right. This song is a divine creation. After years of singing love songs, I have never encountered such a stirring melody or lyrics that pierce the soul so directly. He turned his gaze toward the rabbit-masked performer on stage, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, admiration, appreciation, and even a hint of trepidation. Rabbit Mask, your voice, your emotion, have profoundly moved me, reminding me of many past moments, those beautiful, painful, and unforgettable memories. Moreover, the essence of the lyrics and composition revealed that the song's creator is undeniably a master of the highest caliber. Qin Yuan's voice carried a barely perceptible quiver, clearly affected by the song, as those long-buried memories awakened, resurfacing vividly before his eyes. Liu Ruyan rarely displayed such emotional vulnerability. As the rock legend is typically known for his tough persona, seldom revealing his feelings in front of outsiders. However, at this moment, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his voice, though deep and powerful, bore an unmistakable tremor of excitement. As a musician, Liu Ruyan spoke with solemnity, proclaiming, I must admit, this song transcends technique and genre. reaching straight to the heart, creating a miracle. The variety show king, Han Pangpang, rose from his seat, straightening his attire, and bowed deeply to the rabbit-masked performer on stage, a full 90-degree bow, signifying his utmost respect. Rabbit-masked teacher, Han Pangpang spoke earnestly. Thank you for gracing us with such a captivating melody, gifting us an enchanting evening. This song will undoubtedly become a classic, forever etched in the annals of music history. The 5 judges, in unison, lavishly bestowed their praises upon Rabbit Mask and her piece, Kiss Goodbye. The audience was utterly captivated, erupting in a cacophony of applause, cheers, and screams, akin to a tsunami, each wave more thunderous than the last. They exerted every ounce of energy, roaring and shouting, expressing their profound excitement, as if striving to unleash all their fervor. The live streaming platform's comment section had succumbed entirely to chaos, an avalanche of comments cascading down like a waterfall. Dense and overwhelming. Kiss goodbye. Kiss goodbye. Kiss goodbye. Rabbit Mask. Rabbit Mask. Rabbit Mask. Masterpiece. 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 Best of the year. Best of the year. Best of the year. The screen was inundated with a myriad of commendations, as everyone was utterly enthralled by Kiss Goodbye, and madness ensued for Rabbit Mask. The sudden emergence of Kiss Goodbye drastically shifted the atmosphere, rendering the previously celebrated I Love You pale and insignificant by comparison. The heartfelt confession from Pig Mask now seemed trivial, like a mere joke. The meticulous planning of the Li family's 3 young masters had become a laughingstock. The elaborate stage effects they had painstakingly crafted appeared laughable in the face of Kiss Goodbye's sheer brilliance. At this moment, the stage was ablaze with dazzling lights. The focus of the crowd entirely on Rabbit Mask, the true sovereign of the night, whose voice had conquered all, illuminating the evening with her presence. Meanwhile, on the judging panel, Liu Ruyan remained seated, motionless like a statue. Her expression was eerily calm, as if the clamor of the outside world bore no relevance to her. As though she existed in an alternate realm. Her gaze was vacant and bewildered, devoid of focus, resembling a marionette stripped of its soul. No one knew the tempest of emotions raging within Liu Ruyan, nor the storm she was silently enduring. Only she truly comprehends what this song, Kiss Goodbye, signifies for her. It transcends mere melodiousness, serving instead as a key that unlocks the long-sealed vault of her memories. It signifies the curtain falling on an era, the one that belonged to her and Liu Qin, which has now irrevocably concluded. It embodies the end of a relationship, marking the impossibility of returning to what once was between her and Liu Qin. Furthermore, it heralds a new beginning, compelling her to relinquish the past and embark anew on her own journey. All of this finds its genesis in the name that has now faded into the distance, Liu Qin. This name, like a haunting incantation, resurfaces in her mind. He was the man who had once inflicted deep wounds upon her yet remains unforgettable. His voice resonates once more in her ears, an unshakable spell entwining her very soul. I bid you farewell amidst the desolate streets. The melody lingers, refusing to dissipate, akin to a specter whispering in her ear, recounting a poignant tale of love lost beyond redemption. Chapter 35, Love Like Tides. The spotlight once again illuminates the stage. Little Sa's figure reappears, his lips curving into an enigmatic smile, reminiscent of the profound night sky, speckled with stars yet concealing endless secrets. The light envelopes him like the gentle embrace of the stage, instantly making him the focal point of the audience's attention. The air still lingers with the faint sorrow brought forth by Kiss Goodbye, its soul-stirring melody seemingly whispering in one's ear, making it difficult to let go. However, at this moment, the melancholic sentiment quietly recedes, replaced by a wave of anticipation akin to the rising tide. Everyone holds their breath, eagerly awaiting the final masked singer of the evening, the Wolf Mask, and the extraordinary surprise he is poised to unveil. Little Sa elegantly clears his throat, akin to a conductor poised to wield his magic baton, guiding all into a musical feast. His magnetic voice resonates through the auditorium like a nightingale's song. Dear audience. He begins, his voice flowing through the air like rich red wine, imbued with an intoxicating allure. The Masked Singer Gala is gradually approaching its conclusion. He deliberately elongates the word conclusion, as if playing a melodious phrase that tugs at the heartstrings of all present. His voice momentarily pauses, reminiscent of a rest in a musical score, yet it only heightens the audience's curiosity, akin to the calm before a storm, heralding a more exhilarating moment to come. The audience seems enchanted, holding their breath in rapt attention, the venue enveloped in profound silence, save for the sound of hurried breaths that echo clearly. The live streaming platform's comment section falls silent as if a pause button had been engaged, countless eyes fixated on the screen, fearful of missing a single word or image. Everyone waits as if anticipating a verdict from fate, eager for Little Saw's next utterance. Then, Little Saw's voice rises several notes. Akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a thrown pebble, sending ripples across its surface. His tone brims with an uncontainable excitement, as if he has unearthed a rare treasure and is eager to share it with the world. The one who is about to shine on stage is the final masked singer of the evening, the grand finale of this season's Masked Singer. His voice crashes like thunder, each word imbued with fervor and energy, igniting the passion of the entire audience. He deliberately heightens the suspense, elongating his words to elevate everyone's anticipation to its zenith. The wolf mask. The mention of the wolf mask initially evokes a brief silence in the audience, which soon ripples with murmurs of confusion, akin to a stone disturbing a serene pond. For most spectators, the name wolf mask seems somewhat unfamiliar, slightly estranged, like a forgotten note lingering in the shadows, failing to capture significant attention. In the previous episodes, the performance of the wolf mask could only be described as average, blending into the crowd of formidable masked singers without showcasing any particularly dazzling brilliance. No one anticipated that on such a momentous night, the final act would be the somewhat understated wolf mask, a singer shrouded in mystery. However, this initial bewilderment was soon replaced by an even stronger sense of anticipation, as the audience, akin to seasoned warriors, swiftly adjusted their mindset to embrace the new challenge. After all, tonight's stage had witnessed countless miracles, continually reshaping perceptions and pushing the boundaries of imagination. The pig mask made a stunning debut, captivating the hearts of numerous young women with a heartfelt confession. The silver mask, with its soul-stirring rendition of Breakpoint, brought the entire audience to tears, stirring deep emotions. The rabbit mask, too, astonished all with a flawless performance of Kiss Goodbye, earning the title of an unequivocal masterpiece. Perhaps, the wolf mask also harbors untold strength and, like the previous masked singers, will unleash unexpected surprises in the final moments, delivering a soul-stirring performance. As the voice of the wolf mask, Xiao Sa, echoed once more, it shattered the silence of the venue, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the stage. She was about to passionately perform an original song titled Love Like Tides. The audience was momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in a mixture of surprise, confusion, and intrigue, as they grappled with the familiarity of the title, as if they had heard it before or were merely imagining it. Yet, this title also carried an inexplicable air of ambiguity, igniting curiosity within their hearts. Moreover, Xiao Sa emphasized again, her tone imbued with mystery, as if she were on the verge of revealing a monumental secret. The wolf mask singer specified that this deeply emotional song, Love Like Tides, was dedicated to Xiao Sa. Paused, her gaze sweeping across the judging panel, ultimately landing on Liu Ruyan, as if a bolt of lightning had struck the hearts of the audience. Our beautiful, elegant, and extraordinarily talented diva, Miss Liu Ruyan. What? Love Like Tides? Dedicated to Liu Ruyan? Instantly, the entire studio erupted as if a powerful bomb had been detonated, producing a deafening roar that set the atmosphere ablaze. Gasps, screams, and fervent discussions from the audience surged like a volcanic eruption, converging into a massive wave of sound that threatened to lift the roof off the studio. Wow. Love Like Tides. What a sensational title. Who is the wolf mask? Such audacity. How audacious to publicly confess to the pop diva, Liu Ruyan. Could it be the mischief of that scoundrel, Liu Qin? Last time it was a pig mask, and now a werewolf mask. This rogue truly has an abundance of tricks up his sleeve. Is today's episode of Masked Singer destined to transform into a grand confession spectacle? Truly. It is the highlight of the year, with the Li family's third young master making a bold marriage proposal and the notorious Liu Qin refusing to let go of his desires. Liu Ruyan is undoubtedly the ultimate victor in this drama of life. The barrage of comments on the live streaming platform has spiraled into chaos, akin to untamed stallions galloping wildly. Countless messages flood the screen like a deluge, overwhelming all senses. Love Like the Tide? The title is bursting with implications. Is this the rhythm of an impending storm? The notorious Liu Qin, undeterred, dares to profess his feelings once more? His ghostly presence lingers. I wager 10 packets of spicy strips that the werewolf mask was undoubtedly orchestrated by Liu Qin. If this song isn't penned by him, I shall indulge in the most humiliating of acts on live stream. The comments cascade like a waterfall, swirling with such velocity that they nearly bewilder the mind. Speculations and discussions abound, saturating the entire screen. Everyone is left astounded by the song title Love Like the Tide and the dedication to Liu Ruyan, their minds momentarily blank, thoughts grinding to a halt. Particularly, the title Love Like the Tide is so overt, so unabashedly direct, that it unveils affection with an unrestrained force, crashing upon all like a tsunami, assaulting the nerves of every onlooker. Furthermore, the werewolf mask explicitly indicates that this heartfelt song is dedicated to Liu Ruyan, infusing the atmosphere with an unusual tension, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. This is not merely an ordinary love song. It resembles a meticulously orchestrated declaration of war, a challenge aimed squarely at the Li family's third young master, a reckless gamble for love, disregarding all consequences. Suddenly, the stage lights dim, as if the night itself has descended, swallowing all radiance in an instant. The entire stage is enveloped in darkness, save for a solitary spotlight, akin to a lighthouse amidst the shadows, steadfastly illuminating the center of the stage. All gazes converge upon this beam of light, drawn together as if by an invisible magnet, filled with anticipation, curiosity, and a myriad of complex emotions. Awaiting the reveal, the enigmatic werewolf mask slowly makes its entrance under the collective scrutiny of the audience, unveiling its hidden allure. This song, steeped in emotion and controversy, Love Like the Tide, is poised to unleash a tempest upon tonight's stage, igniting a whirlwind of consequences. As the stage plunges into darkness, it feels as though an unseen giant hand has extinguished all illumination. In an instant, light is entirely vanquished, darkness surging forth like an overwhelming tide from all directions. It greedily consumes everything on stage, engulfing the dazzling lights, the opulent set, and the eager gazes of the audience in an infinite abyss of night. Only one spotlight remains, akin to a lone hero in a dire situation, resolutely piercing through the layers of darkness. It steadfastly, almost obsessively, clings to its final bastion, akin to a lighthouse that stands resolute amidst a tempestuous night, illuminating the surroundings with a solitary yet persistent glimmer. At the focal point of this beam, in the heart of the stage, a tall and elegant figure gradually emerges from the abyss of darkness. The werewolf mask, against the backdrop of ink-like shadows, adds an aura of enigmatic allure to its fearsome visage. She seems to be a specter that has traversed the profound depths of the night, enveloped in an oppressive presence that silently invades the nerves of every onlooker. The previously raucous studio falls into an eerie silence, as every breath is held in anticipation, with even the faintest exhalation meticulously stifled, fearing that a mere whisper might disturb this sovereign of the night. Thousands of eyes, as though magnetically drawn, fixate unwaveringly on the silhouette adorned with the werewolf mask. A tapestry of emotions, expectation, curiosity, inquiry, and astonishment swells within the audience, intertwining into an invisible net that binds their hearts and minds. The lilting strains of music waft through the still air, reminiscent of a distant melody cascading from the heavens. The prelude is gentle and somber, imbued with an inescapable sorrow, akin to a soft sigh in the night, stirring the most tender corners of the human heart. The figure beneath the werewolf mask gracefully lifts the microphone, her movements poised and serene. She slightly tilts her head, and the gaze from behind the wolfish facade seems to penetrate the barriers before the stage, traversing the sea of spectators, ultimately landing with precision upon the judging panel, particularly on Liu Ruyan. Her profound gaze, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, carries an ineffable complexity of emotions. Taking a deep breath, her chest rises gently, and her voice, slightly husky yet brimming with boundless affection, reverberates through the silent auditorium, each note resonating against the eardrums and reaching deep into the soul. Do not question why you shed tears. The melody emerges like a nightingale's soft trill or a lover's whisper, instantly wielding an extraordinary magic that pierces through the defenses of every audience member. The entire auditorium is enveloped in a profound stillness, as all are irresistibly drawn into this magnetic timbre, as if ensnared in a meticulously woven dream from which escape seems impossible. The impact of the initial lyric, like a heavy hammer striking the heart, leaves a lasting impression. Do not question why you shed tears. These 7 succinct words encapsulate a multitude of sentiments, burdened with an overwhelming emotional weight. Understanding, heartache, helplessness, sorrow, and even a deep-seated despair entwine around the listener's heart like creeping vines, inducing a sense of suffocation. Beneath the mask, Zhang Xian's emotions are nearly uncontrollable. Scalding tears, beyond her control, cascade down her exquisite cheeks, silently dripping onto the microphone she clutches tightly. She bites her crimson lip, summoning every ounce of strength to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, determined not to lose composure under the gaze of the multitude. She truly comprehends everything. Liu Ruyan chooses not to inquire, not out of indifference or apathy, but rather in a manner that is more gentle and tolerant. He silently bears the weight of the world, quietly safeguarding the woman he cherishes. In his own way, with his unique tenderness, he loves her profoundly, loving Liu Ruyan. This love surge is like the tide, exuberant yet restrained and profound, evoking deep emotion. Chapter 36. Eruption regardless of whom you harbor in your heart. The melody weaves through the air like invisible threads, continuing to entwine and flow. The voice of the werewolf mask resembles a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of emotion that expand within the hearts of all present. The song's sentiment evolves from a gentle murmur to a crescendo of fervor, akin to magma accumulating in a volcano, building pressure in anticipation of an explosive release. Emotions ascend, transforming from prior melancholy and helplessness into a fervent outpouring, akin to a deluge breaching its banks, surging forth with unstoppable force. Allow me to offer you solace, regardless of whether the conclusion is joyous or sorrowful. Having traversed myriad mountains and rivers, in my heart, you shall forever remain exquisite. Within the song, there lies a barely perceptible hint of resignation, as if sighing at the whims of fate, an acceptance born of clarity regarding the world's vicissitudes. It embodies a release from the past, infused with a sense of openness and nonchalance that arises from enduring life as trials, filled with hopes for the future. Like a seasoned traveler, having witnessed the transience of joy and sorrow, one emits a long sigh. Or perhaps, like a benevolent elder, gently comforting the lost lamb. It appears as if offering counsel to oneself, urging the relinquishment of inner obsessions, while also guiding Liu Ruyan to emerge from the shadows of her past. All that has transpired is now akin to sand slipping through one's fingers, irrevocably consigned to the mist of time. There is no need to cling to past sorrows or yearn for vanished vistas. Instead, let everything drift away with the wind, embracing the ebb and flow of fate. Observing the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard, and watching the clouds roll and dissipate in the sky. In the audience, long-suppressed emotions finally burst forth, uncontrollable. Some begin to weep softly, their quiet sobs resonating like the mournful song of a nightingale, strikingly clear in the stillness of the studio. The sobs grow louder, akin to rain upon broad leaves, merging into a sea of sorrow. The pervasive sadness spreads like an invisible plague, swiftly enveloping every individual in the studio, casting a heavy shadow upon their hearts. Oh my heavens! These lyrics, they pierce the heart. I cannot help but shed tears. The werewolf mask sings with such prowess. This is the true embodiment of a musical deity. The audience gasps in hushed awe, their voices laden with shock and emotion. The comments section erupts, inundated with countless tearful emojis and exclamation marks. Whoa, I am crying. I simply cannot contain it. This song is profoundly beautiful, striking deep within the soul. The lyrics are exquisitely penned, each line a dagger that pierces the heart. The voice of the wolf mask resonates with an enchanting magnetism, captivating to the extent that it feels as if it could induce an auditory pregnancy. I am utterly enamored. This voice, this emotion, has completely ensnared my heart. It is destined to be the song of the year. I have already begun an endless loop of its melody. Waves of praise and poignant admiration flood the screen like a relentless tide, enveloping it in an impenetrable veil. As the song approaches its crescendo, the pent-up emotions of the wolf mask burst forth like a flood unleashed, impossible to contain. Her voice rises in a soaring crescendo, akin to the clarion call of a charge, imbued with a power that penetrates the very soul. Brimming with an all-consuming passion, it seems as if all love, all longing, and all anticipation are to be released in this singular moment, without reservation. My love surges like the tide, propelling me towards you, closely following. Love envelopes us, and I can no longer bear to see you intoxicated in the dead of night, nor wish for other men to witness your allure. You must understand that such sights shatter my heart. Promise me you will no longer wander in the midnight hours, nor indulge in the taste of reckless abandon. Do you not know that this will break my heart? As the climactic moment arrives, the voice of the wolf mask flows like a roaring river, carrying the force of thunder, surging and tumultuous. Every note is imbued with strength, laden with heart-wrenching emotion, as if to pour forth all love, all yearning, and all hope. Unreservedly, striking at the hearts of all who listen. I can no longer bear to see you intoxicated in the dead of night, nor wish for other men to witness your allure. You must understand that such sights shatter my heart. Promise me you will no longer wander in the midnight hours, nor indulge in the taste of reckless abandon. Do you not know that this will break my heart? In the final moments, the wolf mask nearly howls the last note, expending every ounce of strength, veins bulging, and pouring forth all emotion, voice strained to the brink of despair. It is a plea akin to a drowning soul grasping at a final straw, a feeble wail reminiscent of a wounded beast's desperate cry, imbued with an unwavering love. As steadfast as a rock, akin to a cornered animal fighting against its fate, evoking a profound sense of heartache and sorrow, tears cascading like rain. The song abruptly ceases. The last note dissipates into the air, and the music comes to a sudden halt. The auditorium falls into an even deeper silence than before. As if time itself has frozen, a profound stillness enveloping the space, where even the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. And one could hear the heartbeat of another. Everyone is left utterly shaken by the song of the wolf mask, their souls seemingly drained, reduced to mere shells. Standing in bewilderment, with minds blank and lost in the aftermath of the performance. Time seemed to freeze, and the air appeared to have come to a standstill. Yet the haunting melody lingered in the air, echoing continuously within the vast auditorium, as if under a spell, swirling around the ears. Love is like a tide. Love is like a tide. Love is like a tide. It circled in the minds of everyone present, inescapable, penetrating to the very marrow, indelibly etched in their hearts. It is unclear how long this lasted, perhaps a minute, or perhaps longer, before someone broke free from that overwhelming wave of emotion, gently initiating applause. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause rang clear and resonant, starkly contrasting the silence of the space, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky, instantly igniting the dormant fervor. Like the clarion call of a charge. Soon came the second and third claps, a deluge of applause pouring forth like raindrops, growing louder and more fervent, ultimately converging into a thunderous roar, akin to a mountain's call or a sea's surge, resounding throughout the auditorium, deafening and unrelenting. As if it might lift the very roof off. All the audience, unable to contain themselves, rose to their feet, raising their hands in fervent applause. Their faces still bearing traces of tears, yet their eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement, glimmering with an extraordinary light. They offered the most ardent applause and tribute to the wolf mask on stage, to the singer who had touched their souls with his voice, expressing the highest respect and the most genuine admiration. Wolf mask, wolf mask, wolf mask. The audience chanted the name of the wolf mask in unison. Their voices hoarse yet filled with fervor, as if calling out for a hero who would save them, a conqueror who had won their hearts. A deity descended upon the mortal realm. The barrage of comments exploded in a fervent frenzy, akin to a volcanic eruption. Wolf mask, forever a deity, a divine masterpiece. Absolutely a divine creation. Best of the year, best of the year, best of the year. This is the true love is like a tide. The original artist would weep in the restroom upon hearing it. I was moved to tears, heart-wrenched. This life has been worth it. Wolf mask, I love you. I want to bear your children. An array of praises surged forth like a tide, instantly flooding the entire screen, dense and overwhelming, rendering the visuals nearly indecipherable. Love is like a tide. The love is like a tide of the wolf mask. With its unparalleled charm, it utterly captivated everyone present, firmly establishing his reign on the stage that night, unassailable by any. Chapter 37. The third young master of the Li family breaks down on the judging panel. Milk Tea Will could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within, springing abruptly from his seat. He exaggeratedly gaped, his round face quivering with excitement like rippling waves. "My goodness!" he exclaimed, his voice cracking dramatically, entirely oblivious to the decorum befitting a judge. "Werewolf mask, you are defying the heavens." He pounded the table before him with fervor, the heavy wooden surface resounding with thunderous echoes, as if to strike out the indescribable shock reverberating in his chest, captivating the entire room. "This song," Milk Tea Wheel stammered in his excitement, his plump fingers trembling as they pointed towards the center of the stage, where the performer stood not as a mere singer, but as a deity. "This is love like tides. It possesses the power of a nuclear bomb. No, it is an explosion of cosmic singularity." Milk Tea Wheel bellowed with all his might, his adjectives reaching unparalleled heights, yet perfectly encapsulating the tumultuous waves of emotion crashing within him. The previous piece, Kiss Goodbye, had already been astonishingly magnificent, and I had presumed that to be the pinnacle. Little did I anticipate that love like tides would ascend to divine heights, surpassing all expectations. I felt as though my very soul had been shattered by that transcendent voice, fragmented and then delicately reassembled by the heartfelt melody, crafting anew my essence. It was nothing short of a baptism for the soul. Prince of Love Songs, Chinese, inhaled deeply. His usually gentle smile replaced with an unprecedented expression of profound emotion and admiration. His gaze was fixed intently on the werewolf mask, his eyes shimmering with unabashed awe. "Milk Tea Wheel is absolutely correct," Chin-Easy declared with solemnity, each word seemingly forged through countless trials, resonating with undeniable weight. "This song has transcended mere technicality. Reaching the pinnacle of musical artistry, it is a true celestial sound. He paused, seemingly in search of more fitting words to articulate the profound shock within him. Werewolf Mask. Your voice, your emotion, your interpretation have reached a level of perfection, beyond reproach, attaining an unprecedented height. Especially that heart-wrenching climax, it was a stroke of genius. A crowning touch that unleashed the emotional energy of the song like a volcanic eruption, driving it to its utmost limits, leaving one utterly heartbroken and unable to escape. Qin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, his long fingers gently tapping the table, as if savoring the soul-stirring song that had just resonated deeply within him. Each note lingering in his ears, refusing to fade. I dare assert that once this song is released, it will undoubtedly sweep across the internet with unparalleled force, dominating all major music charts and becoming an everlasting staple in KTV playlists. It may even become a musical emblem of an entire era. The legendary rock figure Liu Ruyan nodded slowly, his eyes, weathered by time and rich with stories, now gleaming with unreserved admiration and appreciation. Judging solely from a musical perspective, the arrangement, melody, and lyrics of this song have reached the pinnacle of contemporary music, verging on a textbook example of excellence. Renowned for his discerning taste and often harsh critiques, Liu's rare praise serves as a testament to the remarkable and extraordinary nature of love like tides. However, what elevates this song further is the true soul infused by the werewolf mask, transforming it from a mere cold composition into a vivid, visceral, and unforgettable love story, brimming with vitality and emotional resonance that captivates every listener. Liu Ruyan's succinct yet incisive evaluation strikes at the very heart of the song's most poignant and moving aspects. The variety show king, Han Pangang, was so overwhelmed that he danced with exuberance, his rotund figure resembling a nimble jester, completely forgetting the composure expected of a judge. Although I am an amateur in music, tone-deaf and unfamiliar with any profound terminology, I can unequivocally assert that this song genuinely resonated within me, piercing through my very soul. He exaggeratedly pounded his robust chest, tears streaming down his face, marked by the traces of his emotional response, yet imbued with a sense of relief as if he had survived a calamity. After listening to this song, I felt as though I had traversed an intense, unforgettable romance. I experienced the sweetness and beauty of love, only to be struck by the pangs of heartbreak, tasting the bitterness and anguish of lost love, and reflecting on the joys and sorrows of life, which rekindled my yearning and longing for beautiful love. This song is undeniably intoxicating, leaving one unable to resist its allure. The 5 professional judges, in unison, bestowed the highest accolades upon the werewolf mask's love like tides. They exhausted every conceivable term of praise, yet still felt inadequate to fully convey the unparalleled shock and emotion stirring within them at this moment. The applause from the audience resonated like crashing waves, echoing throughout the auditorium, deafening and unrelenting. Everyone instinctively rose to their feet, spontaneously offering their most fervent applause to the mysterious singer in the werewolf mask at the center of the stage, expressing their utmost respect and gratitude. Tear stains were still clearly visible on their faces, their eyes reddened, yet filled with fervor and adoration, as if gazing upon a deity descended from the heavens. Werewolf Mask. Werewolf Mask. Werewolf Mask. The audience shouted in unison, their voices hoarse yet imbued with a power that moved the soul, like a tumultuous sea crashing against the shore. It was as if they were reverently summoning a king destined to save their souls, a hero who had completely conquered them, a musical savior come to enlighten the masses. In the realm of live streaming platforms, the barrage of comments has descended into an unparalleled frenzy. Countless fiery messages cascade like a torrential flood, akin to a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the screen in a deluge that renders the visuals indecipherable. Werewolf Mask, the eternal deity. YYDS. The werewolf mask is indeed the everlasting god. This is the true essence of love like tides. What original artist, what ballad prince, must bow and sing in submission before this masterpiece? Listening to it brings me to tears. Heart-wrenching and soul-crushing, yet exhilarating and utterly gratifying. To experience such a divine creation in this lifetime is truly worth it. I genuinely cherish it. Werewolf Mask, I adore you. I would bear your children. I shall fervently support you for eternity. Various impassioned, laudatory, and even somewhat frenzied comments surge forth like a tidal wave, completely inundating the entire live stream screen. Love Like Tides, performed by Werewolf Mask, with its unparalleled artistic allure and soul-piercing emotional resonance, has utterly captivated everyone present, indisputably establishing his supreme status as the unrivaled king of the stage tonight, a position unassailable and unmatched. In the dazzling metropolis, alive with brilliance and splendor, Within the opulent penthouse suite of a premier luxury hotel in the heart of the city, the room is bathed in the cascading radiance of a magnificent crystal chandelier, illuminating the space with a golden glow of utmost extravagance. Beneath one's feet lies an invaluable Persian hand-woven carpet, plush and delicate, akin to walking on clouds. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the breathtaking urban nightscape unfolds, awash with the shimmering lights of neon and the relentless flow of traffic, epitomizing opulence and grandeur. Yet, this extreme lavishness starkly contrasts with the stifling, almost frozen atmosphere within the room. The third young master of the Li family bears a grim expression. His countenance dark as a storm-laden sky, his strikingly handsome features now twisted in fury, rendering him grotesque, akin to a demon from the netherworld. He remains statue-like, fixated on the enormous LCD television mounted on the wall. The screen continues to broadcast the live performance of Masked Singer, alive with noise and chaos. The comments scrolling feverishly like a boiling sea. The vast majority of these fervent remarks are devoted to the idolization of Werewolf Mask, an unrestrained outpouring of praise that flows forth as if it were free. Werewolf Mask, the eternal deity. This is the true essence of love like tides. Even the original artist must kneel in submission. Listening to it brings me to tears. This lifetime has been worth it. Werewolf Mask, I adore you. The song, commissioned at great expense by the third young master of the Li family, pales into insignificance before the presence of Werewolf Mask, rendering it a mere joke, utterly unworthy of mention. Line by line, word by word, the piercing and shocking phrases struck like blades poisoned with venom, ruthlessly wounding the already fragile and excessively proud self-esteem of the third young master of the Li family. Veins on his forehead throbbed violently, resembling grotesque, twisted worms, while his breath heaved heavily like that of a beast, with a fury inside him burning fiercely as if it could consume his very being. Bang! At last, unable to endure the torturous torment akin to death by 1,000 cuts, he seized the exquisite crystal ashtray from the coffee table with all his might and smashed it against the enormous LCD screen before him. Crack! Accompanied by a sound that sent chills down the spine, the multi-million-dollar television shattered instantly, splintering like a spider's web with cracks, sparks flying, and currents surging chaotically. Ultimately, the screen went entirely dark, enveloped in silence. The room was briefly engulfed in a profound stillness, broken only by the heavy, beast-like panting of the third young master, echoing starkly and clearly in the expansive luxury of the room, inducing a sense of dread. Yet, the volcanic rage within him showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified, akin to pouring fuel on a fire, nearing the brink of chaos. His eyes glowed a blood red, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, wildly scanning his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, there lay treasures of immeasurable worth, intricately crafted luxuries, each piece sufficient to sustain an ordinary person's lifetime of toil. These symbols of pride and prestige that once brought him joy now served as silent mockeries, objects upon which he could unleash his pent-up anger and humiliation. Bang! Another deafening crash resounded as a priceless antique vase was violently swept to the hard marble floor. Crash! The vase shattered instantly, porcelain shards scattering like the blossoms of death, mirroring his own shattered and fragmented emotions. Bang! 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 Following this, a relentless cacophony of destruction erupted, resembling a tempest, reverberating throughout the empty presidential suite, overwhelming the senses. The room lay in disarray, a scene of utter chaos. The precious mahogany furniture and exquisite decorative artifacts, under the nearly frenzied destruction wrought by the third young master, lay reduced to worthless fragments strewn across the floor. He resembled a maddened beast, having lost all reason and composure, wreaking havoc upon everything around him to vent the surging waves of anger and humiliation within. At that moment, a sudden ring pierced through the cacophony like a sharp blade, cutting through the noise with an unbearable sharpness. The third young master snatched up the phone from the coffee table, disregarding the caller ID, and answered the call without a glance. Waste! He roared into the receiver, his voice hoarse, akin to a wind-battered bellows, filled with an inextinguishable fury and a deep-seated roar. On the other end of the line, a panicked voice trembled in fear, quaking with trepidation. 3 young masters. We have exerted ourselves to the utmost. The public relations team, the online influencers, the marketing accounts, we have unleashed our full arsenal and made every possible effort. Yet, that despicable individual from the first tier, he is simply too formidable. The 3 songs he has presented this time are each masterpieces of an unprecedented caliber, creations that ordinary individuals could never conceive. We are truly powerless in this situation. Formidable? Upon hearing this, the young master of the Li family erupted in fury, a sardonic smile twisting his handsome features into a more fearsome visage. Formidable? What of it? No matter how formidable, he remains nothing more than a despicable insect. A lowly ant crushed beneath the heel of the Li family. Chapter 38, Zhang Xian's Identity Exposed. The third season of Masked Singer has finally come to a close. The online world erupted like a deep-sea bomb, creating a frenzy of activity. The trending topics on Weibo were swept away as if caught in a hurricane, leaving a barren landscape in their wake. The glaring red headlines seemed poised to leap from the screen, domineeringly seizing everyone's attention. The hashtag Masked Singer Season 3 perfect conclusion firmly held the top spot, its popularity astonishing. Following closely was Werewolf Mask Love Like Tide Divine, as countless netizens fervently flocked to the topic in adoration. Rabbit Mask Farewell Sings tears across the audience resonated deeply, bringing many viewers to tears. Silver Mask Heartbreaking Moments struck a sorrowful chord that lingered in the soul, leaving a profound impact. Pig Mask I Adore You Confession hung above the trending list with a touch of awkwardness and playful intrigue. The topic of Li family, three young masters, and the scoundrel Liu singing for Liu Ruyan ignited an explosive reaction across the internet. The top 10 trending topics were overwhelmingly dominated by content related to Masked Singer, showcasing the show's unparalleled influence. Werewolf Mask Forever. A succinct exclamation encapsulated the sentiments of countless viewers. Love Like Tide is extraordinary. Replaying the single 1,000 times feels insufficient. The fervent praise surged like a tidal wave. This is the true essence of a musical deity. What does it mean to have overwhelming strength? This is it. Unreserved admiration overflowed with fervor. The Li family's three young masters? They dare to compare themselves to the werewolf mask? They are unworthy even to carry its shoes. The scathing mockery dripped with disdain. I adore you? What nonsense, daring to touch Love Like Tide. Where is your dignity? The incisive critique was merciless. The scoundrel of the nation, forever. Werewolf Mask, forever. Liu forever. Fans flooded the screens, exhausting every term of praise. Liu is magnificent. Let his strength speak for itself. Those who doubted him must be feeling quite bruised. The exhilaration of vindication was palpable. Some individuals must be feeling embarrassed now, right? Still wishing to silence Liu? What a laugh. The mocking jibe aimed directly at those who once suppressed Liu. With the emergence of Love Like Tide, who could rival it? The Li family's three young masters are nothing. A bold declaration brimming with confidence, awaiting Love Like Tide to dominate all major music charts. An annual golden song, no rebuttals accepted. The assertive tone highlights absolute confidence in the song's quality. Werewolf Mask, I adore you. I want to bear your children. The fervent confession represented the passion of countless fans. The Weibo comment section was utterly overwhelmed. A deluge of praise and worship for the werewolf mask filled every corner, each word imbued with fervor and excitement. Meanwhile, Love Like Tide was exalted to a divine status, becoming a cherished anthem for many, receiving frenzied adulation. In stark contrast lies the merciless mockery and denigration directed at the song I Love You by the Pig Mask, akin to a clash of ice and fire. I love you? Such a quaint love song, utterly devoid of sophistication. Listening to it evokes an urge to dig one's toes. The relentless criticism is rife with disdain. What worthless trinket has the third young master of the Li family produced, daring to present it in public? The caustic remarks strike at the very core. A heartfelt confession? It is greasy and awkward, inducing a visceral discomfort that threatens to expel last night's dinner. The intense feeling of physical unease is palpable, compared to Love Like Tides. I Love You is nothing more than refuse in a garbage heap, unworthy even to carry the shoes of its predecessor. Once again dragged out for ridicule. The fate of I Love You is tragically dire. The third young master of the Li family should retreat to his realm of male companionship, for he is ill-suited to the art of song. The vitriolic personal attacks brim with malice. How dare he exploit the reputation of the nation's disgrace? His audacity is astounding. I have witnessed shamelessness, yet never to this extent. The allegations of exploitation further nail the third young master of the Li family to the pillar of shame. I love you? Bah. Merely hearing it induces nausea. The loathing is unabashed. The third young master of the Li family should take his leave. Do not pollute our ears. The fury of expulsion is steeped in rejection. The comments section is a cacophony of vitriol, surging like a tsunami, rendering I Love You worthless. Escalating even to personal attacks against the third young master of the Li family, each word piercing the heart. Once exalted by countless fans, I Love You now resembles a despised rat, met with universal disdain, transforming into a complete farce. The disparity is profoundly lamentable, vividly illustrating the merciless flip of public opinion. Furthermore, the majority of the online fervor has shifted, like a tide, towards the wolf mask, capturing everyone's attention. The reason is simple: the distinctiveness of the wolf mask's voice, with its uniquely tremulous quality, has become her signature. Anyone who has heard her sing can almost instantly recognize the true identity of the wolf mask, the reigning queen of love songs, Zhang Xinjia. Even more astonishing is her friendship with Liu Ruyan. This connection instantly adds layers of intrigue to the entire affair, amplifying its explosive potential. Countless netizens, akin to sharks sensing blood, eagerly converge, with speculations and discussions echoing loudly. The queen's confidant, Zhang Xinjia, was once a staunch opponent of Liu Qin, publicly condemning his disgraceful behavior at every opportunity. Yet this time the reversal is monumental. Netizen A exclaims, incredulity lacing their tone. Indeed. How could Zhang Xinjia suddenly make a complete about-face, aiding Liu Qin and serenading Liu Ruyan? This defies all logic. Netizen B, perplexed, grapples with confusion. What on earth is happening? Am I in a different reality? Has the timeline shifted? Netizen C even begins to question their existence, unable to reconcile the reality before them. What is Guaizha truly up to? What astonishing conspiracy does he harbor? What enigmatic maneuvers is he executing? Could it be that he seeks to reclaim Liu Ruyan through this opportunity? Netizen D boldly speculates, unleashing a torrent of imagination. Who can truly fathom Guaizha's intentions? This individual has always played by his own rules, and one can only wonder what nefarious schemes he might be concocting. Netizen E expresses her inability to comprehend Liu Qin, deeming him unfathomable. My goodness, I am desperate to uncover the truth of what transpired, especially how Zhang Xinjia, this strikingly handsome figure, has suddenly switched sides. This revelation is simply sensational. Netizen F is at their wits' end, yearning to learn the truth immediately. Indeed, Zhang Xinjia is infinitely more aloof than the diva Liu Ruyan. Resembling an impenetrable iceberg, how could he suddenly turn against his allies and speak in favor of Guaizha? Surely, there must be a story behind this. Netizen G concurs, sensing that the situation is anything but simple. What on earth is happening? I'm anxiously waiting for answers. Netizen H is in a state of heightened urgency, wishing for someone to elucidate the confusion. The multitude of ellipses symbolizes the bewilderment and curiosity shared by countless netizens. Following the revelation of Zhang Xinjia's identity, the online community erupted in a frenzy, inundated with speculations, analyses, and gossip surrounding the Liu Qin and Liu Ruyan incident. This annual blockbuster scandal has utterly captivated the attention of all audiences, pulling at the strings of their intrigue. Many eagerly anticipate every whisper of news regarding the fourth season of Masked Singer, hoping the production team will unveil more insider information. Consequently, the show's popularity continues to soar, surpassing even the most sensational musical events by several magnitudes, to the point where it can only be described as astonishing. Chapter 39, Liu Ruyan's Realization in the Enchanting Metropolis. The night enveloped the city like a gentle cascade of water, draping it in a veil of ethereal tranquility. Deep within the urban sprawl, a luxurious villa, discreetly nestled amidst the bustling grandeur, radiated with a brilliance akin to a resplendent jewel, quietly unfurling its luminescence in the twilight. Inside the villa's opulent living room, the lavish crystal chandelier poured forth dazzling light, illuminating every inch of the space with clarity as bright as day. Liu Ruyan, languidly reclined upon a cloud-like velvet sofa, delicately caressed the tablet in her hands, the soft glow of the screen casting a gentle light upon her exquisitely refined profile. The screen was inundated with a flurry of sensational news regarding the finale of Masked Singer, the trending topics appearing as if ravaged by a hurricane, utterly consumed. The names of the Wolf Mask, Silver Mask, and Rabbit Mask shone brightly like three ascending stars, firmly occupying the top spots and drawing all eyes toward them. The titles of the songs, Love Like Tides, Kiss Goodbye, and Breakpoint, possessed an enigmatic allure, captivating the attention of all and rendering them unable to divert their gaze. Through the cold screen, one could still feel the fervent wave of enthusiasm crashing forth, the near-manic adulation and support from netizens sweeping in like a tsunami, leaving hearts racing. Liu Ruyan's eyes, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, remained fixed on the rapidly scrolling comments, as if attempting to discern the truth hidden beneath the fervent public discourse. Her exquisitely flawless visage remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. It was as if the online uproar bore no relation to her, rendering her merely an inconsequential observer. Yet, only she could truly perceive that beneath her calm exterior lay a tempest of emotions, roiling and surging, nearly overwhelming her. Liu Qin? Could it truly be him? The man she had condemned to a metaphorical death, would he indeed compose such profoundly heartfelt songs that resonated deep within the soul for her? Would he, through the platform of Masked Singer, dare to profess his love anew, seeking to mend the frayed threads of their once broken bond? Liu Ruyan's heart was far from the placid surface it appeared to be. Layers of doubt spread like ripples, while a tumultuous undercurrent of complex emotions surged within, ensnaring her thoughts in a chaotic web. Her fingers hesitated momentarily before she touched the screen, opening another trending topic that pierced the eyes of countless onlookers. Best friends turned foes, Zhang Xian turns against Liu Qin. Supporting nation scoundrel. The glaring headline struck her like sharp silver needles, brutally pricking Liu Ruyan's nerves. Her gaze momentarily froze, and within her previously tranquil eyes, a hint of complex and obscure turmoil finally surfaced. Ultimately, all her emotions coalesced into a profound sigh that slowly escaped from her rosy lips. As her confidant with whom she shared countless moments, Liu Ruyan was thoroughly familiar with Zhang Xinjia's voice. The moment the werewolf mask crooned the first lyric, she instantly recognized that distinctive tremor and resonant timbre. There could be no other than Zhang Xinjia. Yet, she could not fathom how her once comrade in arms, who had vehemently despised Liu Qin and had countless times vowed to oppose him, could, on the grand stage of Masked Singer, don the werewolf mask and passionately perform a love song tailor-made for her by Liu Qin. A multitude of questions spiraled within her mind like rampant vines, entwining and suffocating her, rendering her breathless under the weight of confusion. Ding dong, a melodious chime suddenly shattered the stillness of the living room, interrupting Liu Ruyan's tumultuous thoughts. It was Zhang Xinjia. Earlier that day, Liu Ruyan had made an appointment for her to visit the villa that evening, as she had too many questions that needed answers from her dear friend. Ruyan, did you summon me in such haste for something of great importance? Zhang Xinjia entered, her voice hoarse and laden with a heavy nasal tone, the end of her words trembling as if she had been weeping for an extended period, rendering her throat dry and raspy. Her eyes were swollen, bloodshot from fatigue, and her pallor was alarming, making her appear utterly worn, as though she had endured a tremendous blow, fragile enough to be toppled by a mere breeze. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, and upon witnessing her friend in such a disheveled state, her concerns deepened, a wave of intense unease surging within her. Xinjia. Liu Ruyan set down her tablet and approached her, her voice softening with a barely perceptible concern as she gently inquired, "What has happened? Are you all right?" Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's caring question, Zhang Xinjia's eyes welled up anew, the pent-up grievances flooding forth like a dam that had burst. She could no longer maintain her composure, bowing her head as crystalline tears cascaded from her eyes like scattered pearls, splattering onto the plush velvet sofa, leaving dark stains that were a stark contrast to the fabric. "Do not cry, Xinjia." Liu Ruyan sighed with compassion, moving closer to her friend. She gently sat beside her, extending her arm to tenderly pat her back, much like soothing an injured creature, softly reassuring her, "What has transpired? Share your burdens with me. Do not carry them alone." Zhang Xinjia could only shake her head vigorously, biting her lip tightly, desperately suppressing the sobs that threatened to escape her. Yet her efforts were in vain. Tears streamed down her face like an uncontrollable faucet, pouring out more fiercely than ever, her shoulders trembling slightly, exuding an aura of fragility and helplessness. Liu Ruyan felt her heart sinking deeper into despair, an inexplicable fury beginning to rise within her chest. She keenly sensed that Zhang Xinjia was concealing something of utmost importance, something likely intricately linked to that scoundrel Liu Qin. "Xinjia." Liu Ruyan's previously gentle tone abruptly turned cold, her voice sharp and serious, laced with an undertone of accusation. "Why did you choose to sing for him?" Zhang Xinjia's body, which had been racked with tears, froze suddenly, as if a spell had been cast upon her. All movement ceased. Even her stifled sobs came to an abrupt halt, as though time itself had paused in that moment. She slowly lifted her head, looking at Liu Ruyan in a daze, her swollen eyes filled with panic and confusion, resembling a lost lamb devoid of direction. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, yet found her throat painfully dry and hoarse, akin to being stuffed with cotton, rendering her incapable of uttering coherent words. That song, Love Like Tides, was written by Liu Qin, wasn't it? Liu Ruyan's gaze pierced through Zhang Xinjia's eyes, as if striving to penetrate her very soul, leaving no minute change of expression unexamined, her tone resolute and irrefutable. Zhang Xinjia's already pale complexion turned even more ghostly, devoid of color and vitality. She shook her head frantically, desperately denying it, her words tumbling out in a chaotic defense. No, you misunderstand, Ruyan. That song, it was just a last-minute arrangement by the production team. It has nothing to do with me. Or Liu Qin. Please believe me, it truly was just a coincidence." As Liu Ruyan listened to her flimsy justifications, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Nothing to do with it?" Her voice rose sharply, dripping with unmasked scorn and anger. "Xinjia, do you think I would fall for such nonsense? A coincidence? An arrangement by the production team? Do you take me for a 3-year-old who can be easily deceived?" Zhang Xinjia trembled even more violently, like a leaf shivering in the biting wind, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably, ruining her meticulously applied makeup. Ruyan, you must believe me. It really was just a coincidence. I don't know how things ended up like this. I swear I am not lying to you. Enough. Liu Ruyan could no longer endure Zhang Xinjia's feeble lies, abruptly cutting off her pale and powerless defense. Her voice rose sharply, tinged with barely contained rage. Xinjia, we are each other's best friends. Have you forgotten the bond we share? Why resort to such deceit to mislead me? What do you take me for? Upon hearing the nearly ferocious inquiry from Liu Ruyan, Zhang Xinjia felt her psychological defenses utterly shatter, unable to maintain the facade of strength any longer. She covered her face, unable to suppress the anguish and despair within, and burst into tears, her sobs repressed yet filled with hopelessness. Akin to a wounded beast emitting a mournful cry, as if she sought to expel all her grievances and suffering, Zhang Xinjia was fully aware of the truth. She knew everything, yet she could not speak it. She must never reveal the cruel reality to Liu Ruyan. Liu Qin would rather bear all the scorn and die than allow Liu Ruyan to know the truth of his terminal illness. He wished only for her to live well, to pass her remaining days without worry. If Liu Ruyan were to discover Liu Qin's dire condition, her profound love for him would compel her to choose to follow him into death without hesitation. Zhang Xinjia understood this all too well, which is why she dared not speak, could not speak, and absolutely must not speak. She could only bury all her pain and secrets deep within, enduring alone. At that moment, all her grievances and suffering erupted like a volcano, causing her to lose control, and she could only weep uncontrollably. Liu Ruyan observed Zhang Xinjia, who was crying inconsolably, her heart wrenched with grief, and the fury within her diminished as if doused by a bucket of ice water, replaced by profound compassion and pity. What had transpired? Why would Zhang Xinjia risk the wrath of the world, facing public condemnation, to help Liu Qin sing? Why did she choose to conceal the truth from herself, shrouding it in lies? Why was she in such torment, such despair? Countless questions swirled in Liu Ruyan's mind like a tangled mess, leaving her bewildered and helpless. Xinjia, Liu Ruyan's voice softened, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading, as she gently implored, "Please tell me what has happened. Just tell me the truth. Do not hide it from me any longer." Zhang Xinjia continued to weep, resembling a shattered doll, stripped of all capacity for speech, reduced to helpless sobs. In the vast, silent lounge, only her stifled, desperate cries echoed, manifesting a profound desolation under the dim light, enough to break one's heart. Liu Ruyan felt as though a heavy boulder pressed upon her heart, leaving her breathless, and an intense sense of foreboding surged within her. She sensed that something immensely significant was quietly unfolding, something that could potentially upend everything she currently held dear. "I cannot say, Ruyan." After an agonizing silence, Zhang Xinjia finally forced out a hoarse and fragmented utterance from the depths of her throat. She suddenly embraced Liu Ruyan tightly, burying her head in the crook of her shoulder, pleading incoherently, "Ruyan, let us be well, shall we? Let us pretend that nothing has ever happened between us, please. I have not betrayed you. I truly have not betrayed you. I merely wish to live a good life with you. You will find happiness. Trust me. Like smoke, forget that scoundrel. You will undoubtedly discover your own happiness. You will be happy." Chapter 40. Deng Chi like smoke. Zhang Xinjia's voice was once again choked with emotion, the fragmented syllables painfully escaping from the depths of her throat, clinging tightly to Liu Ruyan as if grasping a lifeline. Her fingers turned white from the strain, her body trembling uncontrollably as if trapped in a frigid winter cellar. That sadness, that fear, engulfed her like a relentless tide, leaving her with no refuge. Liu Ruyan could distinctly feel the anguish emanating from Zhang Xinjia, a despair so profound it penetrated to the marrow of her bones. Ineffable and overwhelming. Her heart twisted painfully, entwined like a vine, wrapping tightly around her, suffocatingly close. With a heart full of compassion, Liu Ruyan embraced Zhang Xinjia, her arms gently yet firmly encircling her back, soothingly stroking her again and again, like a tender caretaker comforting an injured creature. She sought to dispel the chill and terror that enveloped her. "Do not be afraid, Xinjia," Liu Ruyan spoke slowly, her voice as gentle as a March breeze, caressing Zhang Xinjia's taut nerves. I am here, and I will always be here." These words held boundless comfort and strength. Zhang Xinjia merely shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, her sobs growing increasingly heart-wrenching. Tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, each drop splattering onto Liu Ruyan's garment, rapidly creating darkened splotches. The icy touch seeped through the fabric, reaching the depths of Liu Ruyan's heart, mirroring her own heavy and oppressive emotions. "I cannot say." Zhang Xinjia wept, each word forced out from her shattered throat, her voice fragmented and unclear, laden with a thick nasal tone. "Ruyan, I beg you. Please do not ask any more. Her voice was steeped in desperation, as if one more inquiry might shatter her fragile defenses completely. Liu Ruyan's heart jolted violently, akin to an invisible string being plucked, resonating with a deafening hum. She vividly sensed Zhang Xinjia's inner turmoil, an indescribable and unrelenting agony, like an insurmountable weight pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Why? Liu Ruyan's voice was barely a whisper, so faint it seemed to dissolve into the air, yet it carried an undeniable insistence. Why can't you speak? What is it that torments you so deeply, yet remains unspoken? Zhang Xinjia's body stiffened once more, as if ensnared by an incantation, her head snapping up. Tears blurred her vision, rendering Liu Ruyan somewhat indistinct, yet the pain and helplessness in her eyes pierced through the haze, striking Liu Ruyan's heart with a sharp intensity. Ruyan. Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping together, feeble and parched. Some things, not knowing, may be better. Truly. Zhang Xinjia clutched Liu Ruyan's arm desperately, her fingertips icy yet trembling uncontrollably. Trust me, it's for your own good. Truly, for your own good. For my own good? Liu Ruyan's heart was enveloped in a haze of confusion, obscuring her sense of direction and the truth. For my own good. Must she conceal the reality from me? For my benefit, must she endure such torment? What kind of logic is this? It defies comprehension. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows tightly, as the doubts within her surged forth like rampant weeds, threatening to consume her sanity. She could neither grasp nor fathom what Zhang Xinjia meant by for your own good. Yet, witnessing Zhang Xinjia's profound suffering and despair, Liu Ruyan felt her heart constrict painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless. She understood that Zhang Xinjia must harbor unspeakable burdens, secrets that stifled her and induced such anguish. Probing further would only exacerbate Zhang Xinjia's pain, plunging her deeper into despair. It might even irreparably fracture their precious friendship. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, suppressing her confusion and bewilderment for the moment. She exhaled softly, as if releasing a taut string. Her tone tinged with reluctant acquiescence. Very well. Liu Ruyan's voice was light yet carried a heavy weight. It embodied understanding, compassion, and a sense of powerless concession. I shall not inquire further. Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Zhang Xinjia's tense body relaxed abruptly, as though a monumental burden had been lifted, leaving her utterly spent. She clung tightly to Liu Ruyan once more, burying her head deep into her shoulder, her frame trembling slightly as silent tears flowed. The muffled sobs resembled a wounded creature's whimpers, piercing the heart with their sorrow. Liu Ruyan gently patted her back, rhythmically and tenderly, as if comforting a hurt child, attempting to soothe her inner turmoil with warmth and companionship. In the dimly lit room, the light cast elongated shadows of the two figures upon the floor, their muffled cries resonating in the quiet of the night, rendering the atmosphere profoundly melancholic and utterly helpless. Some secrets, once buried, take root like seeds in the dark, silently growing and drawing nourishment, gradually becoming an immovable tree, its sprawling branches obscuring the light, leaving no trace of sunshine or hope, forcing one to endure the darkness and despair in solitude. Zhang Xinjia felt lost. Her only outlet for emotion was her tears. She could not bear to harm Liu Qin or Liu Ruyan. Thus, she chose to conceal the truth of Liu Qin's illness, allowing the situation to persist as it had already unfolded. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, life continued its vibrant chaos. The afternoon sun streamed through the CAF's glass windows, casting dappled light within, as if draping the slightly somber space in a warm golden hue. The aroma of freshly ground coffee beans, intertwined with a hint of sweet creaminess, lazily wafts through the air, composing a unique melody of the urban afternoon. Deng Qiqi gently pushed open the glass door of the CAF. The crisp sound of wind chimes resonated, akin to pebbles cast into a serene lake, sending ripples through the otherwise tranquil CAF. She stepped inside, her gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings, precisely capturing her target like a radar. Ultimately, her eyes settled on a spot by the window, where a solitary figure sat in the corner, seemingly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere, exuding a faint aura of solitude. It was the person she sought, Zhang Xinjia. Deng Qiqi's heart raced suddenly, a surge of indescribable excitement flooding her being. She inhaled deeply, attempting to calm the tumult within, striving to maintain a natural and composed expression. With measured steps, she treaded upon the soft carpet, making her way towards Zhang Xinjia, each stride imbued with a mix of tension, anticipation, and an inexplicable unease. She was not merely a celebrated powerhouse in the Chinese music scene, but also a devoted fan of Liu Qin, utterly captivated by his remarkable talent. Since Liu Qin emerged as a musical prodigy, crafting soul-stirring melodies, Deng Qiqi's playlist had been wholly dominated by his music. She attended every public performance of Liu Ruyan, regardless of its scale, like the most fervent devotee, cheering and applauding. With unwavering resolve, she purchased multiple copies of each of his albums, actively supporting her musical idol. Each of Liu Ruyan's Weibo updates received her immediate likes and comments, as if she sought to convey her adoration for him across the digital expanse. She was deeply enamored by Liu Ruyan's artistry, entranced by the storytelling depth and penetrating quality of his voice, and irresistibly drawn to his understated yet enigmatic charm. She had fallen for this extraordinarily talented yet enigmatic senior, Liu Ruyan. However, Deng Qiqi was acutely aware of the unyielding bond between Liu Ruyan and Liu Ruyan. As solid as a rock, impervious to the whispers of the outside world. Thus, despite harboring feelings of admiration for Liu Ruyan, she had never contemplated intruding upon his relationship with Liu Ruyan, instead burying her fervent affection deep within, transforming it into a silent crush. Until the unexpected announcement of Liu Ruyan and Liu Ruyan's breakup, followed by a deluge of negative news, thrust Liu Ruyan into the eye of the storm, branding him with the heavy label of a scoundrel. Deng Qiqi panicked, utterly disoriented. She could scarcely believe that the Liu Ruyan she revered, akin to a deity in her heart, could engage in such despicable behavior as infidelity. She incessantly replayed Liu Ruyan's songs, desperately seeking the truth hidden within those notes. She firmly believed that through Liu Ruyan's music, she could touch his pure and noble soul. She refused to accept the notion that Liu Ruyan could be the scoundrel others claimed him to be. Thus, Deng Qiqi began to search for Liu Ruyan with a fervor akin to madness, disregarding all else in her quest to uncover his whereabouts. Employing her extensive network, she inquired far and wide, tirelessly pursuing any hint of Liu Ruyan's presence. Yet, it was as if he had vanished into thin air, completely disappearing from the public eye. Despite Deng Qiqi's relentless efforts, her search yielded no results, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, leaving her with no news. She felt an unprecedented sense of loss and helplessness, as if the entire world had lost its vibrancy, shrouded in a dull, oppressive gray. Just as she was on the brink of despair, ready to surrender, a music variety show titled Masked Singer burst forth like a shooting star across the night sky. The program featured a series of original songs, allegedly composed by Liu Ruyan, enchanting countless listeners with their stunning melodies and profound lyrics, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of hope within Deng Qiqi's heart. Particularly, when the werewolf mask appeared on stage and began to sing, she recognized that familiar voice almost instantly. It was the voice of Zhang Xinjia, with its distinctive tremor, striking deep into the soul. She recognized it. Zhang Xinjia sang songs written by Liu Ruyan, perhaps the sole key to reaching him. Thus, Deng Qiqi mustered her courage and, through various channels, managed to contact Zhang Xinjia, cautiously extending an invitation for a meeting. Miss Zhang Xinjia, Deng Qiqi approached the table, softening her steps as she gently inquired. Hearing the voice, Zhang Xinjia slowly lifted her head. A hint of fatigue was evident on her lightly made-up face, and a subtle melancholy shimmered in her eyes. When her gaze fell upon Deng Qiqi, a flicker of confusion crossed her expression. She scrutinized the young and beautiful girl before her, her eyes filled with curiosity and unfamiliarity. "May I ask, who are you in relation to Liu Ruyan?" Zhang Xinjia's voice was slightly hoarse, as though she had not spoken in a long time, her vocal cords parched. With a barely perceptible sadness, akin to a nightingale's soft lament after being wounded. "I am Deng Qiqi," she replied with a slight smile, removing the mask that had covered half her face to reveal her exquisite features and delicate countenance. She made an effort to ensure her smile appeared as natural and approachable as possible. "I am Liu Ruyan's junior, and also his fan," Deng Qiqi added. "Deng Qiqi?" A flicker of surprise danced in Zhang Xinjia's eyes as she recognized the renowned and powerful singer in the music industry. She had not anticipated that this girl, claiming to be Liu Ruyan's friend, would be the illustrious Deng Qiqi. Zhang Xinjia nodded slightly, gesturing for Deng Qiqi to take a seat. "Please, have a seat." Deng Qiqi cautiously pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Zhang Xinjia, adopting a posture of utmost humility. She opened her mouth once more, her tone laced with an unmistakable plea. "Miss Zhang, I have attempted numerous avenues but have been unable to reach the senior. Thus, I wish to presume to ask." Deng Qiqi's voice faltered slightly, pausing as if to gather her thoughts or muster her courage. "Could you possibly provide me with Liu Ruyan's contact information?" Upon hearing those 4 words, Zhang Xinjia's gaze dimmed instantly, like starlight obscured by looming clouds, losing its original brilliance. A bitter sensation, akin to creeping vines, swiftly spread through her heart, inducing an indescribable pang of sorrow and helplessness. Contact information. For an ordinary individual, this would be an exceedingly simple request. Yet, at this moment, For Zhang Xinjia, it had become an insurmountable challenge, bordering on the realm of wishful thinking. Because Liu Qin could no longer utilize a mobile phone like an ordinary person, his current circumstances even curtailed his freedom. Zhang Xinjia lifted her eyes, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she regarded the eager young girl before her. She could sense Deng Qiqi's genuine affection for Liu Qin and empathize with her urgent desire to see him. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving her in a state of confusion and helplessness. She recalled Liu Qin's words before his departure, words imbued with regret, hope, and a hint of resignation. He yearned for his music to be heard by more people, for his talents to receive genuine recognition. Before her sat Deng Qiqi, with exceptional vocal prowess and an undeniable presence in the Chinese music scene. If she could help propagate Liu Qin's music, it might fulfill one of his long-held wishes. Zhang Xinjia took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her, her gaze igniting with a complex yet resolute glimmer. She turned back to Deng Qiqi and spoke softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. I currently do not have his contact information. Deng Qiqi's eyes instantly dimmed, the once bright anticipation within them extinguished. A heavy wave of disappointment surged within her, overwhelming her completely. Indeed, was it still impossible? She had known that reaching Liu Qin would be more difficult than scaling the heavens, nearly an insurmountable task. Just as Deng Qiqi's heart sank to its nadir, nearly surrendering to despair, Zhang Xinjia's voice emerged once more, akin to a beacon of light flickering to life in the darkness, igniting a flicker of hope within Deng Qiqi's heart. However, Zhang Xinjia's voice hesitated, imbued with a sense of uncertainty and struggle. I can take you to see him. Zhang Xian's voice was soft and slow, yet it resounded in Deng Qiqi's ears like a thunderclap. Chapter 41. Sunzi. The airport hall was a cacophony, a tumultuous surge akin to giant waves, with throngs of people. Various sounds intermingled, piercing the eardrums like countless needles, nearly overwhelming the senses. Deng Qiqi and Zhang Xinjia emerged side by side from the airport exit, yet before they could acclimate to the sweltering heat of the capital, a stifling warmth, infused with the scent of automobile exhaust and the perspiration of the crowd, enveloped them instantaneously. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared like phantoms, exuding an oppressive aura. The trained bodyguards, clad in black, moved with swift and synchronized precision, forming an impenetrable wall of steel that firmly sealed off the path for Deng Qiqi and Zhang Xinjia. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, resonating like some invisible pressure that drew near. Behind this human barricade, a tall woman with cascading black hair emerged. Her exquisite makeup was akin to a masterpiece, each stroke meticulously crafted, yet it could not conceal the innate coldness reflected in her brow. Her gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the surroundings with an air of superiority and arrogance. Sunzi. The name flashed in Deng Qiqi's mind. A fervent admirer of Deng Qiqi, she was also the formidable heiress of the influential Sun family in the capital. Her mere presence seemed to freeze the atmosphere, causing the very air to solidify, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees, instilling an intangible sense of oppression that weighed heavily upon the heart. Sunzi approached Deng Qiqi directly, her piercing eyes revealing unabashed scrutiny and aggression, as if she sought to see right through her. Liu Qin is nothing but a worthless scoundrel. Sunzi's lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet sharp as an icicle, each word laced with chill and a barely perceptible tremor, infused with a tumult of emotions, anger, jealousy, and resentment intertwining. Qiqi, I am the one who truly loves you, she reiterated, this time with a tone bordering on obsession, as if striving to suppress the turmoil within. Though her voice was gentle, it resonated like an invisible wave, suffocating the air around them and evoking an inexplicable sense of breathlessness. That worthless scoundrel Liu Qin is not worthy of your affection. You spend an entire year merely to uncover the truth about this scoundrel? Surely, that cannot be. Sunzi's voice escalated sharply, tinged with incredulity and piercing questions, her meticulously crafted facade failing to disguise the distortion of her expression. I've invited you to the capital countless times, yet you dismiss them all. Now, for a cheating scoundrel, you travel across miles. What gives you the right? With each word, Sunzi grew increasingly agitated, her tone becoming more strident, tinged with hysteria, as if she bore an immense grievance, unable to comprehend Deng Qiqi's choices. In her perspective, everything Deng Qiqi had done for Liu Qin was utterly meaningless, even a betrayal against her. Deng Qiqi's almond-shaped eyes widened, fury erupting within her like a volcano, raging fiercely in her chest. She could not tolerate anyone, especially Sunzi, tarnishing the pristine image of the moonlight that resided in her heart with such despicable words. I believe in Senior. Deng Qiqi's voice rang clear and resolute, reminiscent of a plum blossom defiantly blooming in the depths of winter, embodying an indomitable spirit. Liu Qin is absolutely not that kind of person. Each word fell like thunder, powerful and unwavering, laden with undeniable trust and fierce defense, as well as a strong rebuttal against Sun Zi's remarks. She could not allow anyone to defile Liu Qin's image in her heart, even if it was the very Sun Zi who had persistently shown her goodwill, entangling her in a web of complicity. All right. Sun Zi was momentarily silenced by Deng Qiqi's steadfast tone, her chest heaving violently, her meticulously crafted makeup failing to conceal the distortion of her expression. Qiqi, isn't it Liu Qin's musical talent that you admire? How can I, Sun Zi, be any less than him? Sun Zi retorted, her voice thick with indignation and bitterness, as if she sought to prove her superiority over Liu Qin in order to win Deng Qiqi's affection. I am far more talented than he is. I have already signed up for the 4th season of The Masked Singer with my new song. I will prove to you that I am more talented than Liu Qin. In her desperation to validate herself, Sun Zi spoke without restraint, even bringing up her participation in a music competition, revealing the turmoil and anxiety that plagued her heart at that moment. When the time comes, I will dedicate my new song, The One I Missed, to you. Sun Zi's tone bore a hint of childish stubbornness, as if she were sulking with Deng Qiqi, while simultaneously vying against Liu Qin. Listening to Sun Zi's petulant words, Deng Qiqi smirked with a hint of derision, casting a glance at Sun Zi before bluntly retorting, "Are you out of your mind?" Without hesitation, Deng Qiqi seized Zhang Xinjia's arm, pushing through the impenetrable wall of bodyguards, striding directly towards the airport exit, leaving no room for Sun Zi to plead for her to stay. Left behind, Sun Zi stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, her exquisite makeup failing to mask her shock and fury. He is just a worthless scoundrel. What charm does Liu Qin possess that captivates so many? Sun Zi murmured, watching Deng Qiqi's resolute silhouette fade away, her voice filled with confusion, jealousy, and a profound sense of defeat. A two-timing scoundrel. What is so admirable about him? Qiqi must be bewitched. Sun Zi remained unable to comprehend why Deng Qiqi was so devoted to a faithless man. To her, Liu Qin was utterly unworthy of such deep affection. I will never let you have Qiqi. Absolutely not. Sun Zi's fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her gaze dark and resentful, as if she had resolved to take a stand. Previously, Deng Qiqi had been infatuated with Liu Qin, but since he had a girlfriend, Sun Zi believed that Liu Qin possessed merely a hint of personal charm. If he could enchant Deng Qiqi, it was merely a testament to his ability, and she, Sun Zi, accepted that as it was. After all, Deng Qiqi could never truly have Liu Qin. Later, when the news of Liu Qin's infidelity surfaced, Sun Zi was utterly elated, believing that Deng Qiqi would finally be able to let go of Liu Qin and turn her affections toward her. However, to her utter astonishment, Deng Qiqi not only remained steadfast but also traveled all the way to the capital to vindicate Liu Qin and clear his name. This was something Sun Zi could not accept. If Liu Qin had triumphed over her through his own talent, charm, and integrity, she might have begrudgingly accepted it, albeit with some reluctance. But what was this? A disloyal scoundrel. Why should he inspire such unwavering devotion in Deng Qiqi, even to the point of opposing her? I will investigate. A cold smile crept across Sun Zi's face, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. I want a thorough investigation into which companies Liu Qin currently manages, and I demand to uncover any dirt on him, regardless of its veracity. I want every secret unearthed within a week. I shall ensure that Deng Qiqi sees the true nature of Liu Qin. Yes. The bodyguards around her responded in unison, their voices resounding with authority and unwavering resolve. A scheme against Liu Qin was quietly brewing. Chapter 42. The collapse of Deng Qiqi. The atmosphere within the carriage was as heavy as the weight of frozen ice, suffocating in its oppressive nature. Deng Qiqi pressed closely against the window, her gaze chasing the swiftly retreating scenery outside. The neon lights flickered and danced in her eyes, yet they could not dispel the persistent gloom that enveloped her heart. Her thoughts surged like a wild stallion, chaotic and tumultuous, at times filled with worry, at times with anxiety, and occasionally igniting a faint glimmer of hope. She slightly turned her head, her eyes cautiously landing on the composed figure of Zhang Xinjia beside her. Miss Zhang, Deng Qiqi's voice was barely audible, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. How is Senior Liu Qin faring? The intonation of her question rose slightly, infused with longing, unease, and an unrecognized anticipation even she was unaware of. Zhang Xinjia, gripping the steering wheel, had knuckles that turned pale from the pressure. She remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Deng Qiqi's inquiry, her profound gaze lingering momentarily on Deng Qiqi's face through the rearview mirror. That glance was intricate and inscrutable, imbued with a hint of sighing, a sense of helplessness, and an unspoken restraint that suggested much yet revealed little. In an instant, Deng Qiqi's heart soared. Suspended in the air, anxiously awaiting Zhang Xinji's response as if it were a verdict of fate. The air in the carriage felt as though it had been siphoned away. Thin to the point of suffocation. Each passing second stretched into an eternity, and every moment of silence sliced through Deng Qiqi's fragile nerves like a dull blade. She yearned to know, desperately wished to uncover the truth of what had happened to Liu Ruyan, why he had vanished without a trace. She could not, would not believe that the once spirited and talented Liu Ruyan could be the scoundrel described by Sun Zi, who had abandoned his responsibilities. There must be some misunderstanding. Some hidden truth. She was determined to unravel it all, no matter the cost. At last, Zhang Xinji shattered the suffocating silence, her voice low and deliberate, laced with a barely perceptible rasp and slowness. Qiqi, she chose her words with care, her tone hesitant and heavy. There are matters you may find hard to believe. Or perhaps, even if explained, they remain difficult to clarify. Her words hung in the air like a thick fog, shrouding Deng Qiqi's heart in further confusion and anxiety. What do you mean? Deng Qiqi's heart sank abruptly, urgency lacing her voice with an unmistakable panic. Zhang Xinji sighed softly, the weight of her breath seeming to suppress 1,000 unspoken words. You will know soon. She did not answer Deng Qiqi's question directly, instead casting a vague remark that loomed like a colossal question mark over Deng Qiqi's heart. You will understand when you arrive, Zhang Xinji added, her tone imbued with a sense of helplessness, a sigh, and a profound feeling of powerlessness. Deng Qiqi was momentarily stunned, her mind a blank slate. What did it mean to arrive and know? The words struck her like a cold bolt of lightning, severing the last remnants of hope within her heart, instilling a vague sense that the reality was likely far worse and more brutal than she had imagined. A powerful tide of unease surged within her, nearly overwhelming her senses. Her heartbeat began to race uncontrollably, thumping heavily against her chest, as if it sought to break free. An inexplicable, ineffable premonition gripped her heart like a frigid hand. She fixated on Zhang Xinji's profile, yearning to glean some insight from his calm yet solemn expression. Yet, his demeanor resembled an unfathomable abyss, serene and devoid of any ripples, rendering it impossible to discern any secrets within. Deng Qiqi's heart brimmed with questions, laden with anxiety and fear. As the car sped along, the scenery around them gradually transformed. Towering edifices became sparse, giving way to a verdant expanse of trees. The imposing white structure of the first hospital of the imperial capital loomed on the distant horizon, resembling a colossal white fortress. The vehicle slowed to a halt, and Zhang Xinji picked up his phone, dialing a number as he spoke in a hushed tone. Is he still unconscious? Yes. There's a junior who claims to be Mr. Liu's acquaintance. I'm bringing her to see him. Her voice was subdued, seemingly intent on keeping Deng Qiqi in the dark. All right, I'll hang up now. I'll be up shortly. After ending the call, Zhang Xinji turned to face Deng Qiqi, who had just alighted from the car, her expression one of confusion and disarray. A deeper worry flickered in Deng Qiqi's eyes, her ominous premonition intensifying, almost materializing into something tangible. Let us go, Zhang Xinji beckoned, striding purposefully toward the hospital entrance. Deng Qiqi, regaining her senses, hurriedly followed in Zhang Xinji's wake, akin to a lost lamb trailing its shepherd. The elevator ascended steadily through the silent corridor. The cold digits flickered, each one echoing like a countdown, rhythmically striking against Deng Qiqi's heart. With every floor gained, her anxiety compounded, as if drawing nearer to the truth only pulled her closer to an abyss. Top floor. Special ward. These chilling words resonated like a hammer, pounding relentlessly against her nerves, ominously suggesting that Liu Qin's condition was far graver and more perilous than she had anticipated. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced at Zhang Xinji again. Her profile remained as tranquil as a still pond, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted doll. Yet, her tightly pressed lips betrayed the weight of her concealed turmoil. Deng Qiqi parted her lips, eager to inquire, but found her throat parched and incapable of producing sound, ultimately swallowing her questions whole. What would it matter to ask? Since Zhang Xinji had mentioned it, she must already possess the knowledge. The answers awaited her just ahead. Yet, she remained uncertain whether she possessed the fortitude to confront the unknown and harsh truth. The elevator doors gradually opened with a faint chime. A potent scent of disinfectant rushed forth, piercing her nostrils and nerves like countless tiny needles, instantly enveloping her every breath. The corridor was eerily silent, a deathly stillness pervading the air. The white walls, illuminated by the harsh light, gleamed with a chilling sheen, reminiscent of cold steel, seemingly absorbing all sound. Only the footsteps of the two echoed in the desolate space, resounding with unsettling clarity. Tap, tap, tap. Each step resonated like a heavy drumbeat, striking at the very core of her heart, eliciting waves of uncontrollable pain. Zhang Xinjia guided her directly to the end of the corridor, halting before a tightly shut door. The doorplate was bare, devoid of any inscription, save for a glaring red indicator light that flickered ominously in the frigid air. She paused, turning her gaze, her profound eyes locking onto Deng Qiqi's. Qiqi. Prepare yourself mentally. Her voice was soft and deliberate, yet bore an undeniable weight and solemnity, causing Deng Qiqi's heart to plummet, as if plunging into an unfathomable abyss. She forced herself to take a deep breath, striving to calm her chaotic breathing and racing heart, mustering all her strength to nod. Only then did Zhang Xinjia slowly raise his hand and push open the door. It slid open soundlessly, akin to a Pandora's box revealing its despairing truth. Before Deng Qiqi lay a spacious and brightly lit hospital room. The decor was simplistic yet modern, dominated by a white palette with metallic accents, exuding a cold, unfeeling atmosphere. Various intricate medical instruments stood vigil beside the bed, their cold metallic shells reflecting a ghastly pallor, resembling silent beasts poised to pounce. At the heart of the room, a large, frigid white hospital bed held Liu Qin, who lay there in stillness. His eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath his lids. His complexion so pale it was nearly translucent, resembling fragile porcelain, as if all color had been drained from him. He appeared emaciated and gaunt, his once thick, lustrous hair now entirely fallen away, leaving a barren scalp devoid of vitality, a stark contrast to the vibrant, radiant figure he once was. His feeble breaths flickered like a candle in the wind, barely perceptible. Numerous devices connected to him, cold tubes acting as invisible shackles, bound him tightly, rendering him a delicate marionette, stripped of all life and vigor. Deng Qiqi's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, instantly frozen, immovable. Her mind was a blank, buzzing as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, rendering her devoid of thought, language, and reaction. The scene before her surpassed her most pessimistic expectations, shattering the last bastion of her heart. She had always believed that Liu Qin was merely entangled in some troubles, perhaps burdened by company affairs, or perhaps a victim of Sun Zi's malicious schemes, or just experiencing a temporary lull. Yet, she could never have imagined that their next encounter would unveil such a wretched tableau, one that felt akin to a living death. He lay there, devoid of vitality, resembling a shattered, exquisite porcelain doll, fragile as though a mere touch would cause him to disintegrate, ready to vanish from this world at any moment. A profound sorrow surged within Deng Qiqi, erupting like a volcano, overwhelming her heart with an unstoppable force. Like a flood breaching its banks, it submerged her reason, her strength, and her facade. Her eyes instantly moistened, hot tears cascading like a string of liberated pearls, uncontrollably spilling forth and blurring her vision. The world seemed to lose its color in that moment, transforming into shades of gray, becoming obscured and surreal. She could no longer contain the tempest of emotions crashing within her, nor suppress the excruciating pain that felt akin to being sliced by a knife. She pressed her hand over her mouth desperately, striving to stifle any sound, yet could not prevent the outpouring of her silent wails, weeping without restraint, her tears flowing like a torrent unleashed. Her heart felt as if it were being mercilessly torn, kneaded, and wrung by an invisible hand, as if it sought to rend her into pieces. This, indeed, was what Zhang Xinjia had spoken of. Only upon arrival would one truly comprehend. The truth behind Liu Qin's disappearance was so brutally harsh, so despairingly unacceptable. She had always thought that her presence, her efforts, would surely aid Liu Qin, vindicate him, and help him rise anew. But now, she realized how utterly powerless, how insignificant, how self-deluded she truly was. Faced with a Liu Qin who resembled a mere shell of a man, she could do nothing but watch helplessly as he lay there, akin to a broken rag doll, silently enduring unimaginable suffering and torment. Deng Qiqi's heart shattered completely, like glass fragmented beyond repair. Chapter 43. Liu Qin awakened. She gazed intently at Liu Qin, lying motionless on the hospital bed. Tears surged forth like a torrential flood, blurring her vision. The world seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering everything distorted and unclear. She yearned to rush forward, to grasp Liu Qin's hand tightly, to feel his warmth and confirm that this was not a dreadful nightmare. Yet, her legs felt as though they were bound by invisible chains, heavy as if filled with lead, making it impossible to move even an inch. Each step appeared to drain her of all vitality, yet ultimately, she remained frozen in place. She opened her mouth, desperate to call out Liu Qin's name, to awaken him with her voice, to announce her presence. However, her throat felt as if it were choked by an invisible mass, dry and painful. Unable to emit even a whisper, only silent tears erupted, cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls, each droplet sliding relentlessly to the cold floor below. With a soft thud, they shattered, just as her heart shattered into countless pieces, leaving her breathless with agony. Zhang Xinjia sighed softly, a faint sorrow enveloping the air around her. She moved slowly to the side of Deng Qiqi, who stood rigid like a statue. With a gesture of compassion and solace, she gently patted Deng Qiqi's shoulder. Qiqi, I know you are deeply saddened right now. Zhang Xinjia's voice was soft and measured, as if wary of disturbing the weighty sorrow that hung in the air. But you must be strong. For Liu Qin, and for yourself, you need to be resilient. Pausing to collect her thoughts, she inhaled deeply, as if summoning courage before articulating the next words. Liu Qin, he is cancer. The word cancer struck like a lightning bolt across the night sky, resonating with the deafening crack of thunder in Deng Qiqi's mind. The sound echoed painfully, robbing her of all rational thought. She abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face marked by shock and disbelief, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xinjia. Her eyes were filled with a profound sense of helplessness and confusion. Cancer? What do you mean? What kind of cancer? Her voice was hoarse and trembling, tinged with a desperate hope that this was merely a hallucination, a cruel jest. It was a sound that emerged, parched and fragile, from the depths of a cracked desert. A final drop of water squeezed from the dryness. Zhang Xinjia fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her words, striving to convey this harsh reality to Deng Qiqi in the gentlest manner possible. She sighed again, her gaze imbued with compassion and resignation. Slowly, deliberately, she uttered the words. Bone cancer, and it is already in the advanced stage. Bone cancer in its late stages. These simple 4 words carried a chilling essence, as if they were imbued with the coldness from the depths of hell. Instantly, they froze Deng Qiqi's blood, leaving her enveloped in a bone-chilling dread that seeped from her head to her toes. Her mind was a blank slate, buzzing as if all cognitive faculties had been utterly stripped away. Only an endless void and numbness remained. Terminal bone cancer, no wonder. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder he had vanished without a trace, as if evaporating from the earth, leaving no word behind. No wonder he had transformed into this frail, emaciated figure, as if the flame of life were on the verge of extinguishing. It turned out that everything was not as she had imagined. It was not betrayal. It was not abandonment. It was not a loss of love. Rather, it was the cruel grip of illness. That merciless and brutal affliction had silently descended, robbing Liu Qin of his health, shattering his life. It had nearly claimed his precious life. A wave of profound sorrow surged within Deng Qiqi, akin to a tumultuous tide, drowning her reason and thoughts. She finally understood why Liu Qin had chosen to depart without a word, why he had left her and Liu Ruyan with such resoluteness. He did not cease to love Liu Ruyan. On the contrary, he loved her so deeply that he was willing to bear all the suffering alone, unwilling to let her endure even the slightest pain. He did not want Liu Ruyan to witness his agonizing, struggling state. He wished to spare her the burden of worry, sorrow, and sleepless nights filled with tears. He preferred to endure the torment in solitude rather than allow Liu Ruyan to suffer even a fraction of it. Liu Qin, you foolish man. Why must you be so foolish? Deng Qiqi's heart was overwhelmed with boundless tenderness and deep helplessness, 2 complex emotions intertwining, nearly submerging her completely. She gazed once more at the frail Liu Qin on the hospital bed, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale as paper, as if he could vanish at any moment. Tears once again overflowed uncontrollably. This time, amid the uncontainable sorrow and heartache, there was also a hint of solace, a sense of relief. At least the Liu Qin she loved had not betrayed Liu Ruyan's deep affection. At least the Liu Qin she had steadfastly believed in was not a scoundrel unworthy of love. He was simply unwell. He was merely a pitiable yet admirable man who loved Liu Ruyan deeply but did not wish to burden her. The most tender and gentle man in the world. Deng Qiqi could no longer restrain her emotions. She covered her mouth and wept silently, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, her shoulders trembling with each sob. She was a weeping figure, inconsolable, and the entire hospital room was suffused with a heart-wrenching aura of sorrow. Not far away, Qin Yuan, Zhang Xian, and Wang Feifei stood quietly, observing Deng Qiqi without approaching to offer comfort or counsel. They understood that such monumental anguish, akin to a landslide or tsunami, could only be alleviated by oneself. Any words of solace would seem feeble in such a moment, for they had all truly experienced this excruciating pain. Once, when they first learned of Liu Qin's terminal illness, did they not feel a profound sorrow that seemed to shake the very foundations of their existence? As time trickled by, half an hour later, Deng Qiqi's emotions began to stabilize. She wiped away her tears, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to regain her composure. Let us wait outside for him to awaken, Qin Yuan said, stepping beside Deng Qiqi, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. Mr. Liu's moments of consciousness are exceedingly fleeting. Every second is invaluable. Yet, even in this state, when he awakens, he will exert every last ounce of strength to compose songs. Striving to fulfill his aspirations, Qin Yuan paused, his tone growing heavy and resolute. Our duty is to do everything in our power to bring these songs to life, to ensure they resonate with a wider audience, ultimately singing them for Liu Ruyan. This is Mr. Liu's final wish. I am eager to assist. I am absolutely willing to help. Deng Qiqi nodded vigorously, anxious that her response might be too slow. Her eyes sparkled with determination and resolve, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. Her love for Liu Qin was unwavering, steadfast even in the face of the world's scorn. Even when he was derided as the epitome of a disloyal partner, she refused to believe such accusations. She held firm in her conviction that Liu Qin was not that kind of person, convinced that he harbored his own burdens. She fought tirelessly online against those who slandered Liu Qin, a solitary warrior against the malice of the digital realm, unwavering amidst the torrent of blame and vitriol, steadfast in her belief in his innocence. Thus, Liu Qin's final wish became Deng Qiqi's inescapable obligation, one she would pursue with unyielding fervor, regardless of the price she might pay. The group exited the hospital room in silence, settling onto a bench in the corridor to await his return to consciousness. They retrieved their phones, delving into the songs penned by Liu Qin, whispering and collaborating on how best to convey the deep emotions embedded within those melodies. While they studied the songs, they silently prayed for Liu Qin to awaken once more. As Liu Qin slowly reopened his eyes, he sensed a notable improvement in his condition, a sensation of inexplicable lightness enveloping him. Most striking was the absence of the looming dread of death, that Damoclean sword that had hung over him, threatening to claim him at any moment, a fear that had miraculously dissipated. This signified that Liu Qin's life had found a temporary reprieve, no longer teetering on the brink of an imminent end. However, in stark contrast to the resurgence of vitality, there resided an unparalleled and excruciating pain emanating from deep within his body, akin to countless daggers simultaneously slicing through his bones and flesh, rendering him nearly breathless. Each inhalation felt like a torturous execution. This agony was a testament to his body's fierce struggle against the cancer cells, with the intense pain signifying the activation of his immune system in a vigorous battle against the malignancy. Moreover, this torment was strikingly different from the despair and decay brought on by the prior invasion of cancer. The previous suffering was steeped in hopelessness, while the current pain resembled a baptism of rebirth through fire, painful yet imbued with joy, cradling the nascent hope of renewal within the abyss of suffering. Paper. Pen. Liu Qin weakly uttered, his voice flickering like a candle in the wind, faint yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The nurse, who had been vigilantly by his bedside, immediately turned at the sound of Liu Qin's voice, her face lighting up with excitement. She hurried to the table, grasped the paper and pen, and swiftly returned to Liu Qin's side, carefully presenting the items to him. Simultaneously, she promptly pressed the call bell to inform the chief physician. Outside the ward, Qin Yuan and the others quickly received the news of Liu Qin's awakening. Before long, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and a throng of individuals entered with brisk steps. Chapter 44. A glimmer of hope. The infusion pump emitted a monotonous beep, while the diligent nurse meticulously adjusted the flow rate of the cold liquid silently entering Liu Qin's veins. On the ECG monitor, the green numbers flickered like phantoms, coldly and objectively displaying the frailty of the body lying on the hospital bed. The rhythmic mechanical sound of beep, beep, beep pierced the stillness of the ward, resonating like the ominous tolling of a death knell, striking at the hearts of all present. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating, heavy as if the very air had crystallized into ice. Chief Physician Li Wenba gazed through his glasses, his eyes as tranquil as a deep pool. He adjusted his spectacles with precision, as if to dispel all lingering doubts. The cold stethoscope pressed against Liu Qin's chest, and Li Wenba held his breath, attentively listening to the faint heartbeat, weak as a flickering candle in the wind. His sharp gaze swept across the monitor's curves. The ECG displayed weak and erratic waves, with data relentlessly plummeting. Strange. Li Wenba murmured softly, the word tinged with confusion, disbelief, and an undercurrent of unease. Doctorly, how is it? Qin Yuan could no longer contain his anxiousness, his voice quivering imperceptibly, shattering the suffocating silence. Though his tone was subdued, it reverberated like thunder, instantly seizing everyone's attention. Wang Feifei bit her lips so hard that it nearly drew blood, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she fought to keep them from falling. Zhang Xinjia clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale from the strain, forcing himself to remain composed despite the subtle tremors at his fingertips. Deng Qiqi was so tense she held her breath, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Li Wenba's face, as if searching for a glimmer of hope within his stern expression. Li Wenba did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, his gaze filled with confusion. Perplexity, and an indescribable complexity even he could not articulate. He picked up the medical report from the table, swiftly flipping through the pages, carefully comparing the latest data, seeking answers to unravel this sudden enigma. Seconds stretched on, feeling like an eternity. Li Wenba gradually raised his head, inhaling deeply, his tone bore a hint of hesitation, intertwined with an ineffable complexity. Mr. Liu's condition has shown some changes. Changes? The mere utterance of the word struck the hearts of everyone present like a surge of electricity. Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei, Zhang Xinjia, and Deng Qiqi felt their hearts leap. Suspended in midair, as if awaiting the final verdict of fate. Changes? Could it be for the better? In the abyss of despair, a faint glimmer of hope emerged, akin to a tender sprout breaking through the earth. Wang Feifei gasped in surprise, her voice tinged with a quiver. Has the immune system been activated? Is there a sign of improvement? Deng Qiqi, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed forward, clutching Li Wenba's arm, her words tumbling out in a breathless rush, her voice trembling with emotion. The once dull and lifeless spark in her eyes rekindled with the brilliance of hope, resembling a drowning person clinging desperately to a lifeline. As if a mere affirmation from Li Wenba would guarantee Lu Qin's immediate recovery. Qin Yuan and Zhang Xinjia also displayed expressions of astonishment. The tension etched on their faces finally began to ease as they fixated intently on Li Wenba, awaiting his reassuring response. However, Li Wenba's subsequent words fell upon them like icy water in the depths of winter, extinguishing the newly kindled flame of hope. No, it is not an improvement. He slowly shook his head, his tone heavy with sorrow, infused with the helplessness of a compassionate healer. This is not a sign of recovery. But rather he paused, seemingly weighing his words, before reluctantly uttering the four words, a fleeting flicker of life. A fleeting flicker of life? Deng Qiqi's smile froze instantaneously. The light that had just ignited in her eyes extinguished like a candle snuffed out by a tempest, giving way to an abyss of despair and emptiness. It felt as if her very strength had been drained from her, her body swaying, her complexion pale as paper, resembling a soulless puppet on the verge of collapse. Quick as a flash, Qin Yuan steadied her faltering form. Wang Feifei and Zhang Xinjia were similarly struck as if by a thunderclap, rendered speechless, their faces drained of color. The expression of joy still lingering on their features, now entirely supplanted by desolation. The phrase "a fleeting flicker of life" resonated like a decree from the Grim Reaper, cold, harsh, and merciless, proclaiming that Liu Qin's life had reached its conclusion, marking the last rays of light, the final struggle, the ultimate farewell. Doctor, are you certain? Could it be a misdiagnosis? Deng Qiqi's voice trembled uncontrollably, laced with a thread of desperate hope. Almost pleading as tears blurred her vision once more. She was unwilling to accept, to believe, that the hope so recently ignited had been ruthlessly shattered. The overwhelming disparity was unbearable, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Li Wenba sighed, his expression growing even more somber. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with helplessness and regret. I understand your feelings, but, based on the current indicators, Mr. Liu's condition is indeed grave. The sudden activation of the immune system, while seemingly a positive development, is, in reality, merely the cancer cell's final desperate counterattack. Li Wenba's voice resonated with a deep, languid timbre, each word striking the hearts of those present like the relentless pounding of a hammer, a testament to the final, desperate struggle of a body on the brink of collapse. Cancer cells had disseminated throughout, spreading like a raging wildfire. The activation of the immune system proved to be but a mere drop in the ocean, utterly ineffectual in turning the tide. He paused, his tone laden with an even greater sorrow, noting that this excessive activation of the immune system could, in fact, expedite the deterioration of Mr. Liu's condition, inflicting further agony upon him. Li Wenba's words pierced the heart with a brutal honesty, each sentence a lamentation, akin to a sharp blade mercilessly wounding the hearts of all in attendance, leaving them bleeding and profoundly pained. The air in the hospital room felt as though it had solidified, oppressive and stifling, steeped in despair, heavy enough to suffocate. As if one were entombed within a frigid grave. Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei, and Zhang Xinjia stood pallid, their gazes hollow, resembling puppets bereft of souls. Overwhelmed by a tide of hopelessness, the painful memories they had once endured surged forth once more. They understood all too well what a fleeting glimpse of light signified, a harbinger of the extinguishing flame of life, the commencement of the countdown to death. Deng Qiqi could no longer suppress the anguish within her and crumbled completely, tears cascading like a deluge, instantly blurring her vision. She covered her mouth, desperately stifling her sobs. Yet her cries emerged like a wounded creature, emitting a sound of despair and helplessness. Her body trembled uncontrollably, akin to leaves swaying in the wind. As a tempest of negative emotions, despair, sorrow, heartbreak, helplessness, overwhelmed her, engulfing her in an abyss of darkness. She could not accept, did not wish to accept, dared not accept this cruel reality, this ending that shattered her very being. Liu Qin, the man she loved with every fiber of her being, that talented and gentle soul, was truly departing from her? Was he truly to leave this world forever? No, she refused to believe it. She was unwilling to accept it. She screamed internally, her heart raging in turmoil, yet no sound escaped her lips, allowing only the relentless flow of despairing tears. However, Dr. Li Wenba's words resonated with a chilling coldness, an unyielding ruthlessness, and a stark reality so palpable that she had no choice but to confront the conclusion she dreaded most, the one that filled her with terror. The hospital room was steeped in an overwhelming atmosphere of sorrow and despair, heavy enough to crush the spirit. Silence reigned, broken only by Deng Qiqi's muffled cries, echoing through the empty chamber like a wounded creature's lament, each sound tearing at the hearts of those present. Qin Yuan, Wang Feifei, and Zhang Xinjia stood quietly to the side, silently watching the weeping Deng Qiqi and the frail Liu Qin on the hospital bed. Their hearts equally burdened with grief and helplessness, as if weighed down by a colossal stone, rendering them breathless. They understood that they were powerless. Before the specter of life and death, the strength of humanity appeared diminutive and feeble. They could only watch helplessly as the flickering flame of Liu Qin's life gradually waned, extinguishing bit by bit until it was completely snuffed out, witnessing their dearest friend on the precipice of an eternal departure. This sense of helplessness and despair clung to them like a frigid shackle, suffocating them, plunging them into desolation and rendering them almost lifeless. Time, at that moment, seemed to crawl at an excruciatingly slow pace. Each passing second felt like a century, tormenting their nerves and agonizing their souls. The hospital room was enveloped in a deathly silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor, mechanically counting down the final moments of Liu Qin's life. Each beep resonating like the tolling of a death knell. Table. Liu Qin's voice was frail. They hurriedly retrieved a small table from beside the bed and propped it up before him. With a pained groan, Liu Qin began to inscribe several songs onto the paper. His health had plummeted to a mere 17 points, alarmingly close to the 60 points indicative of a healthy individual. He needed to compose more songs. Chapter 45. For songs. He is so masculine. Inside the hospital room, silence spread like thick ink, suffocating the air. Liu Qin, resembling a withered statue, suddenly stirred. With great difficulty, he raised his arm. That arm had become emaciated, as frail as a gnarled branch, a thin layer of skin tightly enveloping the protruding bones, with blue and purple veins grotesquely coiling upon it, leaving behind almost nothing but a horrifying skeleton. Summoning every ounce of strength, he slowly, painstakingly, moved his skeletal hand towards the bedside table. All eyes, as if tugged by invisible threads, fervently followed his slow and arduous movement. Deng Qiqi could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions. She abruptly covered her mouth, her sobs akin to those of an injured creature, growing increasingly heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching. He wanted to write songs, even though he lacked the strength to grasp a pen, as if it were a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Liu Qin's fingers, reminiscent of an elderly man in his twilight years, trembled as they sought out the cold pen, finally grasping it along with several blank sheets of paper. Each of his movements was excruciatingly slow, as if played in slow motion, dragging on to a point that threatened to exhaust every last bit of energy within his frail body. His breathing grew more rapid and chaotic, his chest rising and falling like an old bellows, emitting heavy, labored gasps. Writing. These two words appeared as effortless as breathing to a healthy person. Yet for Liu Qin, who was being tormented by illness and teetering on the brink of death, it felt akin to scaling a towering peak, an insurmountable challenge. Every inch of his skin, every fragment of bone, screamed in agony. Cancer cells, like the most insidious parasites, ravenously devoured his flesh, greedily consuming the remnants of his vitality. He felt as though he were plummeting into a bottomless inferno, scorched by unrelenting flames, then encased in bone-chilling ice, his soul frozen, mercilessly pierced by a forest of blades, pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, crashing over his fragile nerves in relentless waves. Pain, a suffering that words cannot encompass, transcending the limits of human endurance. The agony blurred his vision, consciousness swaying like a fragile boat amidst a tempest on the brink of total submersion. The pain compelled him, time and again, to contemplate surrender, to seek liberation in the depths of darkness. Yet, he could not abandon hope. He must not yield. He yearned to live, to reclaim his beloved Liu Ruyan, who haunted his dreams. He could not depart this world, to which he was so deeply attached, bearing endless regrets and humiliation. Even if it meant burning away the last flicker of his life, he would complete the symphony of melodies surging within his heart. With clenched teeth, the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he summoned every shred of willpower, clutching desperately to the last straw of salvation. Forcing himself to retain that final flicker of consciousness, he took a deep breath, feeling as if his chest were being torn apart. Trembling as he lowered the pin's tip onto the cold paper, the tip of the pin grazed the coarse texture of the paper, emitting a subtle and raspy rustle. In the profoundly silent hospital room, that sound resonated with piercing clarity, akin to the chilling whisper of death's scythe slicing through the air. Striking mercilessly at the hearts of all present, trembling their fragile souls, Liu Ruyan began to write. His hand trembled like a leaf in the wind, completely beyond his control. As the pen struggled across the paper, leaving behind crooked, formless ink strokes reminiscent of ghostly sigils, beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded from his pale forehead like scattered pearls, instantly soaking his disheveled hair and blurring his already dim sight. His complexion, visibly paling, rendered his lips, already devoid of color, now a ghostly translucence, exuding the aura of death. Each character he inscribed seemed to inflict upon him an inhumane torture, his soul and body simultaneously enduring the most brutal torment. His muscles convulsed uncontrollably, as if besieged by countless ants, or pierced by unrelenting currents of electricity. His bones appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, emitting faint, agonizing creaks. Deep within his throat, a suppressed, anguished growl emerged, a primal lament born from the depths of despair, a beastly wail of suffering. Wang Feifei could no longer bear it, clasping her mouth tightly, crystalline tears spilling forth like severed beads. In agony, she turned her head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Liu Ruyan's current state was simply too excruciating. Each glance felt like a dagger piercing her heart, a profound ache that constricted her breath. Zhang Xianzhe pressed his lips together, forcing himself to avert his gaze. His eyes already awash in crimson. A man of unwavering fortitude, he had never faltered in the face of danger, yet now, witnessing Liu Ruyan, as frail as a candle flickering in the wind, his eyes burned with unshed tears, threatening to overflow. Qin Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms, almost drawing blood, yet he remained oblivious. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, or mercilessly sliced by a sharp blade. The intense agony rendered him breathless, as if his chest might explode. Countless times he yearned to rush forward, to halt Liu Ruyan's self-destructive endeavor. He longed to scream at him to cease, to stop inflicting such torment upon himself. However, he understood the impossibility of such an act. He could never impede Liu Ruyan. This was his final wish, a swan song inscribed with the essence of his being. Thus, he stood motionless, like a statue, silently witnessing Liu Ruyan exhaust the remnants of his life, fragile as drifting dandelion fluff, to compose this ultimate, unparalleled elegy of love. Deng Qiqi had long since been reduced to a weeping figure, her sobs rendering her speechless. She could no longer hold herself together, collapsing in a state of utter exhaustion onto the cold floor. Her hands clutching the edge of Liu Ruyan's hospital bed as desperately as a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood. Her frail body trembled like chaff in a biting wind, shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes, seemingly nailed in place, remained fixed on Liu Ruyan, who was writhing in agony upon the bed. She watched his pale face twist in pain, observed the tremors of his hands, and noted every word and note he struggled to inscribe with the last vestiges of his life. Her heart felt as though it were torn apart by an invisible giant hand, crushed into fine powder. The excruciating anguish pierced her soul, making her feel as if she were plummeting into an abyss of despair, breathless and unable to articulate her suffering. She wished she could bear this inhumane torment in Liu Ruyan's stead. In her madness, she even thought that if it were possible, she would willingly trade her life for his, to take his place in death. If it meant restoring Liu Ruyan's health, she would gladly sacrifice everything, even her own existence, without hesitation. Yet, she could do nothing. She was like a helpless bystander, left to witness Liu Ruyan's life slip away, like sand through her fingers, irrevocably lost. She observed him enduring unimaginable suffering for her, for the profound love they shared. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, each crystal-clear drop scalding as they silently splattered against the cold floor, instantly creating shimmering droplets that quickly shattered and merged into the icy surface. Choking back her sobs, her throat raw and hoarse, she called out Liu Ruyan's name, each utterance more heart-wrenching than the last, each cry steeped in desperation. Liu Ruyan, Liu Ruyan, please stop writing. I beg you, don't torment yourself any longer. Please, just stop. But Liu Ruyan could not hear her. Or perhaps he did hear, yet was too drained to respond. At that moment, he was utterly immersed in his own world, a realm filled solely with music and melody. a pure sanctuary. He was absorbed in the musical universe he crafted with his life, oblivious to the disturbances of the outside world. His pen continued to move laboriously across the paper, like a tireless ascetic leaving behind a trail of blood, resolutely forging ahead. One word after another. One line after another. The handwriting, crooked and childlike, gradually revealed the contours of a song, sketching a melody that tugged at the heartstrings. The title, Lies, sprang to life on the page. A silent promise, a heartfelt confession long overdue, laden with endless love and guilt. The corners of Liu Qin's pain-stricken mouth suddenly lifted slightly, struggling to form a weak yet tender smile. Even in such excruciating moments, the smile he wore while composing songs for Deng Qiqi remained as gentle and warm as the spring breeze, imbued with boundless affection for his beloved. Tender enough to shatter hearts. He continued to write. Each note, each lyric, seemed to be excavated from the depths of his soul, painstakingly crafted with every ounce of his being. Every word was saturated with his profound, marrow-deep love for Deng Qiqi, his lingering attachment to this world, his reluctance to part with life, and the faintest flicker of hope and yearning for a beautiful future. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, ruthlessly vanishing second by second. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew oppressively stifling, heavy enough to crush a spirit. The space seemed to echo solely with the sound of his pen gliding across the paper and Deng Qiqi's muffled, despairing sobs, intertwining into a heart-wrenching elegy. It was as if a sorrowful yet poignant requiem was being softly played, heralding the premature farewell for Liu Qin's brief yet resplendent life. At last, after an indeterminate passage of time, Liu Qin tremulously penned the final note of lying. It felt as though he had accomplished an extraordinarily arduous task. He slowly set down the weighty pen, exhaling deeply as if shedding an immense burden, his entire being relaxing. His hand could no longer sustain itself. Falling limply to the bedside, trembling slightly. His body, akin to a marionette devoid of strings, suddenly grew weak, leaning feebly against the headboard. He gently closed his weary eyes, breathing laboriously, seemingly gathering the last remnants of strength within his frail form. After a moment, he struggled to open his eyes once more. Deep within, though still clouded by pain and exhaustion, a flicker of gentle light and unwavering resolve shone through. With great difficulty, he picked up the pen and placed it back on the sheet filled with notes. He began to compose his second song, Unfortunately, It's Not You. The pen quivered as it traced the rough paper, leaving behind a series of uneven ink strokes, akin to life ebbing away, slow and agonizing. The sorrowful atmosphere in the room thickened, almost palpable, threatening to engulf them entirely. Everyone's hearts felt as if they were ensnared by an invisible hand, tightly gripped by an unseen rope, the suffocating pain rendering them breathless. They all understood that Liu Qin's life had indeed reached its end. Like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment, he expended his final strength, drawing upon the last vestiges of life, solely to fulfill his promise to Deng Qiqi, to inscribe a bittersweet yet profoundly heroic conclusion to their indelible love. Later, the third song. Liu Qin's writing grew increasingly slow and arduous, each word seemingly sapping the last of his strength. His hand had nearly lost all sensation. Numb as if it were no longer a part of his own body, sustained solely by an ironclad willpower, his consciousness began to blur, as though he were plunging into an endless nightmare, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Yet, he refused to surrender. He continued to grit his teeth and endure. For the unwavering love in his heart, for the solemn promise once made, and for the girl he cherished deeply, yet had to let go, Liu Ruyan. I like you. The final song. Liu Qin exerted every last ounce of his remaining strength, trembling as he completed the last note of the melody. When the final note fell with great difficulty, he could no longer hold on, as if the last string had snapped, completely drained of all power. The pen slipped from his feeble fingers, falling silently to the cold floor, emitting a sharp and hollow sound that resonated disturbingly in the quiet hospital room. His head drooped weakly, heavily resting against the chill of the headboard, disheveled strands of hair obscuring his pale visage. His breath grew increasingly faint and hurried. Like a candle flickering in the wind, wavering uncertainly, the fragile flame at risk of being extinguished by the merciless gusts. At that moment, Liu Qin had utterly exhausted his final reserve of energy, slipping once more into an endless unconsciousness, akin to sinking into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. The hospital room fell into a profound silence once more. Only the heart monitor continued its mechanical, chilling beeping, the monotonous electronic sound echoing in the stillness, as if ruthlessly proclaiming that Liu Qin's life was gradually drawing to a close, heading towards eternal void. Deng Qiqi could no longer contain her overwhelming despair, letting out a heart-wrenching wail as she lunged towards Liu Qin's cold body, clinging to him as a drowning person grasps at a final lifeline. The suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano, her cries ringing out, filled with anguish and despair. Luchin, Luchin, please don't leave me. Don't abandon me. I beg you, don't go. Her cries were heart-rending and gut-wrenching. Each anguish call resonating in the empty hospital room, lingering in the air, evoking tears and piercing the soul. Chapter 46. The Great Talent of Luchin in the Corridor. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as if time itself had come to a standstill. The harsh, pallid light cascaded down, casting an even colder hue upon the pristine white walls. The air was thick with the lingering scent of disinfectant, sharp and oppressive, weighing heavily upon one's chest. Qin Yuan's expression was grave. His knuckles pale as he clutched a few slightly yellowed pages, their edges tinged with the distinctive aroma of hospital ink. These were the final verses of Luchin's life. His swan song, lyrics of lying, unfortunately not you, later, and I like you. Wang Feifei, Zhang Xinjia, and Deng Qiqi, as if drawn by invisible threads, gathered together in unison. Their gazes magnetically fixed upon those delicate sheets of paper. Each face was shrouded in an unfathomable sorrow, their eyes harboring an incredulous shock. As though their very souls had been violently shaken, Wang Feifei's voice was caught in her throat, trembling with suppressed emotion as she pointed toward the lyrics, only to retract her finger as if scalded. The power of these 4 songs, the lyrics were overwhelming. Zhang Xinjia pressed his lips tightly together, nodding gravely. His eyes quickly reddening. He struggled to contain the surging emotions, his voice low and hoarse. Mr. Liu's romantic style is remarkably unique and piercing. Deng Qiqi seemed drained of all strength, her gaze fixated on the writing, tears welling in her eyes and cascading down her cheeks. Each droplet falling silently upon the cold tiles, shattering without a sound. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, as if attempting to suppress all the bitterness and choking feelings within his chest. He closed his eyes, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions raging inside him. When he reopened them, his gaze bore a complex and ineffable sorrow. With deliberate slowness, he unfolded the lyrics, his fingertips grazing the dancing notes on the page, as though he could sense the tremors and resolve with which Luchin had penned these words. His voice emerged, deep and measured, akin to a solemn incantation, softly reciting, I have had a few decent partners, and I cannot claim to be lonely. Perhaps my waywardness caused their unease. The lyrics, like intangible notes, flowed gently into the ears of all present, each word and phrase simple and candid, yet imbued with an excruciating authenticity and bitterness. They cut into the softest parts of the heart, akin to a dull knife, slowly yet mercilessly inflicting a lingering ache. Wang Feifei suddenly covered her mouth, desperately stifling the impending flood of tears, but they surged forth uncontrollably, soaking her mask and blurring her vision. Zhang Xinjia clenched his fists tightly, nails embedding deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain, the veins on the back of his hand bulging grotesquely like a coiled dragon. Qin Yuan's voice began to quaver, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, as he fought against the acidity in his throat and continued to recite, unfortunately. It was not you who accompanied me to the end. In a fleeting moment, akin to the final straw that breaks the camel's back, Deng Qiqi could no longer bear the weight of her sorrow. Her legs gave way, and she sank helplessly onto the cold floor. As the long-suppressed grief erupted like a volcano, leading her to wail uncontrollably. Her body trembled violently, reminiscent of a leaf caught in the wind. Her shoulders shaking as if to expel all the despair, anguish, and reluctance that had accumulated over the past few days. The heart-wrenching cries reverberated through the silent corridor, evoking tears from all who heard. This lyric, Wang Feifei choked out, her words fragmented, each syllable seemingly forced from a shattered throat. It's so powerful. Every line pierces the heart like a knife. Zhang Xinjia nodded slowly, his once hoarse voice now grating and dry, as if sandpaper had scraped it raw. Indeed, Mr. Liu's talent is truly terrifying. The word terrifying was not used pejoratively, but rather imbued with profound awe and shock. A helpless sigh in recognition of a genius that fate seems to conspire against. Qin Yuan gently set down the lyrics, his gaze laden with complexity as it fell upon the closed door of the hospital room, as if he sought to see through it to the figure upon the bed, whose flicker of life was gradually dimming. Do you not feel that these songs? He paused, seemingly struggling to find the precise term to convey his current sentiment. His brow furrowed in grave thought, as if he were contemplating a farewell letter. The term farewell letter struck like a thunderclap, instantly resonating in the hearts of Wang Feifei and Zhang Xinjia, their bodies stiffening as if jolted by an electric shock. The weight of the word was akin to a colossal stone, crashing down upon them, rendering them breathless. The already oppressive sorrow ignited into a fierce blaze, consuming them. Deng Qiqi's cries grew even more anguished and desperate, resembling a wounded creature emitting a pitiful lament. No, it cannot be. Deng Qiqi fervently shook her head, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, blurring her vision filled with pain and despair. Mr. Liu will be fine. He will. Please do not speak such nonsense. It cannot be a farewell letter. Zhang Xinjia stood in silence, rigid as a statue, merely gazing blankly at the lyrics in his hand, his eyes hollow and desolate, as if he had already foreseen the most brutal of outcomes. Qin Yuan let out a long, weary sigh, his voice low and resigned, imbued with a compassion that saw through life and death. If this truly is Mr. Liu's farewell, then he has indeed exhausted his final strength to bid us adieu. Each song, Qin Yuan's voice carried a mixture of reverence, admiration, and impotence, all of it classic. The arrangements, the lyrics, the artistic conception, all reached an apex of excellence. He murmured to himself, as if critiquing yet also mourning, his tone filled with endless regret and sorrow. Wang Feifei hastily wiped away the tears staining her face, her voice trembling with emotion. Indeed, Mr. Liu's extraordinary talent remains unparalleled. Alas, it is tragic that he has fallen victim to such an affliction. How unjust the heavens are. Zhang Xinjia slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling, his chest rising and falling violently as if to suppress all the pain and discontent within. Oh, the heavens, so unfathomably unjust. Zhang Xinjia's voice came out hoarse and heavy, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, brimming with anger, sorrow, and a profound sense of helplessness. Why? Why must it be Mr. Liu? Why? The corridor once again succumbed to a stifling silence, interrupted only by the muffled cries of Deng Qiqi, echoing mournfully in the vast emptiness. The weeping, the lyrics, and the silent sighs intertwined to form a heartbreaking melody, lamenting a young life on the verge of departure. A soul of extraordinary talent, and a love so profound yet ultimately unfulfilled. Undoubtedly, these four songs represent Liu Qin's final gift to Deng Qiqi, his tender farewell to the world. They must strive to share these songs, allowing more people to hear Liu Qin's voice, even if Liu Ruyan may never uncover the heart-wrenching tale that lies beneath. Alas, how unjust the heavens are. A collective heavy sigh escaped the crowd, their hearts laden with helplessness and melancholy. Liu Qin's talent should have shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the entire music industry, celebrated and admired. Rather than languishing alone on a cold hospital bed, burdened by baseless slander, quietly concluding this brief existence. In truth, only Liu Qin himself understood that when he awakened and poured all his energy into writing these four songs, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He had calculated that if these songs achieved the same fervor as his previous works, his health could potentially surpass 35 points. Drawing closer to the 60 points deemed healthy, an attainable goal. If his health surpassed 60, he could escape the clutches of illness and be reborn. This meant that if he could persevere just once more, pen another song for Qin Yuan and the others, perhaps, he could genuinely reach a state of well-being. At that moment, he would have the chance to clarify all misunderstandings with Liu Ruyan, unveiling the truth beneath the sun. As the city lights flickered to life, the night in the capital unfolded like a slowly drawn black velvet curtain, enveloping the city in a haze of enchanting light and shadow. Within a villa on the outskirts, Sunzi sat on one side of the sofa, her exquisite makeup failing to conceal the fatigue in her eyes. A cup of coffee rested in her hands, the steam curling around her fingertips, yet it could not dispel the anxiety etched on her brow. Opposite her sat a young woman, Zhou Jinyu, comfortably poised, a graduate student from the psychology department of the capital university, a name that has already garnered a modest reputation within the realm of psychology. Despite her youth, she possesses a composure and wisdom that transcend her years. Dressed in a simple yet elegant professional ensemble, her gaze behind the lenses is calm and focused. Miss Sun, what you wish to understand is why Deng Qiqi is drawn to someone like Liu Qin. Zhou Jinyu's voice, cool and intellectual, shattered the silence of the room. She refrained from employing the emotionally charged term scoundrel, instead opting for the more neutral someone like that. Yet, Miss Sun comprehended her implication. Chapter 47. Digging 3 feet to uncover Liu Qin. Sunzi nodded in agreement, yet her tone inadvertently rose with a hint of barely perceptible irritation. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if an unnamed fire was quietly igniting within her chest. I truly found it perplexing. Qiqi, so outstanding and kind-hearted, could surely find any man in the world. Why then did she fall for Liu Qin? Her words momentarily faltered, as if her tongue was desperately seeking the sharpest blade. Carefully weighing her choices, ultimately, she settled on the label that seemed most fitting and gratifying in her eyes, a complete scoundrel. Zhou Jinyu did not respond immediately, as if Sunzi's remark was not merely a reproach, but rather a profound proposition worthy of contemplation. She gently caressed the warm porcelain cup in her hands, lifting it to her lips and savoring a sip of the still-warm tea with exquisite slowness and elegance. Her actions were so unhurried, they resembled a silent meditation. as if she were granting herself more time to grasp the deeper implications behind the words spoken. The room fell into silence once more, accompanied only by the low hum of the coffee machine and the faint sounds of the city outside, weaving themselves into her consciousness like delicate threads. Sun Zi's gaze was firmly fixed on Zhou Jinyu, her expression complex, filled with an expectation for a professional response intertwined with an inescapable doubt. She was uncertain whether this young, yet renowned psychological expert could truly unravel the tangled confusion in her heart and provide answers to her long-standing emotional dilemmas. After all, matters of love are often the most enigmatic and elusive in existence. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, silently and imperceptibly. Zhou Jinyu finally set down her teacup. The crisp sound of porcelain clinking shattered the stillness within the room. She slowly lifted her head, her calm gaze resting upon Sun Zi's face. Her eyes, clear as water, appeared tranquil, yet seemed to harbor an insight capable of penetrating the heart and reaching the depths of the soul. Miss Sun, your use of the term scoundrel to describe Mr. Liu Qin, Zhou Jinyu spoke softly, her pace measured, may be a definition imposed upon him by you or perhaps by societal opinion. However, it is crucial to consider whether Miss Ding Qiqi herself genuinely identifies with this definition. At these words, Sun Zi momentarily froze, as if awakened from a dream or suddenly confronted with a question she had never contemplated. This inquiry, it appeared, had never been seriously examined, let alone explored in depth. For a long time, in her established understanding, the label of scoundrel for Liu Qin had been firmly sealed, an indisputable fact. Yet, did Qiqi, deep down, truly hold such a steadfast belief? Observing the bewilderment on Sun Zi's face, Zhou Jinyu continued to guide her gently. Perhaps, deep within the soul of Miss Ding Qiqi, Mr. Liu Qin is not entirely the irredeemable scoundrel one might perceive him to be. At least in her eyes, he radiates certain qualities that you may have overlooked, or perhaps subconsciously refused to acknowledge. Sun Zi's brow furrowed momentarily, instinctively resisting Zhou Jinyu's analysis, as an indescribable discontent surged within her. To her, these words seemed to subtly imply that she had harbored a deeply ingrained prejudice against Liu Qin from the very beginning. Yet, has he not consistently disregarded Qiqi's genuine affections for such an extended period? Sun Zi's tone abruptly escalated, tinged with a barely perceptible agitation, as she asserted that these were irrefutable facts. Is this not sufficient to illustrate that he is indeed a scoundrel? A faint smile graced Zhou Jinyu's lips, though subtle. The smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a soothing power. Miss Sun, there exists a profoundly significant concept within the realm of psychology known as cognitive dissonance. When an individual's actions sharply conflict with their pre-existing cognitive framework, an unbearable discomfort arises within. To swiftly alleviate this torturous unease, individuals often subconsciously adjust their perceptions to maintain logical consistency with their actions, thereby achieving inner equilibrium. For Miss Ding Qiqi, who harbors deep affections for Mr. Liu Qin, falling in love with Liu Qin has already become an established behavioral fact. If she stubbornly believes deep down that Mr. Liu Qin is a complete scoundrel, then this established fact creates an irreconcilable conflict with her cognition. Such a profound rupture and discord in perception inevitably inflicts considerable psychological torment upon her. Thus, to instinctively evade and diminish this pain, she may very well choose to selectively downplay or even outright deny Mr. Liu Qin's negative image as a scoundrel. Sun Zi fell silent, lost in contemplation. Zhou Jinyu's obscure psychological jargon was only partially comprehensible to her. Yet, through Zhou Jinyu's insightful dissection, she began to vaguely grasp certain truths hidden beneath the fog possibilities she had never seriously contemplated before. Are you suggesting that? Sun Zi hesitated, uncertain as she spoke. Qiqi, in fact, is subconsciously unwilling, or rather, refuses to believe that Liu Qin is a scoundrel? Zhou Jinyu nodded slightly, affirming Sun Zi's speculation. It is highly likely. More accurately, perhaps Miss Ding Qiqi has instinctively chosen to strategically overlook the scoundrel facets of Mr. Liu Qin's character, redirecting her emotional focus entirely onto his admirable and radiant qualities. Through this nearly self-deceptive means, she strives to maintain the fragile equilibrium of her emotions. Sun Zi furrowed her brows into a deeper frown, still finding Zhou Jinyu's discourse rather incomprehensible, bordering on the fantastical. Yet, beneath it all, there seemed to lie an undeniable truth that rendered her unable to dismiss it entirely. What am I to do? Sun Zi inquired with a tone of confusion and a hint of desperation, seeking guidance from Zhou Jinyu. Am I to merely stand by and watch as Qiqi remains ensnared by that scoundrel, becoming increasingly entangled? Zhou Jinyu once again donned a knowing smile. Miss Sun, if you truly wish for Miss Ding Qiqi to see through Mr. Liu Qin's facade of a scoundrel, The most effective approach is not to inundate her with lamentations of his faults. Rather, it is to guide her, allowing her to witness firsthand the true nature of Mr. Liu Ruyan. Sun Zi was momentarily taken aback, her mind a blank slate. Witness firsthand? How can I possibly facilitate that? Zhou Jinyu's gaze sharpened abruptly, akin to a drawn sword, its edge revealed. Isn't Mr. Liu Ruyan already mysteriously missing? Therefore, our immediate priority must be to devise a means to locate him. Once found, we must create an opportunity for Miss Ding Qiqi to meet him in person, to observe his every word and action up close. She must scrutinize, with her own eyes, the essence of Mr. Liu Ruyan, when all truths are laid bare before her. Leaving no room for evasion, her internal scale will naturally tip towards believing in the reality itself. After reflecting on Zhou Jinyu's words, Sun Zi nodded thoughtfully, declaring, I understand. I will dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to unearth this fellow. Once more, Sun Zi's phone rang insistently. Ding Qiqi gazed at the name flashing on her screen, her delicate brows knitting tightly. It was Sun Zi again. From yesterday until now. This marked the 13th call from her. She truly could not comprehend why Sun Zi felt the need to contact her incessantly. Taking a deep breath, Ding Qiqi swiped the screen and answered the call. Qiqi, where are you? Sun Zi's voice came through, tinged with urgency. I'm out dealing with something. Ding Qiqi replied, her tone weary and slightly detached. She had no desire to disclose to Sun Zi that she was at the hospital. Nor did she wish to reveal Liu Ruyan's current condition. What are you doing out? Why haven't you been answering your phone? I've been so worried about you. Sun Zi's voice was filled with concern, yet Ding Qiqi found it somewhat grating. I'm fine. My phone was on silent, so I didn't hear it. She responded coolly, striving for calmness. Qiqi, is something troubling you? You don't sound quite right, Sun Zi pressed on, refusing to relent in her inquiry. Her tone growing increasingly insistent. A flicker of annoyance arose within Ding Qiqi. She truly wished to disentangle herself from Sun Zi's persistent entanglements. I'm perfectly fine. If you have nothing else, I shall hang up, Ding Qiqi declared, and without awaiting a response from Sun Zi, she abruptly terminated the call. She cast her phone onto the chair beside her and rubbed her slightly throbbing temples. Sun Zi's call only exacerbated her turmoil. At that moment, all she desired was the tranquility of being by Liu Ruyan's side, free from any distractions. However, before she could regain her composure, her phone rang once more. It was Sun Zi again. Ding Qiqi's expression darkened instantaneously. Gritting her teeth, she answered the call once more. What is it that you truly want, Sun Zi? This time. Her tone was laden with unmistakable impatience and ire. Qiqi, please don't be angry. I am genuinely concerned about you. Sun Zi's voice remained gentle, as if the earlier discord had never transpired. Concern for me? I suspect you are merely trying to pry into my whereabouts, Ding Qiqi retorted with a cold laugh, her words dripping with disdain. Qiqi, how could you think of me in such a manner? We are friends. Is it not natural for me to care? Sun Zi's voice bore a hint of grievance. Friends? Huh. Ding Qiqi scoffed again, her feelings of aversion intensifying. She and Sun Zi had never been true friends. Sun Zi was merely a girl who had long harbored inappropriate intentions towards her. Qiqi, I realize you may have some misunderstandings about me, but Sun Zi attempted to continue her explanation, only to be cut off by Ding Qiqi. Enough, Sun Zi. I have no desire to hear your drivel. If you lack anything of significance to discuss, refrain from calling me again. With that, Ding Qiqi hung up once more and promptly blocked Sun Zi's number. She believed this would liberate her from Sun Zi's relentless pursuit. Yet, she was naively mistaken. Barely half an hour had passed when a knock echoed at the door of her hospital room. Come in, Ding Qiqi wearily replied, not lifting her head. She assumed it to be a nurse checking in. However, when she finally raised her gaze, she was met with an unexpected sight. Sun Zi stood at the doorway, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she looked at her. Qiqi, I found you, Sun Zi declared, her voice laced with a sense of victory. Chapter 48. Pregnancy. The appearance of Sun Zi undoubtedly cast a colossal shadow over Ding Qiqi's already clouded heart. The faint sorrow that lingered between her brows solidified into an unyielding frost, enveloping her entire being in a suffocating low pressure. Ding Qiqi's thoughts were wholly immersed in the song titled I Like You. This melody, left behind by Liu Ruyan, represented not merely a series of notes but a crucible of emotions, a path of technical ascent. Each note and every lyric seemed to harbor endless challenges, awaiting her to conquer and interpret. In her quest to master this song flawlessly, Ding Qiqi poured her entire essence into it, tirelessly pondering and practicing, wishing to merge completely with the song's profound ambience. Time flowed through the strings beneath her fingertips, dissipating with every quiver of her throat. She was utterly oblivious to the external turmoil, her mind far removed from addressing the sudden disruption caused by Sun Zi. Sun Zi. Ding Qiqi's voice bore a subtle hint of fatigue, mingled with palpable impatience, as if to say, "Do not bother me, I am not in the mood for your antics." A wave of distaste surged like an undercurrent in Ding Qiqi's eyes, and she clutched the sheet of paper containing the lyrics and score of "I Like You" tightly, as one would treasure a precious gem. This minute gesture, however, captured Sun Zi's attention with precision. Sun Zi's curiosity was instantly ignited, flaring up like a small flame. Her sharp gaze locked onto Ding Qiqi's concealed paper, her tone imbued with intrigue. "Qiqi, what are you hiding?" Mysterious as ever. Could it be your medical report? A flurry of thoughts raced through Sun Zi's mind, her words quickening. "You look so unwell. Are you sick? What's bothering you?" "None of your business." Ding Qiqi's tone suddenly sharpened, as if struck at a vulnerable spot. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she retorted with unrestrained ire, "Sun Zi, could you stop buzzing around like a fly? Go away. I do not wish to see you right now." Before her words had fully settled, Ding Qiqi sprang to her feet, intent on swiftly departing to escape the source of her distress. Yet, Sun Zi stood immovable like a wall, completely blocking her path. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the air seemingly thickening with hostility, a crisp ringtone abruptly shattered the silence, breaking the stalemate. "Ring, ring, ring." Ring. Sun Zi seized the opportunity like a lifeline, hastily retrieving her phone, her gaze warily fixed on Ding Qiqi as she answered the call. "Hello?" A steady male voice on the other end spoke rapidly yet clearly, conveying vital information. "Miss, we've located him. Liu Ruyan is currently at the first hospital of the capital." "What?" Sun Zi exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch, disbelief widening her eyes as she turned to the now close-at-hand Ding Qiqi. "The first hospital of the capital? Is this not the first hospital of the imperial capital? Are they not currently at the first hospital of the imperial capital? Is Liu Ruyan also at the first hospital of the imperial capital?" Moreover, just moments ago, Ding Qiqi appeared visibly flustered as she concealed something resembling a report. Fearful of being discovered, coupled with her unusual behavior and somewhat pallid complexion, a terrifying thought struck Sun Zi's mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that this scoundrel Liu Ruyan has brought Qiqi to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup? Is the document that Ding Qiqi is hiding a pregnancy test report? A volcanic rage erupted within Sun Zi's chest, severing the strings of her rationality in an instant. With unhesitating fury, she hurled her expensive phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces, the screen fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks, components strewn across the floor. Like an enraged lioness, she fixed her gaze upon Ding Qiqi, her chest heaving with intensity, her voice hoarse with indignation. "Qiqi, were you brought here by that scoundrel Liu Ruyan? For a checkup?" Sun Zi's thunderous roar nearly threatened to lift the roof of the ward. Each word squeezed out through gritted teeth, laden with profound anger and heartache. "Liu Ruyan, you wretched beast! How could you commit such an abominable act? Where the hell is he? I will make him pay." "Sun Zi, have you lost your mind?" Ding Qiqi was taken aback by Sun Zi's sudden fury. And the mention of pregnancy left her momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, realizing that Sun Zi was speaking utter nonsense. She stared at Sun Zi in disbelief, her voice tinged with anger and grievance. "What on earth are you talking about? Sun Zi, please stop this madness. How dare you insult Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan is the best person in the world. You are the one who has lost your mind. You are completely insane." Sun Zi gazed at Ding Qiqi, who was blinded by love, feeling a mix of frustration and heartache. She finally comprehended the words of the psychologist she had previously consulted regarding cognitive dissonance. It was all nonsense. The reason Ding Qiqi was so enraptured by Liu Ruyan was not due to any psychological issue, but rather because Ding Qiqi had been utterly captivated by Liu Ruyan. Perhaps she was even carrying his child. For how many months? Sun Zi's voice sharpened with extreme anger, transforming her into a wild beast devoid of reason as she lunged at Ding Qiqi, attempting to violently seize the report that, in her eyes, served as undeniable evidence of Ding Qiqi's pregnancy. To her, that piece of paper, which Ding Qiqi treasured like a gem, was the irrefutable proof of her condition. Ding Qiqi had not anticipated Sun Zi's abrupt aggression. Already in a foul mood, she was now completely enraged by Sun Zi's unreasonable outburst. She clutched the score tightly, refusing to relinquish it. "Sun Zi, what are you doing? Give it back to me!" Ding Qiqi shouted in anger, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. They grappled at the narrow entrance of the hospital room, each pulling on opposite ends of the paper, unwilling to yield, exerting their strength against one another. With a sharp, jarring sound akin to a knife slicing through the stillness, The sheet of paper bearing the notes of I like you was abruptly torn in two by the struggle of the two individuals, its fragments drifting down like wingless butterflies. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the world fell silent in an instant. The shredded pieces floated gently before Sun Zi's eyes, revealing lines of familiar lyrics. I adore your enchanting eyes, your laughter even more beguiling. May I once again caress your delightful visage, whispering sweet dreams as we did yesterday. Lyrics from I Like You? Sun Zi stood frozen, her mind a blank canvas, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This was no trivial pregnancy test report. It was a song's lyrics and score. Being a prodigious talent from a musical family, Sun Zi possessed an innate sensitivity and appreciation for music. A mere cursory glance allowed her to perceive the poignant emotions and unique artistic beauty encapsulated within the lyrics and melody. What have you done? Deng Qiqi, utterly distraught at the sight of the torn score, emitted a despairing cry akin to that of a wounded creature. She seized the half of the paper from Sun Zi's hands, trembling as she half-squatted on the floor, frantically attempting to piece the torn fragments back together like a madwoman. Choked sobs escaped her throat, laden with heart-wrenching pain and hopelessness. Sun Zi stood rigidly, as if her soul had been extracted, gazing vacantly at Deng Qiqi, who was on the ground weeping inconsolably, unable to comprehend the depth of her friend's sorrow and despair. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and the chief physician, Li Mingbo, emerged with a frown, his expression one of displeasure. His piercing gaze swept over the two disheveled figures as he reprimanded them sternly. What is all this commotion? This is an intensive care unit. Do you not understand? Maintain silence. Still enveloped in shock and confusion, Sun Zi failed to grasp the essence of Li Mingbo's words. In contrast, Deng Qiqi sprang to her feet like a startled bird, hastily wiping the tears from her face. She bowed repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, doctor. We will leave right away. After uttering these words, Deng Qiqi turned, casting a complex glance at Sun Zi, her voice trembling as she said, let us discuss this outside. Senior Liu Qin is resting in the room, and I don't wish to cause a scene here. Senior Liu Qin is resting in the room. This statement struck Sun Zi like a bolt from the blue, leaving her reeling, nearly losing her footing. Liu Qin is in the hospital. Sun Zi felt an invisible force guiding her as she stiffly turned her head, her gaze slowly drifting towards the interior of the room. Through the small glass pane in the door, she beheld an array of cold medical instruments, a labyrinth of tubes intertwining, connected to a hospital bed draped in pristine white sheets and blankets. On the hospital bed lay a man, emaciated and gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton. His body was beset with an array of cold, lifeless tubes, his complexion pallid to the point of near translucence, devoid of vitality. The fragile figure, seemingly on the brink of dissolving into the very air, was Liu Qin. Liu Qin was on the verge of death. Sun Zi's mind went completely blank. All her anger, all her doubts, all her confusion, in that moment, transformed into an overwhelming sense of shock, bewilderment, and an indescribable dread. Chapter 49. Sun Zi, I am truly a beast. Within the CAF, the rich aroma of caramel hung thickly in the air, rendering it almost viscous. At the window seat, sunlight streamed in like a delicate golden veil, tenderly spreading warmth, yet failing to dispel the persistent gloom that enveloped Sun Zi's heart. Her fingertips absent-mindedly toyed with the cup of coffee that had long since grown cold, her gaze flitting about restlessly, akin to a startled bird. Unwilling to meet the eyes of Deng Qiqi seated across from her, Deng Qiqi maintained her characteristic proud demeanor, her back straight as an upright plum blossom defying the bitter cold, exuding an air of elegance and resilience. However, even her meticulously applied makeup could not conceal the profound fatigue lurking in her eyes, nor the flicker of unresolved anger that churned beneath the surface like a hidden tide. In the CAF, the soft background music flowed gently like a stream, yet to Sun Zi's ears, it resonated as a cruel mockery, rhythmically tapping against her heart. She inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress all her unease and guilt within her chest, gathering the courage to utter a few words with great difficulty. Qiqi, I'm sorry. The words escaped her lips as faint as a whisper, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, akin to a fragile feather drifting through the air. Deng Qiqi finally lifted her gaze, her eyes icy as if forged from a millennium of frost, sharp enough to pierce through the soul. Sorry? The two syllables were forced out through her tightly pressed lips, each syllable laden with biting derision and suppressed fury. Sun Zi's heart clenched painfully. As if gripped by an invisible hand, the suffocating ache spreading through her being. She was acutely aware that a mere flutter of an apology could never mend the reckless harm she had inflicted before. I know. I shouldn't have spoken of Liu Qin that way, nor treated you so. Sun Zi endeavored to imbue her voice with sincerity, tinged with a hint of pleading. I truly didn't know Liu Qin. At this juncture, her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Didn't he know what? Deng Qiqi's voice remained frigid, devoid of warmth, as though she were judging a sinner. Didn't he know? Didn't he know he was ill? Gravely so. Sun Zi's voice dwindled to a whisper, filled with deep remorse and self-reproach, the tears threatening to spill over. I thought you were taken by him. Taken by him? How? Deng Qiqi abruptly interrupted, her tone sharpening, like a taut string poised to snap. Taken to the hospital for examination. Examination. Pregnant. Sun Zi felt as if she had exhausted every ounce of her strength to utter those words, and upon their release, a wave of heat surged to her face. Engulfed in shame and regret, drowning her in an overwhelming tide, Deng Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. The frostiness of her expression seemed to thaw just slightly, replaced by an incredulous bewilderment, as if she had just heard the most outrageous of tales. Pregnant? She repeated the two words, her voice tinged with bewilderment and disbelief, as if questioning her own hearing. You actually think I'm pregnant? Sun Zi felt utterly humiliated, only managing an awkward nod, her gaze evasive. Unable to meet Deng Qiqi's eyes. I saw you put away a piece of paper in the hospital, thinking it was a test report, and then there was the matter before. The matter before? Deng Qiqi's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Are you referring to Liu Ruyan? Yes, I thought Liu Qin was cheating, and since you still liked him, I assumed you were the third party in his relationship with Liu Ruyan. She had stubbornly believed that Deng Qiqi had been blinded by Liu Qin's charm, lost in a delusion, willing to be the other woman, even to the extent of becoming pregnant. Yet now, it appeared that reality was entirely different from her imagination. Deng Qiqi knew everything. She understood that Liu Qin was willing to bear the stigma of infidelity for Liu Ruyan, enduring the scorn of the world. She recognized that all of Liu Qin's actions were to protect another person. Yet even so, she resolutely stood by his side, silently enduring it all. Sun Zi suddenly felt that her previous self-righteous sense of justice was laughable and superficial in this moment. I'm sorry, Qiqi. Sun Zi apologized again. This time her tone stripped of the previous chaos and anxiety, replaced by genuine remorse and regret. I truly misunderstood. I shouldn't have spoken without clarity. I shouldn't have called Liu Qin a scumbag. I shouldn't have. Deng Qiqi fell silent for a moment, the coldness in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a profound weariness and indescribable sorrow, like a thick haze enveloping her. Do you know, Sun Zi? Her voice became low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Liu Qin is truly a wonderful person. He possesses integrity and a sense of responsibility. He is willing to sacrifice everything to protect those who matter to him. His charisma is not something individuals like you, who only see the surface, can comprehend. Sun Zi was left speechless, all her defenses rendered feeble and powerless. She had to concede that Deng Qiqi was right. Liu Qin's character was indeed beyond her understanding. She had always judged and speculated about him through her narrow, worldly lens, never attempting to genuinely know him or comprehend the thoughts deep within his heart. I understand now. Sun Zi's voice fell to a defeated whisper, like a deflated balloon. I admit, I was wrong. Deng Qiqi sighed deeply, her tone finally softening, no longer as confrontational as before. It's all right. What is done is done. To dwell on it further serves no purpose. I know you meant well, but your approach was too extreme and hurtful. I no longer blame you truly. Upon hearing Deng Qiqi's words of forgiveness, Sun Zi felt a slight release in her heart, as if the heavy stone pressing down on her chest had lightened a fraction. Thank you, Qiqi. Deng Qiqi gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue and detachment. There is no need to thank me, truly. I merely hope that you will not disturb me again in the future, all right? My affairs with Liu Qin do not require your interference. Nor do I wish for you to inquire further. Sun Zi's heart sank once more, akin to a colossal boulder plunging into an abyss. She understood that Deng Qiqi's forgiveness did not signify a restoration of their previous relationship. A profound rift had formed between them, an insurmountable chasm. I understand. Sun Zi nodded solemnly, her voice subdued, tinged with an unmistakable sense of loss. I will not trouble you again. In the CAF. Silence enveloped them once more, the air seemingly frozen in time. Only the gentle background music continued to flow languidly through the expanse of space. Sun Zi silently gazed at Deng Qiqi across the table, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, each intertwining to evoke a wave of bitterness and helplessness. She longed to articulate her thoughts, to explain, to salvage their bond, yet felt that all efforts would be futile and devoid of significance. Ultimately, she merely lifted the cup of coffee before her, now cold, and took a delicate sip. The bitter taste spread across her palate, mirroring her current sentiment, bitter and oppressive, inescapable. Though Deng Qiqi had chosen to forgive her, the choked words of "it's all right" pierced deeply, embedding themselves in Sun Zi's heart, leaving her unable to find peace. Especially when recalling her earlier outburst, akin to a shrew, as she raged at Ding Qiqi in the hospital room, unleashing a torrent of despicable words. Sun Zi could hardly contain her self-loathing. How could she have so viciously cursed a man stricken with a terminal illness, whose life hung by a thread? How could it be that Liu Qin had cancer? This realization struck her like a heavy hammer, forcefully impacting her heart, displacing her very essence. All prior anger, accusations, and resentment transformed in that moment into an overwhelming sense of guilt and regret. Sun Zi felt herself becoming unmoored, even her breathing turning laborious and oppressive. It was as if she were submerged in a frigid abyss, the sensation of suffocation tightening around her throat, rendering her unable to draw breath. Upon returning to her desolate home that evening, she mechanically went through her nightly routine. The icy droplets of water cascading over her cheeks failed to quell the searing guilt within. Lying in bed, the once soft mattress felt akin to a bed of needles, preventing her from finding solace. Images of Liu Qin's emaciated form, frail and ghostly, haunted her mind. He lay quietly on the hospital bed, as though he might vanish from this world at any moment. Sun Zi's heart throbbed with sharp pangs, a sense of unprecedented panic enveloping her tightly. She tossed and turned, the darkness resembling thick ink, completely consuming her. Suddenly, she recalled her hysterical outburst, vehemently cursing Liu Qin as a beast, a scoundrel, a wretched creature. Those venomous words echoed in her ears like a curse, each syllable a razor-sharp blade, mercilessly slicing through her conscience. Sun Zi felt utterly damned, guilt coiling around her heart like a rampant vine, constricting her breath. She realized she must act to alleviate this heavy burden of remorse. With a sudden jolt, she sat upright in bed. In the darkness, her eyes shone with startling intensity. That song, it was penned by Liu Qin. The words of Ding Qiqi reverberated again in her mind. A song dedicated to Liu Ruyan, composed for Liu Ruyan. Sun Zi's heart stirred slightly. She remembered Liu Ruyan, the gentle and serene woman, exuding a grace like orchids. The tale between her and Liu Qin was indeed heartbreaking. While Sun Zi could not fully empathize, she felt the profound and unwavering love that bound them. Then I shall also contribute a song, Sun Zi murmured to herself. She wished to do something for Liu Qin, even if it were a mere trifle. She yearned to use her voice to atone for her transgressions, to convey her deep-seated apologies. Rising from her bed, she approached her desk, where light cascaded down, illuminating the blank page before her. Grasping her pen, thought surged forth like a fountain. The new song she had begun, titled What I Long For, though filled with emotion, seemed to lack the weight and depth required to encapsulate the life and death love shared between Liu Qin and Liu Ruyan. She needed an entirely new composition, one that could genuinely resonate with the heart and articulate the complexities of her current feelings. Sun Zi left the somewhat oppressive room and ventured downstairs to the CAF. The rich aroma of coffee permeated the air, soft lighting spilled into every corner, and soothing melodies flowed through the atmosphere, creating a tranquil and inviting ambience. She ordered a cappuccino and seated herself by the window, gazing at the twinkling nightscape outside. Delving into deep contemplation, with furrowed brows and a focused expression, she seemed determined to pour all her emotions into her pen. She reminisced about everything she had witnessed at the hospital that day: Liu Qin's frailty, Ding Qiqi's sorrow, Director Li Mingbo's solemnity, and the torn remnants of I Like You. All these images intertwined and collided in her mind, culminating in a powerful torrent of emotions. She felt Liu Qin's profound affection for Liu Ruyan, since Ding Qiqi's unwavering protection of Liu Qin, and acutely experienced her own profound guilt and self-reproach. Finally, amidst the fragrant aroma of coffee and the melodic strains of music, a brand new song gently takes shape under the pen of Sun Zi. The title of this composition is Encounter. The melody is tender and soothing, while the lyrics are delicate and poignant. Each note and each line is imbued with Sun Zi's sincere emotions and profound remorse. She intends to present this song, Encounter, to Liu Ruyan on the stage of the upcoming 4th season of Masked Singer. Sun Zi hopes that this song can serve as a surrogate for her voice, conveying a belated blessing and apology to Liu Ruyan. Furthermore, she aspires for this melody to allow more individuals to appreciate the preciousness of love and life. Sun Zi softly hums the newly crafted melody, her eyes filled with determination and hope. She firmly believes that this song will undoubtedly resonate with Liu Ruyan's heart and will also lead her towards spiritual redemption. Chapter 50. The broken engagement. The night enveloped the world like an endless expanse of inky darkness, heavy and oppressive, as if it sought to consume everything within its grasp. The Li family villa blazed with light, standing out like a solitary island amidst the abyss, its brilliance almost brazen. Opulent crystal chandeliers cast a cold, unforgiving glow, each ray of light reminiscent of ice, mercilessly illuminating the contorted visage of Li Mingzhi in the living room. Li Mingzhi, the third young master of the Li family, breathed heavily, resembling a furious beast cornered in a trap, every muscle taut with tension. His eyes were bloodshot, veins pulsing with crimson rage. The fury simmering within them as if it were poised to erupt, threatening to engulf the entire room in flames. Liu Ruyan stood quietly opposite him, like a winter plum blossom, proudly standing alone. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, the well-tailored lines accentuated her ethereal grace, as though she were an otherworldly fairy. Utterly out of place in this room brimming with anger. Her face bore no superfluous expression, her demeanor calm to the point of indifference. As if the turmoil unfolding was an alien affair, completely detached from her own existence. Withdraw the engagement? Li Mingzhi's voice emerged from the depths of his throat, each word laden with suffocating rage, reminiscent of the stillness before a volcanic eruption. Liu Ruyan, do you truly comprehend the implications of your words? Do you grasp the weight they carry? Liu Ruyan slowly lifted her gaze, her clear eyes sparkling like the purest ice crystals, fearlessly meeting Li Mingzhi's gaze without a hint of retreat or wavering. I am fully aware, she replied, her voice steady and clear. Each syllable striking Li Mingzhi's taut nerves like a shard of ancient ice, devoid of warmth yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Li Mingzhi abruptly stepped forward, his towering figure radiating an intense pressure as he advanced towards Liu Ruyan, as if he intended to engulf her. Why? Liu Ruyan, you must provide me with a reason that can convince me, Li Mingzhi. His tone could no longer maintain its facade of calmness, spiraling into chaos as he roared, his handsome features contorted with fury. Is it because of him? Lu Qin. Li Mingzhi raised a finger, nearly poking Liu Ruyan's face, his hand trembling with rage as if he aimed to unleash all his fury upon her. Is it because of his damned songs that you suddenly wish to break our engagement? Did he cast some sort of spell on you? He ground his teeth, each word squeezed out between clenched jaws, saturated with bitterness and resentment. Do not forget, Liu Ruyan, our family's union is of paramount importance to you and the Liu family. This is not merely a matter between the two of us, it concerns the future of both our clans. Liu Ruyan slightly turned her head, evading Li Mingzhi's almost frenzied gaze, as if dodging something repulsive than vile, a fleeting flicker of disdain passing through her exquisite features. The so-called significance of family. The future you speak of has become inconsequential to me. Her voice remained calm, yet it resonated with an air of finality, severing Li Mingzhi's last flicker of hope like a sharp blade. What matters is that I refuse. Liu Ruyan lifted her gaze once more, her eyes resolute and frigid, locking onto Li Mingzhi's face, twisted in anger, with each word pronounced emphatically. I will not marry a man I do not love. Nor will I spend my life with someone who repulses me. Li Mingzhi appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke. He was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a fit of derisive laughter, sharp and piercing, laden with hysteria. Love? The very notion seemed absurd to him. And the flames of fury in his eyes intensified, threatening to consume him entirely. Liu Ruyan, how dare you speak of love? What do you believe love to be? Those sentimental lyrics? Those ethereal romantic fantasies? He abruptly pointed towards the speaker in the corner of the living room, as if it concealed the root of all evil. It is those songs by Liu Qin, those vulgar love ballads. They have bewitched you, rendering you utterly irrational. You think he is some admirable figure? A scoundrel who betrays love. A loser loathed by all. Li Mingzhi's words were venomous, like a poisoned dagger, striking fiercely at Liu Ruyan's heart. The tranquility that had adorned Liu Ruyan's countenance began to waver, akin to ripples forming on a once calm lake after a stone is cast. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of indignation gracing her exquisite features, and a glacial glint flashed within her cold eyes. Li Mingzhi, I implore you to show some respect. Liu Ruyan's voice suddenly turned frigid, reminiscent of winter's frost, imbued with an unsettling chill. He is indeed a scoundrel, I acknowledge that, and I have suffered at his hands. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her emotions, and continued, yet, no matter how despicable he may be, he is still more honorable than you. And you. Liu Ruyan paused, her gaze sharp as an icy blade, her tone growing more frigid, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, infused with profound disdain and contempt. You make me feel nauseous from the very core, instilling within me a deep-seated revulsion. A resounding slap echoed through the vacant, silent living room, reverberating like thunder, causing one's eardrums to ache. Li Mingzhi covered his face, eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, his mind blank, utterly unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. His face, once handsome, morphed into a mask of rage and humiliation, contorted and twisted, his features seemingly colliding. You dare to strike me? Li Mingzhi's voice trembled with shock and fury, his finger pointing at Liu Ruyan quivered slightly, as if he had endured the greatest humiliation. Liu Ruyan gazed at him with an impassive expression, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as if she were observing a stranger, even less than a stranger. This slap was for myself. Liu Ruyan's voice was calm and cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if merely stating a commonplace fact. For the blind Liu Ruyan of the past, for that foolish self who agreed to an engagement with you for the sake of the family. Li Mingzhi was utterly enraged. The strings of reason completely snapped. His fury erupted like a volcano, spiraling out of control. He paced back and forth in the opulent living room like an enraged beast. His heavy breaths akin to a bellows, his chest heaving violently as if to tear the very air apart. Good, good, good. Li Mingzhi repeated the word thrice, each utterance laced with gritted teeth and loathing, as if he wished to devour Liu Ruyan whole. Liu Ruyan, you truly are remarkable. For a scoundrel. For a man destined to perish, you dare to break off our engagement. You even have the audacity to strike me. What do you think he can offer you? Love? Or a grave? You have truly lost your mind. For a man unworthy of you, you are willing to forsake the union with the Li family. Abandon everything of the Liu family. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and gracefully retrieved a document from her exquisite handbag, her movements elegant and composed. A stark contrast to Li Mingzhi's loss of composure. This is the annulment letter. She placed the document on the intricately carved coffee table, her fair fingers smoothing the creases of the paper as if handling a precious work of art. I have already signed it. Liu Ruyan lifted her gaze, looking steadily at Li Mingzhi, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity, a trace of derision, and a whisper of relief. I hope you can sign it promptly as well, so we can part amicably and end this with dignity. Having said that, she did not cast another glance at Li Mingzhi, resolutely turning away. Her steps elegant and determined as she walked towards the door, her silhouette upright and unwavering, devoid of any reluctance. Li Mingzhi watched Liu Ruyan's resolute figure, his fury surging, as if his very insides were ablaze, humiliation and rage washing over him like a tidal wave. He suddenly seized a priceless crystal ornament from the coffee table, exerting all his strength to hurl it onto the hard marble floor. Bang! The crisp and piercing sound of shattering echoed through the empty villa, the shards scattering like blooming ice flowers, beautiful yet perilous. Liu Qin. It's all because of that damn scoundrel Liu Qin. He has destroyed everything. Li Mingzhi let out a desperate roar like a wounded beast, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred. I will ruin your reputation. I will ensure you can never rise again. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. He raged like a wild animal trapped in a cage, howling amidst the broken crystal shards, hysterically venting his pin-up fury and humiliation. His exquisite shoes crunching on the sharp fragments, producing a chilling sound. Anger consumed him like a surging tide, reason incinerated by the flames of wrath, leaving only endless hatred and madness. The silhouette of Liu Ruyan ultimately vanished into the thick embrace of the night, merging seamlessly with the boundless darkness, as if she had never existed at all. Only Li Mingzhi remained, solitary in the desolate villa, akin to a trapped beast, frantically smashing everything within his reach. He unleashed his impotent rage, the unbearable humiliation, and the profound despair that engulfed him. The night deepened, the darkness spreading like an inky stain, consuming all light. The lights of the Li family villa continued to glare, yet they appeared even more desolate, colder, and more ironically poignant. Chapter 51. Liu Ruyan's choice sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, slicing the illumination into distinct beams that danced upon the carpet like the focused lights of a stage. The beige cashmere carpet silently absorbed the light, while a faint hint of lavender lingered in the office air, tranquil and soothing, as if a gentle veil sought to smooth the creases of a visitor's heart. Liu Ruyan sat quietly, enveloped by the soft embrace of the sofa, her figure modestly adorned in a simple long dress that accentuated her ethereal demeanor. Her fingertips, as cold as winter snow, unconsciously tightened around her handbag, leaving subtle impressions of its leather texture on her skin. Opposite her, the psychologist Zhou Yun regarded Liu Ruyan with a gentle yet professional gaze. Zhou Yun, clad in a well-tailored white cashmere coat, exuded meticulousness. Her calm and steady eyes behind the lenses seemed capable of discerning the deepest secrets of the heart, imbued with a reassuring warmth. Miss Liu, good day. Zhou Yun's voice flowed softly, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, imbued with a comforting power. Each syllable perfectly calibrated to resonate within Liu Ruyan's heart. I am pleased to welcome you once more. Liu Ruyan nodded slightly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible huskiness, reminiscent of a clear spring flowing over a parched riverbed, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Dr. Zhou, hello. She slowly lifted her gaze, her chilly eyes revealing traces of fatigue, resignation, and a deeply concealed vulnerability. Recently, my insomnia has begun to recur. Zhou Yun observed Liu Ruyan's expression with meticulous care, not overlooking any subtle shifts in her demeanor. Beneath Liu Ruyan's eyes lay faint shadows, and her once radiant complexion appeared somewhat pallid, telltale signs of prolonged sleep deprivation. What specifically is your experience with insomnia? Zhou Yun inquired, her tone measured and unhurried, akin to a seasoned guide gently steering Liu Ruyan to lower her defenses and enter a state of confession. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply, her chest rising slightly as she endeavored to organize her somewhat chaotic thoughts. Every night, lying in bed, my body feels undeniably weary. Yet, my mind seems to have been pressed with a wakefulness button, exceptionally alert and racing with thoughts. Various notions surge forth like waves after the tide recedes, overwhelming me. She paused, her voice softening as if divulging an unspeakable secret. Once I manage to drift into slumber, I am immediately ensnared in a vortex of nightmares. The dreams incessantly replay events from a year ago. Zhou Yun's gaze remained focused and serene, akin to a tranquil and profound lake reflecting the complex and turbulent emotions of Liu Ruyan in that moment. Events from a year ago? She softly echoed Liu Ruyan's words, her tone gentle and patient, encouraging Liu Ruyan to continue expressing her innermost feelings. Liu Ruyan's gaze momentarily dimmed, akin to moonlight obscured by dark clouds, as if her consciousness had plunged into a whirlpool of memories, ensnared by the past. It was the matter of my breakup with Liu Qin. Her voice was soft, almost dissipating into the air, yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, a hint of concealed anguish. In my dreams, Liu Qin always turned his back to me, his figure becoming increasingly indistinct, retreating further away. I desperately called out his name, yearning to grasp him, yet he never looked back, never responded. The sensation of being utterly forsaken was so palpable that it left me breathless. Upon waking, a dull ache lingered in my heart. Liu Ruyan raised her hand, her icy fingertips gently pressing against her temples, attempting to dispel the nightmarish feelings and the haunting images that clung to her mind. Zhou Yun's gaze softened, resembling the warm sunlight of winter, gently cascading over Liu Ruyan. She could clearly perceive the repressed pain and profound helplessness within Liu Ruyan's words, a despair trapped in the past, unable to break free. How long had this affliction recurred? Zhou Yun's voice remained calm and soothing, as if inquiring about an ordinary matter, striving to alleviate Liu Ruyan's anxiety. Liu Ruyan pondered briefly, striving to recall when her insomnia had commenced. Perhaps it had been around a week. In fact, a similar situation had arisen 6 months prior, also due to insomnia and nightmares. At that time, she had consulted a psychologist and taken some medication, and gradually, her condition had improved. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, her tone laced with a hint of self-mockery, as if mocking her own fragile heart. Little did she expect such a swift recurrence, akin to an inescapable curse. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, signifying her understanding of Liu Ruyan's current feelings and acknowledging her previous treatment journey. Was there a particular trigger for this relapse? Zhou Yun astutely detected the implication of again in Liu Ruyan's words, suggesting that this recurrence was not without reason, but rather provoked by some catalyst. Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered, as if her heart were embroiled in a fierce struggle and hesitation, uncertain whether to unveil the truth. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. It was, in fact, due to certain songs. Liu Qin has recently composed many songs. Those songs are meant for me. Her voice was soft, as if revealing a long-buried secret, or confessing something difficult to articulate. Zhou Yun did not press for the content of the songs but patiently awaited Liu Ruyan's continuation, knowing she needed time to organize her thoughts to express her innermost feelings completely. Liu Ruyan's gaze grew somewhat hollow, losing focus, as if she were peering through the office before her into the distant and blurred past, reminiscing about the time she spent in love with Liu Qin. The melodies of those songs resonate profoundly within me, as though I have heard them before, perhaps buried deep within my memories, suddenly awakened. The lyrics are masterfully crafted, each line striking like a blade, piercing my heart with precision. These songs seem to possess a certain enchantment, drawing me back to a year ago, to a time when Liu Qin and I were together, still deeply in love. Liu Ruyan slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, as if striving to recall every note and every lyric, seeking answers or merely yearning to relive the beauty of what once was. Zhou Yun listened intently, refraining from interrupting Liu Ruyan's reverie, understanding that this moment of silence was the utmost support and respect she could offer. When Liu Ruyan opened her eyes again, there was a glimmer of confusion, pain, and profound struggle in her once cold gaze. As I listened to those songs, nightmares began to plague my nights, the dreams becoming increasingly vivid and terrifying. By day, the melodies and lyrics lingered incessantly in my mind, compelling me to think of him and reminisce about the past. Despite my resolute determination to completely let him go and embark on a new life, those songs acted like invisible chains, binding me firmly to the memories of yesteryear, seemingly obliterating all my efforts and dragging me back into the mire of anguish. Her voice grew softer, imbued with a sense of defeat and helplessness, as if all her endeavors had been in vain. Zhou Yun sighed gently, her tone becoming more compassionate and understanding. Miss Liu, I truly empathize with your feelings. Those songs represent more than mere music to you. They serve as a switch, a key to long-buried memories, reopening the wounds of your past. She paused, her gaze sharpening with focus and intensity. It seems that this core issue requires your personal confrontation to unravel it. Liu Ruyan's body trembled slightly, as if Zhou Yun's words had struck the softest part of her heart. She lifted her head, gazing at Zhou Yun with a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Unravel? Her voice bore a hint of inquiry, uncertainty, and a subtle resistance. Zhou Yun nodded firmly, her tone resolute and empowering. Indeed, to unravel it. The one who ties the knot must also be the one to untie it. The knot within your heart was formed because of Liu Qin. Perhaps the answer lies with him as well. You may need to muster the courage to have a sincere conversation with him, to clarify all that transpired in the past and to openly express your doubts and confusions. Liu Ruyan's complexion was slightly pale, akin to a white rose besieged by winter frost. A flicker of evident resistance and unease flashed in her eyes, as if the name Liu Qin remained an untouchable taboo to her. Discuss? Speak with him? She seemed to find Zhou Yun's suggestion difficult to accept, even somewhat repulsive. The wounds of the past still bled profusely, instinctively urging her to flee. Zhou Yun's tone remained gentle yet resolute, imbued with encouragement and support. I understand that this may be an exceedingly challenging endeavor for you, requiring immense courage. However, if you wish to liberate yourself from the clutches of nightmares, to truly relinquish the past and embark on a new life, then this might be, at present, the most viable and direct approach. Regardless of the eventual outcome, be it relief or deeper anguish, if you bravely take the step to confront and communicate, articulating the words that have long been suppressed within your heart, I believe that everything will gradually improve. At the very least, you will no longer be ensnared by the shadows of your past. Zhou Yun's gaze radiated encouragement and trust, akin to a warm and luminous beam of light piercing through the gloom within Liu Ruyan's heart, illuminating the path ahead. Liu Ruyan fell silent, her head slightly bowed, her eyes resting on her clasped hands, knuckles whitening from tension, revealing her inner turmoil and conflict. The office was enveloped in silence, with only the occasional sound of passing vehicles from outside, enhancing the stillness within to an almost palpable state. As time trickled by, the air seemed to congeal, an invisible pressure spreading between the two. At last, Liu Ruyan slowly lifted her head, her cold gaze reflecting a struggle and hesitation. Yet more prominently, an underlying resolve akin to burning bridges behind her, as if she had reached a significant decision. Dr. Zhou, her voice, though still soft, carried an imperceptible firmness, reminiscent of a flower swaying in the tempest, yet exhibiting remarkable resilience. I understand. I will seriously and thoughtfully consider your suggestion. Zhou Yun smiled with relief, her eyes brimming with encouragement and admiration. I believe in you, Miss Liu. You are a remarkably brave and strong individual, far more resilient than you realize. You will undoubtedly transcend the shadows of your past and embrace a brand new life that belongs to you. Liu Ruyan returned Zhou Yun's smile, a subtle expression of relief mingled with anticipation for the future, although the road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. She had begun to glimpse the dawn of hope. Stepping out of the psychological clinic, night had quietly descended, and the city lights flickered to life. The neon signs along the streets shimmered with enchanting hues, embellishing the night sky like a dazzling river of stars. Standing alone on the street, Liu Ruyan gazed upward at the vast and profound night sky, inhaling deeply the crisp air that rushed into her lungs, imbued with the distinctive chill of winter. The coolness enveloped her, awakening her senses as if it had washed away all confusion and hesitation, solidifying her resolve. Liu Qin. This name loomed over her like a formidable shackle, once binding her tightly, compelling her to wrestle with painful memories, leaving her bereft of solace. Now, perhaps, the moment has truly arrived to unfasten this restraint, for her own sake and for the promise of future happiness. She must summon the courage to confront her past in order to genuinely release it. Chapter 52. Revelation in Liu Ruyan's heart. Dr. Zhou Yun's words flowed like a gentle stream, gradually permeating the long-parched earth, nurturing her nearly withered hopes. The phrase to untie the bell. One must have tied it echoed repeatedly in her mind, like a faint yet steadfast flame, guiding her through the dense fog of night. Liu Qin. This name had once been the warmest light in her life, yet it had now transformed into a thorn embedded deep within her heart, provoking dull pangs with every touch. She understood that evasion was not a solution, and time alone could not heal all wounds. Some knots indeed required one's own hands to unravel. Having made up her mind, Liu Ruyan embarked on a solitary quest, searching for Liu Qin's traces amidst the vast sea of humanity. She utilized every resource at her disposal, enlisting friends, leveraging connections, and even humbling herself to inquire among those who had once intersected with Liu Qin's life. However, it was as if he had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. She felt as though she were groping in the darkness, her fingertips meeting only the cold air and endless disappointment. Meanwhile, within the heavily guarded high-level ward of the hospital, Liu Qin lay quietly on the hospital bed, his complexion pale like a slumbering statue. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his breaths faint, connected to an array of cold medical instruments that sustained his fragile vital signs. In the ward, the monotonous beeping of the machines resonated, as if time itself had crystallized. Locating the deliberately hidden Liu Qin was no simple task. Even with a certain social standing and network, Liu Ruyan found it akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, with progress agonizingly slow. If it were a top figure like Sun Zi from the capital circle, perhaps they could easily pinpoint Liu Qin's location with their considerable influence. However, for Liu Ruyan and even for the likes of the third young master of the Li family, finding Liu Qin still required time, patience, and a touch of fortune. Time slipped away silently, like grains of sand through her fingers. In the blink of an eye, only a week remained until the premiere of the 4th season of Masked Singer. In the heart of the Magic City, within a luxurious villa concealed beneath verdant canopies, the private recording studio of Zhang Xinzhe was ablaze with light. Professional-grade audio equipment emitted a cold gleam, illuminating 4 vibrant faces. Zhang Xinzhe was the first to shatter the tranquility of the studio, his long fingers tapping lightly on the neatly stacked sheets of music on the table. His clear voice tinged with excitement. Now that everyone is here, let us begin distributing the songs. Deng Qiqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, like a curious child leaning forward, eager to catch a glimpse of what was to come. Liu Ge has actually written 4 new songs this time. And perfectly. There are 4 of us, it's a match made in heaven. Qin Yuan could hardly conceal his own eagerness as he approached the table. Picking up the topmost sheet of music, his gaze swiftly scanning the lively notes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Feifei appeared relatively composed. Standing tall against the wall, her icy gaze surveying each individual present, as if appraising a work of art. The style of this new batch of songs seemed markedly different from what had come before. She spoke softly, her tone laced with a subtle curiosity. Zhang Xinzhe's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he picked up a sheet of music and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Deng Qiqi. Qiqi, this song, I Like You, has been tailor-made for you. The high notes are exceptionally captivating, guaranteed to make you shine on stage. Deng Qiqi accepted the sheet as if it were a precious treasure, clutching it to her chest, her eyes instantly alight with excitement. She eagerly flipped through the score, her lips curving into a radiant smile, as bright as the sun. I Like You? Just the title is sweet enough to warm the heart. I absolutely adore this song. Qin Yuan also received his own score, and a hint of surprise crossed his handsome face as he read the title. What a pity it's not you. That title sounds rather melancholic. Zhang Xinzhe approached Qin Yuan, patting his shoulder with a strong hand, his voice imbued with appreciation and affirmation. Melancholy is inevitable. Yet the allure of a love song lies in that very sorrow, capable of striking the softest chords within the heart. Moreover, the vocal range of this song aligns perfectly with your voice, and its narrative style will surely resonate deeply with the audience. Wang Feifei was assigned the song later, her delicate fingers gently tracing the title as a contemplative glimmer flickered in her eyes. Later, this title seems to promise a song brimming with stories, one that invites deep reflection. Zhang Xinzhe nodded in approval, reserving the final score for himself. Indeed, later is the kind of song that can instantly hush a room, immersing listeners in memories to savor slowly. Feifei, your ethereal voice is most suited for conveying such heartfelt emotions. Finally, he grasped his own score. The cover boldly emblazoned with the title, Lies. Zhang Xinzhe gazed at the title, a playful glint of confidence flashing in his profound eyes. As for me, Lies requires a voice that is both delicate and rich in texture for a true interpretation. Perfectly, I shall endeavor to present the soul of this song. The 4 of them, each holding the fruits of Liu Qin's labor, eagerly began to peruse their scores. The atmosphere in the recording studio ignited like a flame, swiftly warming the previously tranquil space, replaced entirely by anticipation and excitement. Deng Qiqi was the first to break the silence with an uncontrollable exclamation, her crisp voice slicing through the focused calm. Oh my, this melody is simply divine. It's like a celestial tune. Especially the chorus, it's absolutely phenomenal. Just one listen, and I can't help but put it on repeat." Qin Yuan nodded in agreement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. His gaze still locked onto the sheet music, his long fingers lightly tapping the tabletop in rhythm, as if already immersed in the song's tempo. Indeed, the arrangement is flawless. Every note perfectly placed, possessing a magical quality that can instantly evoke emotions, making one feel deeply connected. Wang Feifei also murmured her admiration softly. Her cool gaze filled with appreciation and affirmation, akin to admiring a rare gem. The lyrics are nothing short of magnificent, each line narrating an enchanting tale, effortlessly painting vivid scenes that resonate deeply within the heart. Zhang Xinjia could not help but softly hum a few lines, a genuine smile illuminating his face, his satisfaction palpable. Truly, Mr. Liu's artistry is exceptional. Each of the 4 songs, in terms of melody, arrangement, and lyrics, can be deemed flawless. Any single piece could easily dominate the music charts. Deng Qiqi waved the sheet music with excitement, as if envisioning these 4 songs becoming an online sensation, reigning supreme on various music platforms. It is not merely about charting. In my opinion, if these 4 songs were released simultaneously, they would undoubtedly sweep all rankings, conquering major music platforms and creating a new miracle in the Chinese music scene. Qin Yuan, equally filled with excitement, took a deep breath, as if he could already scent the fragrance of success and feel the glory of public admiration. Indeed, the quality is nothing short of extraordinary. Brother Liu has truly delivered. These 4 songs will undoubtedly elevate our singing careers to new heights. Wang Feifei, though less outwardly expressive than Deng Qiqi and Qin Yuan, harbored a sense of affirmation and anticipation in her cool, discerning eyes, akin to turbulent undercurrents beneath a calm sea. Each of these 4 songs boast a distinct style and charm, making them endlessly enjoyable and deeply memorable. I am confident that they possess boundless potential to become classics, leaving a significant mark on the Chinese music industry. Zhang Xinjia closed the sheet music, his gaze radiating strength as he surveyed the other 3, his voice resonant and filled with confidence and determination. Indeed, what Mr. Liu produces is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. These 4 songs will undoubtedly become a remarkable treasure in our musical journey, rich in significance. He paused slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a sovereign poised to claim dominion. Now, it is time for us to flawlessly interpret these 4 songs, living up to Mr. Liu's expectations and allowing their brilliance to shine forth. The 4 of them exchanged glances, determination and resolve blazing like a fierce fire in their eyes. These are songs that Liu Chun has composed with his very life. They must pour their utmost effort into showcasing their singing skills to perfection, dedicating their most exquisite voices not only to Liu Ruyan, but also to all who yearn for beautiful love. The 4 spoke little, as everything was understood without words. They each sought out an independent rehearsal room, entering a state of fervent practice, absorbed in their craft. Each poured their entire being into the endeavor, akin to meticulous artisans striving to refine every note and lyric to flawless perfection. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The countdown to the premiere of the 4th season of Masked Singer had entered its final phase. The night descended like gentle velvet, slowly enveloping the bustling city. While the real world gradually quieted, the online realm buzzed with increasing fervor, alive with excitement. The premiere of the 4th season of Masked Singer is still a week away, yet various social media platforms are already inundated with trending topics related to the show, their popularity surging continuously. Masked Singer S4 scheduled. Which singer are you most eager for to unmask? The mysterious masks of Masked Singer are enhanced once more. The Weibo hot search rankings are overwhelmingly dominated by topics associated with Masked Singer, firmly securing their positions at the forefront. The level of discourse surrounding the program has reached unprecedented heights. Countless netizens, akin to eagerly awaiting a festive occasion, are filled with anticipation and fervently engaging in discussions, boldly speculating that a certain singing king may return. One enthusiast wagers 5 bags of spicy strips, declaring it a certainty. The new mask designs are simply stunning. The production team has undoubtedly invested heavily for the sake of visual aesthetics. The anticipation is palpable. I am ready for the celestial clash. My ears are prepared in advance. I implore the production team to gently tease my eardrums. An array of amusing speculations and enthusiastic expectations flood the comments section, creating a lively atmosphere. However, beyond the fervent anticipation for the show, a different undercurrent is surreptitiously spreading across the internet, swiftly coalescing into a formidable storm of public opinion. Breaking. Liu Ruyan and Liu Qin are rumored to have rekindled their romance. A grand reunion drama is about to unfold. Exclusive scoop. Liu Ruyan was spotted at Liu Qin's studio late at night, possibly spending a romantic evening together. Where does the national goddess Liu Ruyan's heart belong? Is it a case of a wayward son returning or an old flame reigniting? Alongside the fervor surrounding Masked Singer, explosive gossip regarding the national goddess Liu Ruyan is rising rapidly, even hinting at the possibility of eclipsing the show's own popularity. The source of this media frenzy? Merely a few indistinct, late-night candid photographs. In the images, Liu Ruyan, clad in a black trench coat and thoroughly concealed, is seen entering Liu Qin's studio building alone in the dead of night. Despite the photograph's blurry quality and dim lighting, the keen-eyed netizens swiftly identified the leading lady as none other than Liu Ruyan herself. Instantly, the previously tranquil online discourse erupted like a submerged bomb, sending shockwaves through the digital realm. A torrent of astonishment, skepticism, speculation, and confusion cascaded forth, inundating various social media platforms. What? Liu Ruyan and Liu Qin? Am I seeing this correctly? Haven't they been separated for years? Their breakup was a sensational affair, rife with rampant rumors. My heavens! What a monumental scoop! What a remarkable reunion! This is truly astonishing. I feel as though I am dreaming. This is simply unbelievable. So, our exalted national goddess Liu Ruyan. Is she contemplating a return to past affections? Has she forgotten the profound hurt inflicted by Liu Qin years ago? It's as if a beautiful flower has bloomed amidst a heap of refuse. It's utterly perplexing. The cacophony of doubts, surprise, and confusion intertwines, coalescing into a massive whirlpool of public opinion. After all, the breakup between Liu Ruyan and Liu Qin once stirred a tremendous uproar in the entertainment industry, creating a frenzy that was known to almost everyone. Various rumors regarding the reasons for their separation proliferated, many of which were mere fabrications and malicious speculations. Now, after several years, explosive rumors of a possible reconciliation between the two have suddenly surfaced, naturally igniting the public's intense curiosity and gossiping tendencies, swiftly becoming the focal point of online discourse. Furthermore, some conspiracy enthusiasts have cleverly linked Liu Ruyan's scandal to the upcoming premiere of the show Masked Singer, engaging in various malicious conjectures and interpretations. The promotional tactics employed by the Masked Singer production team are truly remarkable, almost textbook examples of sensationalism. One cannot help but admire their audacity in leveraging such tactics for publicity. My heart aches for the goddess Liu Ruyan, once again being exploited by a heartless production team, reduced to a mere tool for promotion. With conspiracy theories rampant and speculations abundant, the line between truth and falsehood has become blurred, plunging the entire online realm into a cacophony of chaos. Yet, at the center of this tempest, the highly scrutinized Liu Ruyan remains blissfully unaware, completely in the dark about the unfolding drama. At this moment, she is lost in her thoughts, the gentle yet resolute suggestion of Dr. Zhou echoing persistently in her mind. Perhaps you should have a good talk with him to clarify everything that transpired in the past. This statement has sown a seed deep within her heart, quietly taking root and blossoming into a towering resolve, ultimately compelling her to take action. Liu Ruyan is determined to seek out Liu Qin, yearning to confront him directly and inquire why he abruptly abandoned her and chose to betray their love. She wishes to unravel the knot that has plagued her for years, to discern whether the breakup was truly her fault or if Liu Qin, as rumored, is indeed a scoundrel through and through. However, in the vast sea of humanity, locating someone who is deliberately hiding proves to be a daunting task. Lacking any clues and feeling like a headless fly, Liu Ruyan, clinging to her last shred of hope, arrives at the studio where she once collaborated with Liu Qin, creating music and singing passionately together. She hopes to uncover even the faintest trace of his whereabouts. It is precisely due to this impulsive act that she unwittingly falls into a trap meticulously laid by the paparazzi, who stealthily capture her at the studio and swiftly disseminate the photos online, igniting an unexpected uproar. Liu Yan, something's gone awry. A major incident has occurred. Quickly, check the trending topics on Weibo. Your scandal with Liu Qin has been exposed. The entire internet is buzzing about it, and public opinion is on the verge of exploding. The operations director of Liu Ruyan's management company, filled with urgency, called her, his voice trembling slightly. It's all right. There's no need to panic, Liu Ruyan replied, her tone remaining calm and composed, betraying no hint of emotional upheaval, as if all the external clamor had no bearing on her. Let us release a statement to clarify. Just say that I wish to find Liu Qin to ask him why he abandoned me all those years ago, why he betrayed our love. I merely seek to resolve the long-standing knot in my heart and uncover the truth of that time. Was it my inadequacy, or was he truly unworthy? Liu Ruyan spoke softly, a subtle weariness and helplessness lacing her words. She understood that some matters could not be evaded. Having been thrust into the eye of the storm, she would confront everything with courage, revealing all truths to the public. providing an explanation not only for others but also for herself. Chapter 53. The eruption of public opinion with a gentle tap of her fingertips. Liu Ruyan signaled her operations officer to issue a statement. In an instant, the official Weibo account of Qin Yuan Entertainment updated its status. A few hundred words. Yet they detonated like a deep-sea bomb, igniting the already tumultuous online discourse. In light of the rampant rumors regarding the alleged reconciliation between Ms. Liu Ruyan and Mr. Liu Qin, Qin Yuan Entertainment solemnly clarifies the situation. Recently, Ms. Liu Ruyan indeed visited Mr. Liu Qin's studio. However, this visit was not as the public speculated. The truth is that Ms. Liu's purpose was to seek direct confirmation from Mr. Liu regarding the reasons behind his sudden departure years ago, as well as the truths surrounding the rumors of his infidelity. The memories of the past had weighed heavily on Ms. Liu's heart, becoming a source of emotional turmoil for her. In her quest for closure, she urgently sought an honest answer, nothing more. We extend our gratitude to the concerned friends from all walks of life and earnestly request that everyone refrain from excessive interpretation or unfounded conjecture. Every word was resolutely articulated, leaving no room for ambiguity, nor any space for fantasies of reconciliation. Liu Ruyan meticulously reviewed the statement once more, confirming its precise wording and unequivocal meaning before she nodded slightly. The operations officer took a deep breath, tapped delicately, and swiftly disseminated the statement to the top of Liu Ruyan's Weibo homepage. The serene surface of the internet was abruptly disturbed by a massive stone. Instantly, public opinion erupted, and the ensuing wave surged forth. The already fervent online discourse boiled over like oil ignited by a fierce flame, reaching an unprecedented climax. Liu Ruyan responds to reconciliation rumors. Liu Ruyan questions Liu Qin about the truth from years ago. Goddess Online fiercely denounces scoundrel. These fresh hashtags shot through the social media rankings like arrows, propelled by an overwhelming force, captivating attention with astonishing speed. Their fervor and momentum even overshadowed the imminent premiere of the 4th season of Masked Singer, swiftly becoming the epicenter of a new media storm. Countless netizens surged into Liu Ruyan's Weibo comment section like a relentless tide. The server seemed to lament under the weight of overwhelming traffic. The goddess is fierce. I always knew she would never go back to that scoundrel. Well asked. She should confront that despicable man directly and demand to know why he cruelly abandoned her. We support the goddess. Such a cheating scoundrel deserves to be forever nailed to the pillar of shame, never to rise again. Liu Qin, that wretched scoundrel, have the audacity to come out and apologize to the goddess. My heart aches for the goddess. After all these years, she is still tormented by such a lowly person. It's simply a shadow. The comment section was nearly submerged by a uniform chorus denouncing Liu Qin. The terms scoundrel, betrayal, and abandonment surged forth like a deluge, overwhelming and inundating the name Liu Qin in a tempestuous sea of public condemnation. The long-buried affair between Liu Ruyan and Liu Qin resurfaced, dragged into the light by those with ill intentions. Unverified speculations and embellished rumors spread like a contagion, creating a cacophony of outrage. Liu Qin's personal social media account was besieged by a torrent of enraged netizens, despite his silence for over a year. They descended upon him like ravenous hyenas, leaving a trail of vitriolic insults and curses. Scoundrel! Return my goddess! You are utterly unworthy of Liu Ruyan. Get out of the entertainment industry. You wretch! You do not deserve to be compared to her. Your very presence is repulsive. The evidence of your infidelity is irrefutable. Witnesses and proof abound. How dare you continue to exist in this world? Despicable scoundrel! Miscreant! You ought to perish. Your existence wastes air, and your death would squander land. The venomous curses shot towards Liu Qin like poisoned arrows, saturating the screen with their chilling intensity. Liu Ruyan's statement served as an anchor of resolution, decisively nailing Liu Qin to the pillar of infamy as the quintessential scoundrel, leaving him no avenue for redemption. The architect of this tempest was none other than Liu Ruyan herself, serenely poised before the screen. Yet, beneath her tranquil exterior, a maelstrom of complex emotions surged, an undercurrent of relief, an ineffable melancholy, a faint glimmer of hope, and above all, an overwhelming sense of disorientation. The relief stemmed from finally unburdening the weighty knot of emotions that had festered within her for years, now publicly exposed in such an irrevocable manner. No longer would she bear the absurd rumors of rekindling their romance, nor would she face the ceaseless speculations of outsiders. The melancholy arose from the realization that what she once cherished as the most beautiful chapter of her life had culminated in such a dismal outcome, akin to a brilliant firework that vanished in an instant, leaving only ashes in its wake. The hope lingered that perhaps she might finally receive the genuine answer she had long yearned for from Liu Qin, a truth that could unravel all mysteries and allow her to release the past and find peace. Yet, The disorientation loomed as she pondered what she would do when the truth was unveiled, when all her questions were answered. Where would her path lead thereafter? The gentle yet resolute counsel of Dr. Zhou Yun echoed clearly in her mind. Perhaps you truly need to have a heartfelt conversation with him. Clarify everything from the past. Liu Ruyan sighed softly, a barely perceptible bitterness creeping upon her lips. A conversation? How should it unfold? Should she confront him with accusations, vociferously condemning his past callousness and betrayal? Or should she adopt the guise of a victim, pleading with tears for a reasonable explanation? Or perhaps, to relinquish all grievances and animosities, adopting a posture of near reconciliation and bidding a profound farewell to the past? She remained uncertain of the answer. The only certainty she possessed was that some matters, akin to a colossal boulder obstructing her heart, must be confronted with courage to be entirely removed. Certain truths, much like seeds buried deep within the earth, need to be unearthed to either bask in the light and flourish or decay utterly. This endeavor was for her own sake, as well as to commemorate the fleeting youth that had passed. It was essential for her to genuinely let go of the past and to embark on a new chapter of life. The gentle night breeze caressed her, carrying a hint of coolness, ruffling the strands of hair by her ear, and dissipating the final vestiges of confusion and hesitation within her heart. Liu Ruyan's previously bewildered gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering clarity. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved to confront it all with bravery. Of course, this was contingent upon locating Liu Qin. Chapter 54, The Return of the Pig Mask. As night descended and the city lights flickered to life, an atmosphere of tumultuous anticipation enveloped the urban landscape. The names Liu Ruyan and Li Jiasan loomed like invisible mountains in Liu Qin's heart, weighing heavily on the minds of countless eager spectators. Yet, like a stone cast into the ocean, Liu Qin's presence remained elusive, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm, indifferent to the tempestuous winds of the outside world. Relentlessly, the hands of time pointed towards the commencement of the 4th season of The Masked Singer. Despite the tumult of emotions swirling within her, Liu Ruyan ultimately resolved to step through the doors of the program's production team. It seemed as though an unseen force was guiding her. Or perhaps it was the lingering hope in her heart that refused to be severed. After all, each episode bore the unique melody composed by Liu Qin for her. Those notes, like silken threads, entwined around her heart, rendering her unable to let go entirely. The 4th season of The Masked Singer approached with a countdown of 30 minutes. The air felt thick with tension, as if it had solidified, and the atmosphere surged like an incoming tide. The online realm was in a frenzy, ablaze with excitement. The countdown echoed like the beating of war drums, reverberating through the hearts of every netizen, deafening in its intensity. The trending topics list was dominated by discussions surrounding The Masked Singer, with the top 10 positions nearly obliterated by fervent chatter. Topics such as Masked Singer Season 4 tonight, Liu Qin Li Xiao face-off, Luyan Masked Singer onlookers await annual drama, soared like rockets, their popularity skyrocketing to unimaginable heights. Countless netizens surged forth like a flood, inundating the platform with a torrential downpour of comments, shares, and bullet screens, drowning the internet in a cacophony of excitement. At the heart of all discussions were 3 names: the scoundrel Liu Qin, the enigmatic Li Jiasan Xiao, and the goddess Liu Ruyan. These names, like threads of fate, were intricately woven together, forming a vast vortex that captivated all eyes, rendering them unable to look away. The annual spectacle. The Masked Singer's production team was poised to create a stir. Liu Qin and Li Xiao were set for a face-off. The quest for the goddess's attention was undeniably thrilling. Grab your seats and prepare for the drama. Would the rogue prevail? Or would the domineering figure win the heart of the beauty? To those upstairs, awaken. The goddess has publicly and unequivocally rejected rekindling the romance. Let go of your dreams. But does rejection signify the end? Not necessarily. What if sparks ignite during the show, reigniting old flames? Indeed. The Masked Singer stage is the very place where love stories often unfold. Netizens chattered animatedly, their speculations running wild like untamed stallions. A cacophony of theories racing forth without restraint. Some eagerly anticipate that Liu Qin will turn the tide and win back Liu Ruyan's heart, while others place their hopes on the financially robust third young master of the Li family, believing he stands a greater chance of embracing the beauty. Of course, many others simply adopt the spectator's mindset, looking forward to this annual emotional drama unfolding in spectacular fashion, rife with climactic moments. Yet, regardless of the viewer's opinions, everyone is acutely aware that tonight's Masked Singer will undeniably be an extraordinary evening. This is not merely an auditory feast, it is an intense emotional contest. A silent war among men vying for dignity and the affection of a goddess. For the goddess. For the dignity of man. More significantly, it is a quest to prove one's worth and allure to all. Liu Qin and the third young master of the Li family, these two names loom like towering mountains, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, creating a suffocating sense of pressure. Their confrontation transcends a mere contest of voices. It is a comprehensive competition of identity, status, wealth, and personal charm. Who will emerge victorious? Who will ultimately capture the goddess's favor and win her heart? The final answer is on the verge of revelation. The suspense ready to be unveiled. Time ticks away, grain by grain, like sand slipping through an hourglass, drawing ever closer to the moment Masked Singer officially premieres. Almost within reach. The atmosphere online is taut as a drawn bowstring, brimming with anticipation, as if ready to snap at any moment. Everyone holds their breath, too nervous to exhale, quietly awaiting the grand opening of this annual spectacle, eager to witness how the intricate tale between the scoundrel, the domineering CEO, and the goddess will unfold and where it will lead, culminating in its ultimate conclusion. At last, under the gaze of countless spectators, the curtain of the Masked Singer program slowly rises, marking the official commencement. In an instant, the spotlight ignites, slicing through the darkness like a multitude of sharp swords, bathing the stage in a dazzling glow. Xiao Sa, clad in a well-tailored black suit, strides confidently to the center of the stage, exuding vitality. His face beams with a signature enthusiastic smile, radiant as the sun, and his voice resonates with magnetic fervor, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the brand new music gala, Masked Singer, proudly presented by XX Group. The thunderous music erupts, igniting the audience's enthusiasm, which bursts forth in a cacophony of applause and cheers, swelling like a tidal wave, nearly lifting the roof of the studio. The online live stream explodes with activity, a deluge of comments flooding in, dense and overwhelming. It has finally begun. I have been eagerly awaiting this. Masked Singer. Just hearing the name sends a thrill down my spine. With Xiao Sa hosting, this program must be supported. The ratings will surely soar. Xiao Sa raises his hand slightly, signaling for silence, his smile even more radiant, exuding charm and charisma. As the venue gradually settled into a serene hush, he continued with a tone imbued with passion and fervor. Tonight, we are graced with the presence of 8 enigmatic masked songsters. They shall enchant even the most discerning of ears with their soul-stirring melodies, igniting this resplendent stage with their unparalleled musical talents. And the first illustrious performer to grace us this evening is none other than the adorably charming Pig Mask. Accompanied by Xiao Sa's soaring and impassioned voice, the stage lights shifted once more, swirling with vibrant hues, creating an ethereal dreamscape. A fantastical pink beam of light, akin to a tender sprout breaking through the earth, ascended gracefully from the heart of the stage, stretching skyward. Amidst the luminous glow, a mysterious figure donning a delightfully whimsical pig mask emerged, gently elevated by the rising platform, making a graceful entrance. Clad in a casual yet exquisitely tailored white outfit, he stood tall and statuesque, as straight as a poplar tree, exuding an extraordinary air of elegance. Even under the dazzling spotlight, he remained composed and poised, radiating an aura of distinction, though the mask concealed his visage, rendering his true identity a mystery. The elegance of his every gesture and the unique charisma emanating from him were impossible to overlook, captivating all in attendance. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic screams, with female spectators expressing their enthusiasm as if a volcano had erupted. Pig Mask. What an endearing name. It has utterly melted my youthful heart. That pink beam of light. Ah, it's simply a delight for the soul. Such a romantic entrance. I am already eagerly anticipating the magnificent performance of the pig god. I hope his voice is as enchanting as his presence. Xiao Sa, wearing a playful smile, continued with a knowing tone. The pig-masked god has prepared for us an original composition tonight, and, as I have been informed, this song is a heartfelt tribute to a particularly special and significant goddess in his life. The title is imbued with deep emotion, Light of Love. The large screen simultaneously displayed the song title, Light of Love, along with a strikingly bold subtitle, dedicated to the goddess, instantly igniting the audience's curiosity and gossiping spirit. The live stream's comments exploded in fervor, akin to a drop of water hitting boiling oil, sending it into a frenzy. Dedicated to the goddess? My heavens! Who could it be? Which fortunate goddess has the honor of receiving a special serenade from the pig god? It must be Liu Ruyan. Need one even ask? The Masked Singer's production team has nearly exhausted Liu Ruyan's popularity, to the point that they might as well inscribe her name on their foreheads. The truth is all but out, but to be fair, only our diva possesses such a gentle temperament. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since expressed their displeasure. Is this leading to a public confession? How thrilling. I can hardly contain my excitement. Light of Love? What a beautifully romantic title. It sounds brimming with affection and sweetness. Wait a moment, this song title seems rather familiar. The Light of Love. Isn't Liu Ruyan's support color a dreamlike pink and pure white? The pig mask, the pink light beam, the light of love. Could it be? Is it truly as I suspect? The barrage of comments erupted like a flurry of snowflakes, scrolling at a speed so rapid that the words were nearly indecipherable. Oh my goodness! Could this be dedicated to Liu Ruyan? That would be too overt. The production team is exceptionally daring. They are certainly stirring the pot. This maneuver is simply extraordinary. I can already foresee tomorrow's headlines. If this is indeed the case, then this news is monumental. It would be the most sensational gossip of the year. I would wager a meager sum of spicy strips that this goddess is undoubtedly Liu Ruyan. It cannot possibly be anyone else. Meanwhile, the judges and guests seated in the front row were instantly invigorated, whispering among themselves, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The barrage continued to intensify, with various speculations running rampant, the heat escalating continuously. The production team is exceptionally skilled at generating buzz. This surge in popularity is nothing short of textbook excellence. Impressive, truly. Could the three young masters of the Li family also be present? If they're here, then tonight promises to be a spectacle. An annual battleground alert. If the three of them, Li family's three young masters, Liu Ruyan and the infamous scoundrel Liu Qin, were to appear simultaneously on the Masked Singer stage, the topic would be explosive. Who could rival such a gathering? Netizens. As if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, enthusiastically engaged in discussions, their bold speculations and eager remarks flooding the live stream like a breaking dam. On stage, the pig mask slowly raised the microphone with elegance and a sense of ceremony. The gentle prelude flowed forth like a meandering stream, clear and soothing, instantly nourishing the hearts of all present. His clear and magnetic voice soon followed, akin to the morning sun, warm and bright, capturing everyone's attention in an instant. Chapter 55. Alas, it is not you who accompanies me until the end. Love resembles starlight, shimmering in the night sky. It guides our paths and dispels all confusion. You are my light, the force that pierces through the darkness. The radiance of love illuminates the chambers of our hearts. The melodious voice of the masked figure flows forth like a crystal-clear spring. Tender and heartfelt, every note is akin to a meticulously polished pearl, translucent and imbued with warmth, gradually seeping into the hearts of every listener present. His voice is not of the soaring, thunderous variety. Rather, it possesses a unique delicacy and gentleness, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing one's face, soft yet enduring, reaching the most tender depths of the soul. Within the song lies an indescribable depth of emotion, like a passionate prince softly serenading his beloved princess with a captivating love story. The audience is instantly captivated, as if transported into a beautiful, dreamlike realm of romance. Immersed in the tender melody, unable to extricate themselves, the once boisterous live-stream room miraculously falls silent. The barrage of comments things out, and even the most fervent netizens pause their typing. Everyone is deeply entranced by the enchanting voice of the masked performer, holding their breath in quiet reverence, listening intently to the love-laden song Light of Love, fearing they might miss a single note or lyric. When the final note descends like a feather, gently dissipating into the air, the room erupts like a volcano, unleashing thunderous applause and cheers, echoing endlessly as if to lift the very roof of the studio. How exquisite! My heavens! My ears feel as though they might conceive. This is undeniably a divine voice. To miss it would be a travesty. The Light of Love, true to its name, truly evokes a profound sense of affection, sweetly resonating within the heart. The maestro of the Li family is remarkable. This song is an absolute masterpiece. I declare, from this day forth, I shall be an ardent fan of the Li family's music. A guaranteed gold hit of the year. I eagerly anticipate this song dominating all major music platforms. The comments section of the live stream surges like a tidal wave, rolling frantically at a visible pace, exploding with enthusiasm. Wow, it's explosively beautiful. I feel as if my soul has been purified. The lyrics, the melody, it's a match made in heaven, perfect and impeccable. The Li family's talent is indeed extraordinary, surpassing those who merely rely on hype. The quality of this piece is a resounding triumph, crushing the multitude of mediocre pop songs. Those so-called musicians ought to take heed. Liu Ruyan must be incredibly fortunate to receive such a beautiful, heartfelt song. I am filled with envy and admiration. This is the true way of a great figure's confession, simple yet powerful, delivering a song with undeniable force. Financial prowess is indeed so capricious. I have it on repeat. No one stop me. I intend to listen to this song 1,000 times. Light of Love, forever. Li family, forever. Liu Ruyan, forever. The production team, forever. Once again, Xiao Sa stepped lightly onto the center stage, a profound smile gracing his face, and a glimmer of playful mischief sparkling in his eyes as he scanned the audience. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the pig-masked singer for delivering such a melodious original song, The Light of Love. Undoubtedly, this song has touched the hearts of us all, just as its name suggests. Now, let us welcome our second masked singer of the evening with even more fervent applause, the cat mask. The stage lights transformed once more, as if by magic. The original pink hue faded away, replaced by a mysterious and ethereal blue beam that gradually ascended from the center of the stage. A figure adorned with an adorable cat mask emerged, illuminated by the blue light, resembling a sprite descending from the starry sky. The cat mask donned a striking black leather outfit, which shimmered with a metallic sheen under the lights, perfectly accentuating his athletic form. Every gesture exuded an invigorating vitality of youth. Much like the pig mask, he raised the microphone in his hand, and his crystalline voice resonated through every corner of the auditorium. Hello everyone, I am the cat mask, and today I bring you an original song, The Galaxy and You. This song is also dedicated to a special goddess, and I hope she enjoys it. The large screen synchronized to display the title of the song, The Galaxy and You, shimmering like brilliant starlight, along with the dedication to the goddess, prominently featured. The barrage of comments erupted like a lit powder keg, instantly igniting fervor, scrolling at such a rapid pace that it was nearly impossible to decipher the content. The cat mask? Another tribute to a goddess? Is the production team intent on cementing the term goddess in trending topics today? The blue beam. The cat mask, could it be another color supporting Liu Ruyan? What a remarkable coincidence. The Galaxy and You? The title is so romantic. It evokes boundless imagination. Is Li's trio planning to monopolize Liu Ruyan's playlist? How extravagantly generous. My poverty limits my imagination. 2 consecutive high-quality love songs. This production team is serious. They are gearing up for something grand. I sense that tonight's trending topics will be dominated by the masked singer. I am already anticipating the third singer. I wonder what new surprises the production team has in store. The cat mask singing resonated like a meteor streaking across the night sky, igniting the audience's passion, distinctly contrasting the gentle and heartfelt tones of the pig mask. The cat mask's voice was higher and clearer, filled with power, akin to a piercing arrow slicing through the air, striking directly at the heart. The Galaxy and You boasted an energetic melody, its rhythmic beats pounded like war drums, propelling the atmosphere to a crescendo. The lyrics were equally steeped in romantic beauty, painting a magnificent canvas of the starry night. The brilliance of the galaxy pales in comparison to the starlight in your gaze. Within your eyes lies the essence of the entire universe's luminescence. The vast expanse of mountains and rivers pales in comparison to the slight upward curve of your lips. Your smile radiates warmth akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, melting away all the frost within my heart. You are my boundless ocean of stars, the eternal light within my soul, my lighthouse guiding me forward. The Galaxy and You are an unwavering bond, enduring through the ages. My love is as vast as the cosmos, accompanying you until the end of time. The melodious voice of the masked singer, adorned with a cat mask, has garnered unanimous acclaim from both the live audience and online viewers, with applause and cheers crashing like a tsunami. What a divine song we have here. The production team is truly creating magic today. How many splendid melodies will they unveil in one breath? The cat masked singer's voice is utterly mesmerizing. The high notes are simply exquisite, sending shivers down my spine. The title Galaxy and You is enchanting, a celestial declaration of love. Who could resist being moved by such beauty? The Li family's trio is making waves with 2 consecutive high-quality original pieces, both of such caliber. It's as if they've unlocked a new level. The quality of these songs is undoubtedly destined to be an annual blockbuster. I can hardly wait to replay them endlessly. Liu Ruyan must be incredibly fortunate. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life. I'm envious to the point of tears. I yearn for such a celestial romance. Immediately following, amidst the eager anticipation of the audience, the third masked singer made a dazzling entrance. With a rabbit mask, a figure both adorable and vibrant emerged. This time, an original song dedicated to the goddess, titled Moonlight Goddess, exuded a dreamlike quality. The song maintained an exceptionally high standard, with a beautiful melody and romantic lyrics that once again captivated every listener. 3 masked singers, 3 high-quality original love songs, all dedicated to the same goddess, ignited the atmosphere in the venue and the live stream, sending the excitement skyrocketing. The barrage of comments went utterly wild, filled with exclamation points and expressions of awe, nearly obscuring all other content. Goodness, goodness, goodness. This is a moment worth repeating thrice. The production team is truly defying expectations today. A triple blow. The Li family's trio is shaking the stage. This is nothing short of miraculous. Every one of these three songs could dominate the major music charts. The rhythm is one of sweeping victories. Liu Ruyan is undoubtedly the biggest winner of the night. This is a dreamlike experience. I am enviously entranced. The Li family's trio harbors genuine affection for Liu Ruyan. This is beyond mere liking. It is love to the very core. The grandeur and boldness of their gestures are straight out of a domineering CEO novel. Who says fairy tales do not exist in reality? The Masked Singer embodies that. I have completely succumbed. The Li family's trio is eternal. Liu Ruyan is eternal. The Masked Singer is eternal. After tonight, Liu Ruyan's popularity is bound to explode. No, it will transcend the universe. The production team's maneuvering is nothing short of a royal flush. A nuclear-level impact. Who could have imagined that a music show could create such a grand spectacle? Trending topics are guaranteed. No, the trending topics are already exploding. I have an ominous premonition that tomorrow's Weibo will be in chaos. The entire internet has erupted due to these three exquisite love songs. With discussions about the Masked Singer and the three heirs of the Li family saturating social media, everyone is in awe of the prowess and wealth of the Li family, marveling at their extraordinary talent, while simultaneously envying Liu Ruyan's fortune and allure, as if she were a princess from a fairy tale, pursued by princes. The Masked Singer show has only just begun, and the initial three songs have already detonated like three heavy bombs, instantly igniting fervent discussions across the web and capturing everyone's undivided attention. Just as the audience was lost in a whirlwind of astonishment and envy over the three songs dedicated to Liu Ruyan, a sudden announcement from Xiao Sa struck like thunder on a clear day, drawing everyone's focus and plunging both the venue and the live stream into silence. The next performer is. Xiao Sa deliberately elongated his voice, tantalizing the audience before slowly revealing the answer. Our familiar contestant from the Masked Singer, the Silver Singer. Xiao Sa's voice resonated like a heavy hammer striking each listener's heart, jolting everyone back to awareness. It is well known that the Silver Singer was the first to present a song to Liu Ruyan, her staunchest supporter and a devoted member of the Luchan faction. Has the moment for Luchan finally arrived? Everyone's hearts raced with anticipation, excitement, and a delightful tension. The Silver Singer brings us yet another original composition. Xiao Sa paused, his gaze laced with intrigue, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a smile laden with meaning. A song titled Unfortunately, It's Not You, dedicated to our diva, Miss Liu Ruyan. As these words were spoken, the audience erupted as if a deep water bomb had been dropped, the atmosphere boiling over. Cheers, screams, and shouts intermingled in a cacophony of sound, deafening in its intensity. Luchan's productions are always of the highest quality. This has nearly become a consensus in the hearts of all listeners, who possess an almost blind trust and anticipation for the Silver Singer's songs. Everyone is eager to discover how Luchan will respond to the barrage of three high-quality love songs from the Li family and what surprises his song Unveiled. Chapter 56. The pinnacle of melodies. The gap becomes apparent. The figure adorned in a silver mask strode steadily towards the center of the stage. The once deafening atmosphere, filled with raucous noise, suddenly fell silent as if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button, causing the cacophony to swiftly dissipate. Countless gazes, imbued with expectation, curiosity, and an indescribable complexity of emotions, converged upon the silver-masked figure as if they were palpable entities. Curiosity, akin to a cat's gentle paw, lightly scratched at the hearts of the onlookers, eager to discover what this enigmatic singer would unveil. A tapestry of emotions intertwined in the air, resembling vibrant threads woven into a captivating canvas. Xiao Sa, understanding the unspoken sentiment, gracefully retreated to the edge of the stage, relinquishing the spotlight entirely to this much-anticipated performer. The beams of the spotlight coalesced once more, ultimately forming a sacred halo, crowning only the silver-masked individual. At that moment, he became the singular focus of the entire audience. The melodious prelude flowed forth like a gentle mountain spring. Each note from the piano bore a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, subtly revealing a sense of relief. This sound diverged dramatically from the fervent and exuberant styles of the pig mask and cat mask, as if it had emerged from an entirely different realm. It was restrained, tranquil, akin to a solitary white flower blooming in the depths of night, exuding an enchanting and intoxicating fragrance. The entire audience, including the billions watching from their screens, instinctively held their breath. Conversation ceased, comments faded away, and even blinking was forgotten, as they feared missing a single moment. Everyone was immersed in the melody, quietly awaiting the silver-masked figure to embark on yet another soulful journey through song. Finally, the silver-masked figure parted his lips, and his voice poured forth. His tone was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of aged fine wine, rich and lingering. Upon closer listening, one could detect a subtle rasp within the depth, a mark of time-as passage, which added an air of mature allure to his presence. Yet, this slight roughness did not diminish the song's emotive power. Rather, it shone like starlight in the night, strikingly poignant and deeply resonant. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of familiarity enveloped the audience. The melody, akin to a gentle thread, instantly drew everyone's thoughts into a whirlpool of memories. This sensation washed over them like a tidal wave, momentarily drowning out all distractions. It felt as though time had reversed, transporting them back to a moment in life that seemed hauntingly familiar. The imagery was both blurred and vivid, stirring the softest corners of their hearts. The song of the silver-masked figure transcended mere melody. It became a cherished friend, narrating a long-buried tale in their ear. It was a poignant story woven from the fabric of the past, filled with regrets yet tinged with a sense of resolution, a tale that resonated deeply. It felt as though yesterday and today were simultaneously unfolding before their eyes. The lyrics were simple yet imbued with profound significance. Yesterday and today played out side by side, as the past and present flowed like two intertwining rivers, rushing through the heart and blurring the boundaries of time. One cannot help but ponder whether those events that once transpired and those whom we cherish deeply have indeed dissipated like fleeting wisps of smoke, completely vanishing into the wind. This sentiment echoes your essence. A seemingly casual lyric conceals profound nostalgia and reminiscence. The tone mirrors you. How exquisitely delicate yet profoundly intricate is this detail. As if the souls we have ardently loved have been woven into the very fabric of our being, with every word and action bearing the shadow of the beloved. Only those who have truly loved and genuinely experienced such emotions can discern these subtle nuances, etching them indelibly into the recesses of memory. On the screen, once dominated by fervent exchanges, comments brimming with sentiment began to emerge. Oh my, these lyrics possess a delicacy that is almost unbearable. For reasons unknown, as I listened, tears welled in my eyes. Is the silver-masked singer about to break our hearts once more? My tissues are at the ready. This is nothing less than the evidence of her love. The melody carries a hint of barely perceptible bitterness, gliding softly through the heart like a sigh. Evidence of love. These 5 words pierce gently yet sharply, touching the most tender places within. Once sweet memories now resemble shards of glass scattered upon the ground, gleaming yet too sharp to touch. They bear witness to what was once genuinely possessed, while brutally declaring the irrevocable losses of the present. This stark contrast, akin to the ebb and flow of tides, instantaneously submerges one in an ocean of sighs and sorrow. The atmosphere in the venue grew eerily quiet. Besides the silver-masked singer's hauntingly infectious voice, only the subdued breaths of the audience remained. It was as though everyone had been enchanted, thoroughly immersed in his song, empathetically experiencing the profound emotions it encapsulated. Almost deceiving myself, and you. The melody continued to flow, with emotions building layer upon layer, akin to a gradual ascent of mountains, steadily approaching a peak that pierced the clouds. Almost deceiving, both myself and you. The desire to self-deceive, to numb the heart, to conceal the uncontrollable truths with lies. Yet, the more one attempts to evade, the clearer and more intense the internal struggles and pains become. Love and being loved are not necessarily proportional. A single lyric, sharp as a blade, ruthlessly unveils the truth of love, laying bare the gory reality before all. Love and being loved have never constituted a fair exchange. Offering one's heart and soul does not guarantee an equivalent response. One might even find oneself utterly bereft, with nothing to show for it. This disparity, this asymmetry, is the most exasperating, painful, and despairing aspect of love. The piano's prelude gradually swells with intensity. Reminiscent of a tempestuous sea before the storm, tumultuous waves concealing dark undercurrents. This heralds the impending climax of the song, poised to erupt like a volcano. The audience's hearts, stirred by the fervent melody, hung in the air like a fragile boat tossed in a tempest, filled with trepidation. They were both eager, anticipating the breathtaking climax that the silver mask would unveil, and anxious, apprehensive about the forthcoming lyrics that might, like a razor, touch upon the wounds of emotions they were reluctant to acknowledge. The song's melody surged forth like a mighty river, unstoppable and relentless. Alas, it was not you. The voice soared suddenly, akin to thunderclaps in the stillness, resonating in the ears of all present. Emotions erupted like long-dormant volcanic magma, searing and intense, imbued with the power to scorch everything in its path. Unfortunately, it was not you. These 4 short words struck like a colossal hammer upon each heart, sending tremors through their very souls. Regret, sorrow, helplessness, and a profound sense of loss swept over them, a torrent of complex and ineffable feelings that surged forth, overwhelming them completely. The suffocating discomfort felt akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean, rendering one breathless. The comments section erupted with the phrase tears streaming. accompanied by countless weeping emojis that fell like snowflakes. Truly, tears flowed uncontrollably. This song is a piercing weapon. Each lyric feels as if it is carving into my flesh. Alas, it is not you, a sentiment echoing the hearts of many. Silver-voiced bard, what have you endured? Accompany me to the end. The voice carried a palpable quaver, reminiscent of scattered pearls, fragmented yet lustrous. Accompany me to the end. Such a simple, unadorned phrase, yet it harbors an abundance of unspeakable desires, a yearning that has been anticipated day and night. Yet, reality remains cruel and frigid. For those who ultimately stand beside us are often not the ones we yearn for most dearly. This immense chasm feels like plummeting from the heavens to the abyss. An overwhelming sense of loss and solitude, akin to invisible shackles binding the depths of the soul. Once, we walked together, but at a crossroads, we became lost. Memory surged like a tidal wave, washing away all reason and defenses. Once, we held hands, shoulders touching, traversing countless days and nights together. So close it felt almost within reach. Yet, at some fork in fate, at a crossroad in life, we inadvertently parted ways, forever separated, unable to return to the past. The crossroads symbolize choices and the divergence of destiny. The lost intersection signifies missed opportunities, lifelong regrets, and the ephemeral beauty of what once was, now like a fleeting mirage. Vanished in an instant. In the venue, some began to weep softly, their suppressed sobs resonating clearly in the stillness, imbued with profound sadness. The song was utterly moving. Each note seemed to possess an enchanting power, effortlessly penetrating the softest recesses of the human heart. The lyrics were painfully real, as if drawn from personal experience. So vivid they evoked heart-wrenching sorrow. Thank you, that was you. The emotions of the song gradually softened, akin to the sky clearing after a tempest, revealing a glimmer of sunlight. From the depths of boundless regret and lamentation, slowly and laboriously, a bittersweet gratitude emerges. Grateful for your presence. Even if we ultimately could not journey together to the end, even if we became mere passers-by in each other's lives, I must express my thanks for our encounter and for what we once shared. This sense of release carries a hint of bitterness, a touch of helplessness. Yet it embodies a maturity and wisdom born from enduring the vicissitudes of life. You held my hand. Memories flashed through my mind like frames of a film, each moment of our past becoming ever clearer and more vivid. You held my hand. What a beautiful and warm image, akin to the gentle sunlight of winter, illuminating every corner of my deepest recollections. The intimacy we once shared, the warmth, the sweetness, remain etched like imprints upon my soul, vividly vivid and indelible. Even now, though we are worlds apart, though the circumstances have changed and we are no longer the same, the closeness and tenderness of our past can never be erased nor forgotten. I can still feel that gentleness. The final notes resonate with a barely perceptible tremor, like a candle flame swaying in the wind, faint yet resolute. I can still feel that gentleness. It is the most exquisite part of my memories, like white blossoms blooming deep within, exuding a subtle fragrance that enchants the spirit. Even as time flows relentlessly like an unyielding river, mercilessly washing away all, that tender sensation persists within my heart, lingering through each solitary night. As the climax of the first segment concludes, the last note gently dissipates into the air. The venue remains enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone appears as though their souls have been drained, utterly absorbed in the melancholic atmosphere conjured by the song, unable to extricate themselves, lost in reverie. Many with moist eyes are not few, and some are already in tears, choked with emotion. This song transcends mere auditory pleasure, it pulsates with life, precisely touching the softest and most vulnerable parts of the human heart, evoking intense emotional resonance. The comments on the screen have dwindled. No longer a flurry of frantic messages, but rather intermittent, heartfelt expressions. Everyone listens quietly, silently absorbing the powerful emotional impact of the song. Words are unnecessary, for the music itself suffices to convey everything. After a brief interlude, the music resumes. This time, the emotions swell, more profound and intense, as if the pent-up feelings have finally found an outlet for release. It seems to unleash all regrets, all attachments, all entangled loves and hates, without reservation through the melody. Yet, regrettably, it is not you. The same lyrics, the same melody, but the intensity of the outburst is starkly different. The second rendition of Yet It Is Not You rends the heart more deeply, more painfully, akin to the anguished roar of a trapped beast, infused with despair, unwillingness, and a profound sense of helplessness. It seems as though all regrets and unfulfilled desires are about to erupt at this very moment, allowing the world to hear the cries emanating from the depths of the soul. Stay with me until the end. The yearning intensifies, the tone grows more resolute, even tinged with a hint of pleading. Stay with me until the end. It is almost a howl, filled with a fierce defiance, a steadfast hope. and a profound sense of helplessness against the whims of fate. We have wandered together, yet lost our way at that intersection. Memories surge forth once more, like tumultuous waves relentlessly crashing upon the shores of the heart. This time, they are more profound, more vivid. Every detail is etched into the mind with the precision of a sculptor's chisel. Like scenes from a film, they replay before my eyes the paths we once traversed together. The landscapes we admired side by side, the promises we once made, all rendered exquisitely precious and hauntingly nostalgic. I am grateful that it was you who held my hand, allowing me to feel that tenderness once more. As the song gradually approaches its conclusion, the heightened emotions begin to ebb, akin to the calm that follows a tempest. As the turbulent sea settles into tranquility, I can still sense the gentleness, imbued with a touch of acceptance and serenity, as well as a deep-seated fondness for the cherished moments of the past. Tenderness has become the most beautiful imprint within memory, akin to the winter plum blossom, flourishing defiantly, leaving an eternal fragrance in the river of time. When the song concludes, the final note descends softly like a sigh, dissipating into the air. The venue remains shrouded in silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping can be heard. No one speaks, no one claps. All are still enveloped in the melancholic aura created by the song, unable to regain their composure for an extended period. Those with moist eyes are countless. This song is not merely melodious. More importantly, it touches the deepest, most sensitive recesses of the human heart, evoking a powerful emotional resonance that allows each listener to glimpse their own past reflection. Gradually, comments begin to appear on the screen. The Silver God of Song. Forever a deity. YYDS. This song truly brought me to tears, weeping like a child. Thank you, Silver God of Song, for voicing the sentiments of those of us with stories to tell. Chapter 57. Deception. The waves of praise surged forth like a relentless tide, showing no signs of abating. Xiasa stepped forward once more, returning to the center of the stage. His voice, still tinged with unquenchable excitement, was imbued with an added fervor. He expressed his gratitude for the unparalleled and mesmerizing performance delivered by the Silver Song God. Then, Xiasa paused, deliberately extending his tone like a splendid interlude bridging two movements in a symphony, stirring the hearts of all present. Let us welcome another luminary gracing our stage tonight. An equally gifted deity of song, Wolfman Mask. The audience's enthusiasm ignited instantaneously, erupting into a cacophony of even more fervent and deafening cheers. They craned their necks in anticipation, filled with curiosity about the enigmatic singer and the breathtaking song he would unveil. He was set to perform his original composition. Xiasa elevated his voice slightly, ensuring clarity that resonated in the ears of everyone present. The title of the song is Deception. It is, likewise, dedicated to Miss Liu Ruyan. As Xiasa's emphatic words echoed, the fervent atmosphere abruptly fell into silence, as if a mute button had been pressed, leaving only the audience's hurried and expectant breaths. All held their breath, their gazes like spotlights fixated on the stage entrance, awaiting the mysterious appearance of Wolfman Mask. On the barrage of comments, a flurry of question marks surged forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, completely inundating the screen. Another love song. Is Wolfman Mask also here for Liu Ruyan? Wait, I think I understand something. Last time he represented Liu Qin to sing Love Like Tides. I looped that song for a week. Is Wolfman Mask about to unleash a grand surprise? What a divine showdown this evening. I'm exceedingly eager for Wolfman Mask's new song. An original piece, just thinking about it excites me. Under the collective gaze of anticipation, a tall, poised figure slowly ascended from the back of the stage. The iconic mask of Wolfman Mask came into view for all to see. He continued to don that wild and mysterious mask, which seamlessly concealed his true visage, yet it could not obscure the unique aura that radiated from him. Unmistakably extraordinary and impossible to overlook. The stage lights converged upon him, as if crowning a king, elongating his silhouette and casting an enigmatic shadow upon the ground, enhancing his captivating allure. He strode with measured grace towards the microphone at the center of the stage, slightly bowing in acknowledgement to the audience. Every movement was elegant and composed, exuding an innate mastery of the stage. The deafening cheers of the crowd, as if enchanted, gradually subsided, replaced by a profound silence where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard, as the air seemed to solidify. Everyone awaited with bated breath, eagerly anticipating his melodic utterances, curious to know which notes would unveil the profound emotions concealed beneath the mask. The gentle yet somewhat restrained prelude flowed forth like the dust descending upon the horizon, in stark contrast to the sorrowful strains of Regrettably, It's Not You. The introduction of Lying resembled a tranquil sea, appearing calm on the surface while turbulent undercurrents raged beneath. The rhythm was steady and unhurried, each note seemingly weighed with gravitas, striking the hearts of listeners with precision, akin to an invisible hand gently plucking the strings of their innermost feelings. Finally, the masked singer began to vocalize. His voice, deep and magnetic, was rich and intoxicating like a fine vintage, akin to a lover's whispered secrets at midnight, imbued with a barely perceptible rasp that added a narrative depth, instantly drawing the audience into the emotional realm he had crafted. He spoke of past relationships, suggesting he was not lonely, yet perhaps his libertinism instilled unease in others, leading to inevitable heartbreak. He bore no shadows of despair, urging listeners not to take his words to heart, for he was not so fragile, after all. What were these wounds? Love, in its myriad forms, was simply this way. His singing carried a subtle quiver, each word steeped in ardor, as if he were reminiscing about a long-buried past that remained vivid in memory, articulating the complex and ineffable emotions with grace. The barrage of comments began to unfold, resonating with the audience. The voice of the masked singer tells a story that tugs at my heartstrings. From the outset, I sense impending heartbreak, foreboding, yet thrilling. The prelude and lyrics feel overwhelmingly heavy. Is tonight's theme one of sorrow? This sorrow feels distinct from regrettably. It's not you, each carrying its own poignant weight, yet both evoke discomfort. Anticipating the climax. What explosive energy will the masked singer unveil? As the melody progressed, the masked singer's voice ascended in intensity, the emotions cascading like a reservoir of pent-up energy, growing increasingly rich and potent. His voice harbored deep resignation and self-mockery, as if recounting a benign falsehood intended to mask genuine feelings hidden within. The melody climbed higher, the atmosphere thickening, with repressed emotions surging like molten lava from the earth's depths, reaching a critical point, poised to erupt with earth-shattering force. I have not lied. Why should I? You understand me. I have never pretended with you. Do not assume you are unforgettable. My laughter is genuine, not a facade of bravado. The voice of the wolf mask suddenly ascended an octave, as if the most repressed emotions had finally discovered an outlet for their release, erupting forth in a manner that resonated with a piercing pain, akin to lightning striking the softest corners of every listener's heart. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously, flooding in like a deluge breaching its banks. The climax is here. I knew the wolf mask would not disappoint us. Goodness, this climax takes us to new heights. My scalp tingles, and my whole body shivers. Absolutely explosive. Lying is merely deceiving oneself. Oh, this lyric cuts deep. Who understands this? What does it matter if there is no love? The heartache is inescapable. The lyrics resonate with such raw truth. I empathize profoundly. I'm in tears. The wolf mask sings so well. The power of this emotional outburst is extraordinary. This song is simply magnificent. This song is destined to become a classic. After tonight, Lying will echo through every street and alleyway. What a celestial showdown tonight. The silver singing god and the wolf mask, both are phenomenal. Two love songs, both so beautiful yet so sorrowful, leaving my heart shattered. What would Liu Ruyan feel after hearing these two songs? I suspect she must be in tears. I've already begun to weep. Tissues are insufficient. Wolf mask, you owe me my tears. After the climax, the music receded like the tide, entering a brief interlude. The heartfelt singing of the wolf mask momentarily halted, leaving the stage enveloped in silence. Save for the lingering echoes of the song, sighing through the air. Everyone was immersed in the intense emotions conjured by Lying, unable to extricate themselves, as if their souls had been extracted by the melody, leaving behind mere shells, lost and bewildered. Following a fleeting tranquility, a more fervent melody surged forth. This time, the song's emotions were richer and more intense, as if it sought to pour forth every ounce of feeling without leaving a trace of regret. I had not visited this restaurant in quite some time, and I was surprised to find it had undergone a transformation. The scent of roses wafted from the corner window, a memory rekindled by your mention. The same lyrics, the same melody, yet infused with emotions far more potent and intricate than before. The second rendition of Lying, imbued with a sense of resolution and profound sorrow, seemed to chastise its own powerlessness, lament the caprices of fate, and denounce the harsh truths of love. I have not lied. Why would I lie? You know one of my flaws is forgetfulness. How could I lie? I am grateful for your company tonight. Yet I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. I have not lied. Why would I lie? Does loving someone unrequitedly change anything? Do not accuse me of lying. Life is already so arduous, and some truths are better left unspoken. The sound of the wolf mask is akin to a howl, reminiscent of a beast in despair, with each word seemingly erupting from the depths of the soul, infused with profound hopelessness and a hint of futile defiance against fate. The barrage of comments floods the screen once more, swirling like snowflakes. I'm shattered. Is the wolf mask trying to make us all weep? I feel my heart is on the verge of splintering. These lyrics are unbearably painful. Each line pierces like a dagger to the heart, It's excruciating. Oh. This line resonates so deeply, I understand. Who else can relate? It feels as if the wolf mask is narrating a personal saga. The emotion is overwhelmingly genuine. This song by the wolf mask is even more heart-wrenching than the silver bard As If Only It Were You. The impact is so profound. I fear it will take me ages to recover. Both songs are dedicated to Liu Ruyan. What kind of enchantment does she possess that inspires such poignant love songs from these two musical deities? I feel utterly tormented. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless one. As the song nears its conclusion, the fervent emotions gradually recede like a tide, everything settling into a tranquil hush. The voice of the wolf mask softens, tenderly whispering a final farewell. I did not lie. It is love that deceives, leading you to mislead me into believing that desire may harbor hope. I did not lie. I wish you to be a blissful bride. Please, forget my unspoken affections. The last phrase quivers with a tremor, a sense of release, resignation, and profound longing, intertwining a myriad of complex emotions that rend the heart. Crystal tears can no longer be contained, cascading silently down the cheeks. This is the fragility unveiled after the merciless shattering of a lie, and the most potent testament to genuine emotion. The song finally concludes. The last note descends like a sigh, and the stage is once again enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone is deeply moved by lying. As if they have undergone an emotional baptism, unable to regain composure, the tumult of feelings still surging within. Countless eyes glisten with unshed tears, a common sight. This song transcends mere melodiousness. It resembles a razor-sharp blade, piercing with precision and ferocity into the softest and most vulnerable recesses of the human heart, eliciting an even more intense and enduring emotional resonance. Following a brief silence, the comments begin to emerge, imbued with fervent emotion. Wolf God, you are forever divine. This song is legendary. I've become a blubbering fool. The tears won't stop flowing. It's more heart-wrenching than If Only It Were You. The aftermath is overwhelming. I feel utterly undone. The wolf mask sings with such brilliance. The emotion is so sincere, it rends my very soul. Tonight is destined for sleeplessness, as these two songs incessantly loop in my mind, refusing to cease. Liu Ruyan, what virtues do you possess that compel two musical deities to compose songs for you? To express their heartfelt sorrows? I find myself eagerly anticipating Liu Ruyan's response. What will her thoughts be upon hearing these melodies? My curiosity is piqued. The werewolf mask. An eternal idol. From this day forth, you shall be my newly anointed male deity. Everyone is acutely aware. This song, akin to the previous regrettably, it is not you. Bears the same werewolf mask, pouring forth genuine emotions dedicated to Liu Ruyan. It is a piece imbued with deceit, yet it unabashedly unveils the cruel realities of love. Unlike the nostalgia and longing of regrettably, it is not you. Lying strikes deeper, eliciting profound heartache and anguish. It portrays the other facet of love, the bitterness and struggle concealed beneath the veneer of sweetness and beauty. The barrage of comments explodes, fervor ignites. The discussions revolve solely around the song penned by Liu Qin, while no one seems to mention the few songs gifted by Li Jiasan Xiao anymore. Chapter 58 later, Xiao Sa took a deep breath, striving to soothe his own slightly tumultuous emotions. He expressed his gratitude to the Wolfman Bard for once again delivering a performance that struck deep into the soul. His voice still carried a hint of unresolved tremor as he surveyed the audience below, who remained entranced by the powerful emotional impact of the song Lies, seemingly pinned to their seats by an invisible force, unable to move. I imagined that after tonight, many would, like me, toss and turn, finding it difficult to sleep. Xiao Sa forced a bittersweet smile, attempting to lighten the nearly suffocating atmosphere with a note of levity. But was this not the unique allure of the masked bard? He always effortlessly plucked at the deepest strings of our hearts, those that resonate with emotion. He paused briefly, his gaze once more fixed on the center of the stage, where the spotlight continued to follow the retreating figure of the Wolfman, as if lingering on the echoes of that howling song. Next, let us extend our warmest applause to welcome the second performer of the evening, a courageous singer who, like the others, steps onto the stage for the love in her heart, the masked bard in the rabbit mask. In an instant, the stage lights transform dramatically, shifting from a cold, stark intensity to a soft, warm hue, cascading down like moonlight. To one side of the stage, accompanied by the gentle rise of soothing music, a new figure emerged, reminiscent of a fairy stepping out from a tale. The rabbit mask, adorned in a gown of pale blue that trailed gracefully, swayed lightly with her delicate movements, much like ripples on a tranquil lake, exuding an aura of gentleness and serenity, as if the warmest breeze of spring had swept away the remnants of sorrow in the hearts of the audience. She glided to the center of the stage, facing the still grieving audience, nodding slightly before executing a soft and graceful bow, akin to a white flower blooming under the moonlight. tranquil, and beautiful. The barrage of comments instantly filled the screen, a flurry of messages emerging like mushrooms after rain. Wow, the rabbit mask looks so gentle. A complete contrast to the wolfman mask. Is she here again for Liu Ruyan? A loyal follower of Liu Qin. What sort of charm does that scoundrel possess to inspire so many bards to lend their talents? Looking forward to the rabbit masked song. I hope it won't be heart-wrenching again. My tears have already flowed dry. I feel that the rabbit mask will sing something truly healing, soothing our wounded souls. As the audience gazed on with anticipation and curiosity, the melodious prelude began to play softly, like a gentle stream slowly nourishing the parched hearts of the people. That melody was profoundly familiar, imbued with a gentle, almost imperceptible sadness. Just a few notes, and it seemed as if magic had been cast, instantly silencing the bustling audience. With all noise muted as if a button had been pressed, quietly fading away, leaving only the music flowing softly through the air. Later, when the first note emerged like a sigh, the entire auditorium seemed to be under a spell of stillness, time itself appearing to halt. Every spectator held their breath, fearful of disturbing the tender confession about to unfold. The figure in the rabbit mask parted their lips gently, reminiscent of a soft breeze caressing the tips of willows in spring, delicate and nuanced, akin to the tender moonlight spilling over the hearts of the audience. Eventually, I learned how to love, yet alas, you had long departed, lost in the crowd. In the end, amidst tears, I understood that some individuals, once missed, remained forever absent. The song flowed soothingly and calmly, devoid of any ostentatious display of technique, like an old friend recounting a long-buried tale in one's ear. Each note was imbued with a hint of regret and helplessness, as if narrating those irreplaceable moments of youth, the missed opportunities and losses. The barrage of comments, once frantically scrolling, slowed to a deliberate pace, replaced by short phrases brimming with deep exclamations. Each word struck the listeners' hearts, eliciting waves of resonance. The voice of the rabbit mask is so tender, reminiscent of Liang Jingru, incredibly healing. This song is truly a classic. It instantly transports me back to the innocence of my student days, memories flooding back. Every lyric pierces the heart, whose youth is devoid of regrets. I can feel my eyes welling up again. The song continued to resonate above the stage, each word seemingly imbued with a gentle sigh. Every note filled with tender sorrow, as if softly comforting those who had once been wounded by love, leaving behind regrets. Gardenias, with their white petals, fell upon my blue pleated skirt. I love you, you whispered, as I lowered my head to catch a whiff of the fragrance, that eternal night. Her voice gradually grew fuller, the previously tranquil emotions converging like a trickling stream into a river, slowly merging with the song. It was a gentle sorrow, reminiscent of cherished memories, yet carrying the weight of acceptance and resignation to reality. There were no heart-wrenching sobs, yet it evoked a profound sense of bittersweetness and regret. The audience seemed to be drawn into her gentle singing, collectively descending into a tableau rich with recollections, the innocent love of youth, those blissful yet naive moments. The relationships that ended without resolution all surged forth like a tide with the music, clear and poignant. The comments began to proliferate, this time more infused with personal emotion. No longer mere praise, but a genuine outpouring of sentiment, each sentence laden with the listener's own stories and feelings. Hearing the gardenias instantly breaks my defenses, my youth. My blue pleated skirt can never return. In that moment, the boy I secretly admired had a penchant for wearing crisp white shirts. And the sunlight gracing his profile painted a picture of the most beautiful memories of my youth. Alas, we eventually drifted apart, never to cross paths again. The lyrics resonate with an undeniable authenticity. The infatuations of our youth were often naive yet exquisite, fragile to the point of shattering. The rabbit mask sang with a gentle grace, reminiscent of a nurturing elder sister, tenderly comforting those of us who harbor unfulfilled longings. Oh, how I wish to embrace her. In stark contrast to the heart-wrenching howl of the wolf mask, the rabbit mask's melodies inflicted a different kind of torment, a soft yet piercing blade. Each note striking with an exquisite pain that left one powerless to resist. As the song gradually ascended to its climax, the rabbit mask's voice grew ever more impassioned. Each note seemingly infused with the very essence of the soul, brimming with infectious emotion. Eventually, I learned the art of love, yet you had long departed. And joy was no longer intertwined with your existence. Her voice bore a barely perceptible quiver, striving to maintain a serene tone devoid of frantic cries, which only deepened the sorrow. This restrained emotion felt like a silent sigh, evoking profound empathy, akin to witnessing a resilient girl, alone in the darkness, tending to her wounds, while still attempting to wear a smile. The audience's emotions surged in tandem with the song, many with tear-filled eyes, their vision blurred by the flood of emotions. The screen was awash with comments echoing a shared sentiment, each phrase narrating personal tales of youth. Finding an outlet for emotional release within the melody. The Rabbit Mask's performance evoked tears from me, as my first love, too, ended without a trace. Lacking even a formal farewell, vanishing amidst the crowd. Were the masked singers tonight merely here to inflict emotional torment? Yet, how could such beauty compel one to weep and incessantly replay the melody? My heart was fully captivated. Liu Ruyan. What profound love must you have experienced to inspire such melancholic and enchanting songs from these two vocal deities? As the song approached its conclusion, the fervent emotions gradually subsided. Akin to the retreating tide leaving behind a shore littered with shells, the Rabbit Mask's voice softened into a tender lament, as if whispering final words of acceptance and reluctance. In time, I comprehended through my tears that some individuals, once missed, are lost forever. How do you recall me? With a smile or in silence? Over the years, has anyone alleviated your solitude? The final line of the lyrics carried a note of resignation, a touch of helplessness, yet also a profound blessing, encapsulating this unfulfilled romance with a bittersweet, yet hopeful, conclusion. Ultimately, I realized through tears that some encounters, once missed, will never recur. A boy loved a girl. And the song concluded, the last note fading into the air like a wistful sigh, as the stage lights dimmed, plunging the venue into a profound silence, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. Everyone was immersed in the ambience crafted by later, unable to regain their composure, as if their souls had been extricated from their bodies, drifting alongside the melody into a distant past, back to those regretful youthful days. The Rabbit Mask stood serenely at the center of the stage, its eyes gently cast down, long lashes fluttering softly, as if savoring the intricate emotions encapsulated in the song, silently lamenting the lost loves of youth. After a brief silence, applause erupted like a surging tide, instantly engulfing the entire auditorium, resonating fervently and sincerely. This round of applause, equally fervent and sincere, was the highest affirmation of the Rabbit Mask's performance, a profound appreciation for the classic song Later, and a collective resonance with the regrets of youth. Each clap was imbued with the individual emotions and stories of the audience. The barrage of comments sprang to life once more, various praises and reflections cascading like snowflakes, momentarily overwhelming the screen. The Rabbit Mask is amazing too. Its style is entirely different from the Wolf Mask, yet both deeply moved me. Tonight has truly been a treasure. This song Later is truly a classic. The Rabbit Mask has imparted a different flavor, more gentle, more delicate, and heartbreakingly beautiful. I feel the Rabbit Mask's voice is softer and more healing. After listening, my heart feels warm yet slightly sour, a medley of emotions, indescribable. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The Wolf Mask's lying was heart-wrenching, while the Rabbit Mask's Later felt like a gentle blade. Both songs drew forth tears, and I completely ran out of tissues. Eagerly anticipating Liu Ruyan's response 10,086. Xiao Sa stepped back onto the stage with a slightly heavy gait. His voice laced with evident emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly touched by the Rabbit Mask song. He expressed gratitude to the Rabbit Mask for bringing us this tender and poignant Later. I believe this song, much like the Wolf Mask's Lying, resonates deeply within each of us, evoking our most genuine emotional responses. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the audience with a sense of reflection, his tone imbued with profound sentiment. This evening is destined to be an unforgettable night. Both masked singers, through their deeply heartfelt performances, have narrated stories of love, regret, and life itself. We are grateful to them for using the power of music to touch the softest corners of our hearts. Chapter 59, I Like You. Next, let us extend a warm applause to the enigmatic masked singer, Serpent Mask. Xiao Sa's voice soared like a raging inferno, instantly igniting every inch of the atmosphere and elevating the audience's fervor to a boiling point. The stage lights abruptly transformed, with countless beams resembling a writhing mass of serpents, dancing frantically above the stage, intertwining into a splendid tapestry of light. Ultimately, all radiance converged upon the slowly ascending platform at the center of the stage, akin to myriad serpents returning to their lair. The platform rose silently and gracefully, revealing a singer adorned in a bizarre serpent mask, emerging like a mysterious entity awakened from the abyss, suddenly capturing the attention of all present. The mask, predominantly a deep emerald green, seemed to conceal endless secrets, its contours smooth and imbued with an air of enigma, exuding a dangerous elegance reminiscent of true serpents. The eyes of the mask were embellished with two large, resplendent gems, their eerie green glow flickering like will-o'-the-wisps, becoming even more alluring under the shifting lights. The serpent mask donned a perfectly tailored black suit, its sleek lines accentuating her statuesque figure. Every gesture radiated an effortless grace and poise, as though she were a mysterious visitor from an ancient aristocracy. With every movement telling a story, the very appearance of the serpent mask was steeped in narrative allure. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the audience, brimming with anticipation. A Cantonese song? The excitement was palpable. Is it a male or female? The figure is so slender. Surely it must be a female singer? The screen was soon inundated with countless question marks and speculative comments, bubbling over like boiling water. As the audience's curiosity about this sudden emergence of the masked singer reached a fever pitch, Xiao Sa wore a knowing smile, continuing. The serpent mask will present for us a classic Cantonese love song, and he wishes to dedicate this piece to someone truly significant in his life. Oh, who is deserving of such affection from the serpent mask? To whom is it dedicated? Could it be Liu Ruyan? Surely not. What magical twist of fate is unfolding tonight? The wolf mask and the rabbit mask have already serenaded Liu Ruyan, and now we have the serpent mask joining in. The audience's curiosity erupted like a wildfire, the barrage of comments pouring in like a torrential downpour, each word brimming with speculation regarding the object of the serpent mask's devotion. Xiao Sa smiled slightly, feigning mystery to tantalize the audience, before gradually revealing the answer. This special person, I believe everyone is familiar with her. She is none other than our undeniable focal point tonight, Miss Liu Ruyan. Boom! The venue erupted as if struck by a heavy bomb, the audience bursting into deafening cheers, as if to tear the roof off the studio. The comments exploded like a volcanic eruption, countless exclamations and frenzied guesses inundating the screen like a tsunami. No way! It really is Liu Ruyan again. Oh my heavens, what an extraordinary scene tonight, resembling a plot straight out of a Jin Zhang Mary Sue novel. The masked singers ensemble seems to have gathered all the divine voices solely for her, Liu Ruyan. Anticipation swells for the serpentine masked vocalist's Cantonese love song. Cantonese melodies truly are timeless treasures, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to hear it, as the atmosphere surged with collective anticipation akin to a roaring tsunami. The serpentine mask slowly raised its right hand, fingertips delicately brushing the microphone. This simple gesture was imbued with an elegant sense of ritual. The cacophony on stage appeared to be halted by an unseen hand, as the audience collectively held their breath, awaiting the arrival of the song. The prelude resonated with a melodic allure, a familiar tune wafting through the air like a gentle breeze. This was the opening of the classic Cantonese song I Like You. Just a few notes were enough to evoke a myriad of youthful memories buried deep within many hearts. The soft strumming of the guitar flowed like a gentle stream, soothing every restless emotion within the audience. The serpentine mask's voice, imbued with a magnetic quality, flowed forth like a rich vintage wine. Each Cantonese syllable was pronounced with pure elegance, every word resonating with a unique charm, instantly drawing everyone into the intricate emotional tapestry woven within the song. Drizzle accompanied by the wind dampens the twilight streets, as tearful eyes gaze upward, longing for the solitary evening lamp, a poignant memory that lingers. Her voice was tender and heartfelt, whispering secrets laden with subtle sorrow, as if recounting a long-buried tale known only to her. The stage lights softened, the once vibrant brilliance dimming to a warm, hazy orange glow, reminiscent of the sun's twilight embrace. This created a romantic and cozy atmosphere, enveloping the stage in a delicate nostalgic filter. The audience, as if under a spell, became wholly immersed in the enchanting ambience crafted by the serpentine mask's voice. Instinctively holding their breath, fearing that even the slightest disruption might shatter this rare beauty, they listened intently to the classic love song, a vessel for countless youthful memories, savoring the intricate emotions flowing through the melody. On the screen, the frenzied pace of comments slightly slowed, yet the fervor remained unabated, replaced by heartfelt lyrics and genuine exclamations. Each word brimmed with admiration and affection for the serpentine mask's enchanting voice. I'm here, kneeling in awe. This Cantonese pronunciation is simply impeccable, rivaling that of a native speaker. The warmth of the serpentine mask's voice is distinctly different from that of the rabbit mask, while the latter is as gentle as a breeze caressing willow leaves. The former radiates the comforting warmth of a spring sun. This song truly encapsulates the tears of an era, the moment the melody began. I was instantly transported back to my youthful days of secretly listening to Cantonese songs. What a nostalgic wave. I feel the serpentine mask sings with profound emotion. It's not mere technical display, but a genuine outpouring of feeling, a subtle and gentle touch that resonates deeply. As the song gradually ascends to its climax, the voice of the masked figure becomes increasingly rich and fervent, akin to emotions long suppressed finally finding their release, surging forth. I am captivated by your enchanting eyes, your laughter even more alluring, and I yearn to caress your lovely visage, to walk hand in hand and whisper sweet nothings, just as we did yesterday. Her melody is imbued with a profound yearning for and appreciation of beautiful love. Each note seems to carry the warmth of emotion, vibrant and passionate, like a beating heart, warming the souls of every listener present. The audience is utterly entranced by her soul-stirring voice, as if ensconced within a dreamscape woven from notes. A world of rosy bubbles filled with love and beauty. The barrage of comments surges again, a tide of praise and declarations flooding in, reaching an unprecedented peak in both quantity and speed. This is too beautiful. I'm at a loss for words. I can only describe it as exquisite. Warning. Ears may be impregnated. The masked figure singing melts my heart. I feel as if I might dissolve entirely. After this song, I suddenly crave a sweet romance. Cantonese songs inherently possess a romantic filter. The masked figure's voice and this song are a perfect match. Every word resonates deeply within me, such profound emotion. I sense that the masked figure is someone with a story, their voice overflowing with feelings born from experience, bringing tears to my eyes. As the song gently approaches its conclusion, the fervent emotions gradually subside, receding like the tide, returning everything to tranquility. The masked figure's voice softens into a delicate whisper, as if confiding secrets, or perhaps murmuring to oneself. I am captivated by your enchanting eyes, your laughter even more alluring, and I yearn to caress your lovely visage. To walk hand in hand and whisper sweet nothings, just as we did yesterday. In an ear sigh, she softly sings the final line, imbued with an inescapable sense of resignation, an unshakable longing, and a deeply buried hope. The complex emotions entwine, evoking deep resonance. The song abruptly concludes, the last note falling like a feather, slowly dissipating into the air, and the venue is instantly enveloped in silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. Everyone remains lost in the enchanting melody and heartfelt ambience conjured by Like You, unable to return to reality, as if their souls have been extracted by the song. Adrift in a realm of love and memories. The masked figure stands quietly at the center of the stage, gently closing her eyes. Long lashes casting subtle shadows beneath her eyelids, as if savoring the intricate emotions infused within the song. After a brief silence, the applause erupts like a tumultuous wave, resonating endlessly, echoing throughout the auditorium. This round of applause was more fervent and sincere than any previous occasion. A resounding affirmation of the extraordinary vocal artistry of the masked singer and a heartfelt admiration for the classic song I Like You. It represented a genuine blessing and yearning for all forms of beautiful love. The barrage of comments surged like boiling water, with praises and remarks falling like snowflakes from the heavens. The masked singer performed splendidly. What celestial voices graced tonight's stage. It is truly a feast for the ears. Tonight has been a tremendous delight. To enjoy so many melodious songs in one evening feels like a transcendence. Liu Ruyan. You must have saved the galaxy in your past life to possess such immense charm in this one. A host of divine singers are captivated by you. Xiao Sa stepped onto the stage once more with a buoyant gait, his voice imbued with evident excitement and exhilaration, his speech slightly quicker than usual. He expressed gratitude to the masked singer for delivering this deeply affectionate and romantically exquisite rendition of I Like You. I believe this song not only conveys the heartfelt sentiments of the masked singer but also resonates deeply within each of us. He paused briefly, casting a mysterious glance over the audience, his tone laced with an enigmatic quality. This evening, the masked singer showcased the myriad facets of love through their unique voices, some gentle, some poignant, some fervent, each rendering a captivating emotional experience. Chapter 60 Encounter next. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the final masked singer of the evening. Xiao Sa's voice soared suddenly, imbued with an exhilarating fervor. His magnetic timbre resonated throughout the venue, instantly captivating the audience's gaze as if they were iron filings drawn to a magnet, firmly fixated on the sole entrance of the stage. Anticipation wove an invisible thread, tightly ensnaring the hearts of every viewer, who held their breath in eager anticipation of another mysterious singer's arrival. Ready to add a vivid stroke to this auditory and visual feast. She, too, has come for our enigmatic guest, Miss Liu Ruyan. Xiao Sa paused slightly, deliberately heightening the suspense, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips as excitement sparkled in his eyes. He continued with his captivating voice, each word seemingly designed to ensnare the audience's curiosity. She will unveil yet another facet of love through her song. Xiao Sa's voice grew even more penetrating, as if imbued with a certain magic, stirring the hearts of every audience member, instantly elevating their anticipation. Curiosity ignited like a flame, burning brightly within them. She is the Sun Mask. Accompanied by Xiao Sa's impassioned announcement, akin to a thunderous roar, the stage lights erupted into a dazzling brilliance. The once gentle illumination was abruptly replaced by a warm, radiant golden hue, as if a golden sun had broken free from its restraints, ascending majestically. Its brilliance dispelling all mystery from the stage, replaced by an atmosphere brimming with hope and vitality. Amidst this miraculous light, a mysterious figure adorned with a golden sun mask gracefully emerged, reminiscent of a sun goddess stepping forth from myth. Instantly, she captured the attention of the entire audience. Her mask, simple yet profoundly artistic, bore no intricate patterns, merely a pure golden circle, yet it seemed to embody the very essence of the sun, radiating warmth and brilliance. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of vibrant life and positive energy. The sun mask donned a well-tailored, elegantly flowing white suit. The pure white harmonizing beautifully with the dazzling golden mask, accentuating her tall, statuesque form. With every gesture, she exuded an inner confidence and sunny dispositions, as though she herself were a small sun, illuminating wherever she roamed with brightness and hope. The audience was ignited by this sudden radiance and the enigmatic sun mask, erupting into an even more fervent and frenzied cacophony of cheers, screams, applause, and whistles, blending into a tumult that nearly threatened to lift the ceiling of the studio. All eyes, akin to sunflowers chasing the sun, were deeply entranced by this mysterious figure. The barrage of comments flooded in like a dam bursting, with the name Sun Mask being fervently repeated, and various speculations and anticipations blossomed like spring after rain, each word infused with excitement and curiosity. Sun Mask? That name sounds so radiant. It makes me feel all warm inside. In a striking ensemble of a white suit and a golden mask, the solar mask presented a uniquely captivating appearance, markedly distinct from the previous serpent and rabbit masks. One couldn't help but wonder if a stylistic transformation was underway. Curiosity piqued regarding the song that would accompany this radiant figure. The design suggested an exuberant and vivacious melody, evoking heightened anticipation. Amidst the resounding applause and fervent cheers, the solar mask glided gracefully to the center of the stage, embodying a goddess bathed in sunlight. With a subtle nod to the enthusiastic audience, a confident smile graced her lips as she grasped the microphone. Her bright, clear eyes shimmered with a gentle light. "Good evening, I am the solar mask," she announced. Her voice resonant and warm, akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. Its unique magnetic quality dispelled the lingering chill in the air, enveloping the crowd in a comforting embrace, as if a crystal-clear spring flowed through their hearts. "This evening, I present to you a song titled Encounter." There was a slight pause, her tone imbued with a special tenderness, and her gaze softened, as if narrating a beautiful tale. "This song is dedicated to the lovely Miss Liu Ruyan." At that moment, her gaze tenderly shifted towards the audience, seemingly piercing through the crowd to rest upon Liu Ruyan, her eyes radiating sincerity and hope, as if this song were custom-crafted for her. As the music began to play, the prelude unfolded gently and melodiously, resembling a soft morning breeze that caressed the heart. Akin to a trickling stream revitalizing a parched landscape with its tranquil and beautiful essence, instantly calming the listeners in eager anticipation of the forthcoming melody. The solar mask closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering softly. Taking a deep breath, her chest expanded, and when she opened her eyes again, they sparkled with deep emotion and expectation, brimming with an endless reservoir of feelings yearning to be expressed through song. "I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in some year and month. I believe I wait and I yearn, yet the future cannot be predetermined." On a cloudy evening outside the car window, someone is waiting for the future, looking left, right, and ahead. Love must take several turns before arriving. Her voice, akin to celestial music, resonated with clarity and ethereality, infused with a captivating magnetism. Each word was steeped in genuine emotion, as if she were gently narrating a beautiful story of waiting and encounters, instantly transporting the audience into a dreamlike realm filled with hope and longing. The audience, as if enchanted, fell into a profound silence. The once boisterous crowd receded like a tide, leaving the auditorium in hushed reverence, all captivated by the solar mask's enchanting melody, lost in the mesmerizing atmosphere she had created. In the comments section, the once rapid-fire barrage of messages miraculously slowed down, as if the pause button had been pressed. In its place emerged heartfelt lyrics and sincere praise, each word resonating with the audience's emotions at that moment. What a beautiful voice! The sound of the sun mask is truly enchanting. A stark contrast to the tender warmth of the serpent mask, it embodies a different kind of gentleness. The sun mask's voice is so unexpectedly delicate. Despite its bright and dazzling appearance, the softness is akin to the warm sunlight of winter, utterly delightful. This song is a classic, Encounter. Oh my, it instantly floods me with memories. This is truly the tale of an era. It feels as though the sun mask sings a unique tenderness, filled with hope and sunshine, uplifting my spirits. As the song approached its climax, the voice of the sun mask grew richer and more passionate, the pitch slightly elevated while maintaining that distinctive softness and delicacy, with emotion surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Whom will I encounter, and what dialogues will unfold? How far into the future is the one I await? I hear the wind from the subway and the sea of people. I stand in line, holding the number of love. Her voice brimmed with longing and desire for love. Each note seemingly igniting sparks of affection, warming the hearts of the audience and igniting their yearning for beautiful love, prompting them to fantasize about what their future romances might resemble. The audience was completely enveloped in her song, as if they were transported to a dream filled with hope and beauty, where everything else faded away, leaving only the sun-masked soul-stirring melody echoing in their ears. The comments section surged with activity once more. An overwhelming tide of admiration and declarations of love inundated the screen, each word infused with excitement and exhilaration. Isn't it just incredible? My ears are in bliss. My ears have been in ecstasy all night. Happiness has arrived so suddenly. The sun-masked performance makes my heart race. Thumping wildly, it feels as though love is on the horizon. Who will capture my youthful heart? Cantonese songs are romantic. Mandarin songs are heartfelt. Oh my. Tonight is a true delight. My ears are about to burst with happiness. It feels as if the sun-masked's voice is filled with sunshine. Listening brings me joy. As if all my troubles have vanished. As the song neared its conclusion, the fervent emotions gradually softened, the sun-masked's voice becoming gentle and delicate. As if whispering the softest secrets of her heart, tinged with a hint of melancholy yet brimming with hope. I soared through a sea of time. We too have suffered in love. I gaze upon the narrow entrance of a dream. In the final line, she sang with a tone imbued with hope. Her voice carrying a blend of determination, gentleness, and profound yearning, as if navigating through darkness yet remaining hopeful for the future. Meeting you was the most beautiful accident. One day, the mystery of my heart will be unveiled. As the song gently draws to a close, the final note fades away like a feather, dissolving into the air. And the venue is enveloped in a profound silence, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Everyone is immersed in the enchanting melody and heartfelt lyrics of Encounter. Unable to regain their composure, as if their very souls have drifted away with the music, lost in its exquisite ambience. The sun mask stands serenely at the center of the stage, bathed in warm light, a subtle smile gracing her lips, radiating a brilliance akin to sunlight. As though the sun itself has graced her visage with warmth and splendor. After a brief silence, applause erupts like a volcanic eruption, thunderous and unceasing, echoing throughout the entire auditorium. This round of applause is more fervent and sincere than any preceding it, representing the highest accolade for the sun mask's flawless performance. A testament to the affection for this hopeful song Encounter, and a genuine blessing for all beautiful encounters, infused with emotion and resonance. The comments in the chat once again surge, a tide of praise and reflections inundating the screen, each word a testament to the audience's exhilaration. The sun mask's singing is simply delightful. Tonight has truly been worth it. It feels as though my ears have been cleansed. The sun mask's voice is so tender, as warm as her mask, making me feel utterly healed. Little Saw strides onto the stage once more, his face alight with palpable excitement. His voice tinged with a slight tremor. He expresses gratitude to the sun mask for bringing us this song, filled with hope and beauty. Encounter. Little Saw pauses, seemingly savoring the captivating melody that just resonated, his tone imbued with admiration and sentiment. I believe this song is not merely dedicated to Miss Liu Ruyan, but encapsulates the yearning for beautiful love that many harbor, articulating our deep-seated desire for splendid encounters. He pauses again, his gaze sweeping across the audience, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, his tone laced with a profound anticipation. This evening, several masked songbirds have conveyed their distinct interpretations and aspirations for love through their most enchanting melodies, expressing their heartfelt sentiments to us and to Miss Liu Ruyan. Chapter 61. Liu Ruyan. Did Liu Qin deceive me about our breakup? On the vast expanse of the internet, the heartfelt rendition of the song Encounter by Sun Mask has stirred up an overwhelming tempest. This song must undoubtedly be the work of the renowned Li Clan's three young masters, with its intricately profound emotions and the delicate, almost fragile yearning for love that flows through its lyrics, strikingly reminiscent of his previous style. The individual upstairs appears to be quite uninformed. Have you ever heard Lying? A heart-wrenching love ballad of that caliber? The emotional depth of that piece likely surpasses that of Encounter. In my opinion, it could very well be Liu Qin's latest masterpiece. Is that even plausible? Upon scrutinizing it from every angle, Encounter seems far more like a meticulously crafted dish by the Li Clan's three young masters. Isn't Liu Qin's Mandarin song Later already a classic? I implore you, esteemed audience, to set aside your biases and evaluate it with fairness, shall we? The crux lies in the lyrics. Who will I meet? And what dialogues will unfold? Such conversational lyricism is undeniably a hallmark of the Li Clan's three young masters. Is it not? Please, The colloquial nature of lyrics is not an exclusive trademark of the Li clan. Many contemporary lyricists favor this relatable approach in their creations. Furthermore, the line "One day, my mystery will be unveiled" is clearly tailored to align with the thematic essence of Masked Singer, so who can sing it? Indeed. Let us not hastily attribute everything to the Li clan. The ethereal and otherworldly voice of Sun Mask is a perfect match for this genre of music. And perhaps the production team intentionally sought someone to craft this song for the show's impact. Does the production team possess such exceptional prowess? One would be dreaming to think so, if they truly had such skills. Would they need to go through great lengths to invite both the Li clan's three young masters and Liu Qin, these two titans? Personally, I believe it resembles Liu Qin's style more, with a subtle, gentle touch that effortlessly grazes the most tender parts of your heart. While the songs of the Li clan often feel excessively forceful, overly dramatic, and lacking in naturalness, to each their own, as preferences vary. The songs of the Li clan are grand and magnificent, better suited for stage performances, while Liu Qin's work leans towards the delicate and heartfelt. Ideal for quiet moments of solitary reflection. Both possess their unique merits, making them equally compelling, would you not agree? Let us cease the clamor, everyone. Let us remain calm. When the masks are unveiled, the truth will undoubtedly come to light. At that moment, we shall see whose artistry this song truly belongs to. Engaging in heated debates and exhausting ourselves now bears little significance, does it? Netizens are firmly entrenched in their stances, engaging in a fierce exchange of words, unable to genuinely persuade one another. The phenomenon that is Masked Singer, amidst this escalating online discourse, is gradually drawing to a close. The final reveal tonight, without a doubt, promises to be the most anticipated and exhilarating climax for all. In an instant, the barrage of comments cascaded forth like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming the screen with a torrent of diverse speculations and eager anticipations from netizens. Unmask her quickly. I am utterly impatient to discover the true identity of this celestial being behind the sun mask, with such a distinct and recognizable voice. It can only be the pop diva Sun Zi. In the realm of Chinese music, no one else possesses such ethereal and crystal-clear vocal quality. Indeed, it is almost certain that it is the real Sun Zi. This requires no further questioning. The serpent mask should reveal itself too. I am absolutely enamored with their voice. It's simply enchanting. Tonight's episode is truly of exceptional caliber, filled with brilliance from beginning to end. Each masked singer is a formidable talent, their prowess astonishing. I am already looking forward to next week's episode, hoping it maintains this extraordinary level of performance. Please do not disappoint us, loyal viewers. Masked Singer is eternal, a forever legend. At this moment, the show's online popularity surged to unprecedented heights. Shortly after the finale, Sun Zi's personal Weibo account eagerly updated with a new post. To Liu Qin, she dedicated a song titled Encounter. Accompanying the post was a stunning photo of the Sun Mask passionately performing on stage. This brief yet information-rich update, once released, created ripples across the internet akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Am I seeing this correctly? What astonishing revelation is this? What does Sun Zi intend with this action? Could it be that this song is specifically meant for Liu Ruyan, sung by Sun Zi for Liu Qin? How convoluted. The deeper one delves, the more chilling the implications become, leading to the speculation that there might be an undisclosed love-hate entanglement between Sun Zi and Liu Qin. The entertainment circle indeed seems chaotic, with plot twists more thrilling than a soap opera, leaving me utterly bewildered. Who will elucidate this tangled narrative for a mere bystander like me? Despite the intricate and convoluted relationships within this realm, one cannot deny that the song is truly captivating. I have been playing it on repeat all night, unable to stop. Sun Zi's recent actions carry immense significance. Sparking curiosity, does she intend to publicly support the controversial figure Liu Qin, ensnared in a maelstrom of public opinion? Or is there a deeper story at play? I must concede. The song is indeed beautiful. However, Liu Qin's character leaves much to be desired, embodying the traits of a scoundrel. Why would Sun Zi wade into these murky waters? Openly supporting Liu Qin? Is she not concerned about tarnishing her reputation and alienating her fans? Is there a possibility, purely speculative, that Sun Zi has harbored a secret affection for the exceptionally talented Liu Qin? This song Encounter, ostensibly dedicated to Liu Ruyan, might actually serve as a veiled homage, subtly sung for Liu Qin as a means to conceal her inner, unutterable secret. The previous commentator has struck a chord. I believe you are nearing the truth. However, setting aside other factors, Sun Zi's rendition of Encounter is undeniably exquisite, flawless in its delivery. I have become utterly entranced by her ethereal and healing voice. The songs of Liu Qin's faction are truly remarkable. From the classic Cantonese song I Like You, performed by the Serpent Mask, To the lingering echoes of Encounter by the Sun Mask, each piece possesses an enigmatic allure that resonates deeply, captivating the listener and rendering them willingly ensnared within its embrace. In contrast, the performance of the Li family's third scion appears somewhat lackluster. It seems that the song he meticulously crafted has not made a significant splash, receiving tepid responses. Compared to the compositions from Liu Qin's faction, it is thoroughly overshadowed, lacking any means of defense, such as the harsh reality. Liu Qin's music possesses a unique enchantment that compels listeners to become irresistibly addicted. The melodies of the Li family's third scion, though catchy and the lyrics imbued with meaning, nonetheless feel devoid of the soul that truly resonates with the heart, appearing somewhat hollow and pale. The public's evaluations are surprisingly candid and incisive, yet simultaneously cruelly unrelenting. Exceptional works naturally attract widespread attention, fervently embraced and adored by countless fans. In contrast, mediocre creations are destined to be mercilessly submerged in the tide of time, ignored and ultimately reduced to mere fleeting memories. This is the unchanging, brutal law of survival in the entertainment industry, as well as the unique allure emanating from art itself. However, amidst the overwhelmingly positive discourse surrounding Liu Qin and his works, a surge of online hostility has also emerged. Numerous netizens have begun to direct their ire towards Sun Zi, who has publicly supported Liu Qin, unleashing a torrent of vitriol and personal attacks against her. After all, Sun Zi is currently the only public figure to openly stand in support of Liu Qin, while the other masked singers who also endorse him maintain an air of mystery due to their undisclosed identities. Consequently, Sun Zi has become an easy target, a conduit for the public's pent-up frustrations. In a matter of moments, her personal social media account's comment section has become a battleground for online aggression. The netizens' sentiments are remarkably uniform, as if rehearsed beforehand. Indeed, the song is a rare gem, without question. Yet, what grounds does Sun Zi possess to publicly support a man of dubious character? Why should she dedicate such a poignant love song to the already weary and wounded diva Liu Ruyan for the sake of an unworthy scoundrel? Does her conscience not ache? Where, indeed, lie the professional ethics and fundamental boundaries of Sun Zi? In the face of such personal attacks, Sun Zi remains indifferent. As a prominent figure within the Beijing social elite, she naturally disregards the opinions of netizens. However, the insults directed at Liu Qin compel her to take notice. She has witnessed firsthand the true nature of Liu Qin. He is not a scoundrel. Just as Sun Zi is about to block her account to prevent further comments, a phone call interrupts her contemplation. Is this Miss Sun Zi? The voice of Liu Ruyan emerges from the other end of the line, bearing a weary tone. Yes. Who is this? I am Liu Ruyan. Liu's voice is tinged with exhaustion. I wish to know where Liu Qin is at present. I want to meet him and inquire about his intentions. Why did he dedicate a song to me? What is there to ask of a scoundrel? Sun Zi's eyes redden as she forces herself to utter these words. If those songs were indeed penned by him, Liu Ruyan sighs deeply. The bond between Liu Qin and I is akin to that of Boya and Ziqi. From these songs, I sense his anguish. He must have deceived me initially. Upon hearing this, Sun Zi is taken aback, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. It becomes clear why Liu Qin would bear the stigma of being a scoundrel, choosing to suffer in solitude rather than allow Liu Ruyan to uncover the truth. The depth of Liu Ruyan and Liu Qin's relationship is profound. Even through the songs, one can detect something amiss. Should Liu Ruyan learn of Liu Qin's demise, it is highly probable that she would choose to follow him in death. This Sun Zi can affirm with certainty. Chapter 62. The request of Han Pangpang for a song. You wish to meet him. This matter is beyond my control. Sun Zi pondered briefly, her delicate fingers gently tracing the rim of her coffee cup, ultimately declining Liu Ruyan's direct request. She raised her gaze, her eyes filled with regret, and softly replied, Sister Liu, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but Mr. Liu Qin has always been a law unto himself, and I cannot make decisions on his behalf. However, I can attempt to convey your wishes to him. Sun Zi's tone shifted as she proposed a compromise. If he is amenable to meeting you, I shall certainly facilitate the introduction and personally accompany you for the visit. But if he harbors no such intention, I can only relay the truth. And I hope Sister Liu can understand. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt a slight pang of disappointment, yet she recognized that Sun Zi had exerted herself to the utmost. Gratefully, she nodded at Sun Zi, her voice tinged with a hint of hope. I am immensely thankful for this. I entrust everything to you, Miss Sunday. Within the confines of the CAF, the air was suffused with the rich aroma of coffee, a unique and robust scent of freshly ground beans that invigorated the senses. At a window-side table, warm afternoon sunlight streamed in, casting a golden halo gently upon the surface. bestowing a warm sheen upon the exquisite coffee cup that reflected glimmers of light. Han Pengpeng clutched a petite coffee spoon, absently stirring her latte, her fair, rounded face illuminated by the sparkle of excitement in her lively eyes. "Sunzi, you must assist me this time," she implored, lowering her voice and adopting a slightly coaxing tone that carried an undeniable plea. Sunzi, seated opposite Han Pengpeng, wore a beige knitted sweater that accentuated her gentle and serene demeanor, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor girl. Upon hearing Han Pengpeng's somewhat anxious words, she couldn't help but smile, lifting her head to reveal a delicate face adorned with a warm smile, her eyes dancing with a playful hint of exasperation. "Sister Han, your words imply that I, Sunzi, am the sort to stand idly by in times of need." Sunzi lightly chided, her tone imbued with affectionate reproach, yet it remained endearingly intimate. "Oh, I know you will certainly help me. It's just that this situation is somewhat unique," Han Pengpeng said, setting down her coffee spoon, leaning slightly forward to close the distance between them, her previously relaxed demeanor shifting to seriousness, her tone becoming more earnest. "You are aware that in the next episode of Masked Singer, we judges are also to perform on stage." She paused, mischievously blinking her eyes, and continued, "Moreover, the production team has insisted that we must remain masked, creating an element of surprise that will astonish the audience." Sunzi gently nodded, indicating her complete understanding of the show's arrangements and Han Pengpeng's concerns. "The production team has specifically requested that I approach Liu Ruyan for a song." Han Pengpeng articulated each word with precision, her gaze fixed intently on Sunzi's face, as if seeking to unearth some hidden secret from the subtle shifts in her expression. Upon hearing the name Liu Ruyan, a subtle ripple of emotion flickered in Sunzi's bright eyes. Subsequently, a faint smile graced her lips, imbued with profound significance. As she playfully retorted, "Sister Han, your discernment is truly remarkable. You have immediately recognized Mr. Liu Ruyan. What? Is that not permissible?" Han, with a slight arch of her brow, spoke with a tone that bore both a hint of inquiry and the confidence of a seasoned figure in the music industry. "Well, it is not entirely impossible." Sunzi lifted her coffee cup, taking an elegant sip, allowing the rich aroma to envelop her senses, her gaze deepening as if she were lost in a reverie. "However, Liu Ruyan is indeed somewhat peculiar." "Peculiar? In what manner?" Han's curiosity was instantly piqued, akin to a cat irresistibly drawn to a tantalizing bait, as she eagerly pressed for more details, her tone brimming with inquisitiveness. "As for him," Sunzi set down her cup, her fingertips gently tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. Her tone shifted to a more nuanced register, as though she were carefully selecting the right words to encapsulate Liu Ruyan's essence. "A recommendation would certainly be feasible. After all, I must honor Sister Han's standing." Lifting her gaze, Sunzi looked earnestly at Han, and slowly articulated, "However, whether he would be inclined to craft a song tailor-made for you, I cannot truly guarantee." "That is quite all right. Your introduction will suffice," Han responded, a wave of relief washing over her as she waved her hand dismissively. The tension in her expression dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. "As long as I can meet him in person, I shall find a way to persuade him." "Sister Han, your confidence is indeed commendable." Sunzi chuckled at Han's self-assurance, her lips curling into a teasing smile. "Of course. Who am I, Han? A perennial presence in the music scene, exuding charisma. A mere Liu Ruyan is hardly a challenge." Han proudly patted her chest, exuding an air of assuredness as if she could already envision Liu Ruyan capitulating before her. "Moreover, I am not one to seek favors without compensation. I am willing to pay for a song." Han shifted her tone, speaking with an open-heartedness. "As for the price, I assure you, it will be agreeable. I will make certain he proposes a satisfactory figure." Upon hearing Han mention finances, Sunzi gently shook her head, a hint of exasperation gracing her delicate features. "Sister Han, you may be mistaken," she explained earnestly. "Liu Ruyan is likely not one who can be measured merely by monetary means." "Not a matter of finances?" Han faltered momentarily, her previously unwavering confidence showing a crack as she looked at Sunzi in confusion. Pressing on then, "What is it about?" Sunzi fell silent for a moment, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if she were reminiscing about moments spent with Liu Ruyan, simultaneously contemplating how to convey the nuances of his uniqueness to Han. "Never mind, you will understand once you meet him in person." She sighed softly, her tone imbued with an ineffable complexity, as if certain words were difficult to articulate, yet hinted at an unspeakable secret. "In summary, Liu Ruyan is unlike the musicians we typically encounter," Sunzi profoundly concluded, leaving behind a sentence brimming with suspense, which only piqued Han Pengpeng's curiosity further. What kind of person is Liu Qin to elicit such an indescribable reaction from the worldly wise Sun Zi, rendering the term extraordinary utterly inadequate? Moreover, why is it not merely a matter of money? Is he in pursuit of a loftier artistic realm? Or does he possess some obscure eccentricity? Han Pengpeng's heart felt as if it were gently scratched by a cat's paw, filled with questions, as various speculations sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Yet, concurrently, an unprecedented sense of anticipation surged within her, akin to a flame quietly igniting in her heart. She genuinely yearned to meet this enigmatic Liu Qin, to witness firsthand what makes him so exceptional, capable of crafting such soul-stirring songs, each seemingly imbued with a magical essence that resonates with the spirit. What charm does he possess that compels Sun Zi to publicly support him, risking scorn from netizens? Frankly speaking, setting aside other factors. As a seasoned powerhouse in the music industry, Han Pengpeng sincerely acknowledges Liu Qin's musical talent. She firmly believes that a musician of such remarkable prowess must possess extraordinary qualities that set him apart. Chapter 63. Liu Qin awakes. Why did Sun Zi agree so readily? The answer had long been clear in her heart. Liu Qin desired to make the song a phenomenal success, and Han Pengpeng was undoubtedly the best candidate. Across the Chinese music scene and even the global stage, Han Pengpeng's vocal prowess is truly rare. Perhaps only a few, like Master Tunger, could stand alongside him. Han Pengpeng was the one capable of fully unleashing the musical soul of Liu Qin. At the first hospital of the imperial capital, the corridor lay in silent stillness. The harsh fluorescent lights pouring down, casting a cold, reflective sheen upon the tiled floor, refracting dazzling beams of light. At the end of the corridor, two groups unexpectedly converged. The air instantly thickening and the atmosphere growing delicate. On one side stood Qin Yuan, Zhang Xinjia, Wang Feifei, and the upright Tinger. On the other, unexpectedly, were Sun Zi and Han Pengpeng. Sun Zi's clear voice shattered the corridor's silence. Chi-Chi, you are here too? Underneath her exquisite makeup, Deng Chi-Chi's surprise was evident. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with confusion, fixating intently on Sun Zi and the figure of Han Pengpeng behind her. Sister Sun, teacher Han, what are you doing here? Deng Chi-Chi's gaze flitted back and forth between Han Pengpeng and Sun Zi, her tone laced with curiosity and bewilderment. Qin Yuan, Zhang Xinjia, Wang Feifei, and Tinger exchanged glances, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected encounter. For a moment, the atmosphere in the corridor felt as taut as a stretched string. Both delicate and tense, Han Pengpeng took the initiative to break the impasse, a warm smile spreading across her round face, her voice resonant and cheerful. Oh, what a coincidence! We are here to see Liu Qin regarding a matter. Her tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial everyday occurrence. Sun Zi nodded in agreement, wearing a professional and composed smile. Deng Chi-Chi's confusion deepened. Looking for Liu Qin? Why would Sister Sun and Teacher Han come to the hospital to find him? Could it be? A thought flashed through Deng Chi-Chi's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing her heart to skip a beat. Are you also here for the song? She ventured cautiously, her tone inadvertently tinged with tension and unease. Han Pengpeng and Sun Zi exchanged a knowing glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Clearly, their intentions had been discerned. Han Pengpeng boldly admitted, a hearty laugh escaping her lips as she nodded emphatically. Indeed. It is for the song. After a brief pause, her tone infused with confidence and anticipation, she continued, in the next episode, the judges are to perform on stage. And I wish to request a song from teacher Liu Qin. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Deng Chi-Chi and her companions shifted dramatically, a complex interplay of surprise, disbelief, and an indescribable subtle emotion weaving across their faces. Particularly, Deng Chi-Chi's expression transformed the most noticeably. She initially gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Soon after, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of intricate emotion danced in her clear eyes, akin to the ripples formed when a stone is cast upon a tranquil lake. Sun Zi astutely perceived the subtle shift in Deng Chi-Chi's expression. She smiled gently and took the initiative to clarify. Chi-Chi, please do not misconstrue my words. Her voice was soft and serene, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Imbued with a soothing power, Han Jia's vocal prowess is evident to all. She is a veritable deity of song. Sun Zi's tone brimmed with admiration and affirmation for Han, unreserved and genuine. It is an honor for Liu Qin's songs to be interpreted by Han Jia, and likewise, a privilege for Liu Qin himself. Her words, laced with a touch of clever flattery, conveyed sincerity and warmth, devoid of any semblance of sycophancy. I firmly believe that with Han Jia's talent, she will undoubtedly render Liu Qin's songs into resounding hits across the land. This statement from Sun Zi seemed to possess an enchanting quality, swiftly dissipating the faint doubts and discomfort in Ding Qiqi's heart. The furrow in Qiqi's brow unfurled, her expression softening, replaced by a sense of relief and anticipation. She contemplated carefully, acknowledging the truth in Sun Zi's assertion. Han's vocal skills were undeniably of the highest caliber. If Liu Qin's songs could resonate through Han's voice, achieving widespread acclaim, it would be an unequivocal boon for him. With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed on Ding Qiqi's face, her earlier uncertainty and tension melting away like snow in the sun. Sun Zi is indeed correct. Han's singing is unparalleled, unmatched by anyone. Qiqi echoed with a smile, her tone rich with genuine appreciation, heartfelt and sincere. If only Han could perform Liu Qin's songs, it would surely ignite a frenzy across the internet. Qin Yuan, Zhang Xian, Wang Feifei, and Tinger nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. The previously tense atmosphere in the corridor transformed back into one of lightness and joy. The two groups exchanged a few casual pleasantries before settling onto the benches in the corridor, waiting quietly for Liu Qin to awaken. Time slipped by like sand through fingers, silently flowing as the corridor remained tranquil, broken only by the occasional footsteps and hushed conversations. Sunlight streamed through the pristine windows, casting dappled shadows upon the smooth floor, elongating the figures of those present and stretching the agony of waiting. The anticipation felt interminable. Every minute and second seemed infinitely extended. Each individual exhibited signs of restlessness, their gazes frequently drifting toward the closed ward door, yearning for a miracle. Though Han appeared outwardly composed and jovial, her slightly rapid breaths and the incessant tapping of her fingers against her knee betrayed her inner turmoil. Sun Zi appeared considerably more composed, elegantly seated with her gaze occasionally drifting to her phone screen, yet more often fixed upon the ever-changing clouds beyond the luminous floor-to-ceiling windows, as if she were clearing her thoughts or patiently awaiting something. Meanwhile, Ding Qiqi and Qin Yuan engaged in hushed conversations, their topics revolving around the forthcoming recording of a program, attempting to divert their attention and alleviate the anxiety of the wait. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, akin to an arduous century. Just as a sense of fatigue and near despair began to settle among the crowd, a sudden, crisp, and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. A young doctor clad in a pristine white coat hurriedly approached. In an instant, all eyes were magnetically drawn towards him. Upon reaching the doorway of the ward, he abruptly halted, turned around, and scanned the corridor with a reassuring smile illuminating his face. His clear voice resonated distinctly in the quiet hallway. Liu Qin has awakened. Those four brief words struck like a heavy bomb upon the tranquil surface of a lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves and igniting excitement throughout the corridor. Chapter 64. Dawn and Paradise. In the hospital room, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Liu Qin gazed vacantly at the stark white ceiling, as if his very soul had vacated his corporeal form. Only the ethereal, translucent panel before him signified his tenuous connection to the world outside. Song I Like You, popularity level SSS, song lying, popularity level SSS, song later. Popularity level SSS, song regrettably not you. Popularity level SSS, congratulations. Host, you have gained 60 days of life, congratulations. Host, you have gained 20 health points, current health points, 37,100, health points above 80 indicate complete recovery. His health points had astonishingly surged to 37. 60 points marked the threshold, heralding a glimmer of hope, the dawn of healing. 80 points would signify a complete liberation from illness, a rebirth unburdened by affliction. Within Liu Qin's heart, a flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the darkness with newfound fervor. The four songs had directly bestowed upon him 20 health points. At this rate, perhaps with just 2 or 3 more, he could wholly recover and cast off the shadows of death. Yet, the harsh reality descended upon him like frigid seawater, extinguishing the flickering hope within. The patient's condition was dire. His immune system had utterly collapsed. The chief physician's expression was grave, his voice resonating with the somber weight of despair. You have at most 1 or 2 months left. Prepare for the worst. Those few words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Han Pangpang and Tingage had believed Liu Qin's predicament to be merely a minor accident, considering his current stature. It was reasonable for him to occupy a deluxe ward. However, who could have anticipated that he was in the late stages of cancer? Just a fleeting month of life remained. Han Pangang's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion drained of color, overtaken by shock. Tingage, too, was rendered pale, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, face etched with incredulity. The rumors circulating online. Tingage murmured, her voice breaking. Oh dear. Han Pangpang suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, a heavy sigh escaping his lips, laden with sorrow. Teacher Liu Qin, truly a remarkable man. Alas, heaven is cruel to the gifted, and beauty often meets a tragic fate. Indeed, Tenguj came to a profound realization, finally understanding the intricate truth surrounding Liu Qin and Liu Ruyan. Overcome by emotion, her vision blurred with tears, sorrow cascading like a river. Han Pangdang, too, felt his eyes welling with tears, a profound melancholy enveloping his heart. Liu Qin endured the excruciating pain radiating through his body, struggling to shift his gaze towards the sorrowful faces before him. With a voice that bore an unwavering resolve, he weakly commanded, "Bring me paper and a pen." Deng Qiqi had initially yearned to inform Liu Qin of Liu Ruyan's desire to visit, but witnessing his suffering, still fixated on writing songs, rendered her words trapped in her throat, unable to be spoken. She could only remain silent. In a flurry of chaos, everyone hastily retrieved paper and pen, carefully handing them to Liu Qin. The hospital room once again succumbed to a suffocating silence. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the soft scratching of the pen against the paper, echoing in the desolate space like the ominous ticking of a clock counting down to doom, striking at the nerves of each onlooker. Liu Qin leaned against the edge of the bed, an empty score spread before him. He resembled a lone hero, his gaze resolute yet tragic, fixed intently upon the cold surface of the paper, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle with an unseen deity of fate. His complexion was as pale as the first snow of winter, devoid of color, beads of sweat clustering on his forehead, large droplets sliding helplessly down his gaunt cheeks, landing on the score and blurring it with faint water stains. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as they grasped the pen, as though they might falter at any moment. Each stroke felt like a dance upon the edge of a blade, exhausting the last vestiges of his strength. He clenched his jaw, a suppressed groan emanating from deep within his throat, a sound of anguish teetering on the brink of a roar, desperately restrained. Tenguj and Han Pangpang stood behind him like statues, motionless, holding their breath, eyes wide with disbelief, gazing intently at every movement Liu Qin made. The light-hearted banter that once graced their faces had vanished, replaced by profound shock, incredulity, and an indescribable pang of sorrow. They had never witnessed Liu Qin in such torment, such struggle. It was as if each note he penned was a brutal ordeal, a sacrificial act of life itself inscribed upon the score. Han Pangpang's lips parted slightly, a comforting word on the tip of her tongue, yet her throat felt constricted, silencing her voice. She sensed her heart being gripped tightly by an invisible, frigid hand, rendering her breathless, as a wave of suffocation washed over her entire being. Tenguj's eyes brimmed with a tumult of complex emotions, surprise, heartache, and a profound sense of bewilderment. She had known Liu Qin for a long time, accustomed to his effortless creativity, as if melodies were inherently etched in his mind, summoned with ease. Yet, this scene shattered all her previous notions of him. This was not merely songwriting. It felt akin to a sacred sculpting of life itself, each stroke heavy with the weight of blood and tears. Deng Qiqi felt as if she were nailed to the spot, unable to move, her gaze magnetically drawn to Liu Qin's anguished, contorted face. Witnessing his torment, the tremors of his hand, her eyes burned as if scorched by fire, gradually reddening. Tears surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, silently spilling over and clouding her vision, draping everything before her in a veil of melancholic sorrow. She hurriedly raised her hand, firmly covering her mouth, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress her sobs, fearing that the sound of her weeping would disturb Liu Qin and exacerbate his suffering. Yet, tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, one after another, scalding as they fell, unstoppable, as if they were intent on pouring out all her sorrow and heartache. Qin Yuan, Zhang Xianjia, Wang Feifei, and the other staff members remained silent, as though ensnared by a spell, standing still in quietude, offering no words. The once lively and cheerful atmosphere of the corridor had dissipated, replaced by a heavy, oppressive, suffocating aura that weighed down upon each individual, making it difficult to breathe. They silently observed Liu Qin, witnessing him exert every ounce of energy, laboriously and slowly inscribing on the paper, writing and rewriting. It was as if they could empathize with the immense agony he was enduring, sensing the profound weight of life that lay beneath his pen. They could distinctly feel that Liu Qin was undergoing a torment beyond the imagination of ordinary people, an indescribable, ineffable pain that penetrated to the very marrow of his being. This anguish radiated through his trembling hands, his pallid face, and his tightly clenched jaw, infecting each of them like a plague, causing them to share in the overwhelming discomfort, the stifling oppression, and the heart-wrenching sorrow. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, halted by an invisible force. Everyone stood in solemn silence, akin to devout worshippers, gazing intently at their deity, observing Liu Qin as he continued his arduous task of writing, and writing anew. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed hauntingly in the eerily silent hospital room, each stroke resonating like a heavy drumbeat. striking at their hearts and reverberating through their souls. It felt as if it were not the sound of a pin, but rather Luchin's anguished groans, tearing at their souls mercilessly, evoking a profound heartache. Two compositions, bearing the weight of life, finally rested gently upon Liu Qin's trembling fingertips. Like a warrior who had bled his last drop, he succumbed to exhaustion, his vision darkening as he fainted. Yet, upon the paper, two sheets of music shimmered with a radiant glow, akin to stars twinkling in the darkness, brimming with hope and strength. One was titled The Dawn Has Arrived, and the other, Heaven. Chapter 65. Han Pengpeng's eyes gleamed with tears, a song written for me. In the corridor, the atmosphere underwent a subtle transformation. The heavy oppression that had previously hung in the air like a thick fog was slowly dissipating, melted away by the dancing notes on the score. In its place emerged a quietude imbued with awe and profound reverence, silently unfurling around them. Deng Qiqi was the first to contain her inner tumult. She gently began to hum. The melody flowed forth like a pure spring bubbling from the depths of her soul, clear and resonant, yet tinged with an imperceptible, heart-wrenching sorrow. Zhang Xinza, unable to resist the allure, leaned closer to the score, his gaze hungrily tracing the notes as he softly joined in the melody. His voice was delicate, as if fearing that even a slight increase in volume might shatter this rare tranquility and mar the beauty of the music. Yet, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter, akin to an explorer who had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, filled with wonder and yearning. Tenggage and Han Pengpeng stood side by side, their heads bowed slightly in focused admiration of the score. Tenggage's initial surprise gradually softened into genuine appreciation. He furrowed his brow, savoring the emotions woven into the melody, and hummed a few lines, his voice barely above a whisper, yet laced with a subtle tremor. Han Pengpeng's gaze was magnetically drawn to the title above the score, The Dawn Breaks. Her lips moved silently as she mouthed the name, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. As if lost in reminiscence or deep contemplation, Qin Yuan and Sun Zi stood a little farther away, instinctively leaning in to glimpse every note on the sheet. Their faces were similarly etched with shock, an ineffable sense of astonishment flowing silently between them. Wang Feifei decisively retrieved her phone, meticulously capturing photographs of the score. Fearful of missing any detail, it was as if she wished to preserve this precious and meaningful moment indefinitely. Gradually, the corridor filled with soft humming, initially scattered and intermittent. It soon coalesced into a compelling and infectious harmony. The melody soared at times, resounding with the fervor of dawn's first light, brimming with hope and strength. At other moments, it descended into gentle, melancholic whispers, echoing the unshakable sense of resignation and deep sighs that lingered in the night. Everyone seemed to be enchanted by the music, wholly immersed in this unique melody. They appeared to forget everything around them, the pain endured by Liu Qin at that moment, and even the coldness of the hospital corridor. Their faces wore an expression bordering on reverence, akin to pilgrims in solemnity and gravity. It was a profound respect for the music, as well as an earnest admiration for Liu Qin's extraordinary talent. These two songs had transcended the realm of ordinary pop music. They seemed to be imbued with a mysterious enchantment, capable of effortlessly penetrating the hearts of individuals, striking at the softest and most vulnerable depths of their souls, eliciting profound emotional resonance. The hum grew increasingly clear, fluid, and laden with emotion. It appeared as though everyone gradually became familiar with this soul-stirring melody, slowly beginning to sense the suffocating, profound feelings concealed within the song. At that moment, Han Pengpeng, who had merely been humming softly, suddenly clamped her hand over her mouth. Her body began to tremble gently, initially just a slight quiver, akin to leaves swaying softly in an autumn breeze. Captivated by the music, no one initially noticed Han Pengpeng's unusual behavior. It was only when her shoulders began to shake violently and muffled sobs escaped through her fingers that the attention of those around her was drawn. The once harmonious hum abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed, creating a jarring interruption. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes shifting in unison towards Han Pengpeng, filled with confusion and concern. Her eyes instantly reddened, and large tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls severed from their string, uncontrollably spilling forth. She bit her lip tightly, summoning all her strength in a futile attempt to stifle the torrent of tears, only to realize that her efforts were utterly in vain. Akin to trying to extinguish a raging fire with a mere cup of water. Pengpeng, what is wrong with you? Tenggage was the first to react, his expression tinged with worry as he gazed at Han Pengpeng and softly inquired. His voice was gentle and low, as if afraid that even the slightest elevation in volume might disturb Han Pengpeng's fragile emotional state, plunging her deeper into sorrow. Han Pengpeng vigorously shook her head, tears flowing like a breached dam, her sobs growing more intense and heart-wrenching. The tears quickly blurred her meticulously applied makeup, dismantling her previously formidable exterior, revealing the vulnerability and helplessness that lay deep within, evoking profound sympathy. Everyone was utterly bewildered, exchanging glances of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, they had been engrossed in the sheet music, humming the enchanting melody together, and the atmosphere in the corridor had grown increasingly relaxed. How could it be that Han Pangpang suddenly collapsed into tears without any warning? No one knew what had transpired, their minds swirling with questions. The corridor once again fell into silence, but this silence was starkly different from the previous heaviness. This time, it was filled with bewilderment, confusion, and a subtle undercurrent of worry and unease. All gazes converged like searchlights on Han Pangpang's trembling form, radiating concern. Everyone was eager to understand why she had suddenly succumbed to such uncontrollable weeping. They yearned to discover the hidden emotions and stories behind this sudden outpouring of tears. Han Pangpang struggled for a considerable time to steady herself, her chest still rising and falling violently. Before she managed to regain control over her emotions and spoke in halting fragments, many years ago, a dreadful disaster occurred, an accident involving a cable car. A small child, supported by the life of his parents, miraculously survived in such a desperate situation. Later, I adopted that child. At this point, Han Pangpang's voice broke, tears once again blurring her vision. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm herself, continuing, Liu Ruyan's song The Dawn, it tells this very story. He knew about it, and he composed this song specifically for me, for that child. Han Pangpang found herself at a loss for words to accurately convey the tumultuous emotions within her, and all she could manage was a tearful summation. In short, I am now filled with profound respect and gratitude for Liu Ruyan. As everyone listened to Han Pangpang's choked narration, it was as if they were struck by lightning, their eyes widening in disbelief and shock. No one had anticipated that the seemingly strong and capable Han Pangpang harbored such a heart-wrenching past. Nor could they fathom that Liu Ruyan would unearth such a buried memory and transform it into a song of exquisite beauty and artistic depth. Han Pangpang's tears fell like a broken pearl necklace, each droplet rolling down and splattering on the floor, creating shimmering rings of moisture. She appeared to be engulfed by a tsunami of sorrow, her shoulders trembling slightly as she sobbed silently, the long-suppressed emotions finally finding an outlet. Tingage, filled with compassion, gently placed her palm on Han Pangpang's back, patting her softly yet firmly, offering silent comfort akin to a gentle stream, attempting to soothe her turbulent feelings. Qin Yuan and Sun Zi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the lingering shock, the astonishment rolling like invisible waves in their hearts, refusing to subside. Wang Feifei still held her phone aloft, her fingertips gliding over the screen, seemingly replaying the hurriedly captured sheet music. The notes possessing a magical quality that spiraled endlessly in her mind, impossible to dispel. In the corridor, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The previous lilting hum had long since dissipated, as if it had never existed. In its place arose a more complex and ineffable emotion, like an invisible thread quietly weaving among the gathered individuals, entangling them. It was a mixture of awe, profound emotion stirred deeply, a seismic impact on their souls, and a tinge of uncontainable heartache. They felt sorrow for the tearful Han Pangpang before them, as well as for the young man in the hospital room, Liu Ruyan, who despite his plight could still compose such deeply resonant music, evoking profound empathy. The song, Qin Yuan, was the first to shatter the suffocating silence. His voice deep and raspy, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, each word laden with profound weight. It was truly remarkable. Sun Zi followed closely, her tone imbued with a near inarticulate astonishment, the shock rendering her usually fluid expressions into a stammer. It is genuinely beyond words. Wang Feifei slowly lowered her phone, her gaze complexly fixed upon the tightly shut hospital door, her eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. Liu Ruyan, Ting Gij softly began, her voice tinged with concern and uncertainty. How could he know all of this? Han Pangpang sniffled, hastily wiping away the tears cascading down her face with the back of her hand, desperately attempting to stem the tide of sorrow, her voice thick with nasality, sounding especially aggrieved and helpless. I don't know. Perhaps he truly is a genius, she murmured, her voice as soft as a sigh, imbued with a hint of bewilderment and self-doubt. The term genius felt so insubstantial, so feeble at this moment. Simply labeling him as a genius could hardly encapsulate the immense energy contained within this song. A single melody could so effortlessly unearth a buried past. A single song could reduce a girl of seemingly unbreakable spirit to tears, utterly unhinged and devastated. This transcended the mere confines of genius. He understands the human heart so profoundly. Han Pangang choked out again, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. He knows the deepest pain within me. He understands what I yearn to protect. Her tears flowed like a deluge, this time encompassing not only boundless sorrow but also an ineffable gratitude. It was gratitude directed towards Liu Qin, for his music so precisely captured the most secret emotions of her heart. Pang Pang, Tenggige gently called out, extending her arms once more to warmly embrace Han Pangang, wishing to provide her with additional warmth and strength. Han Pangang shook her head. Breaking free from Tenggige's comforting embrace, her steps heavy as she approached the closed door of the ward. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips hesitating in midair, yearning to knock upon this door. Yet, in the final moment, her movement froze rigidly. She was uncertain how to confront Liu Qin beyond the door. She did not know what words could encapsulate the tumultuous emotions surging within her at this moment. Gratitude? Admiration? Emotion? Shock? Or perhaps other, more intricate, more ineffable feelings, emotions so tangled that even she could not fully unravel them? Ultimately, she weakly lowered her hand, as if shedding an immense burden. She turned around to face Qin Yuan and Sun Zi, her expression marked by confusion and helplessness. Sun Zi, concerned, walked over to Han Pangpang's side, gently inquiring, Pang Pang, are you all right? Han Pangang forced a bitter smile, shaking her head softly. I'm fine. It's just, my heart feels a bit chaotic. Her voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of fatigue and bewilderment. It's all right. Just let it out. Crying will ease your heart. Sun Zi spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone, as if soothing a wounded child. Han Pangpang nodded lightly, taking a deep breath, striving to calm her still tumultuous emotions. She gently closed her eyes and began to hum softly. It was an autumn day. The wind was so tender. The melody resonated once more. Though devoid of instrumental accompaniment, it felt all the more pure, striking directly at the heart. Everyone fell silent, holding their breath, engrossed in Han Pangpang's soft serenade. They felt the poignant memories encapsulated within the song, the sorrow and strength woven into her voice. And they also sensed Liu Qin's astonishing musical talent that seemed to penetrate the depths of the soul. Han Pangpang gradually closed her eyes, allowing the familiar melody to flow gently around her, each note serving as a tender key, unlocking the gates of her deepest memories. In her mind, the vivid recollections of the shocking cable car accident that had gripped the nation resurfaced. The haunting images still capable of inducing a heartbeat of trepidation even after all these years. She recalled the news footage of the small child, hoisted high by their parents. A fortunate survivor, the innocent face still etched with lingering fear. The memory of her first encounter with that child flashed before her, such a small figure, with timid eyes, resembling a startled fawn. Fragments of the past surged forth like a tumultuous tide, carrying with them anguish, sorrow, regret, and a trace of gratitude for having survived. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, dampening her cheeks. Yet this time, a faint smile gradually emerged upon her face, as if all the pain and struggles had found solace within the gentle lullaby. It felt as though all her scars were tenderly smoothed by the soothing melody. As the song came to an end, the corridor was once again enveloped in silence. However, this silence was strikingly different from the previous oppressive heaviness. This time, it was imbued with warmth, filled with emotion, and radiated a glimmer of hope. It was as if the darkness had truly passed, and the dawn had arrived. Chapter 66, Paradise. The corridor was shrouded in an unsettling silence. The space that had just reverberated with impassioned singing now seemed to have been stripped of all sound by an invisible hand. Only the muffled breaths of a few individuals quivered in the air, and within their gazes swirled complex emotions, rising like a tide. Everyone remained enveloped in the profound emotional impact of the song The Dawn Has Broken. That melody transcended the boundaries of mere music. It resembled a poisoned blade, piercing with precision and ruthlessness into the most tender and vulnerable corners of their hearts. The gates of long-buried memories were torn open, exposing wounds they had desperately sought to avoid. The pain was excruciating, yet strangely accompanied by a sense of indescribable liberation, as if they were emerging from a cocoon anew. Han Pangpang's eyes were swollen, resembling ripe peaches, with tear stains crisscrossing her slightly pale cheeks. Yet, deep within her glistening eyes, there sparkled a brightness more radiant than ever before. It was as though the shackles weighing heavily upon her youthful shoulders had been lifted, leaving her feeling lighter and unburdened. Tenggige extended her arms, gently patting Han Pangpang's trembling back, silently conveying comfort and support. Wang Feifei and Sun Zi stood quietly alongside, the cool moonlight cascading upon their delicate features, casting mottled shadows, their eyes filled with empathy and compassion for Han Pangpang. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, attempting to dispel the stifling sensation in his chest and shatter the oppressive silence. There is another song. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet carried an imperceptible excitement. He retrieved a modest harmonica from his pocket, and as his fingertips brushed against it, clear notes flowed forth like a gentle stream. This time, it was not the somber lament of the dawn has broken, nor the delicate tenderness of encounter. Instead, it was a soaring, expansive melody imbued with primal power, akin to the cry of an eagle over the vast grasslands, instantly captivating everyone's attention. It was as if a wild wind swept in from the boundless plains, infused with the essence of the earth, carrying an untamed spirit and a penetrating force that resonated deeply within their souls, vibrating their eardrums and stirring their hearts. Tengage's previously lowered head shot up, the cool moonlight illuminating her somewhat pallid visage, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable shock. The style of this song was all too familiar. So familiar it felt like a part of her very being, echoing from the depths of her soul. The familiar pastoral ambience made her feel as if she were standing upon an endless expanse of green pastures. The familiar lilting melody was the soul song passed down through generations of the pastoral people. The familiar challenging vocal techniques. Each note seemed to push the limits of human vocal range. Even the prelude, with its sparse notes, had already unveiled the extraordinary and grand nature of this song. Akin to a fleeting glimpse of brilliance, Sunzi and Wang Feifei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The difficulty of this song seems to surpass that of the previous Daybreak not merely by a slight margin, but by an entirely different echelon, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Daybreak is a delicate expression of emotion, a perfect amalgamation of skill and feeling, profoundly moving and tear-jerking. In contrast, this song Heaven appears to be a pure exhibition of technique, a formidable challenge to the singer's prowess, vocal range, breath control, rhythm, and even emotional mastery, allowing no room for imperfection, particularly in the higher notes, which are melodious and soaring, as if striving to break through the clouds and reach the heavens. Only a vocalist of unparalleled skill could hope to navigate it, let alone deliver a flawless rendition. Tengage's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently, as if yearning to escape some invisible restraint. Her gaze, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated intently on the screen of the phone in Qin Yuan's hand, which prominently displayed the title of the song, Heaven. Heaven? The heaven of the grasslands? These two words cleaved through the chaos in her mind like lightning, unleashing a torrent of vivid images that flashed through her consciousness in a whirlwind. The boundless grasslands, galloping horses racing with the wind, leisurely sheep as white as snow, and the resonant, majestic song reverberating through the heavens and earth, piercing the soul. The song's essence is monumental, so grand that it seems poised to consume one's very spirit, merging it within the vastness of the cosmos. What astonished Tengage even more was the style of the song. Its familiar melodic progression, the powerful rhythm, and its striking resemblance to her own singing style, as if they were of the same lineage. She embodies the spirit of the grasslands, with the fervor and boldness pulsing through her veins. Her forte lies in these soaring, expansive, life-affirming grassland songs. This song, could it be a thought, as fantastical as a tale from the Arabian Nights yet terrifyingly real, burgeoned wildly within her mind, instantly seizing all her thoughts. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze piercing like a spotlight, directed at the closed door of the hospital room, her expression rife with shock, confusion, incredulity, and a trace of anticipation that even she struggled to perceive. Liu Qin, how could he know all this? How could he compose such a song, seemingly tailor-made for her? It was as if he had already discerned the most secret yearnings of her soul. Moreover, the level of difficulty was utterly unimaginable, entirely beyond the realm of rational explanation. Han Pengpeng also sensed something amiss. She turned her head cautiously to look at Tengage, her tone tinged with an unmistakable tremor and excitement. Sister Gage, this song. Tengage remained silent, her focus unwavering as she gazed at the phone screen, her eyes ablaze with a complex fervor. Her complexion shifted erratically, alternating between red and pale, her expression a tempest of emotions, akin to a bottomless whirlpool, surging with a cacophony of feelings. There was shock, like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. In a state of bewilderment, enveloped by an impenetrable fog, one finds themselves grappling with confusion. There exists a stirring sensation, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, warm and tender. Moreover, an indescribable yet potent excitement surges forth, reminiscent of a long-dormant volcano poised to unleash its pent-up energy. Sunzi and Wang Feifei have finally come to a complete realization. As seasoned professionals immersed in the music industry for years, they can easily discern the intricacies of this song and feel the immense energy it harbors. This is undoubtedly a premier piece of music from the grasslands, with its melody, intent, and technical prowess rendered flawless, devoid of any blemish. Its level of difficulty is extraordinarily high, bordering on the extreme. In the vast realm of Chinese music, the number of singers capable of mastering this song flawlessly is exceedingly rare. Indeed, one might describe them as a phoenix among a herd of cattle. Tingage stands out as one of these rare talents, as if this song were crafted specifically for her, tailored to perfectly align with her essence and style. Their gazes toward the closed hospital door shifted profoundly. The earlier shock and confusion have been entirely supplanted by a profound reverence and admiration. If Daybreak showcased Liu Qin's delicate emotions and his keen insight into the human heart, then heaven emerges like a sword from the heavens, unveiling his multifaceted and formidable musical prowess. He possesses not only an understanding of emotions and human nature, accurately capturing the softest sentiments within each individual, but also an extensive mastery of diverse musical styles, coupled with an unfathomable creative talent. He even seems to understand Tingage, as if he can peer into her very soul, grasping the essence of her being. What other hidden surprises lie within this enigmatic young man that they have yet to uncover? Wang Feifei could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, her exquisite visage reflecting shock and disbelief, murmuring, "My heavens, is he even human? This is simply extraordinarily prodigious." Sun Zi, equally astonished, shook her head in disbelief, her carefully crafted makeup failing to conceal the turmoil within. Her tone brimmed with incredulous admiration. "It's utterly incomprehensible, far beyond my realm of understanding." Qin Yuan's eyes widened dramatically, nearly bulging from their sockets. His mouth agape as if one could fit an egg within. For an extended moment, he could not articulate a single coherent word. He felt as though his mind had completely crashed, the CPU of his thoughts incinerated, leaving only an abyss of shock and bewilderment. Han Pangpang inhaled deeply, striving to temper her near-explosive excitement, her small face adorned with admiration and exhilaration. She turned to the still silent Tingage, her voice soft yet resolute. "Teacher Gage, Liu Qin seems to truly understand you, profoundly and thoroughly." Tingage's body quivered slightly, as though struck by an electric current, her delicate frame shivering. She gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately like the wings of a butterfly. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress the tumult within her heart. When she reopened her eyes, the once cool depths were now filled with an intricate tapestry of emotions, akin to a deep pool brewing with an impending storm. He is truly a genius." Tingage's voice was somewhat hoarse, imbued with an indescribable tremor, yet her tone resonated with an unprecedented certainty and admiration. Genius. This time, no one found this term to be feeble or hollow. For Liu Qin's performance had transcended the very essence of genius, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. He was nothing short of a prodigy, an extraordinary musical phenomenon beyond the confines of conventional understanding. The corridor once again fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yet this silence was starkly different from the previous oppressive stillness. The former silence was a heavy atmosphere woven from sorrow and repression, suffocating in its weight. In contrast, this silence resembled the calm before a storm, harboring a tremendous energy poised to erupt, stirring the heart and igniting a sense of anticipation. Chapter 67. The final season of The Masked Singer. Silence enveloped the underground music hall, heavy and palpable, as if the very air had congealed. Yet this stillness was not devoid of substance. Rather, it brimmed with unparalleled awe and reverberation. In the dazzling metropolis, within a tranquil corner illuminated by vibrant lights, a luxurious villa's underground music hall resembled a secluded sanctuary of sound. The professional soundproofing absorbed all external clamor, leaving only pure, mellifluous notes to flow gracefully through the space, akin to celestial music. Breaking the silence was the crystalline voice of Deng Qiqi, her lively eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had captured the most exquisite notes of existence. "Oh my goodness!" she exclaimed, her tone infused with incredulous exhilaration. "Teacher Gage, Teacher Pangpang, you're singing. It's truly extraordinary. Especially you, Teacher Gage." Deng Qiqi pointed animatedly at Tingage, her voice quivering with enthusiasm. "This song, Heaven, seems tailor-made for your very soul." Sun Zi, roused from the lingering echoes of the song, nodded fervently, her flawless visage radiating genuine admiration. "Indeed, Teacher Gage," she murmured softly, her gaze tinged with reverence. "The essence of this song is so grand, encompassing the vastness of the universe, it's beyond what an ordinary person could master. Only you could convey the boundless expanse of the grasslands and its profound majesty with such exquisite clarity, striking right at the heart." Zhang Xinjia adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses glinting with subtle appreciation. "The two songs performed by Liu Qin," he began, his tone imbued with rare commendation, "are indeed remarkable. Daybreak is delicate and moving, whispering softly in the ear, while heaven is grand and majestic, akin to the soaring of an eagle over the grasslands. These are two distinctly different styles. Yet both possess a soul-piercing power. He paused, his gaze deepening. What is particularly noteworthy is the singing difficulty of heaven. The level of challenge is off the charts. For teacher Gage to interpret it so flawlessly, every note and every technique executed with precision, is truly breathtaking. Han Pangpang scratched his head innocently, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, his endearing demeanor lightening the atmosphere. Honestly, I'm just here to fill the numbers. It's teacher Gage who is the true star. He waved his hand dismissively, attributing all the credit to Tank Gage. This song, it's genuinely phenomenal. When I sang it, I felt every hair on my body stand on end, and goosebumps covered me all over. Tinga exhaled a prolonged breath. His profound gaze entwined with a myriad of complex emotions, reminiscent of the vast, turbulent sea. He refrained from joining the crowd's admiration, instead lifting his phone once more, his fingertips gently caressing the characters for heaven displayed on the screen. Heaven, a name imbued with poetic beauty and boundless imagination. The ambience evoked by this song indeed mirrored that of paradise, pure, sacred, and soul-stirring, as if his very spirit had been cleansed. As he slowly closed his eyes, the boundless expanse of the grasslands resurfaced in his mind, wild horses galloping like thunder, and gentle sheep as white as snow. Accompanying this imagery was a majestic song, seemingly descending from the heavens, resonating repeatedly in his ears, reverberating through his soul. This song was undeniably meant for him, as if its melody and lyrics were the very voice of his essence, innate and effortless. Yet, how could Liu Qin, this young man he had never met, possess such insight? They had never crossed paths, so how could he compose a piece so attuned to his being, as if he had pierced the veil of his soul? This sensation was akin to being cloaked in a mysterious veil, or standing bare beneath the sun, utterly exposed. It felt as though Liu Qin had delved into his soul, unearthing every secret, seeing through all of his facades. This feeling of being completely understood stirred an inexplicable unease within him, as if the most concealed corners of his heart had been scrutinized. Yet, it was overshadowed by shock and a subtle, indescribable thrill, like having groped in darkness for an eternity, only to finally glimpse a flicker of light. A soul yearning for understanding and validation found resonance in that moment. Tinga abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing deep within, akin to an eagle of the grasslands, brimming with strength and wildness. "Let us sing it again," he declared, his voice deep and resolute, each word resonating with undeniable authority and a barely perceptible yearning. Han Pangpang momentarily paused, then swiftly reacted, his face illuminating with excitement, much like a child who has just received their cherished toy, eagerly rubbing his hands together. "All right, Sister Gage, let us do it again." Deng Qiqi and Sun Zi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and barely contained anticipation. They understood implicitly that Tinga, the titan of the music world, the eagle of the grasslands, had been thoroughly captivated by Liu Qin's talent. In the ensuing moments, the underground music venue was once again engulfed by the resounding, fervent melodies. Tinga and Han Pangpang sang tirelessly, repeating "Heaven and the dawn has arrived" over and over again. With each performance, Tinga's comprehension of the song deepens, and his emotions become increasingly profound, as if the melody has truly woven itself into the fabric of his soul, reflecting the most authentic facets of his existence. Meanwhile, Deng Qiqi, Sun Zi, Zhang Xinjia, and others quietly listen, immersing themselves in the ocean of music. They seem to find themselves on a boundless prairie, experiencing the howling of the wind, the galloping of noble steeds, and the resounding, soul-stirring harmonies that resonate with grandeur. Their hearts surge with the ebb and flow of the song, unable to find tranquility for a long time. At this moment, in the distant realm of the internet, discussions regarding the final season of Masked Singer erupt like a volcanic explosion, creating a fervor that sweeps through every corner. There remains an entire week until the official premiere of the program, yet various topics related to Masked Singer have already dominated the trending lists on major social platforms, flooding in like a tidal wave. The final season of Masked Singer is coming. Who will claim victory in the battle of singers? The mystical masked person returns to ignite anticipation. Will Queen Liu Ruyan continue to compete in this season? Can Liu Qin's new song achieve glory again? Countless netizens eagerly await, akin to parched travelers yearning for rain, anticipating the grand opening of this musical feast. Particularly, Liu Qin's name has become the focal point of discussion, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, captivating everyone's attention. After all, in the previous 2 seasons of Masked Singer, Liu Qin emerged as a prodigious talent, consistently delivering a series of phenomenal songs that created tidal waves in the music industry, resonating with countless souls. The heartfelt "The dawn has come" ignites a warm flame in the cold night, while the inspirational The Brave One serves as a guiding lighthouse in the fog, both becoming shared memories of an era, indelibly etched in people's hearts. Moreover, the extraordinary camaraderie between him and the Queen, Liu Ruyan, transcends friendship and sparks endless imagination, becoming a delightful topic of conversation. Everyone is filled with anticipation, hoping that Liu Qin will once again present a soul-stirring song for Liu Ruyan on the stage of the final season, continuing the musical legend they have created together. The final season of Masked Singer is finally upon us. The excitement is palpable. I wonder which extraordinary singers will grace us with their presence this time. And will the mysterious masked figure make another appearance? The previous new mask left everyone in awe. Yet, the most anticipated remains Liu Qin's new song. What style will it embody this time? A heartfelt ballad or a passionate rock anthem? Surely, it will be a love song crafted especially for Liu Ruyan, won't it? They are truly a match made in heaven, a golden couple of the music world. I hope to hear divine melodies once again. Akin to love like tides and kiss goodbye, capable of achieving legendary status. I earnestly implore the great Liu to create brilliance anew. It seems that the competition will undoubtedly be more intense this time, as it is the final season, and all the formidable talents will surely showcase their finest skills. I am filled with anticipation regarding who will ultimately be crowned the king of songs. I can hardly wait to watch the show. Online, a cacophony of speculation and expectation resonates, converging into a tumultuous sea of excitement. Everyone is imbued with boundless curiosity and longing for the imminent final season of Masked Singer, eagerly anticipating this musical feast to reignite their passions and stir their souls. Chapter 68. Dawn breaks. The vibrant lights abruptly extinguished, as if a colossal, invisible hand had snuffed out all radiance in an instant. The entire studio was enveloped in profound darkness, where all sounds seemed to be consumed by the shadows, leaving only the slightly hurried breaths of the audience rising and falling in the stillness. Amidst this absolute obscurity, a dazzling spotlight ignited at the center of the stage. Akin to a sword cleaving through the night, the beam coalesced into a straight column of light, precisely illuminating the stage's heart. Within this radiant pillar, the figure of Little Saw gradually emerged, akin to a star rising from the depths of darkness, clad in a well-tailored black suit that perfectly accentuated his tall stature. He wore his signature, exuberant smile, reminiscent of warm winter sunshine, instantly dispelling the lingering sense of oppression in the venue. Welcome to the live finale of The Masked Singer. Little Saw's voice resonated with magnetism, akin to rich red wine that intoxicates the senses, instantly igniting the long-suppressed atmosphere. In the audience, pent-up energy erupted like a volcano, with deafening cheers and applause crashing forth like a tsunami, nearly lifting the roof of the studio. Every individual leaned forward in eager anticipation, their eyes ablaze, fixated on the center stage, awaiting the grand commencement of this musical feast. They sought not merely music, but a cleansing of the soul, an exquisite indulgence for the senses. Little Saw slightly raised his hand, gesturing for quietude, with a confident smile that commanded the room. He resembled an experienced conductor guiding an exhilarating symphony. The sounds in the venue seemed to be enchanted, swiftly calming down. All gazes, like a rising tide, refocused on him, anticipating his forthcoming words, each syllable, each note, tugging at the strings of their hearts. Thank you, dear audience, for your unwavering support and affection towards The Masked Singer. Little Saw's voice carried a note of genuine gratitude, his tone softening as if conversing amiably with old friends. Today, we gather to celebrate the stage of The Masked Singer finale. On this extraordinary platform, we shall embark on an unprecedented endeavor. Little Saw's voice paused, imbued with a hint of mystery, the corners of his mouth lifting into a curve brimming with anticipation. The atmosphere in the venue instantly intensified, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil lake after a stone is cast. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with curiosity, eager to discover the essence of this new undertaking. Their inquisitiveness sprouting like spring bamboo shoots, flourishing wildly. To allow everyone to savor the purest allure of music, this season of The Masked Singer will undergo a bold transformation. We have made the painful decision to abolish the familiar promotion system and the ruthless PK rounds. As soon as Xiaosa's voice fell, an incredulous gasp echoed throughout the venue, akin to the sudden eruption of a calm surface. The cancellation of the promotion system and PK segment? This was nothing short of revolutionary. Such a monumental shift had never been witnessed since the inception of Masked Singer, as if the long-standing rules of the game had been entirely upended. The audience was filled with astonishment and an overwhelming curiosity, their hearts tingling as if tickled by a cat's paw, eager to discover what would transpire next. This season, we shall return wholly to the essence of music. Xiaosa's voice resonated powerfully, each word striking the audience's hearts with emphatic clarity, all in pursuit of delivering the most unadulterated and exquisite auditory experience. Thus, in the forthcoming performances, only 3 masked singers shall ascend this stage in glorious fashion. Xiaosa's voice, reminiscent of a battle drum, carried unmistakable strength, reaching the ears of everyone present. They would present 3 meticulously crafted, world-class original songs, using their soulful melodies to utterly captivate your discerning ears and profoundly touch the softest depths of your souls. Let the audience truly immerse themselves in the vast realm constructed by music, experiencing the beauty and emotion it bestows. After the 3 masked singers complete their performances, to enhance audience participation, we shall grant 5 minutes for speculation. Once the 5-minute countdown concludes, we shall unveil their mysterious identities. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. Enthusiasm surging like a flood breaching its dam, unstoppable in its momentum. World-class original songs. Only 3 masked singers. A direct reveal post-performance. Just these few keywords ignited the audience's fervor, sending adrenaline levels soaring to unprecedented heights. They could hardly contain their eagerness to witness this unparalleled feast of pure music. Every nerve taut in anticipation of the impending audiovisual impact. Applause, screams, and cheers intertwined, forming a colossal wave of sound that swept through the entire studio, nearly shaking the space itself. Each individual was exhilarated, faces flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement and expectation, akin to adventurers on the brink of a treasure hunt. They all understood profoundly that this would undoubtedly be an unprecedented musical celebration, a top-tier performance returning to the essence of music, existing purely for the love of it. Everyone was wholly prepared, ready to temporarily set aside all noise and restlessness, discarding distractions to listen intently. With their ears and their souls, they would absorb the immense shock and deep emotion that music brings. The stage lights dimmed once more, as if night had fallen, shrouding all clamor in darkness. The audience held their breath, as if they had entered a solemn ceremony, with the air seemingly suspended in time. Only at the center of the stage, a spotlight steadfastly and fervently followed the tall figure of the host, Xiaosa. A trace of an enigmatic smile lingered on his lips, his gaze sparkling like stars as it swept across the audience, his voice resonant and magnetic, akin to a gentle whisper at midnight. Next, he announced, "Let us welcome the first masked singer of the final season of The Masked Singer to the stage." He paused deliberately, elongating his words like a skilled magician building suspense before revealing a grand illusion. The finest original song that will undoubtedly surpass all your expectations. The title is The Dawn Breaks. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. A resounding applause and exuberant cheers erupted from the audience, more thunderous than before. Countless viewers leaped to their feet, waving their vibrant glow sticks like banners of victory, igniting the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. The Dawn Breaks. Just hearing that title fills one with hope. It sounds delightful. An original song, no less, and of the highest caliber. My goodness, the anticipation is off the charts. I can hardly wait to hear it. The first revealed singer is already this impressive. What will follow be like? It's simply unimaginable. Amidst the deafening waves of cheers, the central platform gradually ascended, revealing a figure emerging like a tender sprout breaking through the soil. It was Han Pang, adorned with a grand and wild horsehead mask. She stood poised and powerful at the center of the stage, exuding a formidable aura that commanded respect. Xiaosa approached with a light-hearted step, timely presenting the microphone to Han Pang, his face alight with eager anticipation. "Before you begin your performance, could you share a bit about the origins of this song? I believe both the audience here and those watching at home are quite curious." Han Pang accepted the microphone, lowering her head slightly, as if in contemplation. After a moment, she raised her gaze, her voice deep and magnetic, rich like aged wine, resonating through the mask with a hint of mystery. This song is titled The Dawn Breaks, originally composed by Mr. Liu Ruyan. I hope everyone can empty their minds and listen closely to the emotions this song aims to convey. With that, Han Pang nodded gracefully, a powerful yet elegant gesture, signaling the band to commence the music. The venue fell into an instantaneous silence, the previously raucous hall now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed like laser beams upon Han Pang, who stood at the center of the stage. They awaited the performance of Daybreak, an original piece by Liu Ruyan, which Han Pang had solemnly introduced. What unprecedented soul-stirring experience would this evoke, akin to tumultuous waves? The melodic prelude began to resonate slowly. The piano's notes fluctuated between somber and soaring, as if softly singing the joys and sorrows of life, the relentless passage of time. Even in its prelude, there was a magical quality that instantaneously transported the audience into a realm that was tinged with melancholy yet brimming with strength. A gentle tremor coursed through everyone's hearts, as if an invisible string had been plucked, tenderly touching the softest corners of their souls. An inexplicable emotion began to quietly germinate and spread within. Like a seed breaking through the earth, silently growing, Han Pangang gradually lifted her head. Her gaze, veiled by the horsehead mask, appeared profound and distant. Shrouded in the mysteries of the vast starry sky, she slightly parted her lips, and her penetrating voice swept across the venue, delivering a shockwave that resonated deep within the soul. It was an autumn day. The breeze was so tender. Her voice erupted like a celestial melody, each note seemingly imbued with a unique enchantment, piercing through the audience's eardrums and striking the softest recesses of their hearts. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone absorbed in the narrative-laden timbre of Han Pangbang's song, as if transported to a nostalgic autumn, feeling the poignant sorrow that lingered. My goodness. This song is extraordinarily beautiful. The prelude alone is invincible. This truly is a world-class composition, steeped in sadness. I wonder what story lies behind it. Who knows? Yet, I sense that there is a significant tale woven behind this song. Produced by Liu Qin, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Have you noticed? Only Liu Ruyan and Liu Han remain on the judging panel. Perhaps the others have left for some reason. Chapter 69. An explosive performance. It was an autumn day. The breeze was tender and lingering. The song surged forth like a tidal wave, laden with boundless sorrow, suddenly breaking free. In an instant, it pierced through the eardrums of everyone present, crashing down upon them with relentless force. The previously cacophonous voices in the broadcasting hall were abruptly silenced by this powerful melody. The world seemed to have been muted, plunging into an eerie stillness. Everyone appeared to be struck by an invisible current, frozen in their places. They were utterly captivated by the unexpected song, rendered speechless. The voice, deep and resonant, seemed to emanate from the depths of a shadowy valley, roughened like ancient wood weathered by time. Each syllable quivered with a barely perceptible tremor, akin to fragile strings lamenting in despair. It felt as though it were slowly unfolding a long-buried ancient tale, a narrative so suffocatingly sorrowful that it penetrated to the very depths of the soul. At the judging panel, Liu Ruyan, who had previously worn a mask of professional elegance, found her smile frozen upon her exquisite visage, as if a delicate porcelain artifact had suddenly cracked. A flicker of unmistakable astonishment flashed in her luminous eyes, reminiscent of ripples spreading across a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. She instinctively set down her pen, straightening her previously relaxed posture, leaning slightly forward as if to capture every note and every word with heightened clarity, fearful of missing any subtle detail. Beside her, the tea-drinking judge, as if ensnared by an enchantment, ceased his soft murmurs with the neighboring judge. His formerly carefree demeanor transformed into a grave expression, a veil of faint clouds shadowing his brow. His gaze, filled with inquiry, curiosity, and an indescribable shock, seemed to peer through the song, attempting to unveil the secrets concealed within the depths of the singer's soul. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like a detonated powder keg, flooding the screen in a chaotic frenzy. What the heck is this voice? Kneeling in awe. My goodness. Goosebumps are taking over my body. This song feels like my heart is being fiercely tugged. It's about to shatter. Oh my, I'm tearing up. What divine vocal talent is this? Imbued with a sorrowful filter? Is this an original by Liu Qin? Is this for real? It's simply too enchanting. My ears are pregnant with delight. Listening to this prelude and lyrics, an ominous premonition washes over me, as if it's about to slice through my heart. My tissues are ready. No, please. I just want to hear sweet love songs today. Rejecting sorrow. To the one upstairs, how superficial. This is true music, striking directly at the soul. Do you not understand? Wailing. The sorrow within the song is about to overflow. The screen is blurring. I feel my tears are utterly uncontrollable, cascading down uncontrollably. The voice of the portly Han, like a weathered traveler, continued to reverberate throughout the vast broadcasting hall. Each note seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, heavily striking the hearts of the audience. The mere thought of them evokes memories, those helpless eyes, set against a backdrop of breathtaking scenery. I recall a thunderous sound reverberating through the valley, that autumn when I could no longer glimpse my father's face. He bore the weight of my rebirth upon his shoulders, while tears stained my eyes in the enveloping darkness. The song unleashed long-suppressed sorrow, erupting like a volcano, pouring forth uncontrollably. Each note fell like crystalline tears, pure yet laden with unending bitterness. Every word felt like a heavy shackle, tightly binding the listener's heart, suffocating their breath. In the audience, those who had feigned composure could no longer conceal their fragility. Some had begun to discreetly wipe away their tears, shoulders trembling as they wept silently. The muffled sobs echoed hauntingly in the eerily silent auditorium, strikingly clear and heart-wrenching. Some recalled their dearly departed, the piercing pain resurfacing anew. Others reminisced about past hardships, As those buried scars were mercilessly laid bare, the song appeared to possess a magical quality, effortlessly reaching into the softest, most vulnerable recesses of their hearts, triggering the most profound emotional resonance, inundating them like a torrential flood. In the online streaming room, the barrage of comments was completely overwhelmed by a sea of tearful emojis, creating a spectacular ocean of sorrow. I'm crying. I can't help it. The tears are flowing. The infectious power of this song was undeniable. Even a rugged man over 6 feet tall found himself in tears. How embarrassing. The lyrics pierced the heart with every line, akin to daggers striking the very core of one's emotions. Who understands this? Liu Ruyan truly comprehends sorrow. This song is destined for greatness. It shall be crowned the most heart-wrenching ballad of the year. I declare this to be the most tear-inducing song of the evening, without contest. Other artists might as well retire for the night. Listening felt like having my innards twisted in a meat grinder, an unbearable sensation. Yet, I was irresistibly drawn to continue listening. What enchantment is this? A poignant story undoubtedly lies behind this song, as the lyrics narrate a heart-wrenching tale. As the stage lights dimmed with the somber tones of the song, it felt as if night was gently descending. A solitary, cold spotlight remained, steadfastly illuminating the figure of Han Peng at the center of the stage. She seemed utterly immersed in the sorrowful emotion conjured by the song, merging with its essence, indistinguishable from one another. Her voice grew deeper and more melancholic, akin to a wounded beast emitting a desperate wail. Do not leave, do not cause harm. I watched as my parents walked away, leaving me in this unfamiliar world, uncertain of the risks that lay ahead. I longed to hold his hand tightly. My mother assures me that hope remains, and when the sun rises, she smiles as dawn breaks. The despair and helplessness permeating the song linger like an inescapable shadow, casting a heavy pall over every heart. It evokes a sense of suffocation, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping one's throat, rendering breath impossible. Liu Ruyan's enchanting eyes glisten with a hint of red, misted with emotion, sparkling and clear. She exhales softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Gazing at the masked singer upon the stage, her eyes brim with compassion, deep emotion, and profound admiration. She has been utterly captivated by this song, her soul trembling in response. This is not mere singing. It is a cry of existence, a lament of the soul. The expression of Nai Chaluan has turned unusually solemn, the previously irreverent demeanor now vanished. He slowly removes his signature black-rimmed glasses from the bridge of his nose, delicately retrieving a tissue from his pocket to wipe away the tears forming at the corners of his eyes. No one dares to mock his vulnerability at this moment, for all present share in the deep emotional impact of the song. Moreover, the judges in attendance are vaguely aware of certain truths. While Nai Chaluan possesses a clearer understanding of the child adopted by Han Peng, who has endured an unforeseen calamity, the child's past echoes the scenes depicted in this song, an uncanny resemblance. It is a night adorned with countless twinkling stars. In my dreams, I see my mother, alone in this world, learning to be strong. Do not leave, do not hurt me. I witness my parents walking away, leaving me in this unfamiliar realm. I yearn to create a beautiful garden for him, longing to grasp his hand tightly. My mother assures me that hope remains. I see the sunrise, illuminating the dawn, as I watch my parents drift further away, leaving me in this strange world. I wish to build him a beautiful garden. As the song gradually approaches its conclusion, the melody softens, yet Han Peng's voice grows increasingly choked, as if an unseen force constricts her throat. It seems she is expending every ounce of strength to scream and shout, releasing the long-burdened sorrow and pain from deep within her heart. She pours every emotion into this final performance without reservation. The audience is already in tears, their sobs merging into a chorus that resonates throughout the auditorium, stirring the hearts of all who hear it. Even those initially drawn by curiosity and critical eyes are rendered utterly silent. They are profoundly moved by the raw emotion woven into the song, their souls trembling in response. What of technique? What of vocal prowess? In the face of such soul-stirring, heart-wrenching artistry, all technicalities and flamboyance appear pale and insignificant. I yearn to grasp his hand tightly. My mother tells me that hope still exists. I see the sun rise. They smile, and dawn breaks. The final note, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, suddenly fell, tracing a poignant arc before vanishing into the endless abyss of darkness. In the broadcasting hall, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, suspended in that moment. Everyone was enveloped in the profound sorrow evoked by the song, ensnared and unable to escape its grasp. After an indeterminate duration, someone was the first to break free from this melancholic trance, awakening as if from a dream, and began to applaud. The applause was sparse at first, a mere scattering, yet it quickly spread like a spark igniting a flame. It grew louder and more fervent, ultimately converging into a thunderous ovation that resonated throughout the hall like tumultuous waves, echoing endlessly. All rose to their feet, expressing with the most enthusiastic applause the ineffable shock and emotion that stirred within their hearts. They conveyed their profound respect for the song and the artist, a true tribute from the depths of their souls. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, striving to calm her still racing heart, attempting to render her voice more composed. Yet, when she grasped the microphone, her tone bore an unmistakable rasp and a heavy nasal quality. I find myself at a loss for words to articulate my current emotions. Any ornate language seems utterly inadequate at this moment. This song transcended mere technique, surpassing vocal prowess and even the essence of music itself. It truly touched the most profound and tender emotions within us, allowing me to experience the genuine might of music, the power to penetrate the soul and reach the heart. Thank you, Masked Singer, for delivering such a soul-stirring and breathtaking performance. Milk Tea Wheel, with reddened eyes, choked out. It has been ages since a song moved me to tears. The last occasion was when I, inebriated, wept uncontrollably while listening to my own composition. But this piece, Daybreak, has utterly dismantled my defenses, leaving me powerless and in disarray. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room erupted once again like boiling water, surging uncontrollably. The judges are crying. The judges are genuinely crying. What a divine song. Woo-woo. Liu Ruyan and Milk Tea will have bestowed their highest accolades. This is undoubtedly an epic masterpiece. Incredible. Luchin is eternal. Original songs are eternal. Luchin, please accept my homage. This is the true deity of song. This is genuine music. Those trivial love songs are utterly trivialized. I've resolved that from this day forth, I shall play this song on repeat for an entire day. No, for a lifetime. Who dares to claim that the Masked Singer lacks good songs? Step forward. Daybreak has decisively silenced the skeptics. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience and online viewers, Xiao Sa once again strode confidently to the center of the stage. A hint of unmasked emotion graced his face. His eyes slightly reddened, and his voice lifted a few notes, imbued with passion and excitement. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the remarkable Masked Singer for the breathtaking performance you have bestowed upon us. Chapter 70. What are you doing, you rascal? The enigmatic smile playing upon Little Saw's lips grew increasingly intriguing, reminiscent of a cunning fox as his gaze swept across every face in the audience with keen interest. In his eyes lingered a hint of captivating seduction, as if inviting the spectators to partake in a riddle-solving escapade. I believe you are all brimming with curiosity regarding the true identity of this Masked Singer, are you not? Little Saw's magnetic voice deliberately slowed its tempo, each word striking a chord within the hearts of the audience, stirring ripples of anticipation. Fear not. A subtle smile graced his features, confidence shimmering in his eyes, as if he held all the cards in his hand. The stage of our masked singing god has never failed to enchant you. Moving forward, with a gentle wave of his arm, akin to a conductor orchestrating the ambience, he once again elevated the audience's fervor. I shall grant you 5 minutes. He paused, allowing ample room for the audience's imaginations to soar, their sense of expectation swelling like a balloon. Unleash your deductive prowess. Take a guess. Little Saw's voice suddenly ascended, laced with a hint of provocation, as though issuing a challenge to all in attendance. This awe-inspiring king of throat singing. He reiterated the phrase awe-inspiring with great emphasis, undoubtedly affirming Han Pong Pong's vocal prowess, further igniting the audience's curiosity. Who could it possibly be? After 5 minutes, Little Saw shared a mysterious smile, building suspense to a crescendo. The answer is on the verge of revelation. His resonant voice echoed within the studio, seemingly imbued with magic, instantly igniting the long-simmering enthusiasm of the audience. Guess, guess, guess. At last, we have arrived at the guessing segment. The audience erupted in a frenzy, akin to a drop of water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, unleashing a cacophony of sound. Who on earth is this king of throat singing? His singing is so exceptional, he must be a luminary. The voice, slightly husky yet brimming with explosive energy, suggested a seasoned veteran of the music scene. Moreover, it is an original song, a top-tier original composition. The sheer magnitude of this revelation is staggering. The audience was utterly swept away in a frenzy, each individual buzzing with excitement, their discussions surging like a tumultuous tide, each wave more fervent than the last. They racked their brains, striving to recall every singer's voice they had ever heard, attempting to capture even the faintest clue from that brief performance. The online streaming room erupted in chaos, the comments flooding in like a deluge, overwhelming the entire screen. Wow. The guessing segment has finally arrived. This is the very soul of Masked Singing God. My favorite part. Oh, esteemed experts, please analyze who this king of throat singing could be. I'm eagerly awaiting your insights. Listening closely, it seems to be a male singer, yet upon further inspection, there is an undertone of femininity, a tantalizing ambiguity. Could it be a gender-neutral voice? To the person above, are your ears functioning properly? The voice is unmistakably feminine, deep and husky, possessing a remarkable distinctiveness. How could anyone fail to recognize it? A female vocalist? Who could it be? Is there a female singer in the Chinese music scene with such a unique timbre? Let me ponder. A raspy voice combined with exceptional vocal prowess. Could it possibly be Teacher Tinger? No, that can't be right. Teacher Tinger is male. The person above has me in stitches. Teacher Tinger is the epitome of a rugged hero from the grasslands. What a slip of the tongue. What I meant to suggest was, could it be a female singer from the grasslands whose vocal style bears some resemblance to that of Teacher Tinger? Yet, that seems highly improbable. The singularly magnificent timbre of Teacher Tinger is truly unparalleled in the music industry, impossible to replicate. Indeed, the horsehead mask is undeniably steeped in rich pastoral charm. Could it genuinely be a mysterious female vocalist hailing from the grasslands? A grassland songstress. That narrows the pool even further. There are hardly any grassland female singers who fit this description that one could count on their fingers. Everyone, don't just focus on whether it's a grassland singer. The crux of the matter lies in the voice. The voice is the key to unraveling this enigma. Yes, the voice is the golden key to this riddle. This voice is strikingly recognizable. Once heard, it is indelibly etched in memory. I have an incessant feeling that I've heard this voice somewhere before. It lingers in my mind, refusing to dissipate, yet I simply cannot recall whose voice it is. It's maddening. I feel the same. I too am plagued by this familiar sensation. Yet it remains shrouded in a veil of mystery, eluding my grasp. What good is it to merely declare familiarity? Someone should identify who it is. Don't just leave us in suspense. Let me think. Give me a moment, and I shall surely remember. The online community buzzes like ants on a hot pan, fervently discussing in the comments section, with an array of speculations springing forth like mushrooms after rain. Some, drawing from the emotional depth and strength conveyed in the voice, conjecture that it belongs to a long-retired powerhouse vocalist. Others, based on the mask's ethnic design, speculate it may be a folk singer from Inner Mongolia or Xinjiang. There are even those who wildly guess, listing every moderately well-known female singer in the entertainment industry, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, despite the plethora of guesses, no one can provide a definitive answer. Everyone feels as though they are enveloped in a fog, utterly perplexed. Just when the online spectators were at their wits' end, on the verge of surrender, an unassuming comment, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, suddenly captured everyone's attention and ignited a fervor. Wait, have you all noticed that, upon closer inspection, this voice bears a slight resemblance to Han Pengpeng? This comment rippled through the still waters of the conversation, breaking the stalemate. Han Pengpeng, are you referring to that philanthropic individual with a stunningly melodious voice? My word. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a striking similarity. Especially in the high notes, they are simply indistinguishable. The vocal prowess is equally explosive. It's the kind of mastery that brings one to their knees the moment they open their mouth. It sends shivers down the spine. Indeed, Han Pengpeng sings extraordinarily well. I have previously witnessed her live performance, and those high notes are nothing short of breathtaking. Considering this, it very well could be Han Pengpeng. Her bold and unrestrained personality, adorned with such a rugged horsehead mask, perfectly aligns with her style. However, hasn't Han Pengpeng always sung those passionate, electrifying songs? The melody of Daybreak is entirely different from her previous style. So what if the style differs? Can't a singer explore various musical genres? Are you not aware that true artists are multifaceted, capable of mastering diverse musical styles? Moreover, if you listen closely, can you not discern? Although Daybreak carries a melancholic tone, it also embodies a profound strength that resonates deeply. This aligns remarkably well with Han Pengpeng's delicate yet resilient demeanor, showcasing her inner strength. You make a compelling point. As you analyze, I find myself increasingly convinced it resembles Han Pengpeng. Could it truly be the Horsehead King? Yet, this is still merely speculation. There is no substantial evidence to affirm that the Horsehead King is indeed Han Pengpeng, is there? Merely relying on vocal similarities does not suffice for certainty. Just as netizens engage in fervent discussions, rife with speculation yet unable to pinpoint a conclusive answer, another comment emerges like a thunderclap, capturing everyone's attention and momentarily silencing the entire livestream. The definitive proof has arrived. I have unequivocally identified the Horsehead King. I am 100% certain it is Han Pengpeng. This comment serves as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the confusion of all the bewildered netizens. Goodness, Oh wise one, do you know who it is? Please, do share. Do not keep us in suspense. We are on the edge of our seats. Reveal it quickly. I am anxiously waiting. The esteemed individual posting the comment seems to relish the spotlight, delaying the revelation as they leisurely type a profound message. Do you all recall the cable car accident that stirred the nation a few years back? The cable car incident? Of course, we remember. It was a sensational story. Even the news reported it. I remember. A young couple took their child to a scenic area, and while riding the cable car, it tragically plummeted. To protect their young child, the parents used their last ounce of strength to lift the child above their heads, miraculously saving the child while they, unfortunately, perished. This incident moved countless hearts. Yes, indeed. That very incident. When I saw the news report, tears flowed uncontrollably. Those parents were truly magnificent, embodying the essence of human love. But what does this have to do with the Horsehead King? Is there a connection between the King of Mautu's songs and the cable car accident? A certain netizen smiled mysteriously and continued to express in the comments. Let us reflect once more on the lyrics of the Dawn Breaks sung by the King of Mautu. Particularly the line, "Mom and Dad have walked far away, leaving me in this unfamiliar world." Additionally, the line, "He uses his shoulders to support my rebirth's starting point," resonates deeply. Do you not perceive the haunting similarities between the sorrowful scenes depicted in the lyrics and the heartbreaking cable car accident of yesteryear? Upon hearing this, the netizens experienced an epiphany, revisiting each line of the Dawn Breaks with heightened scrutiny. The more they listened, the chillier it became. As an icy sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, their hearts raced, gripped by an invisible hand that clutched their hearts tightly, rendering them breathless. Goodness, it truly is like that. The lyrics seem to mirror the tragic cable car accident in reality. Oh my, could it be that the Dawn Breaks was indeed inspired by that horrific cable car tragedy? How utterly shocking. The implications are unfathomable. Wait, do you not yet grasp the crux of the matter? The focus is not solely on the lyrics. The key figure is Han Pangpang. You have all been misled by the lyrics. Han Pangpang? What relation does she have to the cable car accident? Have you all forgotten? A few years ago, Han Pangpang adopted a child, and that very child was the miraculous survivor of the cable car tragedy. Boom! This comment struck like thunder, splitting the night sky, reverberating throughout the live broadcast, leaving everyone's eardrums ringing. All netizens seemed to be jolted by a powerful current, freezing in place as if their blood had turned to ice. Their minds blanked, thoughts ceased. Goodness, I understand now. The truth is indeed such. No wonder I felt an affinity with this song. No wonder it pierced my heart so deeply. It turns out